10 Gods Chapter 905 to Chapter 958. Listening to Lin Tian's words, Wuxing Crocodile's eyes widened. Don't tell me that you are also carrying a family feud like the sword-wielding brat? No. Lin Tian Dao. His expression was indifferent as he walked in a certain direction. When he fought with Li Guhuang in the fifth heaven, he learned about the conspiracy of the Li family and the Bai family during the marriage. They wanted to quietly erase Bai Qiu's consciousness after the marriage was successful, turning her into a puppet, then destroy the Bai family after giving birth to the chaos body. Then, the chaos body will belong to the Li family, and only the Li family can overlook the world. Although this kind of thing has long become a thing of the past, and the Li family is powerless to achieve it, it is still difficult for him to tolerate it. Now, he wants to go to the Li family and destroy it. What's that? Wuxing Crocodile didn't give up and asked curiously. Lin Tian didn't hide it and briefly explained. Suddenly, Wuxing Crocodile's eyes widened. Damn it, so vicious and shameless? How dare you play such a trick? Lin Tian didn't say anything. He stepped on the void and walked towards the place where the Li family was established. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. In front of him was an unbroken chain of mountains. They were beautiful and tall, and at the very center was an unbroken chain of palaces. Moreover, there was a floating island that flickered with a faint light. Occasionally, a few red-crowned cranes would fly past, and they carried a faint immortal aura. Is it here? Wuxing Crocodile gritted his teeth. Lin Tian nodded and didn't say anything else. He stepped forward and walked forward. Soon, he walked to the middle of the mountain range and arrived in front of the gate of the Li family. Looking at it from a close distance, the main gate of the Li family was thick and solemn. It was forged with strange stones, and it was 3 meters wide and high. It was surrounded by a faint aura of vicissitudes of life. Obviously, it had existed for at least 10,000 years. At this time, there were 4 cultivators on the left and right sides of the main gate of the Li family. There was also a person in the middle, who was the gatekeeper of the Li family. These gatekeepers are all descendants of the Li family. Their strength is not as good as the direct descendants of the Li family, but the difference is not much. Lin Tian walked to this place, but his pace did not change. He walked forward step by step. Outside the Li clan's main gate, the 9 disciples guarding the gate saw someone approaching their clan's territory, and their faces instantly turned cold. However, their expressions quickly changed when they saw Lin Tian's face and remembered Lin Tian. Lin Tian? It's you. After disappearing for so many years, you actually appeared again. How dare you barge into my Li clan's territory? How dare you? These Li family disciples were shocked and angry. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent as they reprimanded Lin Tian and retreated. It has been several years since Lin Tian started cultivating in the second heaven, but Lin Tian's fierce reputation is still hard to forget. At this moment, seeing Lin Tian appear again, even in their own territory, these Li family members were still afraid. You're shouting so fiercely. Why are you retreating? Wuxing Crocodile mocked. You, demon beast. You and Lin Tian will die today. The few gatekeeping disciples gritted their teeth and shouted. They pointed the spears in their hands at Lin Tian and slowly retreated. Quickly inform the elders and the patriarch. One of them said. At the same time, the other disciples also followed behind, not daring to face Lin Tian alone. Clang. The sound of swords clanging could be heard as more than a dozen sword rays flew over. Puff. 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 The Li family's gatekeepers all exploded, and they didn't even have time to shout Lin Tian is here. At the same time, the main gate of the Li clan collapsed with a loud bang. Shattering under Lin Tian's sword momentum, shaking the sky full of smoke and dust. For a time, within the Li clan, the disciples who were closer to the main gate were shocked, and their faces all changed. What's going on? Who destroyed the main gate? What the hell? Who was the one who accidentally created it while cultivating a divine ability? Many of the Li clan's disciples cursed. They never thought that an enemy would dare to break into the Li clan's residence. At this time, in the billowing smoke and dust, Lin Tianyi stepped out step by step and walked into the Li clan, Wuxing Crocodile floating beside him. Suddenly, the Li clan's disciples all changed their faces. Lin Tian? You're the one who destroyed the main gate of our clan? You're courting death. How dare you? How dare you? The Li clan's disciples roared, and their killing intent soared to the sky. Moreover, among them, there were a few elders of the Li clan who were in the Zephyr realm who directly attacked. They worked together to support the Li clan's powerful theurgy, suppressing the shocking killing light, covering the surrounding space, and pressing down on Lin Tian like a sea of light. After disappearing for a few years, you've become more daring than before. How dare you look down on the Li clan? A powerhouse at the peak of the Zephyr realm said. With a rumbling sound, more than 10 powerhouses of the Li clan attacked, completely covering the surrounding space. Whooshing Crocodile jumped beside Lin Tian and sneered, "How dare you be so arrogant when you're worse than ants?" As it spoke, the wings on its back flapped, and there were traces of demonic light flickering. "Don't move, I'll do it," Lin Tian said. Whooshing Crocodile curled its lips, but it still retracted its demonic power in an instant. In fact, it also knew that this was Lin Tian's battlefield now. At this time, the Li clan's theurgy and mystic arts were already in front of him, and the powerful fluctuations distorted the void. Lin Tian didn't move at all. Majestic sword power rushed out of his body, turning into a sword wave, and rippled outward like a ripple. Hiss! 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 The divine abilities and secret techniques executed by the members of the Li clan were all blasted away. At the same time, space collapsed inch by inch wherever the sword wave passed, and anyone that was struck by it was instantly transformed into a bloody mist. Puff! 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 In the blink of an eye, with Lin Tian as the center, everything within a radius of 70 feet was destroyed, including people and objects. At this time, his surroundings had turned into a desert-like land. Just one look at it was enough to make one's heart palpitate. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? 70 feet away, the Li clan's disciples were all frightened, even those who were at the pinnacle of the flight realm were no exception. He didn't move at all. Just the sword force that rushed out of his body had caused such a terrible result. What kind of strength was this? This is impossible. A half-step to Immortal Ascension realm elder of the Li clan was shocked and couldn't help but take a step back. Lin Tian stepped forward, and from the front gate of the Li clan, he advanced step by step into the Li clan. There was no expression on his face. He looked at the Li clan's disciples as if he was looking at ants, indifferent and emotionless. With a clang, a sword wave swept out and rushed forward. Puff! 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 Wherever the sword wave passed, the Li clan's physical body was completely destroyed, and the Li clan's disciples were crushed one after another. After the sword wave passed, he stepped forward again, and strands of dragon patterns rippled out from the soles of his feet. Suddenly, the Li clan's ground in front of him seemed to have experienced a regional earthquake. It directly collapsed, and gravel flew everywhere. At the same time, none of the Li clan's disciples who lived in that area survived. They all turned into mist. No. This can't be true. How can he have such strength? This is impossible. Reporting to the Patriarch and the Grand Elders, many of the Li clan's disciples exclaimed. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He stepped forward like an immortal demon. With one step, the dragon patterns turned into ripples and surged forward again. Puff! 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 The Li clan's ground collapsed, and the Li clan's disciples exploded one after another. Soon, the entire Li clan was alarmed. Many powerhouses in the flight realm rushed out, and beams of divine killing light flew toward Lin Tian. However, these divine killing lights were too weak. They couldn't even touch the corner of Lin Tian's clothes. When they were still a few feet away from Lin Tian, they were completely shattered by the divine power waves emitted by Lin Tian. Lin Tian took another step forward, and the Li clan's earth vein shook. Another large number of Li clan's powerhouses exploded and disappeared. Boom! At this time, several powerful auras rushed out. The Li clan's patriarch and the 6 grand elders of the Li clan appeared together. They all rushed to this place. These 7 people all had vigorous blood qi, and the divine power waves outside their bodies were extraordinary. They were enough to be kings in the immortal realm. Lin Tian. It's you, you beast. How dare you show up? The Li clan's patriarch's eyes were extremely vicious. Back in the Bai clan, Lin Tian relied on the killing array to kill 9 immortal realm elders of the Li clan who went to the Bai clan, causing the Li clan to suffer heavy losses. More importantly, because of Lin Tian, the marriage alliance between the Li clan and the Bai clan was completely ruined. He ruined the Li clan's plan to seize the descendant of chaos and truly look down on the world. This made him extremely resentful. We didn't kill you when we were near the spacetime portal to the third heaven. Today, you must die. A grand elder of the Li clan also spoke. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the Li clan's patriarch and the 6 grand elders of the Li clan. His eyes instantly became extremely cold. The Taiyin and Taiyang gave birth to the descendant of chaos, obliterated the consciousness of the Taiyin and turned it into a puppet, annihilated the Bai clan, and the Li clan dominated the 10 heavens. He stared at the 7 people and said in a cold voice, "Back then, it was you scum who schemed." Hearing Lin Tian's words, the bodies of the Li family's patriarch and the 6 supreme elders of the Li family immediately trembled as their expressions changed. You. How did you know? The Li clan's patriarch couldn't help but cry out. At the same time, the 6 grand elders of the Li clan beside him also turned pale with fright. Although this matter had long been in the past, it had always been the top secret of the Li clan. Only the core members of the Li clan knew about this. How did Lin Tian know about this matter? Lin Tian stared at the 7 people with cold eyes. A majestic aura erupted from his body and spread out with a loud bang. Bang! 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 The Li clan's patriarch and the 6 grand elders of the Li clan were all sent flying. Each of them coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and rolled in the distance. At the same time, some of the Li clan's disciples who were closer to them exploded and died tragically. Blood splattered everywhere. Your power, how did you? The Li clan's patriarch and the others coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. At this time, they were all shocked. With their cultivation levels, they could be considered emperors in the immortal realm. But now, they couldn't even withstand Lin Tian's aura. They were sent flying while coughing up blood. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and his words were even colder. I won't kill you for now. I'll let you watch as I destroy your Li clan. Finally, in front of you, I'll turn your Li clan's foundation into rubble and dust. As he spoke, he took a step forward, and the sword light swept out in all directions. P.S. That's all for today. The dragon needs to adjust its energy before it can unleash more attacks. The ice-cold sword light swept out in all directions like a wave of swords. Everywhere it passed, everything was destroyed. Pooh! 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 Blood mist exploded as the Li family disciples were crushed by the sword light. Blood splattered all over the ground. Lin Tian took a step forward, and ripples spread out from under his feet. With him as the center, the ripples spread out rapidly in all directions. In an instant, as the ripples passed, the Li family's pavilions collapsed one after another. Strange stones cracked, strange flowers shattered, and Li family disciples exploded. The scene was terrifying. Damn it! Bastard! Stop it! Attack together, kill him! The Li family patriarch and the Li family's grand elders were shocked and angry. The 7 of them attacked at the same time, supporting the Li family's 10,000 kills divine sword, Treyastrumsa divine light pagoda, grinding deity Dao devouring wheel, and other core grand techniques. They sealed every inch of space around them and pressed down on Lin Tian mercilessly. Die! The Li family patriarch shouted, his eyes filled with venom. With a rumbling sound, the 7 people's killing lights merged together. The power was shocking, and cracks appeared in the void. So strong. No problem, we can kill him. After a few years, although he has become more powerful than before, when faced with the joint attack of our clan's patriarch and several supreme elders, no matter how powerful he has become, he can only be executed. In the surroundings, the voices of the Li clan disciples were filled with venom. At this moment, they were staring at Lin Tian as if they were staring at a corpse. At this time, the killing lights of the Li family patriarch and the others were close to Lin Tian, and they were already in front of Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression was cold, and he did not move at all. Chi. 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 He only released a trace of his divine power, and the killing lights of the 7 Li family experts in front of him were like ice in the face of the ultimate fire, and they were directly annihilated. In an instant, the Li family patriarch and the Li family's grand elders were all shocked. They had used all their strength to activate the core grand techniques of their family, but it was completely useless. Lin Tian did not even move, and he shattered all the approaching grand techniques. How is this possible? The family head and grand elder are both powerful enough to be called emperors in the immortal realm. But now, their mistakes are actually so easily. All the Li family disciples were shocked. Clang, the sound of a sword chime rang out, extremely ear-piercing. Faint golden divine light intertwined around Lin Tian's body, and a golden rain of swords swept out in all directions. All of a sudden, all the members of the Li family were in great trouble. No one was able to block the sword light that swept past them. Even the cultivators at the peak of the airborne realm were as weak as ants. They did not even have the chance to scream. Clang, another sword chime rang out. Lin Tian took a step forward. A large number of Li clan disciples were swept by the sword light and died immediately. At the same time, in the Li family, even more pavilions and halls were torn apart and collapsed, causing smoke and dust to fill the sky. Damn it! Sacrificial killing array. Sacrifice our clan's clan protecting killing formation. A Li clan grand elder roared. In the next moment, the Li family head and several grand elders made a move together. Light intertwined and formed a few special hand seals. For a time, along with a loud rumble, dense formation markings appeared in the sky within the Li clan. They sealed off the surrounding space and absorbed the spirit energy in all directions. In next to no time, they transformed into numerous shocking killing lights that swept through the sky. Our clan's protecting formation. Even if the strongest cultivator at the peak of the immortal realm comes, it will be cut down like tofu. With the family head and several grand elders activating it together, there will be no problem this time. We can easily crush this beast to death. The Li family disciples had hope again. The Li family head roared and used all the divine power in his body to activate his clan's protecting formation even more. Die. The word die came out of his mouth, cold and ruthless. Moreover, the grand elders of the Li family were also activating the protecting formation with all their might, making the killing light emitted by the formation even more terrifying. In an instant, within the Li family, cold killing intent intertwined in every corner. Then, with a boom, under the Li family head and several grand elders' will, all the killing light slashed toward Lin Tian. It was as if the killing light had condensed into an ocean, and the scene was somewhat terrifying. However, in the next moment, when these shocking killing lights were about 10 feet away from Lin Tian, they all stopped and could not cut down. What's going on? Why can't they cut down? The Li family head and several grand elders' expressions changed. No matter how they activated, the killing light could not be suppressed. They stared at Lin Tian. At this moment, there was fear in their eyes. The powerful protecting formation was activated by the 7 of them, but it did not pose any threat to Lin Tian at all. The 7 people's voices were trembling. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He glanced at them, and a wave of divine power spread out from his body. For a moment, there was a sizzling sound, and the killing light that approached him all shattered, turning into starlight and dissipating. He stretched out his hand and flicked his finger. A wisp of soul light flew out and shot directly above his head. Crack! With a crisp sound, the Li family's protecting formation shattered on the spot. How can this be? The 7 Li family experts cried out at the same time. Their family's protecting formation had existed for an incomparably long time. Once activated, it could confine space in all directions and easily kill an expert at the peak of the connecting immortal realm. Even if an ordinary early-stage Great Tao expert barged in, it would be enough to cut off half of his life. But now, it was destroyed by Lin Tian with a flick of his finger. At the same time, the other Li family disciples were even more shocked. All of them were stunned at this moment. Clang! The sound of swords flew and sounded again. Then, accompanied by the sound of swords, a bloody mist exploded again. Dozens of Li family disciples died tragically on the spot. Lin Tian stepped forward like a demon. With a single step, the sword hummed, and a bloody mist rose. When he was still cultivating in this world, the Li family had targeted him several times. From the leader of the family to the ordinary disciples, all of them wanted to kill him as soon as possible. Then, when he went to the third heaven, the Li family joined forces with the Taishan Holy Land and the Wantong Holy Land to ambush him near the spacetime portal leading to the third heaven, almost causing him to suffer. Most importantly, this bloodline had once plotted against Bai Qiu, which infuriated him. So, how could he show mercy to this bloodline? Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all. Puff. 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 Blood splattered, and the Li family disciples fell one by one. The Li family's patriarch and several supreme elders of the Li family roared in shock and anger. They rushed towards Lin Tian, but the next moment, they were all sent flying. Each of them coughed up blood, and their ribs were broken. And this was Lin Tian's mercy. He wanted these people to see with their own eyes how he disintegrated the Li family, let them suffer, let them regret, and then kill them. He stepped into the Li family, and no one could stop him. Wherever he passed, a bloody mist continued to explode. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful divine energy rushed out from the depths of the Li family. An old man in a luxurious robe ascended to the sky and strode towards them. Old ancestor! Old ancestor, you finally came out of seclusion. Old ancestor, you have successfully broken through? The Li family's patriarch and several supreme elders of the Li family were overjoyed. At the same time, the ordinary disciples of the Li family were incomparably excited. At this moment, they all breathed a sigh of relief. They knew very well that the old ancestor of their bloodline was very powerful. He was a great figure who could really look down on the second heaven. The Li family's old ancestor stepped forward. His body was intertwined with extremely dense Tao radiance. It was obvious that he had just broken through a small realm. At this moment, he was at the third small realm of the Great Path realm. He was like a fairy that was born. His eyes were cold and carried a kind of great majesty. He glanced at the destroyed Li family, and his eyes suddenly became even colder as he stared at Lin Tian. My Li family has been passed down for so long, and it's already enough, get down. A cold voice sounded, directly interrupting the Li family's old ancestor. At the same time, it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck his body, causing him to fall from the sky with a bang. After falling to the ground, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Old ancestor? What? What happened? Everyone in the Li family was shocked. The Li family's old ancestor rolled down from the sky. At this moment, he was no longer as majestic as before. The gaze he used to stare at Lin Tian was no longer cold. Instead, it was replaced by a kind of horror. He had just come out of seclusion and stepped into the third heaven of the Great Path realm from the second heaven of the Great Path realm. His strength had increased greatly. However, he was shaken by Lin Tian's cold shout and fell from the sky, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. What kind of power was this? He stared at Lin Tian, shocked and horrified. You, clang, Lin Tian raised his hand, and a towering sword light slashed out at an extremely fast speed. With a puff, the Li family's old ancestor exploded. Even his spirit couldn't escape, and he was destroyed in a single strike. Instantly, everyone in the Li family was truly shocked, including the Li family's patriarch and the few grand elders. They all trembled violently. Old ancestor, it's just one strike, and no. This can't be real. It can't be real. I must be dreaming. It must be. The disciples of the Li family were all trembling. Their clan's old ancestor, a Great Path realm cultivator, was actually killed by Lin Tian with a single strike today. The Li family's patriarch and the few grand elders stared at Lin Tian. At this moment, they couldn't say a single word, only fear filling their faces. Clang, the sound of the sword rang out again, sweeping out in all directions. Lin Tian's expression didn't change at all. Faint golden divine light intertwined around his body, turning into sword light that swept out. Pooh! Pooh. Pooh. Bloody mist kept exploding. At the same time, more pavilions in the Li family collapsed, and stalks of immortal herbs were also crushed. The disciples of the Li family were all trembling. At this moment, their hearts were all crushed by Lin Tian's invincible power. Facing the current Lin Tian, there was only fear and despair left in their eyes. Such a powerful Lin Tian, even their clan's old ancestor was killed in one strike. Who else in the Li family could stop him? No. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Some of the disciples of the Li family screamed in fear and fled madly out of the Li family. And with the first, there would naturally be a second. Gradually, all the disciples of the Li family who were still alive all rushed out of the Li family. Many of them fell several times in the process of escaping, then got up and ran again. Their faces were all pale with fright. P.S. Today's third watch is to make up for the fourth watch on the 7th of this month. Lin Tian stood in the Li family. Seeing the Li family disciples escape, he did not do anything. He did not stop them at all. However, at the next moment, a blood-curdling scream rang out. The person at the front who was charging out of the Li clan collided head-on with a formation pattern, directly triggering dense bolts of lightning. In an instant, his body was struck to pieces, and then it directly burned. In an instant, all the Li family disciples who were rushing out stopped and stared at the array pattern in front of him. Their expressions changed. This is? No, it's not our clan's array pattern. We're trapped. All the Li family disciples were terrified. The Li family patriarch and several grand elders stared at the void outside the Li family that was already covered with array patterns and trembled. They trembled and stared at Lin Tian in shock, fear, and anger. Obviously, they had guessed that this was Lin Tian's doing. Lin Tianling looked at them emotionlessly. With a thought, a large amount of divine light rushed out of his body again, turning into rays of golden sword light that slashed in all directions. Pft! 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 In an instant, the blood mist exploded again like demonic blood lotuses, making people's hearts palpitate and chill. His gaze was cold. He just stood there, and the sword light that rushed out of his body clanged on its own, slashing in all directions. Because the Li family disciples had been sealed by the dense array patterns outside the Li family, they could not escape and could only hide inside the Li family. They all screamed in fear. In reality, the array patterns outside the Li family were naturally carved by Lin Tian. Among them were the sealing array patterns and the thunder-killing array patterns. They were all 6th-level array patterns, and the power of space lock and attack merged into one. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Who can save us? Some of the Li family disciples shouted in fear. Lin Tian's gaze was cold, and his attacks were even more ruthless. The sword light swept out, crushing and killing the Li family disciples one by one. Pft! 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 The blood mist continued to explode as all the Li family disciples fled in panic. The gaze that they used to look at Lin Tian as if he was a dead man was no longer there. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair. Other than that, they could not see anything else. Lin Tian saw everything, but his attacks were still merciless. Waves after waves of sword chi flew out like the god of death. He would never show the slightest bit of mercy to his enemies. Bastard! Stop! A Li family grand elder roared with bloodshot eyes. These were all disciples of the Li family, the foundation of the Li family. Lin Tian tilted his head to look. His divine power vibrated, and with a bang, this grand supreme elder was sent flying. Immediately after, a ray of sword light fell, cutting this person into pieces, and he died on the spot. The other Li family grand elders stared at Lin Tian with fear in their eyes. However, there was also deep hatred in their eyes. Damn thief Lin! Don't be complacent, just you wait. My son has the Sun King physique. Today, the Li family is in trouble. When my son returns, he will definitely avenge us. He will never let you reincarnate, and he will kill everyone related to you. The Li family patriarch roared. In the entire Li family, he hated Lin Tian the most. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the Li family patriarch coldly. Sun King physique? Li Gu Huang? As he spoke, the divine power in his body vibrated. A golden ray rushed out and directly sent the Li family patriarch flying. He crashed into a distance and spat out a mouthful of blood. How do you think I found out about your vicious scheme against the Bai family? Other than you, who else knows about this? Hearing Lin Tian's words, the Li family patriarch was shocked. The other Li family grand elders' expressions also changed. Apart from them, Li Guhuang was the only one who knew about this matter. You. Huang Er told you? Impossible. How could he tell you about this? The Li family patriarch shouted. Lin Tian glanced at him. Divine light surged, and with a bang, he sent the Li family patriarch flying again. If he didn't tell me, I wouldn't know? His eyes were cold as he looked down at the Li family patriarch and the grand elders. Are you waiting for him to avenge you in your next life? Or the next life after that? I came back this time to send you to see him. As soon as he said this, everyone in the Li family patriarch's expression changed. The meaning of this sentence couldn't be more obvious. Li Guhuang was dead, and he was killed by Lin Tian. At this time, even the Li family's ordinary disciples who were terrified and in despair couldn't help but look at Lin Tian. They were all shocked. The Holy Sun was, how is this possible? The Holy Sun's strength is unparalleled, how could he be killed? These people were shocked. Their Li family's Holy Sun had the great Sun King physique, one of the strongest physiques among the 12 king physiques. His combat strength was unparalleled, and his bloodline was extremely powerful. He could transform into a divine sun and burn the heavens, how could he die in battle? The Li family's patriarch and a few grand elders stared at Lin Tian with venomous gazes, speaking such rubbish. How ridiculous. Even the whooshing crocodile couldn't help but stare at him. Before, Lin Tian told it about the Li family's vicious plot against the Bai family, but he didn't mention the final battle with the great Sun King physique. At this moment, Lin Tian said that he had killed Li Guhuang, which really surprised it. Brat, you really killed the great Sun King physique? When did this happen? It had heard of this name in the fifth heaven. At that time, it was Xianxia who mentioned it. It also knew that it was Lin Tian's mortal enemy, but after that, it didn't seem to have seen Lin Tian fight with the Sun King body. Humph. The Li family patriarch stared at Lin Tian with a sneer. He spat out a mouthful of blood and said sarcastically, "This is really ridiculous. My son has an extraordinary heroic physique and a king physique, how dare you say that you killed him?" Ah! A burst of divine energy rushed out of Lin Tian's body, turning into a giant hand of divine light. With a slap, the Li family patriarch was sent flying. Extraordinary heroic physique and a peerless king physique, is this your Li family's self-proclaimed title? He said coldly. His eyes were emotionless, and with a trace of coldness, he flicked his hand and swept out a divine sense engraving map. On it were intertwined images, clearly showing the scene of him crushing Li Guhuang's divine soul. For a time, the entire Li family patriarch was dead silent. All eyes fell on the divine sense engraving map released by Lin Tian, and all the cultivators of the Li family couldn't help but tremble. He really killed the great Sun King physique? The whooshing crocodile was surprised. Although it didn't doubt Lin Tian's words from the beginning and knew that Lin Tian wasn't the kind of person who would boast, it still couldn't help but be shocked when it saw the divine sense engraving map released by Lin Tian with its own eyes. The great Sun King physique, even among the 12 king physiques, was a very strong physique. Now, Lin Tian actually killed the great Sun King physique. However, it calmed down in the blink of an eye. Thinking about it, Lin Tian almost killed the chaos physique of the 9 heavens of the Great Path in the Immortal Mansion world. Killing the great Sun King physique didn't seem to be a big deal. The Li family patriarch and the others trembled. The Li family patriarch's eyes were red, and his eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. He screamed at Lin Tian, "It's fake. My son is invincible in his generation, how could you kill him? You made this up." Bang! Lin Tian withdrew the divine sense engraving map. A golden divine wave rushed out of his body and swept the Li family patriarch away with a bang. No. It can't be. Impossible. My son won't die. He won't die. The Li family patriarch's eyes were as red as blood, and his hair was disheveled as he roared. At the same time, the Li family's grand elders were also trembling. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he stared at the Li family patriarch and the Li family's grand elders. His gaze was cold and emotionless. He displayed the divine sense engraving that killed Li Guhuang with only one purpose, to let the people of this bloodline see how the great Sun King physique they were so proud of died so tragically, to make them feel terrible and truly despair. And now, the effect was obviously not bad. He flicked his finger lightly, and a golden light flew out in the form of a sword light, directly crushing the Li family patriarch's head. Patriarch! The Li family disciples cried out in horror. How could this be? We. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. This is a dream. A dream. Wake up. The Li family disciples were terrified. Lin Tian stepped forward, and more dragon patterns rushed out from the soles of his feet. At this time, he used the dragon burial scripture to forcefully shatter the restrictions outside the dense spirit veins under the Li family's ground. Then, he also shattered these spirit veins together, using the power of these spirit veins to evolve a large amount of killing light. The killing light rushed up and enveloped the entire Li family. Pft! 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 The blood mist kept exploding, as if there were blood-colored fireworks blooming in the Li family. The scene was terrifying and horrifying. After that, in the blink of an eye, besides the few supreme elders of the Li clan, all the disciples of the Li clan had died. Blood splattered all over the ground, and it dyed all the immortal herbs and strange stones red. The few grand elders of the Li family who were still alive trembled incessantly. When they saw the scene around them and the ruined land of the Li family, all of them went mad like injured beasts. Their faces became incomparably ferocious like malicious spirits. Lin Tian. You deserve to die. Bastard. Our Li family has been passed down for more than 10,000 years. How dare you destroy our Li family like this, you evil demon. Sinner for all eternity. The Li family's grand elders roared and pounced on Lin Tian crazily. Lin Tian was as unmoving as a mountain. Divine power spread out and sent them flying. The Li family's people spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Their hair was already disheveled, but their eyes were even redder, and their faces became even more ferocious. Thief Lin! I curse you, you'll die a horrible death. Lin Tianlong snorted, his expression cruel and merciless. If curses were effective, there wouldn't be any war in this world. Staring at these people, he slowly rose into the air and rose into the sky hundreds of feet above the Li family's ground. With a buzz, the reincarnation diagram rushed out from behind him. The divine and holy aura immediately spread in all directions. Then, the light of laws emerged from his body and rushed toward the reincarnation diagram. In the blink of an eye, it merged with the reincarnation diagram, forming his most powerful divine technique now, the Great Tao. Reincarnation diagram. His expression was cold. With a thought, the Great Tao reincarnation diagram pressed down, enveloping all the Li family's grand elders. Boom! In an instant, the Li family's grand elders were directly crushed into a bloody mist. Then, the Great Tao reincarnation diagram exploded in the Li family. Destructive divine power spread out, instantly collapsing all the Li family's ancient buildings, leaving a huge pit with a diameter of 400 feet in the center of the Li family. P.S. Second update. Dragon is going to write the third update. It'll probably be a little late, around 22 p.m. The huge pit with a diameter of 40 meters was a little scary, surrounded by wisps of sand and dust. It looked a little shocking. At this time, the Li family was truly destroyed. Nothing could be preserved. Even some grass and plants were reduced to ashes. You destroyed an ancient family in anger for a woman. Very good, very good. The whooshing crocodile clicked its tongue. Lin Tian glanced at it and ignored it. He glanced at the Li clan's land, which had been completely destroyed. He didn't stay any longer. He turned around and walked through the void toward the eastern part of the heaven. The Bai clan was established in that area. His speed was neither fast nor slow. When the sky was about to darken, he finally arrived at the main gate of the Bai family. The Bai family was located in a stretch of mountains. The main gate was solemn and magnificent. There were guards on both sides of the gate. Each of them was holding a spear, and their vitality was very strong. When they saw Lin Tian appear, they were shocked at first, then hurriedly greeted him. "Young master, please enter the family. The ancestor, the patriarch, the elders, the holy son, the princess, and the others are all waiting for you," one of the Bai family's disciples said. He was at the early stage of the Sea of Knowledge. Bai Ziki, Bai Qiu, and Shui had already arrived at the Bai family's residence. They told the disciples guarding the gate that Lin Tian would come over later. After seeing him, they should immediately invite him into the family. After Lin Tian broke into the Bai family alone, the relationship between Lin Tian and the Bai family became harmonious. The younger generation of the Bai family changed from hatred to admiration for Lin Tian. After all, to be able to break into the family for the holy son and princess of their family, this friendship was comparable to the sky. It was also after that the Bai family tacitly approved the relationship between Lin Tian and Bai Qiu. They had already regarded Lin Tian as the son-in-law of their bloodline. Lin Tian was now at the sixth heaven of the Great Path, which was enough to look down on the second heaven. However, he didn't have the slightest arrogance. He smiled and nodded to the disciple of the Bai family. "Thank you for your trouble." "You're welcome, this is what I should do," said the person from the Bai clan. He hurriedly led Lin Tian into the Bai clan. Lin Tian walked into the Bai clan. The Bai clan's interior was filled with pavilions and immortal plants. The air was filled with a festive atmosphere. He had no doubts about this. The Bai family's holy son and princess had returned after several years. How could the Bai family not be happy? "Patriarch, patriarch, patriarch, elders, holy son, young miss, young master Lin is here," the Bai clan disciple shouted. As soon as he said that, a group of people from further inside the Bai family gathered around. The person at the front was elder ancestor Bai, followed by the Bai family patriarch, the elders, Bai Ziki, Bai Qiu, and Shui. "Welcome, young man. Welcome back." Elder ancestor Bai was dressed in a purple robe. He walked at the front of the group with a smile on his face as he personally welcomed them. He was originally in seclusion, but after Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu returned, he directly came out of seclusion. This was because Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu were too important to the Bai family. One had the Thunder God King physique, and the other had the Lunar King physique. The future of the Bai family was all tied to the two of them. Later on, when he learned that the siblings had already stepped into the fourth heaven of the Great Path realm, he was even more excited. The siblings were still so young, but they had already surpassed him and reached the fourth heaven of the Great Path. Moreover, they had the king physique. The strength of the Bai family had increased by dozens of times. Later on, he heard from the Bai siblings that Lin Tian had also returned to this heaven. After asking about Lin Tian's situation, he was even more shocked. He learned that Lin Tian had actually reached the sixth heaven of the Great Path, and he had almost killed a ninth heaven of the Great Path chaotic physique in the upper heaven domain. That was a ninth heaven of the Great Path chaotic physique. Lin Tian had actually almost killed him with his sixth heaven of the Great Path realm cultivation. How terrifying was that? He recalled how his family had forced Bai Qiu to have a chaotic physique heir. Even though it had been a long time, he still felt waves of shame. At the same time, he was even more excited. He was even more excited than when he heard that Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu had both reached the fourth heaven of the Great Path realm. This was because the relationship between Lin Tian and Bai Qiu was already very clear. In the future, he would definitely marry Bai Qiu. This was equivalent to his Bai family having an additional battle prowess that was even more powerful than the chaotic physique. This was something that made him extremely excited. At this time, he personally went to welcome Lin Tian. His eyes were filled with joy, and he completely treated Lin Tian as a peer. Lin Tian. The Bai family patriarch nodded at Lin Tian. His expression was gentle, and his face was full of smiles. Back then, Lin Tian had charged into the Bai family for Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu. It could be said that he had risked his life. As the father of Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu, he was already very moved. He had a very good impression of Lin Tian. Now, after learning of Lin Tian's achievements and battle records, he was even more delighted. The more he looked at Lin Tian, the more satisfied he was with him. At the same time, the group of Bai family grand elders and other important figures all came out to welcome him. Naturally, they had all learned about Lin Tian from Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu. They were incomparably warm towards Lin Tian, practically like blazing flames. "Io, Brat Lin, you're quite popular." The whooshing crocodile laid on his head and clicked its tongue. Lin Tian could not be bothered with it. He turned to the Bai family's ancestor, Bai family's patriarch, Bai family's grand elders, and the others and bowed slightly. "Thank you for welcoming me personally." He was now very powerful, far more powerful than the people in front of him. However, he would never forget the proper etiquette. These things had nothing to do with cultivation at all. Seeing that Lin Tian was so humble and polite despite being so powerful, the Bai family patriarch and the others were even more satisfied. They repeatedly greeted him. "The banquet is ready. Quick, 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 enter. Enter." The Bai family patriarch laughed loudly. At this time, the sky had completely darkened. Lin Tian followed the group into the depths of the Bai family residence. He saw that the sumptuous banquet had already been set up. There were hundreds of tables set up. There were all kinds of spiritual fruits and spiritual meats. The immortal wine was piled up into a small mountain. The rich aroma of wine floated in the air. It was obvious that the entire family was going to enjoy themselves together. Lin Tian and the others walked to the place. Then, the Bai family members stepped in one after another. The banquet began immediately. In an instant, the Bai family residence was enveloped in an even more festive atmosphere. Every Bai family member had a joyful smile on their faces. "Young man, come, let this old man toast to you." The Bai family patriarch took the initiative to toast Lin Tian. "Senior, you're too kind. I should toast to you." Lin Tian Dao. He had a grudge with the Bai family in the past, but it was all in the past. Now, he was on good terms with Bai Qiu. Naturally, he would treat these important figures of the Bai family as his seniors. "It's all the same. It's all the same." The Bai family patriarch laughed loudly. The old man and the young man clinked their glasses and drank. The Bai family patriarch laughed again. "Young man, let this old man toast to you too. A young hero. Qiuer has good taste. Really good." The important figures of the Bai family came forward one after another. In the end, the Bai family patriarch came forward personally. He was very enthusiastic. He toasted Lin Tian and patted Lin Tian's shoulder hard. He looked at Lin Tian with an extremely gentle gaze. After that, the young cultivators of the Bai family also came forward and toasted Lin Tian respectfully. "You're too kind." Lin Tian chuckled. Just like at the Bai family's banquet a few years ago, he did not refuse anyone who came forward and seemed very easygoing. Not long after, Lin Tian drank with the important figures of the Bai family and the young cultivators of the Bai family. He walked to the side and gathered with Shui Yi, Bai Qiu, Bai Ziki, Whooshing Crocodile, and the Black Dragon. Come, drink. I've been cultivating hard outside for so many years. Today, I'm going to relax completely and drink to my heart's content." Bai Qiu was very heroic. Lin Tian, Bai Ziki, Whooshing Crocodile, no. Lin Tian and Bai Ziki said in unison. The Whooshing Crocodile also opened its mouth at the same time, glaring at Bai Qiu. "Don't drink." Lin Tian and Bai Ziki had long known that Bai Qiu's alcohol tolerance was terrible, and his alcohol tolerance wasn't very good. The five-element crocodile had seen him in the fifth heaven. At that time it was shocked and embarrassed. At this moment, when it heard Bai Qiu shouting that he wanted to drink, it couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Only Shui didn't understand and was slightly at a loss. The Black Dragon was also puzzled, but it didn't care much. Bai Qiu glared at him, looking a little angry. "I want to drink." After saying that, he directly raised his hand and grabbed the wine jar on the side. Lin Tian was speechless. He directly flicked his finger and shook the wine jar away. "You don't let me drink here, but you don't have it anywhere else." Bai Qiu walked towards the other places with wine jars. "Lin Tian, forget it, it doesn't matter if her alcohol tolerance is bad or not. Anyway, this is her own home, it's not a big deal." Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian thought for a while and felt that Whooshing Crocodile's words made sense, so he didn't stop Bai Qiu. Bai Qiu suddenly became happy. She didn't go anywhere else, just picked up a jar of wine and started drinking. This shocked Shui, who was next to her. He didn't expect Bai Qiu to drink so much. This girl's alcohol tolerance is bad, but her drinking posture is very bold, better than the two of you. Whooshing Crocodile said to Lin Tian and Bai Ziqi. Lin Tian, Bai Ziqi. Lin Tian glanced at Bai Qiu and couldn't be bothered. After all, this was the Bai family's territory. If this girl got drunk later, it wouldn't matter how much trouble she caused. Shui looked at Bai Qiu in shock. Seeing Bai Qiu drinking so boldly, he opened his mouth from time to time. In the blink of an eye, 10 breaths passed. Sister. Sister Shui, he. Bai Qiu's entire face was red. She hugged Shui and rubbed against him. Then, she looked at Lin Tian and pointed at Lin Tian Dao. Sister. Sister Shui, I'll tell you, before, when he and I were in a very dark place in the heaven region, just the two of us. I told him that we should consummate our marriage here, but he didn't dare. Shui's mouth fell open. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened. The claw holding the wine jar trembled slightly. Lin Tian trembled and spat out the divine wine in her mouth, splashing it all over Bai Ziqi's face. P.S. Third update, I've made up for what I owed on the 7th of this month. I'm starving. Long Sun, let's go eat dinner. Lin Tian's face darkened. He thought that Bai Qiu would just make a ruckus after getting drunk, but he'd never imagined that Bai Qiu would reveal such a thing. Although it wasn't a big deal, why did the words "he wouldn't dare" sound so harsh? Bai Ziqi's face darkened as well. Not only because Lin Tian had spat wine all over his face, but also because his sister's words were too inappropriate. Around them, many of the Bai family's disciples were also glaring at them. Because Bai Qiu's drunken voice wasn't soft, many people had heard what she'd just said. They all stared at Lin Tian, then at the princess of their bloodline. Their gazes shifted back and forth between the two. Many people wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare. They all looked like they were having a hard time holding it in. Bai Qiu tugged at Shui, her cheeks red. She looked at Lin Tian and said, Sister. Sister Shui, also, let me tell you, that time, Lin Tian raised his hand and used the 4-symbol seal. It transformed into a miniature Dao diagram and sank into Bai Qiu's body, instantly sealing her ability to speak and move at the same time. If he allowed her to continue, who knew what she'd reveal? Take her away. Bai Ziqi ordered a few of the Bai family's maids not far away. 2 maids walked over cautiously, one on the left and one on the right. They carried the princess of their bloodline away. Shui glanced at Lin Tian, then hurriedly followed. In an instant, the place became quiet. Lin Tian let out a long sigh of relief, then couldn't help but grit his teeth. Whooshing Crocodile looked at him and clicked his tongue. Boy Lin, I really couldn't tell. You're quite innocent. Scram. Lin Tian scolded. Opposite him, Bai Ziqi stared at him with an ashen face and wiped the wine off his face. Facing Bai Ziqi's gaze, Lin Tian was a little embarrassed, but he quickly calmed down. I didn't mean to spit in your face. You just happened to be sitting across from me. Besides, you can't blame me for this, right? Bai Ziqi gritted his teeth and wanted to explode on the spot, but in the end, he restrained himself. That night, the banquet came to an end in a festive atmosphere. When it ended, it was already the morning of the next day. Lin Tian did not rest. Bai Qiu had already sobered up, and the 4-symbol seal was undone on its own. She more or less remembered what had happened last night. She remembered what she had said when she was drunk. She was a little embarrassed. However, this embarrassment only lasted for a moment before disappearing. After all, this was not a big deal to begin with. On this day, as the hosts, Bai Ziqi and Bai Qiu brought Lin Tianyi and the others to tour the Bai family. Of course, they were only bringing Shui, Whooshing Crocodile, and the Black Dragon, because Lin Tian was already very familiar with the Bai family. On the same day, in the second heaven, some people passed by the immortal mountain where the Taishan Holy Land was located. They smelled a strong smell of blood and saw a terrifying scene. Then, the shocking news spread to every corner of the second heaven. Taishan Holy Land was destroyed. For a time, the entire second heaven was shocked. Taishan Holy Land? How could such an ancient inheritance be destroyed? Impossible. It's too outrageous. Such a holy land is enough to overlook this heaven. Its inheritance is shockingly long. Who can destroy it? Many people didn't believe it and just shook their heads. However, when some cultivators who saw the scene of the destruction of the Taishan Holy Land with their own eyes used their divine sense to depict the destruction of the Taishan Holy Land, many cultivators no longer doubted it. Not much time passed after that. Only 2 hours later, more shocking news came out from the two sects. The Wantong Holy Land was destroyed, the ancient Li family was destroyed. Suddenly, all the forces and cultivators in the second heaven were shocked. This, Wantong Holy Land, Li family, these two great forces were also, how could this be? Many cultivators were shocked. After that, many cultivators personally went to the place where the Taishan Holy Land, Wantong Holy Land, and Li family were established. They saw bloody and broken scenes. Immediately, the cultivators were even more frightened by the scene in front of them. Especially the cultivators who appeared near the place where the Li family was established, they couldn't help but gasp. Looking around, the Li family was covered in blood, and in the middle, there was a huge pit as if it had suffered a terrible disaster. This is, strictly speaking, the Li family is stronger than the Taishan Holy Land and Wantong Holy Land, but, this scene is simply, did the Li family offend a legendary deity? All the people who appeared at the place where the Li family was established were horrified after seeing the scene of the Li family's destruction. For a time, the news spread to every corner of the second heaven, causing a great shock. All the cultivators were shocked, and many of them couldn't recover from the shock for a long time. In a single day, 3 of the top powers of this world were annihilated and disappeared from this world forever. This could be said to be a super big event, and such a terrifying thing had never happened in this heaven realm before. The Bai family's immortal plants were tall and straight, and the spiritual energy was rich. At this time, they naturally heard about the destruction of the 3 great forces. You destroyed the Li family? In a pavilion of the Bai family, Bai Ziki looked at Lin Tian. He wasn't stupid. After Yang Qi destroyed the Taishan Holy Land and Wantong Holy Land yesterday, Lin Tian said that he had to go temporarily. Then today, when he heard that the Li family was also destroyed, he didn't need to think about it to know that it must be Lin Tian's doing. It's me. Lin Tian Dao. The whooshing crocodile looked at Bai Ziki. It's like this. It briefly explained the conspiracy of the Li family against the Bai family. Bai Ziki was furious. With a bang, he smashed the golden jade table in front of him into pieces, his eyes filled with killing intent. In the distance, Bai Qiao and Shui looked over at the same time. Bai Qiao asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" She took Shui to another part of the Bai family. At this time, she wasn't with Lin Tian and the others, so she didn't hear the whooshing crocodile's words. Nothing. Bai Ziki said with a sullen face. Bai Qiao looked at her brother suspiciously, but didn't ask any more questions. She pulled Shui to another part of the Bai family. In the pavilion, there were Lin Tian, Bai Ziki, whooshing crocodile, and He Jiao. Bai Ziki looked at Lin Tian. Why didn't you call me? He has always doted on his only sister. Now that he heard such a thing, even if Lin Tian destroyed the Li family and killed the sun body Li Guhuang, he was still very angry. The killing intent in his eyes was very shocking. I'm enough to go alone. Lin Tian said. It's not a question of whether it's enough or not. Bai Ziki said. He felt very uncomfortable that he couldn't destroy the Li family with his own hands. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He could understand Bai Ziki's mood. The entire second heaven was shaken. Every corner was talking about the destruction of the Li family, Taishan, and Wantong. Everyone was shocked. Unimaginable, really unimaginable. It's just one day. Those 3 top-notch forces were actually completely destroyed by someone. According to some older generation experts, Taishan and Wantong seem to have been destroyed by the same person, by the saber qi, while the Li family seemed to have been destroyed by another person. There was no saber qi left, but there was an extremely terrifying fluctuation of Dao law lingering around. Who did it? Terrifying. All the cultivators were shocked. At the same time, some older generation powerhouses thought of another thing. The power structure of this heaven has changed greatly. Someone said. The second heaven was shaken and couldn't calm down for a long time. From big cities to small restaurants, all the cultivators were talking about the destruction of the three top forces. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it had been half a month since Lin Tian returned to the second heaven. After half a month, the destruction of the three top forces gradually subsided. It was no longer as shocking as it was at the beginning. On this day, Lin Tian was ready to leave this heaven and return to the first heaven. Lin Shi, Jiyu, and Su Shu were all in the first heaven. They had been separated for several years, and he missed them very much. This time, he naturally brought Bai Qiao and Shui Yi with him. At the same time, he also told them about the existence of Jiyu and Su Shu. Of course, Wuxing Crocodile and He Jiao also left with him. They naturally couldn't stay in the Bai family. Have a safe journey. The old ancestor of the Bai family and others personally sent them off. Daughter, listen to Lin Tian. The Bai family's patriarch said to Bai Qiao. I know. Bai Qiao muttered. The Bai family's patriarch smiled, then looked at Shui Yi with a very gentle smile. Miss Shui Yi, treat this place as your home in the future. You are welcome to come back anytime. The Bai family's patriarch naturally knew about the relationship between Lin Tian and Shui Yi, but he didn't say anything about it. After all, he had more than one wife. Moreover, Lin Tian was sufficiently monstrous. Now, he was even stronger than the chaotic king physique of the same generation. At the same time, he had vaguely learned from Bai Ziki that the Li family was destroyed by Lin Tian. He also learned about the vicious scheme the Li family had against the Bai family. As such, he felt a kind of gratitude towards Lin Tian. Naturally, he wouldn't have any complaints about Lin Tian having more than one wife. Such an outstanding and loyal Lin Tian was qualified to have more than one wife. Thank you, senior. Shui Yi thanked him. Now, she had been in the cultivation world for many years and knew some of the titles of the cultivation world. Lin Tianyi smiled, looked at the old ancestor of the Bai family, and bowed slightly. Seniors, thank you for sending me off. This junior will take his leave. He nodded to Bai Ziki, then left the place where the Bai family was established with Shui Yi and Bai Qiao. They directly soared into the sky and walked towards the location of the time-space portal leading to the first heaven. Wuxing Crocodile and He Jiao naturally followed by his side. The first heaven. Speaking of which, Lord Crocodile has been there once before. I didn't expect to go there a second time. Wuxing Crocodile clicked his tongue. P.S. Today's second update is about 20 o'clock in the evening. Lin Tian didn't react to Wuxing Crocodile's words. It was normal for an old monster like him to go anywhere. The three of them left the Bai clan and headed to the west of this region. This was because the portal to the first heaven was at the end of a desert in the west of this region. He had been there before. How long will it take to reach the portal? Wuxing Crocodile asked. With our current cultivation, it will take about 12 hours at normal speed. To reach the portal from here. Lin Tian Dao. Soon, they were far away from the Bai clan. After 6 hours, many cultivators appeared in front of them. I'm afraid the masters of the 10 great sects are in trouble this time. I don't know if they can come out alive. Yes, I heard that the 10 of them have been trapped in that valley for 5 days without any news. I heard that there might be some rare treasures in the valley. Many rogue cultivators also went there. Many people entered the treasure valley. However, it seems that none of them came out. During this process, some cultivators outside the valley heard screams coming from inside. That's what I heard as well. Speaking of which, if the masters of the 10 great sects are all trapped here, it will be a big event. Big event? Compared to the annihilation of the Taishan Sacred Ground, Wandong Sacred Ground, and Li Clan, what else can be considered a big event? Even if the masters of the 10 great sects are all dead, it won't be a big deal. If you put it that way, it really won't be a big deal. Although the masters of the 10 great sects are extraordinary, they are nothing compared to the 3 great factions. That's true. These cultivators whispered among themselves. Lin Tian, who was still far away, overheard the discussions between the cultivators. Instantly, a slight frown appeared on his face as he found out some information from the cultivators. About 8 days ago, a treasure valley was discovered in a primitive forest in the northwest of this heaven region. Inside, the fragrance of treasures interweaved with each other, and strange lights flickered, attracting the important figures of the 10 great sects in this heaven region. However, the treasure valley was very dangerous. Not a single person who entered came out. Even the leaders of the 10 great sects were trapped inside. They had been trapped for a total of 5 days, and there was not the slightest bit of aura coming out. He paused for a moment, then said to Shuiyi and Bai Qiu, "Let's change our direction temporarily. Let's go to the treasure valley in the northwest first." The 10 great sects of the second heaven were Wuji Gate, Qinghua Taoism, Xingge Taoism, Green Flame Immortal School, Profound Yang Sect, Kangluo Immortal Sect, Northern Great Immortal Sect, Will Immortal Palace, Golden Jade Immortal School, and Windless Immortal Pavilion. In the past, when he first came to the second heaven, he cultivated in Wuji Gate, one of the 10 great sections. There, he obtained the divining divine technique, but was forced to leave. When he cultivated in Wuji Gate, the 9 great sects wanted to kill him, but Wuji Gate didn't protect him. However, when he was chased by the Shen family, the alchemist family of this region, Limitless Sect Master secretly sent people to help him. Otherwise, he would have died at that time. At that time, he did owe Limitless Sect Master a favor, and he has always remembered this favor in his heart. Now that he heard that the masters of the 10 great sects were trapped in the treasure valley, Limitless Sect Master was naturally there, and he naturally couldn't ignore it. "Boy, you want to go and snatch the treasure?" Wuxing Crocodile asked. Of course, it also heard the discussion of those cultivators and thought that Lin Tian was going there to snatch the treasure at this moment. After all, the sect master of Wuji Gate, one of the 10 great sects, had secretly helped Lin Tian. This matter was only known by Lin Tianyi. No. Lin Tian Dao. As he spoke, he briefly mentioned what happened back then. Immediately, the group of people understood. Such a thing actually happened back then, and I didn't even know. Well, Limitless Sect Master is really good. Bai Qiu said. As she spoke, she suddenly felt very embarrassed, because the matter back then was basically related to her family. Although it was long in the past, and the Bai family and Lin Tian's relationship was very good, she still felt a little apologetic. Lin Tian noticed the change in her expression and naturally knew what she was thinking. He smiled and said, "Don't mind it, it's all in the past." Bai Qiu said, "Oh," and didn't say anything else. She stood on the side with Shuiyi, whispering something in private. Wuxing Crocodile opened its mouth and stared at Lin Tian. It bared its teeth and said, "If that's the case, boy, should we go to that alchemist Shen family and destroy them with a flick of our fingers?" Lin Tian shook his head. "Forget it, so many years have passed. As long as they don't provoke me, I can't be bothered with them." He didn't say anything else and temporarily changed his direction, heading towards the northwest. From the words of those cultivators just now, he already knew the specific location of the treasure valley in the northwest. Following the established direction, they quickly arrived in front of a huge primitive forest. The treasure valley was in this ancient forest. "It's here. Let's go in," Lin Tiandao said and directly stepped into the ancient forest. The plants in the ancient forest were thick and grew very lush. As they walked, they could hear the shocking roars of beasts from time to time, and there was a very strong demonic qi intertwining in the air. This ancient forest is not small, there should be many demonic beasts. Bai Qiu said. That's right. Lin Tian nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, a large ape appeared. Its whole body was intertwined with the smell of blood, and it rushed towards him. A level 9 demonic beast, comparable to a human cultivator at the peak of the sea of consciousness. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian naturally noticed and casually glanced at the large ape. Suddenly, the large ape trembled violently, and a strong sense of fear appeared in its eyes. It directly stopped, and its demonic body trembled. Facing Lin Tian's eyes, it felt a clear threat of death and didn't dare to move. Lin Tianyi and the others didn't care. They passed by the large ape and walked into the distance. How far is the treasure valley? Whooshing Crocodile asked. Not far. Lin Tian Dao. He walked at the front. After about a quarter of an hour, many cultivators appeared in front of them. About 300 people surrounded a side of the valley. We're here. Lin Tian Dao. As far as the eye could see, the valley in front of them was very ordinary. However, there was some fog floating out from inside. A group of cultivators surrounded the valley. Many of them had anxious looks in their eyes, while others had curiosity in their eyes. Most of them are disciples of the large sections. Bai Qiu whispered. The masters of the 10 large sects are trapped inside, so the disciples of these sects are naturally anxious, so some of them have surrounded this place. As for the others, they are obviously rogue cultivators or people from some small sections. They originally wanted to look for treasures, but when they found out that none of the people who entered came out alive, they didn't dare to enter. Then, some of them heard that the masters of the 10 large sects were trapped here and wanted to see the show. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. Of course, he could guess these things. He didn't say anything and directly walked towards the valley. Sensing that someone was approaching this place, many people in front of them turned around and saw Lin Tian, Bai Qiu, and the others. Immediately, everyone's expression changed. The princess of the Bai family. And, Lin Tian? Lin Tian, didn't you disappear? You, Bai Qiu was the princess of the Bai family. Many people already knew that. As for Lin Tian, these people were really afraid because Lin Tian's reputation in the second heaven was too fierce. Few people weren't afraid of him. After disappearing for so many years, he actually appeared again? Many people whispered. For a time, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Tian, with strong palpitations. Kid, you are really a demon. Wherever you go, people are afraid of you. Whooshing Crocodile clicked its tongue and said. Lin Tian glanced at it, too lazy to talk to it. He looked at the group of disciples outside the valley and purposely glanced at the disciples of the other 9 great sects other than the Limitless Immortal School. Back then, among the 10 great sects, other than the Limitless Immortal School, the other 9 sects had sent experts to hunt him down. He glanced at these people, but he didn't do anything to them. He said goodbye to Bai Qiu and Shui Yi and walked straight to the treasure valley in front of him. Swish! 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 Suddenly, the cultivators outside the valley made way for him, and no one dared to block the way. At this time, the strongest person in this place was only at the early stage of the Zephyr Realm, and Lin Tian could easily kill a cultivator at the peak of the Zephyr Realm a few years ago. Now that a few years have passed, who knows how powerful he has become? No one dared to provoke Lin Tian at this time. Lin Tianyi and the others didn't say anything, and soon they stepped into the valley. Looking at it from a close distance, the fog in the valley was thicker than it looked from afar, and the distance that the naked eye could see was very limited. Bewildering void. Lin Tian muttered to himself. His voice was very soft, and it was difficult for others to hear it, but Shui Yi and the others beside him heard it very clearly. Bewildering void? What's that? Whooshing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian said casually, it's a kind of terrain maze. Bewildering void is a terrain maze. Once one enters such a terrain maze, one wrong step will lead to death. Moreover, it is very difficult to retreat. Even an immortal realm powerhouse can easily die in it. Back then, he encountered such a terrain maze in the immortal demon Ancient Vein in the third heaven. However, the maze here was much more astonishing, and the area it covered was also very large. No wonder Limitless Sect Master and the others were trapped in the valley, and no one who entered the valley came out alive. He muttered to himself. Now that his cultivation base was strong, his control of the dragon burial scripture was even more skillful. With just a glance, he could tell that the maze formation here was not simple. According to the maze formation here, even if an expert of the 9th heaven of the immortal ascension realm stepped in, they might not be able to leave unscathed. I hope Limitless Sect Master is still safe and sound. He muttered to himself in his heart. Then, he called Shui Yi, Bai Qiu, and the others to enter the valley together. This valley was very dangerous for those below the Great Virtue Realm. However, in their group, except for Shui, everyone was at the Great Virtue Realm. Naturally, they did not need to worry about it at all. Moreover, even if they were all at the Immortal Realm, with his control of the Dragon Burial Scripture, he could easily step into the Immortal Realm. There was no need to worry at all. He walked at the front, and Shui and the others followed behind. The group directly stepped into the valley and was soon drowned by circles of thick fog. Instantly, everyone outside the valley was shocked. He actually went in directly? In the past few days, no one who entered has walked out alive. Doesn't he know? How dare he? Many cultivators' expressions changed. P.S. Well, it's an hour later than expected. Sorry. Then, from tomorrow until the 14th of this month, 3 chapters will be updated every day. Seeing Lin Tian and the others directly step into the valley before them, the cultivators outside the valley were truly shocked, each and every one of them shocked. This is really, someone trembled. Lin Tian and the others stepped into the valley. The surroundings were filled with thick fog. Even with their powerful divine senses, it was difficult to see far. This fog is really thick. Even with our current divine senses, we are actually affected by it. Bai Qiu mumbled. This is the bewildering void situation. The fog floating in this situation is not simple fog. It contains a very special power of the ley lines. Even the divine senses of a half-step enlightenment realm cultivator will be affected by it. Lin Tian said. Whooshing Crocodile curled its lips. Why are you saying so much? You cultivate the Dragon Burial Scripture and are now at the 6th heaven of the Great Tao Realm. Can't you deal with this fog? Hurry up and disperse it. Lin Tian glanced at it but did not say anything. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet spread, and the surrounding fog quickly dispersed. Let's go. He walked at the front with steady steps. In fact, the cultivation of the group was not weak. After entering this valley, they did not worry about anything and continued forward. As they walked into the depths of the valley, the smell of blood soon appeared in the air. In front of them, more than 10 corpses were lying on the ground. Their bodies were penetrated beyond recognition, and blood flowed very far away. We stepped on the wrong place and caused some ley lines to appear. Lin Tian Dao. He cultivated the Dragon Burial Scripture and could see the cause of death of these people at a glance. The group knew that these corpses were the cultivators who had entered the valley before, so they did not pay much attention to them. Lin Tian continued to walk at the front and continued to walk into the depths. Not long after, they saw more corpses. They all died in a very miserable manner. Moreover, some of the corpses had traces of being bitten by wild beasts. The places where they were bitten had turned black. There seemed to be some evil demons and ferocious beasts in this valley. Whooshing Crocodile said. The momentum of heaven and earth can give birth to many things. Tao sources, artifacts, divine jades, evil spirits, and so on are all possible. It is very normal for evil demons to be born in such a bewildering void situation. Lin Tian Dao. He didn't care. He called Shui and the others and continued forward. Soon, they had traveled hundreds of feet. During this process, they saw even more corpses. Some of them died because they stepped on the wrong spot and triggered the earth vein to kill them. Some were killed by unknown creatures. There were also some that seemed to have been killed by other cultivators. Clearly, there was some kind of dispute. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes passed. At this moment, the sound of fighting came from the front, mixed with the roar of wild beasts. As far as the eye could see, there was a thick fog floating in front of him. Dozens of demonic beasts with green eyes were charging at them. Their speed was very fast, and they seemed to be besieging a middle-aged man. That is, Lin Tian immediately narrowed his eyes and saw through the thick fog. The middle-aged man was the peak master of the Wuji Gate's Wuji Peak. Back then, the sect master of the Wuji Gate had sent this middle-aged man to help him secretly and saved his life from the powerhouses of the Shen family. It's him. Bai Qiu also recognized it. An acquaintance? Whooshing Crocodile asked, is it the sect master of the Wuji Gate? It's an acquaintance. He's also from the Wuji Gate, but he's not the sect master of the Wuji Gate. Lin Tian shook his head. He looked ahead. After so many years, the peak master of the Wuji Peak had become much stronger. Although he was far from being comparable to him, he had also entered the connecting immortal realm and was in the second level of the connecting immortal realm. His strength was not weak. However, at this moment, facing the siege of dozens of strange demonic beasts, the peak master of the Wuji Peak seemed to be in a difficult situation. He had already suffered serious injuries. When he saw this, he didn't hesitate. He shook his right leg, and the dragon pattern spread out and quickly spread to the front. Boom! Suddenly, a gust of wind with the dragon pattern swept up, dispelling the thick fog around them. The surrounding environment suddenly became bright. At the same time, the dozens of demonic beasts that were besieging the peak master of the Wuji Peak were all sent flying dozens of feet away. The peak master of the Wuji Peak was shocked. He hurriedly looked back and saw Lin Tian and the others at a glance. His expression immediately changed. The pearl of the Bai family, An. Lin Tian? The peak master of the Wuji Peak didn't know Shui Yi, but he knew Lin Tian and Bai Qiu. Both of them had cultivated in the Wuji Gate before. How could he not be shocked when he saw them at this moment? Especially when he stared at Lin Tian, he was most shocked because Lin Tian had made a name for himself in the second heaven. Moreover, Lin Tian had disappeared for many years. He didn't want to see him here. "Senior, how have you been?" Lin Tian greeted him with a smile. He had always remembered that the peak master of the Wuji Peak had saved his life under the order of the Wuji Gate master. Moreover, when he was in the Wuji Gate, the peak master of the Wuji Peak had never shown any malice to him. He even invited him to the peak master of the Wuji Peak to cultivate. "Hello, old man." Bai Qiu also greeted him. The peak master of the Wuji Peak stared at the two of them, his eyes full of shock. How did you, roar?" At this moment, roars sounded, and dozens of demonic beasts attacked again. Their demonic eyes seemed even more terrifying. These demonic beasts were not simple. Cold auras interweaved around their bodies, causing the space here to be somewhat oppressive. Any one of them was no weaker than an ordinary early-stage immortal cultivator. The peak master of the Wuji Peak was moved again. Strands of divine light rushed out of his body, obviously preparing to use a great divine power. Lin Tian smiled slightly and took a step forward. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet interweaved and spread, transforming into many dragon pattern killing swords. Puff! 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 For a moment, blood fell like rain. Dozens of demonic beasts exploded at the same time, and all of them died in an instant. The peak master of the Wuji Peak was about to use the Wuji divine power of the Wuji Gate when he saw the scene. He saw Lin Tian's action just now and naturally knew that this was done by Lin Tian. At this moment, looking at Lin Tian, the shock on his face became even stronger. One had to know that he was now at the second tier of the immortal realm. He had been fighting with these monsters for a long time and had been at a disadvantage. But now, Lin Tian had killed all of them in an instant, as if he was cutting grass. Lin Tian walked over with a smile. "Senior, it's good that you're fine." As he spoke, he raised his right hand slightly, and a wisp of golden divine light flew out and directly entered the peak master of the Wuji Peak, causing his injuries to immediately heal at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he was completely healed, and his face and divine sense became more ruddy. The peak master of the Wuji Peak was even more shocked. At this moment, his injuries weren't heavy, but they weren't light either. If he were on his own, he would need at least a few hours to fully recover, but now, Lin Tian had completely healed his injuries with a single ray of divine light. It was even to the extent that he felt like his essence, energy, and spirit had become even stronger. For a moment, his eyes widened. Lin Tian smiled, looked at the peak master of the Wuji Peak, and said again, "Senior, have you found where the Wuji sect master is?" At this time, seeing the peak master of the Wuji Peak here, he knew very well that he must have come to the valley to find the Wuji sect master. The peak master of the Wuji Peak's eyes and face were filled with shock. He did not react to Lin Tian's words for a moment. "Hey, I'm asking you a question," the whooshing crocodile said. Its voice carried a trace of divine sense, which immediately shook the peak master of the Wuji Peak and made him much more clear-headed. This time, looking at Lin Tian again, the peak master of the Wuji Peak calmed down a lot. After taking a deep breath, he said, I found some of the sect master's aura. He should be in front. As he spoke, the peak master of the Wuji Peak pointed to the southeast of the valley. Along that direction, the fog was much thicker than other places. Okay, let's go now. Lin Tian Dao. As he spoke, he asked the peak master of the Wuji Peak to go with him. This immediately stunned the peak master of the Wuji Peak. He looked at Lin Tian and said, You're here for the sect master? From Lin Tian's words and expression, the peak master of the Wuji Peak could easily sense Lin Tian's intentions. Of course I'm here for your sect master. The whooshing crocodile said, Hurry up, we still have to go to other places. Halfway through, he heard that your sect master was trapped here, so he forcefully changed his direction and ran here. Hearing this, the peak master of the Wuji Peak looked at Lin Tian with a strange look in his eyes. Lin Tian glanced at the whooshing crocodile, then looked at the peak master of the Wuji Peak and said with a faint smile, A few years ago, it was thanks to the sect master and senior's secret help. Otherwise, Lin Tian would have died at the hands of the Shen family. He didn't say anything directly, but he was sure that the whooshing crocodile's words were true. He was here for the sect master of the Wuji Peak. The peak master of the Wuji Peak looked at Lin Tian with a strange look in his eyes, then sighed slightly. Back then, Lin Tian was forced to leave Wuji Gate. In the end, the Wuji Gate couldn't get away from the responsibility. After all, Lin Tian was a disciple of the Wuji Gate at that time, and he didn't do anything wrong. However, the Wuji Gate didn't protect him at all. After that, Lin Tian was chased by many forces after leaving Wuji Gate. The sect master of the Wuji Peak felt guilty, so he secretly asked him to help Lin Tianyi. However, he didn't expect that Lin Tianyi would remember this matter. Now that he heard that the sect master of the Wuji Peak was trapped in a dangerous place, he didn't hesitate to step in and help the sect master of the Wuji Peak. Thank you. Thank you. He sighed and patted Lin Tian's shoulder lightly. Other than these two words, he really couldn't say anything else at this time. Lin Tian smiled lightly. You're welcome. It's my duty. Senior, you don't have to be so polite. As he spoke, he opened his mouth again and said to the peak master of the Wuji Peak, Senior, let's go. I hope the sect master of the Wuji Peak is also fine now. The peak master of the Wuji Peak was moved and nodded vigorously. Then, the group of people walked in the southeast direction of the valley that the peak master of the Wuji Peak had pointed out at the beginning. In the southeast area of the valley, the fog was much thicker than other places, and the interference to divine sense was more serious. However, with Lin Tian walking at the front, the fog did not affect them much. As Lin Tian walked forward, the dragon patterns on the soles of his feet spread out, and the thick fog around them instantly dispersed. The group of people walked in as if they were walking on flat ground. This shocked the peak master of the Wuji Peak again. He had been in the valley for quite some time, and he knew very well that the fog in the valley was very unusual. It almost covered the entire valley, and it was very difficult to disperse. However, now, Lin Tian only took a simple step, and the fog actually dispersed as he walked past. This, he was shocked and shocked. Lin Tian noticed the peak master of the Wuji Peak's expression, but he didn't care and continued to walk forward. Soon, 15 minutes passed. And they walked very far away. At this moment, a shocking wave of divine power came from ahead. This is the sect master's aura. The sect master is there. The peak master of the Wuji Peak was shocked, and at the same time, he looked rather happy. P.S. The second update will be at around 20 p.m., and the third update will be at around 23:30 p.m. Lin Tian naturally sensed the aura of the limitless sect master and immediately increased his speed slightly. Soon, the group crossed another 1,000 feet. In front of them, 10 middle-aged figures were fighting. It was not accurate to say that the 10 of them were fighting because 9 of them were attacking another person together. Boom, there, divine light intertwined. All kinds of secret techniques were displayed, and divine power surged. Lin Tian looked from afar and recognized the 10 people at a glance. Among them, one of them was the Limitless Sect Master, while the other 9 were the masters of the 9 sects, including the Xingu Taoism. The masters of the 9 sects were all in the immortal realm and were very powerful. At this time, their combined killing power was even more extraordinary, causing the Limitless Sect Master to be in a sorry state. He was forced to retreat. Limitless Sect Master, I think you'd better hand over that thing, and we might consider letting you go. That's right. You should know very well that you can't stop the 9 of us alone. The 9 of them sneered. The Limitless Sect Master was stained with blood. He held an immortal sword in his hand and faced them coldly. He didn't say anything, but the meaning in his expression was very obvious. He wouldn't give in. The 9 people's faces immediately darkened, and the killing intent in their eyes became stronger. You don't know what death is. The Xingu Taoism sect master's voice was cold as he stepped forward and charged over. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded, "Who's the one who doesn't know what death is?" Lin Tian made his move at this moment. The 5 words seemed to be mixed with an astonishing offensive power. It was like a bolt of lightning falling from the sky, sending the true martial sect master flying with a bang. He walked forward calmly like an immortal king, followed by the Wuji Peak Master, Shui Yi, and the others. The true martial sect master was sent flying. The masters of the Green Flame Immortal sect and the other sects looked up. When they saw Lin Tian, their expressions changed. Lin Tian? It's you! The Green Flame Immortal sect master exclaimed in surprise. The Limitless sect master was also shocked. Lin Tian had disappeared from the second heaven for several years. He didn't expect him to appear here. Lin Tian didn't pay attention to the masters of the 9 sects for the time being. He looked at the leader of the Wuji sect and slowly walked over with Shui Yi. Elder Limitless Sect Master. He stepped forward and smiled. The Limitless Sect Master had secretly sent the Limitless Peak Master to save him, so he was very grateful. Now that he saw that the Limitless Sect Master was safe and sound, he was relieved. Sect Master. The leader of the Wuji Peak also walked over. Seeing that the leader of the Wuji sect was still alive, he let out a long sigh of relief. Then, he looked at Lin Tian and said to the leader of the Wuji sect, "I heard that the leader of the Wuji sect was trapped." Lin Tian especially came to help. The Limitless Sect Master was slightly moved. He looked at Lin Tian and sighed slightly. He opened his mouth and said, "Thank you for your trouble." Seeing Lin Tian again, the Limitless Sect Master had a complicated look in his eyes. Back then, Lin Tian was a disciple of the Wuji Gate and was extremely talented. However, he didn't protect Lin Tian because he was wary of the other sects. In the end, Lin Tian was forced to leave the Wuji Gate and was no longer a disciple of the Wuji Gate. This had always been a regret in his heart. Lin Tian shook his head and said politely, "Elder, you're exaggerating. Back then, when I was chased by the various sects, I was indebted to you for secretly sending people to help me. If not, Lin Tian would have been dead long ago. Lin Tianyi will always remember this kindness in his heart." What? Limitless Sect Master, you secretly sent people to help this little bastard back then? You're so insidious. The Qingyan Sect Master and the others' expressions changed. They were all shocked when they heard this. At the same time, they stared at Lin Tian with murderous intent. "I didn't kill you back then. Now, don't even think about living." Looking at Lin Tian, their gazes were as cold as swords. Back then, Lin Tian killed many people from the 9 great sections. In the end, he destroyed the main sect that represented the 9 great sects, causing the 9 great sects to become the laughingstock of the world for a long time. Their murderous intent toward Lin Tian was shockingly strong and they wanted to kill Lin Tian at all times. Humph. Staring at these people, Bai Qiao snorted coldly. In fact, she really wanted to attack. However, because Lin Tian was also here, she didn't attack in the end. She felt that it was better for Lin Tian to do it. Lin Tian glanced at these people and looked at the Limitless Sect Master. "Elder, may I ask why these people are attacking you?" He was slightly curious about why the leaders of the 9 great sects worked together to kill the Limitless Sect Master. They're snatching treasures. Didn't those bastards say that they wanted the Limitless Sect Master to hand over something? The Wuxing crocodile pursed his lips. The Limitless Peak Master stared at the leaders of the great sects warily while looking at the Limitless Sect Master. I found a 9-leaf Tao manifestation flower. They want to snatch it. The Limitless Sect Master didn't hide it. Hearing the Limitless Sect Master mention the 9-leaf Tao manifestation flower, Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a strange light. The 9-leaf Tao manifestation flower was a unique plant that could allow a person at the 9th heaven of the Ascension Immortal Realm to enter the Great Virtue Realm directly. Its magical effects were somewhat similar to the connate source of Tao. Of course, saying that it was similar to the connate Tao source was only referring to the fact that it could allow a 9th stage Immortal Ascension cultivator to directly enter the Tao realm. The 9-leaf Tao manifestation flower did not have the other miraculous effects of increasing one's Tao perception and strengthening one's Tao laws that the connate Tao source had. Moreover, after entering the Great Virtue Realm with the help of the 9-leaf Tao manifestation flower, one would need to expend a lot of essence Qi to consolidate one's cultivation base. However, the connate source of Tao didn't need to do that. Therefore, the difference between the two was still very big. Lin Tian glanced at the Limitless Sect Master with his divine consciousness and discovered that the Limitless Sect Master was already at the 9th heaven of the Ascension Immortal Realm. He instantly understood why the leaders of the 9 great sects would attack the Limitless Sect Master. This was because, with the Limitless Sect Master's current cultivation base, he could directly enter the Great Tao Realm once he refined the 9-leaf Tao manifestation flower. Subsequently, the Limitless Immortal Sect would have another Great Tao Realm expert. This would directly change the situation of the 10 great sections. The Limitless Immortal Sect would firmly suppress the 9 great sections. Obviously, the leaders of the 9 great sects didn't want to see this happen. Therefore, they harbored evil intentions. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound was heard. A majestic force surged from afar. The true martial arts divine church's master, who had been sent flying by Lin Tian, stood up. Lin Tian. The man growled. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. At the same time, the leaders of the Green Flame Immortal Sect and the other great sects also looked at Lin Tian. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Kill him. The sect master of Qinghua Taoism stared at Lin Tian. His voice was cold. For a moment, divine power surged around the bodies of the 9 people. At this moment, they all locked onto Lin Tian. They temporarily abandoned the Limitless Sect Master. The 9 sects hated Lin Tian to the core. Holy sh*t, these little bastards are quite arrogant. The whooshing crocodile bared its teeth. It glanced at the leaders of the 9 great sections. They were all only at the Ascension Immortal Realm. At this moment, they actually wanted to kill Lin Tian. The sect master of Green Flame Immortal Sect and the others stared at the whooshing crocodile coldly. Demon beast, you're courting death. The sect master of Purple Light said coldly. With a rumble, his body was filled with murderous intent. He directly held up a great technique and mercilessly suppressed the whooshing crocodile. The Limitless Sect Master and the Limitless Peak Master's expressions changed. They were about to attack. However, Lin Tian was faster than them. He shot out a ray of golden light with a flick of his finger. With a swoosh, the great technique of Qinghua Taoism was instantly destroyed. Then, the golden divine light did not slow down. It pierced through the head of the sect master of Purple Light like a bolt of lightning, causing the sect master of Purple Light to explode. Blood splattered all over the sky. What? Suddenly, except for Shui Yi, Bai Qiu, the whooshing crocodile, and the black dragon, everyone's expression changed. He killed the sect master of Purple Light with one blow. The Limitless Peak Master was shocked. Although he had already guessed that Lin Tian was very powerful, he did not expect him to be so powerful. He actually killed the sect master of Qinghua Taoism with a flick of his finger. One should know that the sect master of Purple Light was currently at the 9th heaven of Immortal Realm. At this moment, even the Limitless Sect Master was shocked. His eyes could not help but flicker. At the same time, the sect master of Qingyan sect and the others were even more shocked. At first, when Lin Tian appeared and sent the sect master of real martial arts flying, they thought that Lin Tian had used some hidden technique to launch a sneak attack. Although they were surprised, they were not too surprised. However, at this moment, when they saw that Lin Tian had killed the sect master of Purple Light, they suddenly felt their hearts tremble. How is this possible? This, you. The sect master of Qingyan's sect and the others stared at Lin Tian. Their eyes could not help but twitch. They could only feel a chill down their spines. Lin Tian looked at these people, his expression very calm. Back then, the 9 great sects took good care of me. Now that we meet here, it's really fate. I should return the favor. He smiled faintly. This time, when he returned to the second heaven, the 9 great sects and the Shen family had chased after him several times. It would be very easy for him to destroy them. However, he did not do so in the end. After all, so many years had passed. However, at this time, when he met the sect masters of the 9 great sects, who had directly threatened to kill him, he naturally had to return the favor. He raised his right hand and pointed it at the Xingu sect master. At this moment, a golden divine light shot out. With a whoosh, the golden divine light was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the sect master of real martial arts. Before the sect master of real martial arts could react, it directly pierced through his forehead, bringing out a string of bright red blood. Suddenly, the sect master of real martial arts' eyes dimmed. His body was intact, but he fell straight to the ground. His life aura instantly disappeared without a trace. For a moment, the place became dead silent. The powerful sect master of real martial arts was killed with a single blow. You, the sect master of Qingyan sect and the others were shocked. 2 blows, 1 blow each, killed the sect master of purple light and the sect master of real martial arts. What kind of strength was this? You, could it be that you have already entered the Great Path Realm? The sect master of Beiheng sect said in a trembling voice. The sect master of purple light and the sect master of real martial arts were now at the 9th heaven of immortal ascension. It was impossible for even a half-step Great Path expert to kill the 2 of them with a raise of his hand. Only the existence of the Great Path Realm had such strength. Great Path. Great Path Realm? How is it possible? How long has he been cultivating? The sect master of Xianxia immortal sect was shocked. The sect master of Qingyan sect and the other sect masters were also terrified. At this time, all of them were shocked. Even the sect master of Wuji sect and peak master of Wuji sect were shocked. They could not help but tremble. The way they stared at Lin Tian changed again and again. Lin Tian smiled and did not say anything. He just raised his hand again and aimed at the sect master of Qingyan sect. You, what do you want? Puff, Lin Tian pointed his finger. The golden divine light flashed and disappeared. It directly pierced through the sect master of Qingyan sect's chest, causing him to explode with a puff. Blood splattered in the air. Other than Shuiyi and Bai Qiu, everyone else was shocked. The Wuji peak master was dumbfounded. What level of combat strength did he possess to kill a sect master of the immortal reaching sect with a flick of his finger? What level of cultivation did he have? On the opposite side, the sect masters of the Black Sun sect and the other sects couldn't help but tremble. Such combat strength terrified them. They stared at Lin Tian. Other than the word you, they couldn't say anything else. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He flicked his finger again, and another golden light flew out, slashing at the sect master of the Black Sun sect. With a puff, the sect master of the Black Sun sect exploded and died. Instantly, only 5 of the sect masters of the 9 sects were left. They all stared at Lin Tian, trembling. The sect master of the Kangluo immortal sect pointed at Lin Tian and couldn't help but shout in a trembling voice, You must have taken a forbidden pill. That must be it. Otherwise, how could you have such combat strength in just a few years? Lin Tian looked at the other party. He did not say anything else, merely raising his hand and sending out a beam of golden light. In the blink of an eye, it entered the other party's chest, causing him to shatter with a poof. Instantly, only the sect master of the Northern Hing sect, the immortal master of the Rui immortal palace, the sect master of the Golden Feather immortal sect, and the pavilion master of the Windless immortal pavilion were left. The 4 of them were shocked, and their eyes were filled with fear. The Purple Light sect master, the True Martial sect master, the Azure Flame sect master, the Black Sun sect master, and the Kangluo sect master, the 5 great figures of the 9th heaven of the immortal reaching realm couldn't even block one of Lin Tian's fingers. How is this possible? The sect master of the Northern Hang sect trembled. At this moment, they stared at Lin Tian again. The sect master of the Northern Hang sect and the other 3 were completely shrouded in fear. Whooshing Crocodile looked at the 4 and said, "Didn't you say you wanted to kill Kid Lin? Why are you trembling now?" Hearing this, the 4 of them trembled again. When Lin Tian first appeared, the masters of the 9 great sects all declared that they must kill Lin Tian this time and not let Lin Tian escape again. But now, Lin Tianyi had killed 5 of them with just 1 finger. How could this scene be compared to what they had said at the beginning? He had lost all face. Apart from being humiliated, what they felt more than anything else was still one word: fear. At this moment, staring at Lin Tian, the 4 of them paled and involuntarily retreated, trembling as they did so. "There's no need to retreat. Today, you have no way out. Lin Tian Dao." His voice was very calm. With a flick of his finger, another beam of golden light flew out and pierced through the forehead of the Northern Great Heaven Sect's hierarch. With a thud, the sect leader of the Northern Hang sect fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open and filled with fear. The color of his life disappeared rapidly. In the blink of an eye, there was nothing left of him. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 sect masters left. The Wuji Peak master was dumbfounded. At this moment, he could only feel a buzzing sound in his head. He was completely stunned. 6 of the sect masters of the 9 great sects were killed in the blink of an eye. Even the Wuji sect master trembled slightly. He was deeply shocked by Lin Tian's combat strength. The 3 sect masters who were still alive were even more terrified. With a scream of terror, they all flew into the distance. Lin Tian looked at the 3 of them. The dragon inscriptions on the soles of his feet spread out and rushed in front of him. Bang! 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 The 3 of them were sent flying back and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Instantly, the 3 of them became even more terrified. Lin Tian. "No, fellow Taoist Lin. Fellow Taoist Lin, please let us go. We promise we won't make things difficult for you in the future," the sect master of the Golden Feather Immortal sect said in a trembling voice. "Make things difficult?" Whooshing Crocodile could not help but laugh out loud. "Even if you were 10 times stronger, you still wouldn't be able to withstand Lin Tian's finger. Now you're saying you won't make things difficult for Lin Tian in the future? Do you think you have a heavenly master behind you?" The sect master of the Golden Feather sect and the other 2 trembled again. Their eyes were filled with fear, and their faces were flushed red. "Fellow Taoist Lin, please let us go. As long as you let us go, we'll do anything for you in the future. As long as you don't kill us, we'll follow your lead in the future. Yes. As long as you let us live, we're willing to follow your lead in the future," the 3 of them quickly said. As the saying went, it was better to live than to die a good death. The 3 of them did not want to die. Lin Tian looked at the 3 of them and shook his head without saying anything. He raised his hand, and the sword light flickered between his fingers. Seeing his action, the 3 of them knew what he was going to do. They were all terrified. Lin, clang, the ear-piercing sound of swords intertwined, and 3 sword lights slashed down. Puff, 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 in an instant, the sect master of the Golden Feather sect and the other 2 exploded at the same time. They were all dead. At this point, the sect masters of the 9 great sects were all killed. The peak master of the Wuji sect trembled. He stared at the blood around him and said, This. The masters of the 9 sects had all been killed here. He felt a chill down his spine. He could imagine that in the near future, there would be a big shock in this region. Although it was far less than the destruction of the Taishan Holy Land and the other 2 forces, it was enough to make this region boil. Thinking of this, he was suddenly shocked again. He looked at Lin Tian in horror and could not help but ask, Taishan, the Wantong sect and the Li family, are they, the Taishan Holy Land, the Wantong Holy Land and the ancient Li family all had great enmity with Lin Tian. Now, not long after the Taishan Holy Land, the Wantong Holy Land and the ancient Li family were annihilated, Lin Tian appeared. Moreover, he had the battle prowess to kill a ninth heaven-reaching immortal realm expert with a flick of his finger. This made the Wuji Peak Master have no choice but to link the annihilation of the three factions to Lin Tian. Hearing this, even the Wuji Sect Master was shocked. Obviously, he knew what the Wuji Peak Master was thinking at this time. He could not help but look at Lin Tian in shock. However, the next moment, he frowned slightly because according to the observation of some older cultivators, the three forces that had been passed down from the ancient times were not destroyed by the same person. He destroyed the Li family, and the Taishan Holy Ground and the Wantong Holy Ground were destroyed by his friend. Wuxing Crocodile was a blabbermouth. The Wuji Sect Master and the Wuji Peak Master trembled fiercely. The destruction of the three superforces was really related to Lin Tian. Lin Tian destroyed the ancient Li family, and Lin Tian's friend destroyed the Taishan Holy Ground and the Wantong Holy Ground. The Wuji Peak Master was even more shocked. Except for the word this, he really couldn't spit out any other word. Lin Tian glanced at Wuxing Crocodile, but he didn't care about it. This kind of thing was not a big deal. Not to mention that the Wuji Sect Master and the Peak Master were not the kind of people who would casually reveal this kind of thing. Even if they revealed it and let the entire second heaven know about it, what did it matter? In this heaven, who could do anything to him, he didn't say anything. It wasn't until dozens of breaths later that the Wuji Sect Master and the Peak Master calmed down a little. The Wuji Sect Master sighed and looked at Lin Tian. Dao, genius and monster, it seems to be a little superficial to use these words to describe you now. It had only been a few years, but Lin Tian could already destroy a super force like the ancient Li family. How terrifying. Really, the Peak Master also sighed and thought for a while, but he really couldn't say anything else. Lin Tian smiled and told the two not to think too much. Then, he looked at the Wuji Sect Master and said, "There's no time like the present. Senior, why don't you refine the 9-leaf Dao manifestation flower here? I will protect you." The Wuji Sect Master was stunned when he heard that. Then, a glint flashed across his eyes. He nodded heavily and said to Lin Tian, "Thank you for your trouble." At this point, he was 100% sure that Lin Tian had definitely entered the Great Virtue Realm. Moreover, he had far surpassed the initial stage of the Great Virtue Realm. This was because from the way the Wuxing Crocodile said that Lin Tian had destroyed the Li family, it seemed like Lin Tian didn't use much effort when he destroyed the Li family. It was as if he could wipe them out with a wave of his hand. At this time it was definitely a rare opportunity for such a powerful Lin Tian to protect him and refine the 9-leaf Dao manifestation flower. He didn't hesitate and directly took out a treasure flower. This treasure flower had 9 petals, and each petal had strange patterns that intertwined like blood vessels. It emitted an extremely rich fragrance. That's right. This is indeed the 9-leaf Dao manifestation flower. The Wuxing Crocodile said casually. An old monster like him had seen many things and naturally recognized something like the 9-leaf Dao manifestation flower. To him, who had refined the connate source of Dao, he naturally didn't care much about a 9-leaf Dao manifestation flower now. It was like an emperor-level expert seeing a sacred weapon. He wouldn't feel the slightest bit of emotion. Seeing his casual attitude, the Wuji Peak Master and the Wuji Sect Master couldn't remain calm. From the Wuxing Crocodile's gaze, they felt that the Wuxing Crocodile seemed to treat the 9-leaf Dao manifestation flower as a weed by the roadside. Could it be a Great Virtue Realm demon venerable? The Wuji Sect Master suddenly thought of something. The Wuji Peak Master was also moved. He looked at the Wuxing Crocodile and had the same thought as the Wuji Sect Master. Lin Tian naturally understood what the two of them were thinking, but he didn't say anything. "Senior, let's begin." He looked at the Wuji Sect Master and said. The Wuji Sect Master immediately came back to his senses. After thanking him again, he sat down cross-legged on the spot and activated the Wuji Sect's legacy cultivation method to refine the 9-leaf Dao manifestation flower. In an instant, the 9-leaf Dao manifestation flower shattered under his powerful divine force, and it transformed into strands of pure mist that swiftly entered his body, causing his aura to instantly rise greatly. Lin Tian looked at the Wuji Sect Master and made a move at the right time. He swept out a large patch of golden light that enveloped the Wuji Sect Master. The golden light contained his great Dao precepts. It helped the Wuji sect master better organize his divine power and comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Boom! At that moment, a powerful force rushed out of the Wuji sect master's body and caused a small hurricane to form. The next moment, the Wuji sect master opened his eyes and quickly stood up. He stared at his hands with unconcealable excitement in his eyes. He turned around and bowed seriously to Lin Tian. Thank you. After refining the 9-leaf Tao manifestation flower, he had stepped into the great Tao realm from the 9th heaven of immortal ascension. During this process, he could clearly feel Lin Tian's divine power and Tao precepts entering his body and guiding him forward. It was precisely because of this that he could break through to the great Tao realm so quickly and smoothly. Moreover, his current great Tao realm cultivation base was very solid. It could be said that this was a great favor. You're welcome. Lin Tiantan smiled and gestured to the Wuji sect master not to worry. To him, this was just a small matter. At this moment, the Wuji Peak's master naturally sensed the changes in the Wuji sect master. He knew that the Wuji sect master had stepped into the great Tao realm. He was extremely agitated and thanked Lin Tian repeatedly. Now that the Wuji sect master had stepped into the great Tao realm, Wuji Gate had a great Tao realm expert. This meant a lot to the Wuji Gate. Alright, we've saved him and broken through the great Tao. It's time to go. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded and said to Shui Yi and Bai Qiu. Then, he looked at the Wuji sect master and the Wuji Peak master. Seniors, let's go out now. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked at the front, heading back the way he came. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed and he stopped in his tracks. He tilted his head slightly and looked deeper into the valley. A bright light flashed in his eyes. Lin Tian looked into the depths of the valley, his eyes shining brightly. At this time, he felt a very shocking fluctuation of spirit qi in the depths of the valley. It gathered and did not dissipate. Let's go into the depths, he said. What are we going to do? Whooshing Crocodile asked. Dig for treasures. Lin Tian said casually. He did not say anything else, nor did he deliberately avoid the Limitless Sect Master and Peak Master. He called Shui Yi, Bai Qiu, and the others and walked straight into the depths of the valley. The Limitless Sect Master and Peak Master looked at each other. They did not hesitate and followed him. This valley occupied a very large area, and the earth vein fog covered the entire valley. The deeper they went, the thicker the fog became, and the more it interfered with their divine sense and vision. Lin Tian walked at the front. As the dragon vein pattern under his feet spread, the fog dispersed wherever he went. Roar! A roar came from the front, and a green-eyed monster rushed out, pouncing over. This was a beast with red fur all over its body. Its teeth were as sharp as saws, and there was a fierce look in its eyes. Lin Tian did not change his pace. The dragon vein pattern vibrated and released a dense divine light, killing this monster in an instant. This was just a small interlude, and it was not a big deal. The group continued to follow Lin Tian into the depths of the valley. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes passed. A pile of crimson stones appeared in front of him. The stones were very messy, but there were many spirit herbs and precious medicines growing around it. The youngest was 500 years old, and there were even immortal medicines that were more than 1,000 years old. They were treasures even for immortal experts. It's not simple down there. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up. To be able to make so many spirit herbs and precious medicines grow on the ground, this place was definitely an extraordinary spiritual land. In other words, the spiritual power underground was very strong. Lin Tian nodded. He raised his hand and grabbed all the spirit herbs and precious medicines around the pile of stones. There were dozens of them. There were spirit herbs for tempering one's body, immortal medicines for nurturing one's divine sense, and immortal medicines for increasing one's blood qi. They were all very valuable. He put these things away and looked underground. He didn't do anything else and just stood there quietly. Then, dense dragon patterns spread out from the soles of his feet and quickly disappeared into the underground world. A moment later, a faint light appeared in his eyes. What did you find? Whooshing Crocodile asked. Spirit vein, immortal vein, Lingjing, immortal Lingjing. Lin Tiandao. He sank into the ground with the dragon patterns. In the underground world that was about 1,000 feet deep, he saw dozens of intertwined spirit veins. There were even 11 flawless immortal veins inside. At the same time, there were many Lingjing and immortal Lingjing near the spirit veins and immortal veins. Spirit veins, immortal veins, Lingjing, immortal Lingjing, all of them. As powerful cultivators, they clearly knew about these 4 things. When they heard Lin Tian say that there were such things underground, they couldn't help but be surprised. Dig. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tianwei nodded slightly and asked everyone to back away. Then, the dragon patterns that spread out from the soles of his feet became stronger. Buzz, the dragon patterns turned into light and quickly disappeared into the ground, completely enveloping the space within 100 feet, causing the light to become hazy. In the next moment, Lin Tian raised his hand and displayed a towering heaven sword aura. At the same time, he used the dragon technique to cause the ground to crack open. Suddenly, an extremely powerful spirit chi surged out. It was shockingly dense. Through the big crack that Lin Tian created, the group looked into the distance. At this time, even with the naked eye, they could see 11 immortal veins and dozens of spirit veins underground. At the same time, there were also a lot of Lingjing and immortal Lingjing. Not to mention the spirit veins and immortal veins, the combined amount of Lingjing and immortal Lingjing here is about 1 million kilograms of ordinary Lingjing. Wuxing Crocodile said. That's about right. Bai Qiu nodded. Shui Yi stood at the side and was not surprised. She had seen many immortal veins in the Emergence Dao sect, and she had seen many Lingjing as well. However, the Wuji sect master and the Wuji peak master were a little shocked. They had never seen so many immortal veins and Lingjing. It's not a small harvest, Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded and smiled faintly. The immortal veins, Lingjing, and immortal Lingjing here were not very useful to him now. However, he wanted to return to the first level of heaven, where the Burning Sun sect and the Valley of the Harp were. One was the sect where his master was, and the other was where Lin Shi, Ji Yu, and Su Shu cultivated. They were all equally important. These things could be brought back as the foundation of the 2 sections. He circulated the dragon burial scripture even faster. Dragon marks intertwined and turned into a net of light that enveloped the 11 immortal veins. Then, he used the dragon technique again and directly compressed the 11 immortal veins into 11 small dragons that were about an inch long. He grabbed them. The Wuji sect master and the Wuji peak master were shocked. The 11 immortal veins were actually refined into 11-inch-long dragons so easily. This method shocked them once again. Lin Tian wrapped the 11 immortal veins that had turned into small dragons with dragon patterns and put them away. Then, he made another move. The dragon patterns transformed into a huge hand and grabbed the Lingjing and immortal Lingjing from the ground. After a slight calculation, it was worth about 1 million caddies of Lingjing. Not bad. He muttered to himself. Then, he took out about 50,000 caddies of Lingjing and handed it to the Wuji sect master. Senior, please accept it. 50,000 caddies of Lingjing was not much, but to a sect like the Wuji sect, it was definitely a great treasure. The Wuji sect master was shocked at first. Then, he shook his head. I can't accept it. His expression was very determined. Lin Tian came here to save him and the Wuji peak master and guided him into the great Dao realm. It was already a great favor. Now, how could he accept other treasures? Seeing that the Wuji sect master refused firmly, Lin Tian did not say anything more. He put away all the Lingjing and immortal Lingjing. For a time, the spiritual energy here became much weaker. Let's go. We can really leave now, he said. Then, the group went back along the path they came from. Soon, they were very far away. At this time, a buzzing sound suddenly sounded in this space. Strong wind swept up, and there was even the sound of killing. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were charging. At the same time, it was difficult to distinguish the direction, and at the same time, it made one's heart palpitate. This place is a little strange. It's easy to enter, but it's very difficult to leave. we can't walk out. Moreover, from time to time, there will be strange killing lights rushing up from the ground. It's impossible to guard against. The Wuji Peak Master said. He had been here for several days, and he had seen many cultivators who had entered trying to rush out. Unfortunately, none of them succeeded. Some cultivators were even struck to death by the strange killing lights from time to time. It's fine. Lin Tiandao. Living in this space, the buzzing and strong winds in the space were caused by the maze void layout. It was nothing to him. The dragon patterns under his feet spread, and in the blink of an eye, the buzzing and strong winds were dispersed. Even though the Wuji Peak Master had seen Lin Tian's various miraculous techniques before, he still could not help but be shocked when he saw this scene. On the other hand, the Wuji Sect Master beside him was much better. Now that he had stepped into the Great Dao realm, he could already move freely in this place without being affected. Let's go. Lin Tiandao. He led the way in front, dispelling the fog along the way. Soon, he walked out of the valley. Someone came out. There were many cultivators outside the valley. When they saw someone walk out of the valley, they immediately revealed strange expressions. Over the past few days, many people had entered the valley. However, after so many days, this was the first time someone had walked out alive. However, when these people saw who walked out, they could not help but be shocked. Because among them, the person walking at the front was Lin Tian, who had entered the valley not long ago. The many cultivators who entered the valley before did not walk out after so many days. They were all trapped inside. However, not long after he entered, he actually walked out intact. The Bai family's Mingzhu and the others who went in with him are all safe and sound. Also, that's the Master of Wuji Gate and the Wuji Peak Master of Wuji Gate. The cultivators were all shocked. When the cultivators of the 9 great sects saw the Wuji sect master walk out with Lin Tian, they all anxiously looked toward the edge of the valley, hoping to see the master of their sect appear. However, in the end, they were all disappointed. They did not even see the shadow of the master of their sect. Some of the disciples and successors of Wuji Gate were pleasantly surprised. They all went up to greet them. Sect Master, Peak Master. These disciples of Wuji Gate bowed to the Wuji Sect Master and the Wuji Peak Master. At the same time, they also looked at Lin Tian carefully. They all looked very respectful. The Limitless Sect's sect leader nodded at the group of disciples. Then, he looked at Lin Tian and sincerely thanked him again. This time, we've really troubled you. Otherwise. He glanced at the disciples of the 9 great sects and didn't continue speaking. This made the cultivators here shocked again. The Wuji sect master walked out at this time, but he actually thanked Lin Tiandao with a very solemn expression. How did he help the Wuji sect master? The Wuji sect master has been trapped here for a few days. After he entered the valley, he came out with the Wuji sect master. Could it be, he heard the news that the Wuji sect master was trapped and specially came to help the Wuji sect master? Some of the cultivators looked at Lin Tian in shock. Some of them could not help but whisper to each other. Back then, wasn't he forced to leave Wuji Gate? Why would he risk his life for the Wuji sect master and the Wuji Peak Master? Some people whispered softly. Lin Tian heard these people's discussion, but he did not care. He said to the Wuji sect master, "Senior, you're welcome." Then, he said again, "Then, we'll take our leave now. We have to go somewhere else." The Wuji sect master originally wanted to invite Lin Tian to Wuji Gate to rest as a guest. However, seeing that Lin Tian really had to go somewhere else and did not want to delay, the Wuji sect master did not say anything. After thanking Lin Tian again, he said goodbye to Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded and said, "Take care." Then, he rose into the air with Shui Yi, Bai Qiu, and the others. In the blink of an eye, they were far away. P.S. When I woke up this morning, my right thumb hurts. I can only use my left thumb to hit the spacebar. I'm not used to it. I woke up at 8 in the morning to write until now. I only finished this chapter. I'm going to the hospital for a checkup now. The second chapter will probably be very late. Everyone, please forgive me. Hearing the 5 elements crocodile's words, Lin Tian was speechless. This is wisdom. It has nothing to do with the art of controlling women, he said with a dark face. The Five Elements crocodile looked at him with a mocking expression. Yes, it's wisdom. A very powerful art of controlling women. Lin Tian's face became even darker. He wanted to beat it up right there and then. In the end, he could not be bothered with it and walked forward. Soon, he arrived at the small building in the southeast of the Zither Valley. The small building was simple and the air was fresh. He was very familiar with this place. He walked in with the Five Elements crocodile and the black flood dragon, found a room, and rested. The bright moon hung in the sky. The night passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, when the sun rose, Lin Tian walked out of the small building with the Five Elements crocodile and the black flood dragon. The Zither Valley was already much livelier. He immediately saw Lin Shi, Jiyu, and the other girls. At this time, although Shui Yi and Bai Qiu were still a bit nervous, they were much better than yesterday. The atmosphere between the girls was quite good and warm. He smiled. Seeing that the girls were talking about something, he did not disturb them. He felt that it was better to wait for them to get along. Immediately, he brought the Five Elements crocodile and the black flood dragon to other places, taking them around the valley. Just like that, another day passed quickly. The four girls' personalities were quite good. Together with Lin Shi's presence, the atmosphere was very harmonious. They were getting along very well. Lin Tian saw this. When he walked out, he called the girls in front of him. Little Shi, Little Shu, come and cultivate. Break through to the celestial connecting level, he said with a smile. Now, Jiyu had already entered the celestial connecting level. Su Shu and Lin Shi were still a bit behind. The former was at the 9th tier of the airborne realm, while the latter was at the 6th tier. He decided to use spirit crystals to let Lin Shi and Su Shu cultivate and directly charge into the celestial connecting level. The celestial connecting level isn't that easy. I've been stuck at the 9th tier of the airborne realm for a long time. Su Shu muttered. Lin Shi also said, that's right, brother. I've only cultivated to the 6th tier of the airborne realm. I'm still far from the celestial connecting level. It's okay. I have a way. Lin Tian smiled. He found a quiet place in the Zither Valley and directly took out 40,000 kilograms of spirit crystals and piled them on the ground. In an instant, dense spirit energy interweaved, turning the space into a small spiritual domain. The density of the spirit energy was astonishing. This caused Jiyu, Su Shu, and Lin Shi to be shocked. It was the first time they had felt such dense spirit energy. This is a spirit crystal. It's an amalgamation of pure spirit energy. It can be used to raise one's cultivation level, and it can also be used for other purposes. Bai Qiu explained softly. Su Shu and Lin Shi's eyes widened, feeling very surprised. I think I've seen descriptions of this in ancient books. However, I've never seen the real thing, Jiyu said. Lin Tian chuckled. Then, he let Su Shu and Lin Shi sit cross-legged in the pile of spirit crystals. Now, Jiyu was already at the 2nd tier of the immortal connecting realm. She didn't need spirit crystals to break through for now. After all, even if he had several times more spirit crystals, it wouldn't be enough for Jiyu to step into the great Tao realm. Relying on spirit crystals to raise Jiyu's cultivation level by 2 or 3 minor levels was meaningless. Go. Lin Tian said to Su Shu and Lin Shi. Su Shu and Lin Shi didn't hesitate. They hurriedly sat cross-legged in the pile of spirit crystals and began cultivating. Wang, in an instant, dense light enveloped the two of them, causing their auras to rise rapidly. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. More than 20 kilograms of spirit crystals had been used up. Boom! At this time, Su Shu's body emitted a powerful fluctuation, which created a shocking hurricane in the surroundings. She opened her eyes and stood up joyfully. At this time, she had advanced from the 9th heaven of soaring to the 1st heaven of immortal connecting realm. The spiritual ether in her body had also turned into divine power, making her look even more beautiful. Dong! It was also at this moment that the sky trembled. Thick clouds rolled over and covered the entire Zither Valley. In an instant, the disciples of the Zither Valley were shocked. This is? It looks like a heavenly tribulation? Who in our Zither Valley has broken through to the immortal connecting realm? Many disciples of the Zither Valley were shocked. Even the Zither Valley master, Yu Wushuang, was shocked. She looked at the jet-black lightning in the sky with a shocked expression. Dong, thunder rumbled and rolled. The oppressive aura intertwined in all directions. At this time, Su Shu's body was surrounded by electric arcs. She looked at the heavenly tribulation in the sky and trembled slightly. She had seen Ji Yu and Yu Wushuang's heavenly tribulation before. It was extremely terrifying. Su Shu, go outside the Zither Valley to undergo the heavenly tribulation, Lin Tian said. He then looked at Bai Qiu and said, you go and protect her. Heavenly tribulation was synonymous with destruction. It did not care about people's feelings. If an accident happened, the consequences would be unbearable. Yes. All right. Su Shu and Bai Qiu nodded at the same time. Su Shu flew into the air and was at the very front. She soon arrived at an old forest outside the Zither Valley. Bai Qiu arrived at the same time and stood in the air at the edge of the old forest. He was ready to lend a hand if Su Shu was in danger. Dong, immediately, thunder rumbled and the heavenly tribulation struck. Su Shu did not dare to be careless and quickly blocked it with all her might. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of the Zither Valley disciples, and they were all surprised. It's little junior sister Su. This little junior sister Su has entered the immortal connecting realm too. Amazing. The disciples of the Zither Valley were shocked. Yu Wushuang saw the scene too and could not help but be shocked. Then, she suddenly noticed the direction where Lin Tian and the others were. She was shocked when she saw Lin Shi appear in a pile of treasured crystals that were filled with spiritual energy. She paused and gradually recognized the spiritual crystals beside Lin Shi. The shock on her face became even more intense. Just like Ji Yu, she had only seen the description of such precious items in ancient books. She had never seen the real thing before, so she was naturally shocked when she saw it now. The next moment, her gaze landed on Lin Tian. Naturally, she knew that Lin Tian had brought them back. This little guy, she did not know what to say as she stared at Lin Tian. In the distance, Lin Tian noticed Yu Wushuang, but he did not pay attention to her for now. His gaze landed on Lin Shi. He was not worried about Su Shu's tribulation outside the Zither Valley at all, because Bai Qiu could definitely protect Su Shu from harm. After all, Bai Qiu was already at the fourth heaven of the Great Tao. He could crush the great immortal connecting realm with just a lift of his hand. Ji Yu, on the other hand, looked outside the Zither Valley worriedly. She knew how terrifying such a tribulation was, as she had experienced it herself. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. Lin Tian smiled. As he spoke, his gaze landed on Lin Shi again. At this moment, light intertwined around Lin Shi's body. His aura was rising bit by bit, and he had already entered the 8th heaven of airborne flight. Just like that, 15 minutes passed quickly. Dong, outside the Zither Valley, the last heaven's tribulation descended. Su Shu had relied on herself to pass the heaven's tribulation perfectly, and had truly reached the illuminating immortal realm. The disciples of the Zither Valley witnessed this scene. For a moment, they were both envious and happy. Our Zither Valley now has 3 illuminating immortals. Someone said excitedly. Su Shu had passed the heaven's tribulation and was bathed in the 7-colored auspicious clouds. Then, she returned to Lin Tian and the rest with Bai Qiu. Sit here and use the spiritual crystals here to consolidate your realm. Lin Tian smiled. Su Shu nodded, unable to hide her excitement. However, she quickly sat down with her legs crossed. After taking a look at Lin Shi, she closed her eyes and activated her mental cultivation method, using the spiritual crystals here to consolidate her cultivation. Lin Tian nodded in his heart and took a look at her. Then, his gaze landed on Lin Shi. Inside Lin Shi's body, there were spots of light. Both his aura and cultivation were rising. Just like that, 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye. After 6 hours, a strong aura rushed out of Lin Shi's body. Just like Su Shu, he had entered the illuminating immortal realm. Dong, immediately, the heaven's tribulation descended. Dark clouds rolled over and an oppressive aura quickly intertwined in every corner of the Zither Valley. This caused the disciples of the Zither Valley to be shocked again. Someone broke through to the illuminating immortal realm again? Is it one of the elders? Many girls stared with their eyes wide open. It had not been long since the last heaven's tribulation, and someone actually triggered it again. At this moment, Lin Shi's body was shrouded in light. Electric arcs intertwined and crackled. Xiaoxi, go outside. Big brother will accompany you. Lin Tian smiled. He wanted to personally protect Lin Shi during the heaven's tribulation. Lin Shi was naturally happy. He nodded seriously and flew out of the Zither Valley. This shocked the disciples of the Zither Valley quite a bit. They did not expect that the person who triggered the Great Immortal Ascension Tribulation at this time would be Lin Shi. One had to know that when they saw Lin Shi the day before, he was only at the ascending sky tier 6. How could he have broken through so quickly? However, in the next moment, when they saw Lin Tian who was not far behind Lin Shi, they immediately understood. It was senior brother Lin Tian who helped me break through. A female disciple said. Senior brother Lin Tian actually helped Lin Shi cross from the ascending sky tier 6 to the immortal ascension realm in such a short period of time. So amazing. He's like a god. Exactly. Junior sister Su Shu's breakthrough to the immortal ascension realm was probably also thanks to senior brother Lin Tian's help. Senior brother Lin Tian is too powerful. Yeah. Inside the Zither Valley, many female disciples looked at Lin Tian with shock and admiration. At this time, Lin Shi had already arrived at the old forest outside the Zither Valley. Dong. In an instant, thunder rumbled in the sky, and the heaven's tribulation pressed down. This heaven's tribulation lasted for half an hour. Then, like Su Shu, Lin Shi passed the immortal ascension tribulation on his own. Not bad. Lin Tian praised. He brought Lin Shi back to Jiyu and the rest. Lin Shi was also very happy. After all, he had entered the immortal ascension realm. After that, he asked Lin Shi to sit down and use the spiritual crystals to stabilize his cultivation. After another hour, Lin Shi stood up. His cultivation of the first tier of the immortal ascension realm was completely stabilized, and there were still some spiritual crystals left of the 40,000 kilograms. In an instant, Lin Shi was clearly happier. Su Shu was also slightly excited. Jiyu and the rest were happy for them. Lin Tian smiled and looked at Jiyu, Su Shu, and Lin Shi. Alright, now, I will teach you the cultivation method after the immortal ascension realm. As he spoke, the space between his brows flickered. Each of them sent a ray of divine consciousness into Jiyu, Su Shu, and Lin Shi's sea of consciousness. At the same time, he also sent a ray of divine consciousness into Shuiya's sea of consciousness. This is the medicine encyclopedia. It's the flawless ancient scripture of one of the 9 celestial venerables, the master apothecary. I have looked through it in detail before, and it is very suitable for your cultivation. Jiyu and the rest's cultivation method could only be cultivated to the peak of the levitation realm. After entering the immortal ascension realm, they would need a more suitable cultivation method. Although Shuiya's cultivation method was not bad, it could not be compared to a celestial venerable's cultivation method. Hence, he naturally taught it to them. As for Bai Qiu, she had previously obtained the complete ancient Taiyin scripture. It was also an extremely powerful celestial venerable's cultivation method. She did not need any other cultivation method. Most importantly, the ancient Taiyin scripture was perfectly compatible with her origin. It could maximize her potential. It had already been a long time since Lin Tian left the first heaven, several years had passed. Now, Lin Shi had grown up, she had also grown taller. From the tender little girl of several years ago, she had become a slender and elegant young lady, her face like jade. Lin Tian looked at Lin Shi and suddenly became happy. He couldn't help laughing. She's grown up. Our little Shi has grown up into a beautiful girl. For so many years, he has been fighting in the upper heavens, but he has never been as happy as he is now. For him, Lin Shi is simply his heart and soul. Even now, he can still remember the scene when he first came to this world, when the 8-year-old little Lin Shi carried a stool to the stove and cooked for him. He can also remember the scene of little Lin Shi washing clothes for him. Those scenes seem to be right in front of him. Big brother almost didn't recognize you. Lin Tian looked at Lin Shi with a smile, wiped the tears from the corners of Lin Shi's eyes, and tidied up Lin Shi's somewhat messy hair. Compared to a few years ago, Lin Shi's changes were indeed extremely great. If it wasn't for him teaching Lin Shi the 4 extreme scripture back then, if it wasn't for Lin Shi immediately calling out Big Bro when he threw himself over, it would have taken him quite a while before he could recognize him. I've grown up. Lin Shi smiled sweetly and sniffled. You've grown up. Lin Tian nodded and said with a little embarrassment, Big Brother hasn't been by your side all these years. I didn't grow up with you. It's really a dereliction of duty. Regarding Lin Shi, he really felt guilty. He felt that he didn't fulfill his responsibility as an elder brother. It's not like that. Lin Shi shook her head and said seriously, little she knows. Big Brother wants to become stronger so that he can better protect little she and the 2 sisters in the future. Big Brother has been cultivating alone outside, and it's even harder than us. The doting look in Lin Tian's eyes deepened. Lin Shi had grown up, but she was still as sweet and well-behaved as before. There were many disciples of the Valley of the Harp surrounding them, but none of them spoke up to disturb the siblings. Shui Yi and Bai Qiu stood behind Lin Tian, their eyes on Lin Shi. Sister? Xiaoxi? Bai Qiu had long known that Lin Tian had a younger sister. Previously, when they were in the Bai family, Lin Tian had also mentioned it, so the 2 of them were very clear about Lin Tian's younger sister. At this moment, the 2 of them stared at Lin Shi very carefully. At this time, Lin Shi seemed to have noticed Shui Yi and Bai Qiu. She raised her head to look at Shui Yi and Bai Qiu, and was slightly moved. So beautiful. Then, in the next moment, she saw that Shui Yi and Bai Qiu were vaguely hiding behind Lin Tian. Her eyes flickered, and she thought of something. She looked at Lin Tian and asked softly, Big Brother, they are. At this moment, there was the sound of something breaking through the air. 2 delicate figures rushed over. It was Jiyu and Sushu. Lin Tian. The 2 of them rushed forward together, both wearing joyful expressions. After not seeing each other for so many years, they naturally missed Lin Tian very much. Little you, little Shu. Lin Tian smiled at the 2 girls. He looked at the 2 girls. They were just like before. Jiyu was gentle and quiet, and Sushu was lively and otherworldly. These 2 girls were also his concern in this realm. Now that they met again, he was naturally very happy. A few years have passed. I miss you very much, he said. The 2 girls stood in front of him. Time had not left any traces on them. On the contrary, perhaps because their cultivation had increased, the 2 girls looked even more beautiful. They were very moving. You used to be like a block of wood. Now you're getting better at talking. Jiyu covered her mouth and laughed. Sushu also laughed. Hearing Lin Tian's words, they were very happy. It's okay, it's okay. Lin Tian chuckled. He was a little embarrassed. Behind him, Shui Yi and Bai Qiu's gazes were already completely fixed on Jiyu and Sushu. They were really nervous. Their gazes were fixed on Jiyu and Sushu. Jiyu noticed the 2 girls' gazes. She looked up and was instantly stunned. Her first impression was the same as Lin Shi's. She felt that Shui Yi and Bai Qiu were very beautiful. Then, she met the 2 girls' gazes. In an instant, she saw many things. You brought them back? She asked Lin Tian. At the same time, Sushu also noticed Bai Qiu and Shui Yi. Her gaze also moved. Then, she also looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian was even more embarrassed, but he quickly calmed down. He turned to look at Shui Yi and Bai Qiu behind him. He introduced Jiyu and Sushu to the 2 girls softly. Then, he introduced Bai Qiu and Shui Yi to Jiyu and Sushu. He had already told Bai Qiu and Shui Yi about Jiyu and Sushu's existence. The 2 girls knew very well. As for Jiyu and Sushu, he did not tell them about his current relationship with Bai Qiu and Shui Yi. This was because he knew that when Jiyu asked him if he had brought Bai Qiu and Shui Yi back, she already knew a lot. And Sushu obviously knew too. In an instant, Jiyu and Sushu both looked at Bai Qiu and Shui Yi. Hello. Hello. Shui Yi and Bai Qiu's voices were the same. They slightly hid behind Lin Tian and carefully looked at Jiyu and Sushu. Hello. Hello. Jiyu and Sushu also spoke. In an instant, the four beautiful girls looked at each other with different expressions. After a while, it was Jiyu who broke the silence. After glancing at Lin Tianyi, she looked at Shuiyi and Baiqiu and smiled. Welcome. She had a gentle smile on her face. She was very quiet and gave people a very friendly feeling. Welcome. Sushu also spoke. Lin Qi looked at Lin Tianyi, then jumped to Shuiyi and Baiqiu's side. She each held one of their hands and smiled very sweetly. Sister Shui, Sister Qiu, I am Brother Lin Tian's younger sister, Lin Qi. Welcome to our big family. She pulled Shuiyi and Baiqiu to Jiyu and Sushu's side like a cute little fairy. In an instant, Baiqiu and Shuiyi's nervousness disappeared a lot. They quickly took out their gifts and gave them to Lin Qi, Jiyu, and Sushu. They had prepared the gifts a long time ago. Of the two of them, one was the beloved daughter of the ancient Bai family in the second heaven, while the other was the disciple of the feathered transformation Dao Gate in the third heaven. Naturally, the gifts they prepared were extraordinary. Even ordinary half-step great Dao powerhouses would be envious when they saw them. Thank you, sisters. Lin Qi didn't hesitate at all. She happily put away the gifts, smiled sweetly, and thanked Baiqiu and Shuiyi. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a strange light. Beside him, Wuxing Crocodile and He Jiao's eyes also lit up. Wuxing Crocodile looked at Lin Tian and clicked his tongue. I didn't expect such a fierce little brat like you to have such a sweet, clever, and intelligent little sister. She understands that you haven't been by her side for so many years, so she can see your relationship with Baiqiu and Shuiyu at a glance. She took the initiative to take the two girls to your side and accepted their expensive gifts without hesitation. She can tell that they are nervous and restrained. She wants to use these gifts to make them relax. It didn't say it directly, but it used its voice to transmit its voice. Only Lin Tian and He Jiao could hear it. Lin Tianyi smiled. He naturally understood. Looking at Lin Qi, the love in his eyes became even stronger. Lin Tian. A voice sounded. The Valley of the Harp's Lord, Yu Wushuang, walked out. Senior. Lin Tian went up and bowed. Yu Wushuang had helped him before. At the same time, she was Jiyu and Sushu's master. He naturally had to respect her. Yu Wushuang sized up Lin Tian. After a while, her eyes focused. She shook her head and sighed. I haven't seen you for so many years. I can't see through you anymore. You've already passed the early stage of the immortal ascension stage, right? You're just like your master, a monster. She reached the immortal ascension stage half a year ago. Now, she was at the first level of the immortal ascension stage. She was much stronger than before. But just now, when she scanned Lin Tian with her divine sense, she found that Lin Tian was like air. He was clearly standing in front of her, but she couldn't feel anything. There was only one explanation for this. Lin Tian's current cultivation had far surpassed the first level of the immortal ascension stage. What? He's already past the early stage of the immortal ascension stage? So powerful? But that's normal. Our junior sister Ji has reached the second level of the immortal ascension stage. Senior brother Lin shouldn't be weaker than her. That seems to make sense. I estimate that senior brother Lin Tian has reached the fifth level of the immortal ascension stage. I guessed so too. The fifth level of the immortal ascension stage, so powerful. I can't reach that height in my lifetime. I'm so envious. At this place, the disciples of the Valley of the Harp whispered. They all looked at Lin Tian with reverence. Wuxing Crocodile heard these voices and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Lin Tian, the fifth level of the immortal ascension stage? Lin Tian naturally heard these voices, but he didn't care. He smiled at Yu Wushuang and said modestly, Senior, you flatter me. I still have a long way to go. Alright, don't be modest. Yu Wushuang said. She glanced at Shuiyi and Baiqiu on the other side, then looked at Lin Tian with some ridicule. Not bad, young man. She had lived for more than 100 years. How could she not see the relationship between Shui Yi and Bai Qiu and Lin Tian? Lin Tian instantly felt awkward again. He didn't know what to say for a moment. Yu Wushuang didn't say anything else. She immediately gave the order to prepare a feast. On this day, the Valley of the Harp was very lively. Lin Tian returned after many years. The Valley of the Harp welcomed him. It didn't quiet down until midnight. At midnight, Lin Tian left Shui Yi and Bai Qiu alone to Jiyu and Sushu. At the same time, he asked Lin Shi to accompany them. He brought Wuxing Crocodile and He Jiao to the southeast of the Valley of the Harp. He once stayed in the Valley of the Harp for a year. He lived in a small building in the southeast. That place wouldn't disturb the female disciples of the Valley of the Harp. The full moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling silver light all over the sky. He walked on the road to the small building with a faint smile on his face. Brat Lin, Lord Crocodile found that you know how to tame women, Wuxing Crocodile said at this time, looking at Lin Tian and clicking his tongue. You must be a big pervert in your previous life. Hearing Wuxing Crocodile's words, Lin Tian was speechless. This is wisdom. It has nothing to do with the way of controlling women, he said with a dark face. Wuxing Crocodile looked at him from the corner of his eyes, a mocking expression on its face. Yes, it's wisdom. Very powerful wisdom in controlling women. Lin Tian's face darkened even more, and he wanted to beat it up on the spot. In the end, he couldn't be bothered with this guy and walked straight ahead. Soon, he arrived at the small building in the southeast of the Valley of the Harp. The small building was simple and plain, and the air was fresh. He was very familiar with this place. He walked in with Wuxing Crocodile and the Black Dragon, then found a room to rest in. The bright moon hung in the sky. The night passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, when the sun rose, Lin Tian walked out of the small building with Wuxing Crocodile and the Black Dragon. The Valley of the Harp was already much more lively. He saw Lin Shi and Jiyu at a glance. At this time, although Shui Yi and Bai Qiu were still a little nervous, they were much better than yesterday. The atmosphere between the girls was quite good. It was very gentle. He smiled. Seeing that the girls were talking about something, he didn't disturb them. He felt that it was better to wait for them to spend more time together. At that moment, he brought Wuxing Crocodile and the Black Dragon to other places and took them around the valley. Just like that, another day passed quickly. The four girls had good personalities. With Lin Shi around, the atmosphere was very harmonious. They were getting along very well now. Lin Tian saw this. After walking out on this day, he called the girls in front of him. Xiaoxi, Xiaoshu, come and cultivate. Break through to the immortal realm. He smiled and said. Now, Jiyu had already reached the immortal realm. Sushu and Lin Shi were still a little behind. The former was at Zephyr Realm level 9, and the latter was at Zephyr Realm level 6. He decided to use Lingjing to let Lin Shi and Sushu cultivate and directly rush into the immortal connecting realm. It's not that easy to reach the connecting immortal realm. I've been stuck at the Zephyr 9th heaven for a long time. Sushu muttered. Lin Shi chimed in, that's right, big brother. I've only cultivated to the 6th level of the Zephyr realm. I'm still far from reaching the immortal connecting realm. Don't worry, I have a way. Lin Tian smiled. He found a quiet place in the Valley of the Harp, and directly took out 80,000 kilograms of Lingjing and piled them on the ground. For a time, rich spirit qi intertwined, causing this space to seem like a small spirit domain. The density of the spirit qi was astonishing. This caused Jiyu, Sushu, and Lin Shi to be shocked. This was the first time they had felt such dense spiritual energy. This is Lingjing, an amalgamation of pure spiritual energy. It can be used to increase one's cultivation level directly, but it can also be used for other purposes. Bai Qiu explained in a low voice. Sushu and Lin Shi both widened their eyes in surprise. I think I've seen descriptions of this in ancient books before, but I've never seen the real thing. Jiyu said. Lin Tian chuckled. Then, he asked Sushu and Lin Shi to sit cross-legged on the pile of Lingjing. Now, Jiyu was already at the 2nd level of the connecting immortal realm. For the time being, he didn't need the Lingjing to break through. After all, even if he had several times more Lingjing, it wouldn't be enough for Jiyu to enter the Great Virtue Realm. Now, relying on the Lingjing to help Jiyu break through 2 or 3 small levels didn't make much sense. Go. Lin Tian said to Sushu and Lin Shi. Sushu and Lin Shi didn't hesitate. They quickly sat cross-legged on the pile of Lingjing and began to cultivate. For a moment, a rich light enveloped the two of them, causing their auras to rise rapidly. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. The 80,000 kilograms of Lingjing had consumed more than 20,000 kilograms. Boom! At this moment, a powerful wave of energy rippled out from Sushu's body, creating a shocking hurricane around her. She opened her eyes and stood up happily. At this moment, she had entered the first level of the Connecting Immortal Realm from the 9th heaven of the Connecting Immortal Realm. The vital essence in her body had also turned into divine power, making her look even more beautiful. Boom! It was also at this time that the sky trembled, and thick clouds rolled in, shrouding the entire Guqin Serene Valley. For a moment, all the disciples in the Valley of the Harp were shocked. This is? It looks like a heavenly tribulation? Who in our Valley of the Harp has broken through to the Connecting Immortal Realm? Many of the disciples in the Valley of the Harp were shocked. Even the Lord of the Valley of the Harp, Yu Wushuang, was shocked. She looked at the black lightning in the sky with a shocked expression. Boom! The thunder rumbled and rolled, and the oppressive aura intertwined in all directions. At this moment, strands of electric arcs intertwined around Sushu's body. She stared at the heavenly tribulation in the sky and trembled slightly. Previously, she had seen Jiyu and Yu Wushuang's heavenly tribulation, and it was very terrifying. Sushu, go to the Valley of the Harp and undergo the heavenly tribulation, Lin Tian said. Then, he looked at Bai Qiu and said, you go and protect her. The heavenly tribulation was synonymous with destruction. It didn't care about feelings. If an accident happened, it would be unbearable. Okay. Sushu and Bai Qiu nodded at the same time. Sushu flew into the sky and walked at the front. Soon, they arrived in an old forest outside the Valley of the Harp. Bai Qiu arrived at the same time. He stood in the void at the edge of the old forest. If Sushu was in danger, he would help at any time. Boom! Suddenly, thunder rumbled and the heavenly tribulation struck. Sushu didn't dare to be careless. She quickly blocked it with all her strength. The disciples in the Valley of the Harp saw this scene. They were all shocked. It's junior sister Su. This? Junior sister Su has also broken through to the Connecting Immortal Realm. Amazing. The disciples in the Valley of the Harp were shocked. Yu Wushuang saw this scene too. She couldn't help but be shocked. Then, she suddenly noticed Lin Tian and the others. She saw Lin Shi appear in a pile of precious crystals filled with spiritual energy. She was shocked again. She paused. Gradually, she recognized that the person beside Lin Shi was Ling Jing. The shock on her face deepened. Like Jiyu, she had only seen descriptions of such treasures in ancient books. She had never seen the real thing. Naturally, she was shocked to see it now. In the next moment, her gaze fell on Lin Tian. She knew that Lin Tian had brought it back. This little guy, he's really... She stared at Lin Tian. She didn't know what to say. In the distance, Lin Tian noticed Yu Wushuang. However, he didn't pay her any attention. His gaze fell on Lin Shi. As for Sushu's tribulation outside the Valley of the Harp, he wasn't worried at all. That was because Bai Qiu was there. He could definitely protect Sushu. After all, Bai Qiu was now at the 4th firmament of the Great Tao. He could crush the Immortal Ascension tribulation with a wave of his hand. However, Jiyu looked out of the Valley of the Harp worriedly. She knew how terrifying such a tribulation was. She had experienced it herself. Don't worry. There won't be any problems. Lin Tian smiled. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Lin Shi again. At this moment, light intertwined around Lin Shi's body. Her aura was rising bit by bit. She had already reached the 8th firmament of the Zephyr realm. Just like that, 15 minutes passed very quickly. Boom! Outside the Valley of the Harp, the last tribulation fell. Sushu had perfectly passed the tribulation by herself. She had truly reached the immortal ascension realm. The disciples in the Valley of the Harp witnessed this scene. For a moment, they were both envious and happy. Our Valley of the Harp now has 3 immortal ascension experts, someone said excitedly. Sushu passed the tribulation and bathed in the colorful light of the auspicious clouds. Then, she returned to Lin Tian and the others with Bai Qiu. Sit down here. Use the Lingjing here too. Consolidate your cultivation. Lin Tian said with a smile. Sushu nodded. She couldn't hide her excitement. However, she quickly sat down cross-legged. After glancing at Lin Shi, she closed her eyes and began to practice her mental cultivation method. She used the Lingjing here to consolidate her cultivation. Lin Tian nodded in his heart. He glanced at her, then his gaze fell on Lin Shi. Buzz. Lin Shi's body was filled with light spots. Her aura and cultivation were both rising. Just like that, 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye. 6 hours later, a powerful aura rushed out of Lin Shi's body. Just like Sushu, she had reached the immortal ascension realm. Boom! Suddenly, the tribulation descended. Dark clouds rolled over, and the oppressive aura quickly intertwined in every corner of the Valley of the Harp. This shocked the disciples of the Valley of the Harp again. Someone broke through to the immortal ascension realm again? Is it an elder? Many women widened their eyes. It hadn't been long since the last tribulation, and someone had triggered it again. At this moment, Lin Shi's body was shrouded in light. Electric arcs intertwined and crackled. Xiaoxi, go outside. I'll accompany you. Lin Tian said with a smile. He wanted to protect Lin Shi personally during her tribulation. Lin Shi was naturally happy. She nodded seriously and flew out of the Valley of the Harp. This shocked the disciples of the Valley of the Harp again. They didn't expect that the person who triggered the immortal ascension tribulation at this time would be Lin Shi. One had to know that when they saw Lin Shi the day before, she was only at Zephyr Stage 6. How could she break through so quickly? However, in the next moment, when they saw Lin Tian not far away from Lin Shi, they immediately understood. It's senior brother Lin Tian who helped her break through. A female disciple said. Senior brother Lin Tian actually helped Lin Shi break through to the immortal ascension realm from Zephyr Stage 6 in such a short time. So amazing. He's like a god. That's right. Junior sister Sushu broke through to the immortal ascension realm probably because of senior brother Lin Tian's help. Senior brother Lin Tian is too powerful. That's right. In the Valley of the Harp, many female disciples looked at Lin Tian with shock and admiration. At this time, Lin Shi had already arrived at the damaged old forest outside the Valley of the Harp. Boom! Immediately, thunder rumbled in the sky, and the heavenly tribulation instantly pressed down. This heavenly tribulation lasted for half an hour. Then, Lin Shi, like Sushu, survived the immortal ascension tribulation on her own. Not bad. Lin Tian praised. He brought Lin Shi back to Jiyu and the others. Lin Shi was also very happy. After all, she had entered the immortal ascension realm. After that, he asked Lin Shi to sit down cross-legged and let her stabilize her cultivation with Lingjing. After another hour, Lin Shi stood up. Her cultivation at the first stage of the immortal ascension realm was completely stabilized. There was still some of the 80,000 kilograms of Lingjing left. For a moment, Lin Shi seemed even happier. Sushu was also a little excited. Jiyu and the others were happy for them. Lin Tian smiled and looked at Jiyu, Sushu, and Lin Shi. He said, "Alright, now, I'll teach you the cultivation method after the immortal ascension realm." As soon as he finished speaking, a light flashed between his brows. He sent a ray of divine sense into Jiyu, Sushu, and Lin Shi Sea of Consciousness. At the same time, he also sent a ray of divine sense into Shuiya Sea of Consciousness. This is the medicine canon, the flawless ancient scripture of the Master Apothecary, one of the 9 celestial venerables. I've read it in detail before. It's very suitable for you to cultivate. Jiyu and the others' cultivation method could only be cultivated to the peak of the Zephyr realm. After entering the immortal ascension realm, they would need more suitable cultivation methods. Although Shuiye's cultivation method was not bad, it could not be compared to a celestial venerable level cultivation method. Thus, he naturally taught them both. As for Baiqiu, she had obtained the complete lunar ancient scripture before, and it was also a very powerful Empyrean level cultivation method. She did not need any other methods. Most importantly, the lunar ancient scripture was perfectly compatible with her source, so it could bring out her potential to the fullest. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Jiyu and the others were shocked. The complete ancient scripture of the master alchemist? Jiyu, Su Shu, and Lin Shi never entered the higher levels of the heaven domain, but despite this being the case, towards the 9 great heavenly sovereigns, they still knew everything clearly. These were the 9 most powerful individuals in the 10 directions heaven domain, able to suppress everything with a single hand. They never thought that Lin Tian would give them a complete ancient scripture of the heavenly master. It was simply a divine treasure. Shuiyi was naturally surprised, but the impression she gave others was that she was relatively quiet, but her eyes were flickering a little. Lin Tian chuckled and said, "You all take a look at it first." Jiyu and the others nodded and carefully read the ancient scripture in their consciousness. Soon, they discovered that this ancient scripture was extraordinary. Not only was it a complete cultivation technique for those who had reached the immortal realm, but it also contained powerful offensive secret techniques. It could be said to be extremely shocking, and it made their hearts tremble as they looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. "It's not bad, right?" Lin Tian smiled and said. The 4 girls nodded, and it was only after a long time that they regained their senses. After all, the complete ancient scripture of the heavenly master was too valuable. Big Brother is really amazing. He even has this kind of scripture. Lin Shi was very proud. Lin Tian rubbed Lin Shi's head lovingly, then stretched out his right hand. In a flash of light, 3 precious weapons appeared. They were a jade ruler, a short blade, and a blood sword. These are all divine weapons. Among them, the jade ruler was obtained from the great tomb of the great beast saint in the 5th heaven, the short blade was obtained from supplemental Daoyu in the 5th heaven, and the blood sword was obtained from the nirvana abyss in the desolate region of the 5th heaven. All of them are low-ranked divine weapons and are extremely powerful. As soon as the 3 precious weapons appeared, they immediately emitted a dazzling light, causing the entire valley of the harp to be shocked. Everyone was shocked. Yu Wushuang looked over. At the same time, several elders and Taishang elders from the Valley of the Harp also rushed out and ascended into the air. They immediately stared in the direction of Lin Tian and the 3 precious weapons beside Lin Tian. Their hearts trembled. Yu Wushuang could no longer remain calm. At this moment, she couldn't help but rush over. The elders of the Valley of the Harp also couldn't help but approach. The crowd came closer and looked at the precious weapons Lin Tian took out from the 3 sections. They couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate. Moreover, the disciples in the Valley of the Harp had also discovered the location of Lin Tian and the others. Many female disciples cautiously approached them. Yu Wushuang's eyes completely fell on the 3 precious weapons at this time. Is this a legendary divine weapon? Like Jiyu, she has read many ancient books and knows a lot of things. Moreover, the classification of precious weapons is a relatively basic common knowledge in the cultivation world. Ordinary cultivators are also very familiar with it. Yes. Lin Tiantan nodded with a smile. This caused an uproar. The elders and Taishang elders of the Valley of the Harp, as well as the female disciples who surrounded them, were all shocked. Divine weapon. It turned out to be a divine weapon. Above the supreme treasure is the immortal weapon, above the immortal weapon is the Tao weapon, above the Tao weapon is the divine weapon. This, Brother Lin Tian actually has a divine weapon? And more than one. The female disciples of the Valley of the Harp were shocked. Lin Tian also didn't expect the aura of the divine weapon to attract so many people. However, he didn't care. At this time, he looked at Jiyu, Sushu, and Lin Shi. He handed the jade ruler to Lin Shi, the short blade to Sushu, and the blood sword to Jiyu. Use them to protect yourself for now, he said. Baiqiu had a divine weapon himself. Previously, when he was at the Ascension Dao sect, he gave Shuiyi a divine weapon-level jade sword. Now, only Lin Shi, Jiyu, and Sushu didn't have divine weapons to protect themselves. He had already prepared a divine weapon for each of them and gave it to them at this time. For a moment, this caused the crowd to tremble again. The divine weapons of the three sects. When some of the female disciples saw this scene, they looked at Linxi, Jiyu, and Sushu with envy. Jiyu, Sushu, and Linxi were also surprised, but not too surprised. After all, Lin Tian had just given them a complete celestial worthy ancient scripture. Compared to the celestial worthy ancient scripture, 3 divine weapons were really nothing. At that moment, they were full of joy as Lin Tian had already transmitted to them that he had other divine weapons. "Thank you, brother." Lin Shi was very happy. Lin Tianyi smiled and patted Lin Shi's head. "Silly girl, there's no need to thank your brother." Then, he looked at Jiyu and Sushu. "You don't have to thank me. We're family." Jiyu and Sushu originally wanted to say thank you, but when they heard Lin Tian's words, they swallowed the words that were about to come out of their mouths and felt even happier. "This is for your love. I'm so envious." At this time, Yu Wushuang put away her surprised expression and couldn't help but tease. This made Jiyu and Sushu blush. Wasn't this teasing the two of them and Lin Tian? Lin Tian was quite natural. At this time, he looked at Yu Wushuang and said with a smile, "I also brought a gift from the Valley of the Harp." With that said, he spread out his right hand and took out a clay jar covered with runes. It's also a low-ranked divine weapon. It was obtained from the great tomb of the monster sage in the 5th heaven. He obtained a total of 4 divine weapons there. This? Yu Wushuang was taken aback. Lin Tian gave a divine weapon to the Valley of the Harp? It can be used as a divine weapon to guard the Valley of the Harp. Lin Tian said with a smile. This made Yu Wushuang and several elders and grand elders of the Valley of the Harp excited. They couldn't help but tremble. Some ordinary female disciples of the Valley of the Harp clenched their fists, and their eyes lit up. This, our Valley of the Harp has a divine weapon? According to the description in the ancient book, many great forces in the upper heaven don't have a divine weapon. These female disciples were extremely excited. Yu Wushuang was also surprised, but she also looked at Lin Tian. You gave Jiyu and the other 3 divine weapons, and now you gave one to the Valley of the Harp. What about you? Don't worry, I still have some. Lin Tian smiled. He obtained a lot of divine weapons in the 5th heaven, and now he still has the divine weapons of the 4 sections. Of course, they are all low-ranked divine weapons. Hearing his words, Yu Wushuang happily accepted the divine weapon and thanked him seriously. Lin Tian shook his head, indicating that there's no need to thank him. He smiled and said, "There are 2 more gifts, I will give them out together." This surprised Yu Wushuang and the elders and disciples of the Valley of the Harp. In addition to the divine weapon, Lin Tian also wants to give other treasures to the Valley of the Harp. Moreover, it's 2? Even Jiyu, Sushu, and Lin Shi were surprised. Lin Tian smiled. He cut open the ground of the Valley of the Harp, then took out 6 small dragons and buried them under the Valley of the Harp with the dragon burial scripture. After that, he undid the dragon's seal on them, causing them to expand rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they returned to the size of normal immortal veins. Then, in an instant, the aura in the Valley of the Harp became countless times richer, causing many disciples to tremble. Even the elders and grand elders were no exception. Everyone was shocked. The Valley of the Harp instantly changed its appearance at this time, as if it had turned into an immortal sect. I buried 6 immortal veins under the Valley of the Harp. In the future, the aura in the Valley of the Harp will become even richer. Lin Tian said. Then, with a wave of his right hand, a stone ring appeared, and he handed it to Yu Wushuang. There are 1,000,000 caddies of Lingjing in this ring, which can directly improve one's cultivation base. It also has some other effects. It can be used as the foundation of the Valley of the Harp. At the same time, there are also some cultivation techniques and divine abilities for the late stage of the immortal realm. He obtained 11 immortal veins in the 2nd heaven, and another one in the Demon Burial Valley. Now, he has a total of 12 immortal veins. At this time, he took out 6 of them as the foundation of the Valley of the Harp. As for Ling Jing, he obtained 2,000,000 caddies in the 2nd heaven, plus the one he obtained in the 5th heaven, it was about 3,000,000 caddies. At this moment, he took out 1 million and gave it to the Valley of the Harp. As for the divine abilities and cultivation techniques, he obtained the divine abilities and cultivation techniques of the 7 Luminaries Empire, the Phaseless Immortal Sect, the Xuanlong family, and the Golden Flame Dao Gate. Not long ago, after he returned to the Emergence Dao sect, he had engraved a few copies of it on his body. At this time, he handed over the engraved Formless Immortal Sect's cultivation technique to the Zither Valley. The reason why he did this was because Jiyu, Sushu, and Lin Shi were all cultivating in the Valley of the Harp. He naturally hoped that the Valley of the Harp would become stronger. Moreover, Yu Wushuang also helped him a lot in the past. He understood this principle and naturally wouldn't be stingy with the Valley of the Harp. In fact, these things were nothing to him. This, 6 immortal veins? 1 million caddies of Lingjing? And, the cultivation technique after the immortal realm? The elders and grand elders of the Valley of the Harp were shocked and excited. Yu Wushuang's hand holding the stone ring trembled a little. It took a long time for her to calm down. The elders and grand elders of the Valley of the Harp looked at each other, stepped back, and saluted Lin Tian at the same time. Lin Tian gave them the divine weapon as the core treasure of the Valley of the Harp, the 6 immortal veins as the foundation of the Valley of the Harp, the 1,000,000 caddies of Lingjing as the foundation of the Valley of the Harp, and the cultivation technique after the immortal realm. This kindness was too great. Thank you, senior brother Lin Tian, for your kindness. In this place, the female disciples of the serene Zither Valley all bowed deeply. Their expressions were filled with excitement and respect. Lin Tian did these things for the Valley of the Harp's great kindness. Naturally, it was a great kindness to all the disciples. After all, they were all cultivating in the Valley of the Harp. If the Valley of the Harp's foundation was strong, they would be able to cultivate better. The Valley of the Harp would definitely reward them in the future with the Lingjing. The Valley of the Harp would have better cultivation techniques and divine powers, and they would all have the opportunity to cultivate. The Valley of the Harp would have a better chance of passing down the legacy of the Harp's divine weapon, and they would be more confident. All of this was of great significance to the Valley of the Harp. It was also of great significance to the disciples of the Valley of the Harp. Everyone, please rise. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian hurriedly said. At the same time, he personally reached out and helped Yu Wushuang up, saying, Jiyu, Sushu, and Lin Shi are all cultivating in the Valley of the Harp. Senior, when Lin Tian was in danger, you escorted Lin Tian back to the Burning Sun sect as the leader of a sect. Lin Tian will always remember this in his heart. These are all things that should be done. Yu Wushuang shook her head with a serious expression, saying, even so, the significance of this to the Valley of the Harp is too great. It's not just a simple matter of little you and the others cultivating in the Valley of the Harp and me escorting you back to the Burning Sun sect can offset it. Beside her, several elders of the Valley of the Harp also nodded seriously and repeatedly expressed their gratitude. Everyone's expression was incomparably solemn. The Grand Elder of the Valley of the Harp was dressed in a grey robe. Most of his hair was already white, and he carried a kind of vicissitudes of life. He looked at Lin Tian and said in a trembling voice, back then, your master Li Changfeng completed the incomplete inheritance of the sword manuals for the Valley of the Harp. Now, you're doing this for the Valley of the Harp again. Our Valley of the Harp owes you and your master too much. The Grand Elder of the Valley of the Harp was full of emotions. His eyes were full of gratitude, and even his body was trembling slightly. Elder, you're too serious. Lin Tianandao said. As he spoke, he glanced at Jiyu and the others, and said to Yu Wushuang, speaking of which, I'd like to say goodbye to Senior first. Later, I'll be preparing to leave with little Yu and the others to the Burning Sun sect. As he said this, a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. He looked at the Burning Sun sect from a distance. He truly regarded the Burning Sun sect as his home, because it was the sect where an old drunkard, his most respected master, was from. An old drunkard had brought him into the Burning Sun sect. Moreover, the Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect, the sect master, and a few ordinary elders also treated him very well, as if he was a family member. P.S. The third update should be around 23 p.m. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Yu Wushuang immediately nodded. She naturally knew the relationship between Lin Tian and the Burning Sun sect. Lin Tian had a faint smile on his face. After thinking for a while, he said to Yu Wushuang, coincidentally, there doesn't seem to be anything going on right now. I'll take little Yu and the others away. Senior, you can go and study the magical power cultivation method in the stone ring. I think that you should also need a cultivation method after the immortal ascension stage. There is a non-phase immortal scripture inside, which is very good. The non-phase immortal scripture was an ancient scripture passed down in the non-phase immortal sect. As a cultivation method after the immortal ascension stage, although it wasn't the best, it was definitely not bad. All right. Yu Wushuang directly nodded. Lin Tian was right. She was now in the immortal ascension stage, and indeed needed a cultivation method after the immortal ascension stage. And after knowing that there was a very good non-phase immortal scripture in the stone ring Lin Tian gave her, she became even more itchy. Lin Tian chuckled and temporarily bid farewell to Yu Wushuang and the Supreme Elder of the Valley of the Harp and the others. Then, he looked at Ji Yu, Su Shu, Bai Qiu, Shui Yi, and Lin Shi and said, "You guys come with me." With that, he led Wuxing Crocodile and Black Dragon out of the valley. Ji Yu and the others nodded. Lin Shi directly jumped over and walked side by side with Lin Tian. After being separated from her brother for so many years, she was now the happiest of them all. Senior brother Lin, take care. Senior brother Lin, come back soon. Senior brother Lin, have a safe trip. Little Lin Shi, two little junior sisters, even though the separation this time was short, we will still miss you. That's right, that's right. Little junior sister, don't stay in the Burning Sun sect forever. The female disciples of the Valley of the Harp bid farewell to Lin Tian. At first, their faces were full of respect, but when someone mentioned Lin Shi, Ji Yu, and Su Shu, their expressions and words suddenly changed and became very jubilant. Lin Tian listened to these voices and smiled in his heart. It was obvious that Ji Yu, Su Shu, and Lin Shi were very popular in the Valley of the Harp. Most importantly, this popularity had nothing to do with their status in the Valley of the Harp. He didn't stop. His pace was steady as he quickly walked out of the Valley of the Harp and headed towards the Burning Sun sect. Very quickly, 6 hours passed. At this moment, a vast mountain range appeared in front of them. There were numerous tall mountains and forests, and they were incomparably majestic. Looking from afar, one could faintly see numerous pavilions in front of them, giving off a rather extraordinary feeling. We're here. Lin Tian looked ahead and couldn't help but smile. Thinking about it, it had been a few years since he last came here. Is that the Burning Sun sect? Bai Qiu looked ahead. Lin Tian nodded. Yes, it's my master's sect. Your master's sect? That perverted master of yours grew up here? Hearing his words, Bai Qiu and Wuxing Crocodile were both moved. Lin Tianyi smiled and said, yes. Wuxing Crocodile and Bai Qiu looked at the Burning Sun sect again, and their expression suddenly became solemn. Lin Tian had told them about an old drunkard before. He had only cultivated for 100 years, but he could easily kill someone with a supreme physique. He was a terrifying monster and could be called a peerless genius. They had never thought that such a peerless figure would come from this place. Ji Yu and the others naturally saw the changes in Wuxing Crocodile and Bai Qiu's expressions, and they couldn't help but be curious. What's wrong? Ji Yu asked Bai Qiu. Bai Qiu didn't think too much about it and told them about an old drunkard that Lin Tian had mentioned. All of a sudden, everyone was astonished. That senior is actually so powerful? He could actually kill someone with a supreme physique so easily? Ji Yu couldn't help but ask. She had naturally read about people with supreme physiques in ancient books and knew how terrifying they were. She had also seen an old drunkard before. At that time, her impression of him was that of a middle-aged man who was addicted to alcohol. Although she later heard that an old drunkard was very powerful, she didn't expect him to be so powerful that he could kill someone with a supreme physique so easily. Su Shu also widened her eyes. She didn't know much about an old drunkard, so when she heard this, she was naturally surprised. I heard that he was from the same generation as our master, the Valley of the Harp, but he could already kill someone with a supreme physique so easily? She naturally knew a little about supreme physiques. They were known to be invincible under the Emperor realm and were terrifyingly powerful. However, now, Lin Tian's master could actually kill such an existence so easily? She was a little shocked for a moment. Yes, the old man is really powerful, Lin Tian said with a smile. Then, he didn't say anything else and led the group forward. The Five Elements crocodile, on the other hand, was somewhat emotional. He looked at the burning sun sect in front of him and sighed. It's really hard to imagine that such an insignificant sect could produce such an outstanding person. Lin Tian didn't care and smiled as he walked forward. Not long after, a steep stone staircase appeared 100 feet away. It was about 80 degrees and was 100 feet high. Above the 100 feet, white clouds curled up and floated between the pavilions. It was quite artistic. Soon, the group arrived at the stone staircase. Who are you people? There were disciples of the Burning Sun sect guarding the stone staircase. Someone came forward to ask. However, in the next moment, when this person saw Lin Tian walking at the front, his expression changed. It's Senior Brother Lin Tian? This person's face was full of shock as he recognized Lin Tian. Lin Tian's significance to the Burning Sun sect was too great. Like an old drunkard, he was equivalent to the Burning Sun sect's Son of God. In the entire Burning Sun sect, there wasn't a single person who didn't know Lin Tian. At the same time, near the stone staircase, the other disciples of the Burning Sun sect who were guarding the mountain were also shocked. At this time, they all gathered around. It's really Senior Brother Lin. These people were both surprised and happy. Lin Tian smiled and nodded at these people, telling them that he was going to the Burning Sun sect. Senior Brother, please. The several disciples of the Burning Sun sect who were guarding the mountain were full of respect. Then, one of them quickly rushed up the stone staircase and shouted that Lin Tian had returned. Not long after, the news spread throughout the Burning Sun sect. What? Senior Brother Lin Tian is back? Where is he? Quick! Go and welcome him. For a moment, everyone in the Burning Sun sect was shocked. A few years ago, the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop entered the Immortal Realm and led a strong attack on the Burning Sun sect. Seeing that the Burning Sun sect was about to be destroyed, Lin Tian appeared at the right time and turned the tide. Then, he destroyed the 100 Refinements Workshop and engraved a sect-protecting killing array for the Burning Sun sect, leaving behind quasi-immortal weapons and other treasures. Then, he helped the Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect reach the Immortal Realm. He had long been regarded as a lucky star by the Burning Sun sect. Now that they heard that Lin Tian had returned, how could these disciples not be excited? The Burning Sun sect was located on a high mountain. These disciples quickly rushed to the edge of the Burning Sun sect and looked down. At this time, Lin Tian was leading Jiyu and the others up the steep stone steps outside the Burning Sun sect. They directly landed in the vision of the disciples of the Burning Sun sect. It's really Senior Brother Lin Tian. Senior Brother Lin. Suddenly, all the disciples of the Burning Sun sect shouted at Lin Tian. Their expressions were even more excited. Lin Tian and the others walked on the stone steps and looked up. At the end of the stone steps, the edge of the Burning Sun sect was already crowded with people. Everyone looked excited. Many people were waving at Lin Tian with all their might. Basically, they completely ignored Jiyu and the others who followed Lin Tianyi. Kid, you're really popular. Whooshing Crocodile curled his lips. Big Brother is really amazing. Lin Shi also said. Seeing the dense crowd at the edge of the Burning Sun sect, seeing that these people ran out to welcome Lin Tian, she was very happy and proud of her big brother. Lin Tian chuckled and sped up. Leading the group, he quickly climbed up the Burning Sun sect. Suddenly, a large group of Burning Sun sect disciples surrounded them. Senior Brother Lin, you're finally back. We all missed you. Among these Burning Sun sect disciples, many were older than Lin Tian and had entered the sect earlier than Lin Tian. However, at this time, they still called Lin Tian Senior Brother with respect in their eyes. Lin Tian naturally couldn't be arrogant. With a smile, he greeted the surrounding Burning Sun sect disciples. Child. A slightly old voice sounded. An old man quickly walked over. It was the Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect. Behind him were the Burning Sun sect's sect master and several ordinary elders of the Burning Sun sect. Lin Tian hurriedly greeted him and bowed seriously. Grand Elder. This old man was the one who brought up an old drunkard. He was an old drunkard's master, which was equivalent to his master. Lin Tian naturally respected him. The Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect helped Lin Tian up. His eyes were full of kindness as he looked at Lin Tian and repeatedly said, "Good." Lin Tian. The Burning Sun sect master stood behind the Grand Elder. He smiled at Lin Tian and called out. Lin Tian was the only disciple of his senior brother, an old drunkard. After several years, he was naturally very happy to see Lin Tian again. Lin Tian looked at the Burning Sun sect master and bowed slightly. Sect master. Boy Lin, how was it? Was the upper heaven domain fun? Tu Bei stood next to the Burning Sun sect master and laughed. Lin Tian looked over, his face full of respect. He smiled and said, "It was all right." Back then, when he was still cultivating in the Burning Sun sect, he had some conflicts with Tu Miao's disciple and injured him. Originally, he thought that Tu Miao would teach him a lesson to avenge his disciple. Unexpectedly, Tu Miao did not do that. Instead, he gave him pointers in his cultivation. Not long after, the people of the 100 Refinements workshop surrounded him. At that time, Tu Mei used his flesh and blood to block a few killing swords for him. He always remembered this. Good is good, bad is bad. So what if it's all right? You're not direct. Tu Mei was a very straightforward person. He slapped Lin Tian's shoulder a few times and then asked, "By the way, have you seen your master again in the past few years? Ever since that boy came back to the sect for you, he disappeared again. He hasn't shown his face even once." When this matter was mentioned, Tu Mei ground his teeth and looked like he wanted to beat someone up. When they heard Tu Mei ask about an old drunkard, the Burning Sun sect master and the Burning Sun sect master's eyes lit up. They looked straight at Lin Tian. Both of them missed an old drunkard very much. "Yes, I have. Master is doing very well." Lin Tian smiled and nodded. It was rare that he didn't call an old drunkard an old guy at this time. Then, he looked at the Burning Sun sect's Great Elder and said, "Great Elder, Master has found Master's wife's remnant soul. He is now looking for treasures. Soon, he will be able to let Master's wife return to this world. P.S. The update is much later than expected. I'm ashamed. Everyone, please forgive me." Lin Tian had a smile on his face, but his words were very solemn, causing the Great Elder and the Burning Sun sect master to be shocked. You mean, Chongfeng, he found Xianxia's remnant soul? Can bring Xianxia back to life? The Supreme Elder's entire body began to tremble. Xianxia was his biological daughter. Yes. Lin Tian nodded and said seriously, "Back in the third heaven, disciple saw Master Xianxia's remnant soul with his own eyes. Master can definitely bring Master Xianxia back to life. At that time, he will bring Master Xianxia back to the sect." Hearing Lin Tian's affirmative answer, the Great Elder trembled even more violently, and tears flowed down his face. "Xianxia, Chongfeng, this is great. This is great." In an instant, the old man seemed to have aged several years, giving people a feeling of incomparable vicissitudes of life. At that time, because of his daughter's death, he was sad. He blamed an old drunkard for not protecting Xianxia well, causing an old drunkard to leave the Burning Sun sect out of guilt. He was decadent for 100 years, spending his days drinking. Now that Xianxia has a chance to come back to life, the knot in an old drunkard's heart will be completely resolved. The two of them will have the best ending. He was so excited and happy that tears kept flowing out of his eyes. Junior sister can come back to life. This is great. Worthy of senior brother. The Burning Sun sect master was also very excited. Of course, Tu Mao and the other elders were also very happy, and their eyes lit up. Good boy. This is good news. Tu Mao patted Lin Tian a few more times. Lin Tian smiled and comforted the Great Elder not to be too excited. Behind him, Ji Yu and the others also vaguely understood something, but they didn't say anything. They just stood quietly behind Lin Tian. On the other hand, Wuxing Crocodile was quite interested in the Burning Sun sect. The Great Elder and the others of the Burning Sun sect gradually calmed down. At this time, they naturally noticed Ji Yu and the others. child, what are these? The Grand Elder asked Lin Tian. There was a glimmer of light in his old eyes. He had vaguely guessed something. Lin Tian pulled Lin Shi in front of him and said with a smile, "This is Lin Shi, my sister. She is now cultivating in the Valley of the Harp." As he spoke, he looked at the four girls, Whooshing Crocodile, and Black Flood Dragon, and introduced them to the Grand Elder, Burning Sun sect leader, and several ordinary elders. Lin Shi, Shui Yi, and the other girls naturally bowed seriously, greeting the Grand Elder and the Burning Sun sect leader. Good, good, good. They're all good kids. The Supreme Elder said with a smile. Welcome. Welcome. The Burning Sun sect leader also laughed. He is the junior brother of an old drunkard. The two grew up together and are no different from blood brothers. Naturally, he is also Lin Tian's elder. Now that he saw Lin Tian bring his sister and four beauties, of course, he was happy for Lin Tian. Grand Elder, sect leader, and several elders, this disciple brought back some small things that will be useful to the sect. Lin Tian said at this time. In the next hour, under the shocked and horrified eyes of everyone in the Burning Sun sect, he took out the remaining 6 immortal veins and placed them under the Burning Sun sect with the Dragon Burial Scripture, causing the aura fluctuations above the Burning Sun sect to become countless times stronger. Immediately, he took out a long halberd, which was a divine weapon. It was snatched from Qi Lianjun in the 5th heaven and handed to the Burning Sun sect leader as a treasured weapon. After that, he took out 2 stone rings, one of which contained 1.5 million gene of Ling Jing, and the other stone ring contained the divine abilities of the 7 luminaries empire and other major forces, as well as dozens of Dao soldiers and immortal tools. There were countless treasures and other treasures, which he handed over to the Burning Sun sect leader. The entire Burning Sun sect was shocked and trembled. 6 immortal veins as the foundation, this, divine weapon. Our Burning Sun sect actually has a divine weapon. That's a legendary divine weapon. There are also divine abilities, we won't lack them in the future. The disciples of the Burning Sun sect were very excited. Thank you, Senior Brother Lin. Many disciples opened their mouths. Looking at Lin Tian, the respect on their faces became even stronger, and they were all very excited. Even the Supreme Elder and the Burning Sun sect leader were excited, and their eyes were full of light. Tu Miao laughed and patted Lin Tian's shoulder again. Good boy. I really like your return more and more. I know you will definitely leave again soon, so remember to come back to the sect more often in the future and bring back more treasures. Lin Tian was a little embarrassed, but he also felt very close to Tu Miao's character. He knew very well that although Tu Miao said so, it was just a joke. It was impossible for him to really want the treasures. Just in time, I also have a little gift for you and the other elders. How about we go to the back mountain? He smiled. Tu Miao and the other elders were a little puzzled, and the Burning Sun sect leader and Supreme Elder were also puzzled, but they didn't ask much. Then, with the Supreme Elder in the lead, the group quickly arrived at the back mountain of the Burning Sun sect. Lin Tian didn't hesitate. He directly took out 50,000 kilograms of Ling Jing and piled it on the ground. Suddenly, the sky was filled with spiritual light. Supreme Elder entered the immortal connecting realm a few years ago. When he came back this time, he found that the Burning Sun sect leader had also reached the immortal connecting realm. Only Tu Miao and the other 3 elders were still in the Zephyr 9th layer. At this time, he took out the Ling Jing and prepared to guide them into the immortal connecting realm. He told this to Tu Miao and the other 3 elders. Suddenly, the 4 elders' eyes lit up, and they were all excited. They had been trapped in the Zephyr 9th layer for a long time. Now that there was absolute hope to enter the immortal connecting realm, how could they not be excited? Seniors, quickly refine the Ling Jing. Lin Tian smiled. Tu Miao and the others nodded seriously. After taking a few deep breaths, they calmed down and sat down cross-legged among the 100,000 Ling Jing. They directly activated their heart technique to absorb the Ling Jing and refine it. Time passed quickly. An hour later, 4 consecutive heavenly tribulations condensed in the sky above the Burning Sun sect. Thunder rumbled, shocking all the disciples of the Burning Sun sect. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and lightning intertwined. On this day, Lin Tian personally helped Tu Miao and the other elders to pass through the heavenly tribulations and truly enter the immortal connecting realm. Kid. Thanks. Tu Miao laughed. From the Zephyr realm to the immortal connecting realm, the vital essence turned into divine power, and the perception of heaven and earth became clearer. It could be said to be a great transformation. Moreover, because he entered the immortal connecting realm, his lifespan would also increase greatly. Lin Tian, thank you. The other elders were also excited and thanked him seriously. Lin Tian helped them to enter the immortal connecting realm from the Zephyr realm. This was indeed a great favor, and they were all very excited. Good boy, thank you for your trouble. The Supreme Elder couldn't help but say. Now, the Burning Sun sect had a total of 6 immortal connecting realm powerhouses, creating an unprecedented prosperity. Supreme Elder, you're too polite. This is what I should do. Lin Tian shook his head and then said, by the way, Supreme Elder, you are now in the immortal connecting realm. You need to cultivate after the immortal connecting realm. In the stone ring that I gave to the sect master, there is a complete set of cultivation techniques and killing techniques. It is very suitable for you to cultivate. The 7-star divine scripture was an ancient scripture passed down by the 7-star divine dynasty, a top force in the third heaven. After the old drunkard reduced the cultivation base of everyone in the 7-star divine scripture, he gave him all the ancient scriptures, secret techniques, and secret weapons of the 7-star divine scripture. He had browsed through the 7-star divine scripture and found it to be extraordinary. It was a cultivation method that contained many mysteries. The Supreme Elder and the others naturally nodded again and again, but they weren't in a hurry. The Supreme Elder immediately ordered to prepare a banquet to welcome Lin Tian, Lin Shi, Shui Yi, and the other girls, as well as the Wuxing crocodile and He Jiao. On this day, at the banquet, Lin Tian, the Supreme Elder, and the others chatted for a long time until midnight. The Burning Sun sect master personally prepared a room for Lin Tianyi and the others. Then, the night passed quickly. The next day, when the morning sun rose, Lin Tian took Ji Yu and the others to the Burning Sun sect and introduced them to the Burning Sun sect. Speaking of which, this is your first time here. Lin Tian said with a smile. Ji Yu, Sushu, and Lin Shi all know the existence of the Burning Sun sect, but they have never really been here. Needless to say, Shui Yi, Bai Qiu, Wuxing crocodile, and He Jiao only heard the words Burning Sun sect yesterday. It's really interesting that a peerless genius came out of this place. Wuxing crocodile said. An old monster like it has seen countless major forces, and the Burning Sun sect is really nothing. However, since it learned that Lin Tian's master came from here, it became very interested in this place. Lin Tianyi smiled and led the group to every corner of the Burning Sun sect. Of course, during this process, as long as the disciples of the Burning Sun sect saw Lin Tian and the others, they would salute and greet them respectfully. Time passed quickly, and not long after, the full moon rose, followed by the morning sun. Soon, Lin Tian led the group to stay in the Burning Sun sect for half a month. On this day, he bid farewell to the Grand Elder and the Burning Sun sect leader, and prepared to take Ji Yu and the others back to Beiyin. After all, Ji Yu's grandfather was in Beiyin, and Sushu's first master, Mu Qing, was also in Beiyin. He had to go back and take a look. Good child, come back anytime. The Grand Elder said. Together with the Burning Sun sect leader and the others, he personally sent Lin Tianyi and the others to the foot of the Burning Sun sect. Lin Tian bowed, and so did Ji Yu and the others. After bidding farewell to the Grand Elder and the others, they left. Not long after, they walked far away from the Burning Sun sect. After that, he led the group to Beiyin. It didn't take long for them to enter Beiyin, and they visited the great General Ji Yuanshan, Mu Qing, and the others. During this process, he naturally went to the dark forest outside Fengjian City to look for the Violet Fairy, but unfortunately, he still didn't see her this time. It had to be said that after so many years, under the deterrence of the quasi-immortal sword he gave to the new king of Beiyin, Zhui actually managed to unify all the ordinary empires in this realm of heaven, completing a 1,000-year hegemony. Immediately, in this realm of heaven, there were statues of him in all the major cities. Each statue was engraved with lifelike carvings, standing on a huge golden rock. On the rock, there was a line of large words. Eternal King Ancestor, Lin Tian. Now, you have truly become the eternal King Ancestor of this realm of heaven. Jiyu joked. Hearing Jiyu's words, Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh. When he gave Zhui the quasi-immortal sword, he felt that if Zhui could really unify the many ordinary empires in this heaven region, he would be a legend. He would be able to save the people from the suffering of war. After all, there were too many empires, and each had their own way of governing. Wars often broke out between empires, and the people who suffered in the end were still the ordinary people. He didn't expect that in the past few years, Zhui would really unify the various empires. He smiled slightly and didn't think too much about it. He left the northern flame country and returned to the Valley of the Harp soon after. He temporarily stayed in the Valley of the Harp. The air in this valley was quiet, and the flowers were fragrant. It was like a paradise. After that, he didn't do anything special. He spent the rest of his time with his sister Linxi, Jiyu, and the other 3 girls. They strolled around the Valley of the Harp and the Valley of the Harp. 9 days passed in a flash. After 9 days, he no longer simply strolled around with his sister and the other 4 girls. He started to cultivate with them and guide them better. Of course, Bai Qiu didn't need his guidance. Because he had already reached the 4th heaven of the Great Tao, he basically just accompanied his sister Linxi, Jiyu, Sushu, and Shuiyi to cultivate. He helped them cultivate the medicine codex. Within a bamboo forest in the depths of Zither Valley, all types of pill imprints revolved around Linxi's body. Precious radiance flickered, the divine light pure. His entire aura seemed powerful, yet also illusory. It was as if he was about to comprehend the Tao and become an immortal, possessing a type of ethereal feeling. Not bad. Lin Tian nodded with a faint smile on his face. Because this bamboo forest was deep in the Valley of the Harp, it was an extraordinary place for the Valley of the Harp. Usually, only the Grand Elder, the Valley Master, and the ordinary elders of the Valley of the Harp could enter. Ordinary disciples were not allowed to enter. However, Lin Tianyi and the others were clearly not ordinary disciples of the Valley of the Harp. No one would interfere with them coming here. Little Linxi's cultivation of the medicine canon is not bad. She has both the spirit and form. Bai Qiu said. Wuxing Crocodile said, to be able to reach this step at such a young age, it is indeed very good. Even in the upper heaven domain, he is an absolute genius. Very few people can compare to him. It had to be said that Linxi's aptitude was indeed very good. She could master many of the techniques in the medicine encyclopedia by herself. Boom, boom, on the other side, 2 waves of immortal might surged, divine light surging, sometimes gentle, sometimes blazing. Jiyu and Shuiyi stood at a certain distance from each other. Their bodies shone with the same light, and they were surrounded by the same aura. Hundreds of elixir seals floated around their bodies, mysterious and mysterious. Each seal seemed to have extraordinary power. It was clear that the medicine canon's aura these 2 cultivated was extremely powerful. It was round and powerful, as if they were 2 clumps of immortal flames. These 2 girls don't seem to be ordinary. Wuxing Crocodile was slightly moved. Lin Tian chuckled. He naturally knew Jiyu and Shuiyi the best. One of them had extraordinary aptitude, and the other had the heavenly demon king physique. Naturally, they were not ordinary. Buzz. On the other side, hundreds of elixir seals floated around Sushu's body. Compared to Jiyu and Shuiyi, she was slightly weaker. Even so, she was not weak. Compared to other immortal ascension cultivators of the same level, the aura she exuded was much stronger. Lin Tian looked at the girls cultivating and smiled. Not bad. However, you can continue to improve. As he finished speaking, he walked forward and activated the medicine canon with his great Tao tier cultivation. He circulated the medicine canon's divine arts, and densely packed pill seals instantly floated out from his body. There were as many as several thousand of them, and his aura was also incredibly dense. He used these elixir seals to envelop Linxi, Jiyu, Sushu, and Shuiyi. He used his own great virtue realm cultivation to help them cultivate the medicine canon better. The girls were shocked at first. Then, they understood what Lin Tian was doing. They immediately became more serious. They used the elixir seals that Lin Tian used his great virtue realm cultivation to practice. Then, they focused even more on cultivating and comprehending the medicine canon. Buzz. In an instant, the divine light around them became stronger. The elixir seals they displayed also became more complete. Very quickly, 6 hours passed. Brother, you're so amazing. She said happily. Because of Lin Tian's help, her control of the medicine canon increased by several times in a short period of time. Of course. Otherwise, why would I be your brother? Lin Tian said with a smile. Being praised by his sister, he was not modest at all. At this moment, Jiyu, Sushu, and Shuiye's eyes were also bright. Their essence, qi, and spirit had become much stronger. Their control of the medicine canon also increased by several times in 6 hours, just like Lin Shi. Congratulations. Baiqiu stepped forward and said. He could naturally see the changes in Jiyu and the others. Their essence, qi, and spirit had become stronger, and their cultivation had also increased. We still have to work harder. Lin Shi said with a wink. Lin Tian watched from the side. He also felt that 6 hours of cultivation was enough. They should stop here for the day. He led the group out of the bamboo forest and took a short rest. They strolled leisurely beside the lotus pond in the Valley of the Harp. Very quickly, night fell, and a day passed. After that, in the following days, he accompanied his sister and the other girls to cultivate. He guided them to better cultivate, and their cultivation improved rapidly. Of course, during this process, he was also cultivating. He diligently comprehended the art of formation control and the art of alchemy. He improved with Lin Shi and the other girls, and their essence, qi, and spirit became stronger. Just like that, time passed quickly. Soon, half a year had passed since he returned to the Valley of the Harp. After half a year, his art of formation control had reached the 7th level, and his alchemy skills had reached the 6th level. He had mastered even more art of formation and art of alchemy. Damn it, boy Lin, don't draw formation runes everywhere. Damn it. The whooshing crocodile's curses rang out in front of the small building in the southeast. It accidentally touched the runes of the immortal thunder-killing formation that Lin Tian was inscribing, and it immediately attracted dozens of lightning bolts. It was like a heavenly tribulation of the great path, and it directly struck it into the ground. It took a lot of effort to climb out of the ground. Lin Tian glanced at it. I told you that I was practicing inscribing a new formation here. I told you not to fly around here. You didn't listen. Who can you blame? The whooshing crocodile, F*CKU, Lin Tian was too lazy to pay attention to it. He continued to comprehend the immortal thunder-killing formation and practiced in the void in front of the small building. This killing formation was at the peak of the 7th level. It was very powerful, enough to trap and kill a great path cultivator. The space in front of the small building was very spacious. The female disciples of the Valley of the Harp would not come here. It was very suitable for him to practice this formation. Just like that, 9 days passed in the blink of an eye. After 9 days, he completely controlled the immortal thunder-killing formation. He could completely inscribe it even in the middle of an intense formation. Let's go to the Burning Sun sect. At noon on this day, he said to the whooshing crocodile and the black flood dragon. This time, he did not bring Lin Shi, Jiyu, and the others. He only let the whooshing crocodile and the black flood dragon follow him. Soon, they arrived at the Burning Sun sect. The purpose of coming to the Burning Sun sect was naturally to inscribe the immortal thunder-killing formation for the Burning Sun sect. In 8 hours, he had inscribed a total of 9 formations. After that, he spent even more time and energy to carve an even more complete eternal killing formation with 9 edges along the foundation of the Burning Sun sect. Each edge was stronger than the complete immortal thunder-killing formation. If used at full power, it was enough to kill a comprehension realm expert. It was the strongest trump card of the Burning Sun sect. Only after all this was done did he leave. He did not let the Grand Elder and the others send him off. He returned to the Valley of the Harp by himself. After returning to the Valley of the Harp, he naturally inscribed the 9 corners eternal killing formation and 9 complete immortal thunder killing formations for the Valley of the Harp. Then, he imprinted the method to activate the formations into the sea of consciousness of the Lord of the Valley of the Harp and the others. This caused the Lord of the Valley of the Harp, the Grand Elder, and the others to become excited and excited. After this, he let himself have a little more free time. Usually, he just peacefully helped Linshi, Jiyu, and the others to cultivate. In this way, half a year passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Bai Qiu came to find him. Her expression was a little gloomy. She bid farewell to him and Jiyu, and prepared to go home. "There's still a month until Mother's 9 years of sacrifice," she said in a small voice. Hearing this, Lin Tian and the others were moved. "I'll go back with you." Lin Tian Dao. He already knew that Bai Qiu and Bai Ziqi's mother was no longer in this world, but he did not know the exact date of the siblings' mother's death. It was not until today that he found out from Bai Qiu that she had passed away for 9 years. Jiyu, Sushu, and the others also asked to accompany Bai Qiu, but they were all tactfully rejected by Bai Qiu. This was because according to the Bai family's ancestral rules, after an important member of the family passed away, the descendants of the family had to keep watch for 3 years. During the 9 years of sacrifice, the descendants had to keep watch for 3 years. She did not want Lin Tian and the others to keep watch for 3 years with her. That was too long. As for herself, she naturally had to do that because it was her mother. As a child, it was not a big deal for her to keep watch for 3 years for her mother's coffin. 3 years is too long. "How can I let you keep watch for 3 years with me?" Bai Qiu shook her head. She was determined. In the end, the group could only give up. Lin Tian comforted her softly, a faint light flashing in his eyes. After a pause, he said, "Shuiyi will stay in the Valley of the Harp. I'll send her back, and then..." As he spoke, he looked at his sister Linshi, then at Jiyu and the others. "Then, I'll prepare to go to the higher heavens to train." This time, another year had passed since he returned to the first heaven. He felt that it was time for him to go to the higher heavens. He wanted to become stronger, so he had to go to the higher heavens. Moreover, the divine sword in his sea of knowledge was not ordinary. Its origin was definitely astonishing. He had to go to the higher heavens to slowly gather the sword spirits of the divine sword. Finally, he had to break the barrier of the 10th heaven and complete the ultimate goal he had set for himself in this life. He had to transcend the heavens and achieve eternal life. He looked at his sister Linshi, Jiyu, and the others, somewhat apologetic because he could not stay by their side for too long. Hearing his words, Linshi was reluctant. Jiyu and the others were also reluctant. However, they did not say anything and silently supported him. A good man's ambition is to travel far. If it's you, you will definitely be able to walk the path of cultivation and reach the enlightenment realm, nirvana realm, emperor realm, and break through the 10th heaven. Jiyu smiled and said, "This is the you we know. P.S. I overslept at noon. This chapter is a bit late. Sorry. Then, the dragon will go and write the 3rd chapter. It should be around 12 p.m. Then, tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. The dragon wishes everyone a happy and healthy holiday in advance." Lin Tian was touched by Jiyu's words. It was a blessing to have someone supporting him from behind. "Thank you." He had a faint smile on his face, but his words were very serious. He felt very warm in his heart. With that, he took out 4 small jade bottles with a wave of his right hand and handed them to Linshi, Jiyu, Sushu, and Shuiyi. "This is the Khanate Dao source. When you reach the 9th heaven of the connecting immortal realm, you can refine it and directly reach the Great Dao realm. It can also help you improve your perception of the 3,000 Great Daos and strengthen your Great Dao laws in the future," he said. Back in the 5th heaven, he, Bai Qiu, and the others found a total of 9 Khanate Dao source. Bai Qiu, Bai Ziqi, Xianxia, and Wuxing Crocodile each refined 1, and the remaining 5 were given to him. Now, he gave 4 to Jiyu and the others. This, hearing Lin Tian's words, Jiyu and the others were shocked. Then, they carefully put away the Khanate Dao source. After refining it, they could directly reach the Great Dao realm from the 9th heaven of the connecting immortal realm. It also had other amazing effects. This was a priceless immortal treasure. After putting away the Kane Dao source, their eyes fell on Lin Tian. Their eyes flickered slightly. It's still the same as before. When you reach the higher heavens, you must pay attention to your own safety. Our cultivation is not high. If we follow you, we may only be your burden. We will pray for you here and wait for you to come back. You must protect yourself. Brother, come back soon. Xiaoxi will miss you. The girls spoke one after another. She stepped forward and hugged Lin Tian tightly. Her eyes were full of reluctance. They had only been together for a year, and now she had to part with her brother again. Good girl, Xiaoxi. Lin Tian rubbed Lin Shi's head lovingly. On this day, Lin Tian bid farewell to Jiyu and the others. At the same time, he used his powerful divine sense to inform Yu Wushuang of his departure. Then, he left the Valley of the Harp with Bai Qiu and headed straight for the Demon Burial Valley. Of course, the Wuxing crocodile was with him. The Black Dragon and Shui stayed in the Valley of the Harp. They had no plans to go to the upper heaven regions yet. After leaving the Valley of the Harp, Lin Tian and Bai Qiu flew in the air with the Wuxing crocodile on his head. Soon, they entered the Demon Burial Valley and arrived at the spatial door in the depths of the Demon Burial Valley. Lin Tian led Bai Qiu onto the stone platform and looked in the direction of the Valley of the Harp. His eyes were filled with tenderness. Bai Qiu was also looking in that direction, and there was a faint light in his eyes. Let's go. Lin Tian Dao. He pulled Bai Qiu into the spatial door and disappeared in an instant. Just like before, darkness engulfed everything. Then, after a burst of spatial turbulence, light appeared in front of him. A spatial door opened, and 2 people and 1 beast were all shocked out of the void. At this time, Lin Tian looked around. There were pieces of red gravel and yellow sand floating in the air. It seems to be a desert in the southern part of the second heaven. Bai Qiu whispered. Lin Tian was a little speechless. Because of the spatial door in the first heaven, the entrance to the second heaven was different every time. However, he didn't think too much about it. He directly soared into the sky and pulled Bai Qiu to the Bai family. They were now in the Great Path realm, so their speed was naturally very fast. Soon, they arrived outside the Bai family. There were disciples guarding outside the Bai family. When they saw the 2 of them, they were shocked at first. Then, they quickly went forward to greet them. Young master, young miss. They saluted. Lin Tian nodded at them and walked straight into the Bai family. Not long after entering the Bai family, he saw Bai Ziki and the Bai family's patriarch. There was a solemn atmosphere in the air. You're back. Bai Ziki glanced at Lin Tian, then looked at his sister and said. Bai Qiu nodded, then didn't say anything. At this time, it was much quieter than usual. Thank you for your trouble. The Bai family's patriarch looked at Lin Tian Dao. Naturally, he knew that Lin Tian knew something and deliberately sent Bai Qiu back to the Bai family. It's my pleasure. Lin Tian said. On this day, he didn't leave the Bai family and go to the upper heaven. Instead, he stayed in the Bai family and accompanied Bai Qiu for 7 days. After that, he took some time to engrave 9 complete celestial thunder killing formations and a more complete 9-sided eternal killing formation for the Bai family. He also gave the method of activating the formation to the head of the Bai family and others by imprinting it with his divine sense. This kind of killing array was undoubtedly many times stronger than the Bai family's clan protecting array. Some of the Bai family's big shots repeatedly thanked Lin Tian Dao because for a big family, the clan protecting array was very important. After that, another 9 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lin Tian said goodbye to Bai Qiu, Bai Ziki, the Bai family's patriarch and others, and prepared to go to the upper heaven. The battles in the higher realms will definitely be very intense. You have to be very careful. Safety first. Bai Qiu said softly. Don't worry. Lin Tian nodded. Wuxing crocodile couldn't help but curl its lips. Bai Qiu, you can rest assured. What is the saying again? Good people don't live long, scourges live for thousands of years. This kid will definitely be fine. Lin Tian glanced at it, but at this time, he didn't say anything. He said goodbye to Bai Qiu and others again, then left. He soared into the sky outside the Bai family like a golden lightning bolt, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Bai Qiu stared at the direction where Lin Tian went, her eyes were filled with light, and she was slightly absent-minded. "He has gone far," Bai Ziki said. Bai Qiu softly nodded and followed her brother into the depths of the family. The tomb of the mother of the siblings is in the depths of the family, in a scholar tree forest. After leaving the Bai family, Lin Tian's speed was very fast. It didn't take long for him to reach the eastern end of the second heaven. He appeared in front of the space-time portal leading to the third heaven, then stepped through it with whooshing crocodile and appeared in the third heaven. "Let's go to the Ascension Dao Gate," he said. "Whatever." Whooshing crocodile lied on his head and responded calmly. After that, Lin Tian headed towards the Ascension Dao Gate. His speed wasn't too fast, and he arrived at the Ascension Dao Gate 2 days later. "Sect Master?" In front of the main gate of the Ascension Dao Gate, several disciples guarding the gate were surprised and overjoyed. They were all very excited. Soon, because of Lin Tian's return, the Ascension Dao Gate was in an uproar again. Lu Wuwei, the grand elder of this generation of the Ascension Dao Gate, and a group of reclusive elders came out and welcomed Lin Tian into a temple. "Shuiyi will temporarily stay in the first heaven to cultivate," Lin Tian said to Lu Wuwei. "As long as she's happy." Lu Wuwei nodded, then smiled and said, "But thinking about it, she should be very happy." "I can see it from your expression." Lin Tianyi smiled. After a year of getting along with each other, Shuiyi had a very good relationship with Jiyu and the others. In the future, she would live and cultivate with Jiyu and the others. Naturally, she wouldn't be unhappy. "In a few days, I will go to the upper heavens to gain experience. Before that, I will perfect the sect protection array," he said. "Okay." Lu Wuwei nodded. He already knew that Lin Tian was not only a powerful cultivator, but also a very outstanding array controller. "Let us see the sect Master's unparalleled array technique." Among the 12 reclusive elders, someone said with a smile. Lin Tian smiled and nodded. Without any hesitation, he walked out of the temple with Lu Wuwei. The 12 reclusive elders followed behind the two and soon arrived above the Ascension Dao Gate. At this moment, Lin Tian made his move. His left hand was behind his back, and the 5 fingers of his right hand jumped like lightning. He used the 5-dragon flash technique to engrave a powerful array pattern in the void of the Ascension Dao Gate. Each array pattern was magical, as if it had a consciousness of its own. Lu Wuwei and the 12 reclusive elders were all surprised. This old man has cultivated for so many years and has seen many powerful array controllers, but this is the first time I have seen such a magical method of engraving arrays. As expected of the sect master. Among the 12 reclusive elders, a few of them spoke, their eyes full of brilliance. Lin Tian engraved 9 complete immortal thunder-killing arrays in a row above the Ascension Dao Gate. Then, he spent more time to engrave the 9-sided eternal killing array. When he was done, he waved his hand and intertwined a little bit of soul power, causing these array patterns to completely disappear into the void. Then, he passed the method to activate the array to Lu Wuwei and the 12 reclusive elders. Relying on these killing arrays and the dozens of immortal veins underground, anyone below the 3rd heavenly layer of enlightenment can be killed, he said. Lu Wuwei and the 12 reclusive elders' eyes shone brightly with unconcealable excitement. After that, another day passed quickly. In the early morning of this day, Lin Tian was ready to leave. Lu Wuwei and the 12 reclusive elders all walked out and personally sent him off. "Grand Elder, reclusive elders, the sect is in your hands now." Lin Tian opened his mouth and said, "I will leave 3 words. First, the sect is based on the disciples. All disciples must be fair and just when they cultivate in the sect. Second, warn that our disciples are strictly prohibited from killing each other. Otherwise, they will be severely punished. Third, our disciples are strictly prohibited from attacking ordinary mortals. At the same time, they must not rely on their strength to bully other cultivators at will. On the contrary, if other cultivators or sects bully our disciples at will, the sect will protect and counterattack, directly crushing them." His expression was serious, and his words were powerful. "Yes, sect master." Except for Lu Wuwei, the supreme elder, the 12 reclusive elders all bowed and saluted. Their expressions were extremely solemn. Lin Tian nodded and nodded to Lu Wuwei. He directly turned and left. With one step, he was 1,000 feet away. In the blink of an eye, he was far away. At this time, his speed was very fast. It didn't take long for him to arrive in front of a mountain range. As far as the eye could see, the mountains were continuous, as if huge dragons were lying on the ground. In the middle of the mountains were many palaces, surrounded by an atmosphere. This was one of the top forces in the Xin continent, the Purple Cloud Empire. He had some relations with the Purple Cloud dynasty. On this day, he came to the Purple Cloud dynasty and paid a visit to the emperor and ancestor of this lineage. Then, he left Xingzhou with the help of the space transfer array of the Purple Cloud dynasty. Soon after, he arrived at the barbarian land. There were many towering mountains in the barbarian lands, but there was not much vegetation on them. Moreover, the vegetation was rather peculiar. The leaves were like needles, giving people a feeling of sharpness. Lin Tian didn't care about this and directly flew towards the space-time portal leading to the fourth heaven. Soon after, he arrived at the fourth heaven through the space-time portal, then directly entered the fifth heaven through the space-time portal. It's really troublesome to climb layer by layer. If you have the strength of the Emperor realm, you wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian ignored it and directly flew towards the central region of the fifth heaven. At this time, he was preparing to enter the sixth heaven to find the sword soul fragments and temper himself. The space-time portal leading from the fifth heaven to the sixth heaven is located in the central region of this heaven. His speed is very fast. It didn't take long for him to enter the central region, causing many cultivators in this region to be shocked. Many people couldn't help but shrink their necks after seeing him. Isn't this the fierce man who defeated the chaotic body? He disappeared for more than a year, but now he has appeared again. Many people's hearts trembled. More than a year ago, Lin Tian killed Enlongjing's subordinates, Zhang Yuji, the young king of the central region, and finally defeated Enlongjing's true body, forcing Enlongjing to escape through the teleportation platform. It can be said that his fame has spread far and wide, shocking all the cultivators in this heaven. Even though more than a year has passed, they still haven't forgotten about him. Where did he go in the past year? It's as if he disappeared completely from this heaven. Yes, in the past year or so, the Zhan family of the seventh heaven sent several Wuxian powerhouses to kill him. The strongest one is already at the peak of the seventh heavenly layer, but they never found him. Well, he seemed to have several companions at the beginning. Why is it only him and that crocodile monster now? Many cultivators whispered among themselves. Lin Tian didn't care about these people, but he heard their discussion very clearly. His eyes narrowed slightly. King Zhan family, they actually sent several batches of experts to hunt us down in this 1 year. How arrogant. When Lord Crocodile returns to his peak, I'll slap them all to death. Wuxing Crocodile bared its teeth. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He maintained the same speed and soon arrived at a wasteland in the central region. This wasteland was quite large, and there were broken boulders everywhere. The earth was brownish-brown, and there was not a single blade of grass in the surroundings, let alone any other vegetation. Lin Tian walked to the end of the wasteland, and a tall stone platform appeared in front of him. On the stone platform, there was a purple beam of light, as if it had existed since time immemorial. It was surrounded by an extremely dense aura of time, which was very shocking. This is the space-time portal to the sixth heaven. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Without any hesitation, he quickly climbed onto the stone platform with Wuxing Crocodile. Standing on the stone platform, he looked back at the fifth heaven, then stepped into the purple light beam. In the blink of an eye, darkness submerged him and Wuxing Crocodile. After an unknown amount of time, some light appeared in front of them. The space trembled slightly, and a void portal opened, directly shaking the man and the crocodile out. At this time, the man and the crocodile stood on the edge of a stone platform. It was also a space-time portal. There were many shrubs around it, and there were many large stones around it. This is the sixth heaven. Wuxing Crocodile said at this time. As an old monster, it has been to the first heaven to the ninth heaven of the 10 directions heavens. Naturally, it is very clear. Lin Tian nodded and walked out of this place. Soon after, he saw the real sixth heaven. As far as the eye could see, the sky was vast and boundless, and the earth stretched on endlessly. The towering mountains were like dragons rushing into the depths of the clouds, and the majestic rivers flowed on the surface of the earth. It was like a magnificent painting of mountains and rivers. It's extraordinary. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. He controls the dragon burial scripture and is good at observing the general trend of mountains and rivers. He can clearly feel the fluctuations of the earth veins intertwined with the mountains and rivers of this heaven. It's amazing. Whooshing Crocodile curled its lips and said, in the 10 directions heavens, the higher one goes, the more tyrannical the terrain is. There's nothing to be surprised about. Lin Tian naturally knows that the terrain of the 10 directions heavens is more amazing the higher one goes. He looked at the magnificent mountains and rivers, paused for a moment, then walked away. He planned to take a look at the vast sixth heaven first before starting his cultivation. He walked forward casually. What entered his eyes were the mountains one after another. Every mountain had the roar of a beast echoing, shaking the earth and the void. He saw a 70-foot-long golden centipede standing up and spitting out demonic fog towards the sun. The demonic fog rolled like demonic clouds. He saw a stone demon scorpion crawling out of a cave. Its body was surrounded by intertwined poisonous light, corroding the air with a sizzling sound. He saw an illusory engraving condor soar into the sky. It spread its wings and directly stirred up a gust of wind, breaking all the vegetation within a radius of 30 feet. The tyrannical demonic power even cracked the void. They can easily kill an early-stage immortal cultivator. Lin Tiandao. His steps were very gentle. Looking at these savage beasts that appeared in the mountains, he was slightly surprised. This was not because he felt that these savage beasts were very strong. After all, these savage beasts were only comparable to the immortal ascension realm. He could kill them with a raise of his hand. The reason why he was surprised was because he had seen many savage beasts of this level in the mountains. It was very rare to see so many powerful savage beasts of this level in the mountains in the lower levels of the heavenly domain. Oh, don't come over. At this moment, a clear voice rang out, coming from not far away. Lin Tiandao followed the voice and saw a 5-year-old boy leaning against an old tree a few hundred feet away. He held a branch in his hand and waved it at the void in front of him. In front of him, a giant python as thick as a bucket was spitting out its red tongue. Its eyes were like a pair of lanterns as it slowly approached the boy. Oh, don't come over. Let me tell you, I'm very strong. I'll send you flying. The boy waved the branch, threatening the giant python with a clear voice. Not far away, Lin Tiandao saw the scene and felt a little embarrassed. At the same time, he felt that this boy was quite interesting. One had to know that this boy was only about 5 years old. Ordinary children of this age would probably be crying in fear when facing such a giant python. However, this boy was not. Although he was a little flustered, he was not afraid. He has the aura of someone else's divine power and vital essence. He shouldn't be an ordinary child. There must be a cultivator among his parents or the people around him. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tiandao naturally saw this. Not only that, but the boy himself was also very intelligent. His clothes were also not ordinary. There was no way that he was a child of an ordinary family. If you come any closer, I'm going to attack. I'm really, really strong. I'm not lying to you. The boy's clear voice rang out again in the distance. However, how could the giant python retreat because of such a threat? It slowly approached the boy, and when it was within 10 feet of him, it suddenly sped up. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow the little boy. Yellow saliva dripped onto the ground. Oh! The boy was so scared that he immediately shrank his neck and turned to run. As he ran, he looked behind him. Clang! It was also at this moment that the sound of a sword rang out. Lin Tiandao made his move. He casually slashed out a golden sword light, which cut through the sky. The golden sword light was very fast and very sharp. In an instant, it chopped off the giant python's head. With a bang, the snake's head flew far away and happened to fall in the direction that the boy was running. This gave the boy another fright, and he hurriedly retreated. Looking at the bleeding snake head, he patted his small chest as if he was acting serious. "It's dead." After muttering to himself, the little boy hurriedly looked back. First, he saw the corpse of the giant python that had abandoned its head. Then, he quickly raised his head and saw Lin Tian. He immediately ran over. The boy was very young, but his body was very agile. Some ordinary adults could not compare to him. He quickly ran to Lin Tiandao's side, grabbed the corner of Lin Tiandao's clothes, and looked up at Lin Tiandao with bright eyes. "It was you who cut the giant python in half and saved me, right?" "Thank you, uncle." "Uncle, you're really a good person." "Lin Tiandao, no matter how you look at it, I'm still a teenager, right?" This little guy actually called me uncle the moment he opened his mouth. Wuxing Crocodile immediately laughed wildly. "Uncle Lin, you're really a good person." Ahahaha. Uncle Crocodile is dying of laughter. A few black lines appeared on Lin Tiandao's forehead. He really wanted to grab it and give it a few slaps. The little boy looked at Wuxing Crocodile, and his big eyes lit up. "A crocodile that can talk and fly. Amazing." As he spoke, the little boy looked at Lin Tiandao. "Uncle, this is your pet, right? Can I hug it?" Wuxing Crocodile's laughter stopped abruptly. It was so angry that it gritted its teeth and stared fiercely at the little boy. "Little guy, do you know how to talk? Look at your Uncle Crocodile, which part of me looks like a pet? Believe it or not, Uncle Crocodile will swallow you alive." It looked fierce, but the little boy was not afraid at all. His big eyes were bright. He actually raised his hands high and jumped into the air, as if he wanted to grab Wuxing Crocodile and hug it. This made Wuxing Crocodile quite speechless. It couldn't help but roll its eyes. This little guy really treated it as a pet. He was not afraid of its fierce threat at all. Lin Tiandao looked at this scene and wanted to laugh, but he held it in. Immediately, in the next moment, he looked at the little boy. His gaze suddenly fell on the little boy's eyes, and he was suddenly shocked. "This is?" A ray of light appeared in his eyes. Looking carefully, the little boy's eyes were bright. They were a little too bright, like the purest glass, untainted by any dust in the world. "Kid, what's wrong?" Wuxing Crocodile noticed his abnormality. Lin Tiandao was still looking at the little boy and responded, "Look at his eyes." "Eyes? What's wrong with his eyes?" Wuxing Crocodile looked at the little boy's bright eyes suspiciously. After 3 breaths, it suddenly showed a surprised expression. "This seems to be the legendary Yang eyes. P.S. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. The dragon wishes everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival, a happy family reunion, and happiness. Then, from today onwards, I will resume 2 chapters a day. I'm really tired recently. The dragon will adjust for a period of time before releasing more chapters. I will inform everyone in advance before releasing more chapters. Then, the 2nd chapter of today will be released at around 19 p.m. The Yang eye, also known as the sun eye, is a type of divine eye that is born innately. It is the opposite of the yin eye. This kind of divine eye can't be seen by ordinary people at all, even Wuxin powerhouses. However, unfortunately, Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile have seen the yin eye, which is also a divine eye. Their perception of the yang eye is naturally very sensitive. In addition, one of them is the strongest reincarnation body, and the other is an old monster who was about to enter the Emperor realm. Therefore, they were able to see the yang eye at this time. For a moment, they couldn't help but look at the little boy in surprise. This little guy is actually a treasure, he actually has the yang eye. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes widened. The yang eye and the yin eye opposed each other. The yin eye had the ability to absorb souls and was extremely terrifying. Back then, Lin Tian and the others had seen Taoist Pu Yuan use the yin eye to fight the Violet Fairy. Just by looking at those eyes from afar, their souls had almost collapsed. It was extremely terrifying. The yang eye and the yin eye are both divine eyes, and it is rumored that they are even stronger than the yin eye. They have the ability to see through illusions and easily see through the essence of many divine abilities and secret techniques, then break them down and destroy them. Moreover, there are also rumors that the yang eye contains powerful divine abilities, similar to the king's domain. Once it is cultivated, it will have the ability to transcend the heavens and penetrate the earth. Even the powerful Lin Tian was a little stunned at this time. He didn't expect to encounter a person with the yang eye as soon as he entered the sixth heaven. Moreover, it was a little boy who was only about 5 years old. The little boy's eyes were very bright. When he heard Wuxing Crocodile say that he has the yang eye, he blinked and looked at Lin Tian and asked, "Uncle, what is the yang eye? Do I have the yang eye?" The little boy looked at Lin Tian with a curious look. Lin Tian came back to his senses, and his face suddenly turned black. "Call me big brother." "Okay, uncle." The little boy nodded, blinked, and asked, "Uncle, what is the yang eye? Do I have the yang eye?" Lin Tian, this unlucky child, Wuxing Crocodile laughed wildly again. "Uncle Lin, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and explain to this little thing." Lin Tian clenched his fists and wanted to slap it away. He glanced at the little boy and said, "The yang eye, also known as the sun's eye, is a type of innately powerful eye." He felt that this little boy's family background should not be ordinary, and it was extremely likely that he was the descendant of some cultivation family. Thus, he did not hold back and directly told the boy everything he knew about the yang eye. After the little boy finished listening to Lin Tian's description of the yang eye, his big eyes suddenly became brighter. He completely understood, and didn't feel that it was inconceivable at all. He immediately jumped up and down happily, running around Lin Tian in circles. Lin Tian, the little boy ran circles around Lin Tian like an ordinary child who had received candy. He was extremely happy, and only stopped after running a dozen circles around Lin Tian. He grabbed the bottom of Lin Tian's trousers and looked up at Lin Tian with his little head, his eyes full of little stars. "Uncle, you seem to be very powerful. Can you be my master? I will be very filial to you in the future." The little fellow looked at Lin Tian, his big eyes blinking, filled with hope. "Lin Tian, how do you know that I am very powerful? Is it because I cut the big snake that was chasing you in half and saved you?" he said. "No, no." The little boy shook his head, looked up at Lin Tian, and said, "My great-grandfather could fly into the sky and pluck clouds. He was the most powerful person in my family, but even my great-grandfather couldn't tell that I had the yang eye. But, uncle, you could tell at a glance. So, uncle, you must be very powerful, more powerful than my great-grandfather." The little boy's words were very clear and smooth. Only his voice was crisp, as if he had just been breastfed. Lin Tian was speechless. He was a little embarrassed by the way the little guy came up with an answer. However, from the little guy's words, he was able to confirm that this little guy was indeed a member of a cultivation family. He shook his head, and said, "I don't accept disciples." He really didn't want to accept disciples. That was too troublesome. Even if this little guy had the yang eye, he wasn't interested. "Uncle, please accept me. I will be very filial to you. If I have meat to eat in the future, I will definitely share a mouthful of soup with you." Daddy said that this is benevolence. The little boy grabbed Lin Tian's trousers and shook them vigorously. Lin Tian. He knew what the little boy's father had said in the past. It must have been, "If I have meat to eat, I will share a mouthful of soup with you." The meaning of this sentence was to be loyal and enjoy blessings together. However, when these words came out of the little guy's mouth, why did it sound so different? What did he mean by, "If I have meat to eat in the future, I will definitely share a mouthful of soup with you"? "I don't accept disciples." He shook his head, and then said, "Where do you live? I will send you back." He wouldn't accept disciples, but he also felt that this little guy was quite interesting. Now that he was alone in this mountain filled with savage beasts, it was really dangerous. He naturally couldn't leave the little guy here alone. Otherwise, the moment he left, the little guy might be swallowed by a savage beast. The giant python just now was the most direct example. "My name is Yi Tong. I snuck out from home to play, and then I think I got lost." The little boy muttered in a low voice, and then his eyes lit up. He completely forgot about the fact that he snuck out and got lost. He unyieldingly grabbed Lin Tian's trousers and shook them even more vigorously. "Uncle, please do a good deed and accept me. I'm very obedient. Also, I read a book before. It said that good people don't live long. Disaster. No. Good people will be rewarded. Uncle, if you accept me and become a good person, you will definitely receive good retribution in the future. Lin Tian's eyelids twitched. Did this unlucky child know how to use words? What did he mean by will receive good retribution? Could there be good retribution? I won't accept you, he said again. On the side, Wuxing Crocodile stared at Lin Tian and the little boy, and laughed so hard that he almost hit the ground. Lin Tian glanced at Wuxing Crocodile, then looked at the little boy and said, I'll send you back. From the little boy's words, he could already tell that the little boy was a descendant of a cultivation family with the surname Yi. As such, he only needed to find a few cultivators in this heaven and ask which cultivation family had the surname Yi. It was very easy to find this family. The little boy's eyes were bright. He no longer just tugged at Lin Tian's trousers. This time, he directly hugged Lin Tian's thigh. Uncle, I suddenly don't want to go home. Please accept me. Boom. Suddenly, dense immortal spirit light shot out from a mountain in the distance. Powerful spirit energy fluctuations rolled out in all directions, causing the void to rumble and shatter inch by inch, interrupting the little boy's words. Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile were both shocked. The spirit energy fluctuations were too powerful and too dense. Even with their current cultivation, they couldn't help but be moved. Over there. It seems to be the fluctuations of an origin vein. And it doesn't seem to be just one origin vein. At least, there are 5 complete origin veins intertwined there. Wuxing Crocodile looked in the direction of the mountain and exclaimed. It had cultivated with an origin vein before, so it was naturally very familiar with the spirit energy fluctuations of an origin vein. Lin Tian cultivated the dragon burial scripture, so he could naturally see it with a glance. The light of dragon inscriptions flashed in his eyes. Kid, go take a look. If we dig out the origin vein there and refine it, we should be able to immediately raise our cultivation by a small level. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes lit up, and said, take the little guy by my feet with you for now. We'll send him back later. Lin Tian's eyes also lit up a little. When he heard Wuxing Crocodile's words, he nodded slightly. Let's do that. With that, a golden divine light rushed out of his body and enveloped the little boy. He directly rose into the air and walked towards the mountain in the distance. Uncle, so you can fly too? The little boy's eyes lit up even more. Lin Tian glanced at him and ignored him. He wrapped the little boy in golden divine light and brought him to his side. He was very fast, and soon appeared in the sky above the mountain. At this moment, he stood in the sky and looked down. He saw that a large part of the surface of the mountain had collapsed, forming a large black hole. Dense light mist rolled around the hole. This light mist was formed by incomparably powerful spirit energy. It was like a barrier that could not be seen with the naked eye, and even divine sense could not see through it. He descended from the sky and arrived at the edge of the hole formed by the collapse of the ground. Dragon inscriptions spread under his feet and quickly sank into the ground. Not long after, his eyes lit up as he saw 6 complete origin veins below. They were like 6 true dragons, intertwining with extremely dense spirit energy. Moreover, it seemed that it was this dense spirit energy that had collapsed the surface of the mountain and formed the hole. Almost at the same time, the little boy hugging his right leg opened his mouth and pointed at the hole, saying, Oh, uncle, there seem to be 6 huge dragons down there. Lin Tian was immediately moved. With such a dense spirit energy light mist gathered at the edge of the hole, ordinary Great Tao masters would not be able to see clearly what was down there. He had only sensed the existence of the 6 origin veins by using the dragon burial scripture. However, this little boy could actually see the 6 origin veins with his naked eye and express them. This is the eye of the sun? It really lives up to its name. He was slightly surprised. Kid, how is it? Wuxing Crocodile spoke at this moment. Lin Tian moved his gaze away from the little boy and looked down at the hole, saying, 6 complete origin veins. As expected. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes lit up even more. He said, hurry up, rush down, and refine it. Lin Tian nodded, rose into the air, and went down into the hole. Back down. My dark heart sword sect will take over. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from afar. A dozen figures rushed over, led by a black-cloaked youth. The voice also came from this black-cloaked youth. At this moment, he was staring coldly at Lin Tian. At the same time, this black-cloaked youth directly made his move. He raised his hand and slashed out a dozen sharp sword rays. Clang, for a moment, the ear-piercing sound of swords reverberated. A dozen sword rays flew over, each of them intertwining with an astonishing killing aura. They enveloped Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile, and one of them was even aimed directly at the little boy beside Lin Tian. Lin Tian's face darkened. It was one thing for this black-clothed youth to attack him for no reason, but he didn't even let a 5-year-old child go. It was really a little vicious. Damn it, you're only at the 9th level of the Ascension realm. How dare you be so arrogant? Wuxing Crocodile gritted his teeth. A golden divine light rushed out of Lin Tian's body and spread out like ripples, shattering the dozens of sword rays that rushed over. Such a scene shocked the black-clothed youth and the dozens of cultivators behind him. Although that was just another heart-killing light casually released by the Holy Sun, it was enough to kill an ordinary 7th heaven-reaching immortal expert. However, it was blocked? The dozens of cultivators behind the black-clothed youth were shocked. These cultivators were from the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect, and the black-clothed youth was obviously the saint of this generation of the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect. Seeing that Lin Tian blocked his Dark Heart Sword, a strange light flashed in his eyes, and his expression became even colder. His right hand moved slightly, and the divine power on the surface of his body suddenly became stronger. A killing light surrounded him, and he was obviously going to attack Lin Tian and the others a second time. Uncle, that bad guy is going to hit us again. The little boy Yitong hugged Lin Tian's thigh like an octopus and shouted at Lin Tian in a crisp voice. Lin Tian looked at the black-clothed youth who was rushing over with an indifferent expression. The tip of his right hand flickered with sword rays, and he was about to slash out. But in the next moment, his gaze moved away from the black-clothed youth, and he looked in several directions outside the mountain. Almost at the same time, powerful waves of divine power appeared in the distance, and many figures rushed over quickly. My Blood Rainbow Immortal sect wants this place. A wild laugh came from the east. What a joke, this place belongs to my Ink Feather Origin Hall. A cold voice came from the west. In the blink of an eye, dozens of figures rushed over from the east and west. The east was led by a young man in iron armor, and the west was led by a young man in luxurious clothes. All of them were at the 9th level of the Ascension realm. At the same time, outside the mountain, figures approached one after another. Quite a few cultivators came from afar, their eyes shining brightly. Just now, the spirit chi from the 6 source veins at the foot of the mountain had burst through the surface due to excessive expansion. The spirit chi rushed into the sky like an immortal light, causing many nearby cultivators to sense it. At that moment, they all rushed over. At this time, most of the people who had rushed over were rogue cultivators. When they saw the cave formed by the collapse of the mountain and felt the powerful spirit light, they were all very excited. Although they couldn't see what was inside the cave because of the spirit energy at the edge of the cave, with such powerful spirit energy, they could guess that there was definitely something very shocking and priceless inside the cave. Of course, at this time, these cultivators also noticed Lin Tian. After all, Lin Tian was right above the cave. Who is this person? And with a child? Who cares who he is? It's not important. What's important is the thing under the cave. The spiritual energy down there is so strong. There might even be a super divine treasure beneath it. If you can get it, your strength will definitely increase greatly. Many people's eyes lit up. Humph. At this moment, a cold snort was heard. In the distance, the black-clothed youth from the Dark Heart Sword sect looked indifferent and his voice was very cold. This place has been taken over by the Dark Heart Sword sect. Whoever dares to have any ideas about this place will die. His voice was very emotionless. Immediately, the rogue cultivators were shocked and looked up. This is? The saint of the Dark Heart Sword sect. Why is he here? For a moment, these cultivators' faces turned ugly. In the beginning, when these cultivators rushed over, their eyes were fixed on the cave. They didn't look around at all, so they didn't see the Dark Heart Saint. As for discovering Lin Tian, it was because Lin Tian was standing right above the cave. It was impossible for them not to see him. Dark Heart Saint, you said you're from the Dark Heart Sword sect, so you're from the Dark Heart Sword sect? Do you think you're an emperor? A cold voice came from the west. There, the youth in luxurious clothes spoke with a purple folding fan in his hand. Some rogue cultivators looked over and were shocked again. The Saint of the Ink Feather Yuan Hall. These people were shocked. Then, a cold and wild laugh came from the east. The youth in the iron armor spoke with a domineering attitude. Who is it? Let's talk with our strength. I said this is mine. It's my Rainbow Blood Immortal sect. Many cultivators looked in the direction of the voice, and their expressions changed again. That's the Saint of the Rainbow Blood Immortal sect. He's at the 9th heaven of the connecting immortal realm. Few people in the same generation are his match. Someone couldn't help but say. For a moment, the expressions of the rogue cultivators who came to this place changed again and again. The Dark Heart Sword sect, the Ink Feather Yuan Hall, and the Rainbow Blood Immortal sect. Why are people from these three great sects here? And their saint is here too. These cultivators were shocked. However, the surprise on their faces soon disappeared, and their expressions became somewhat unsightly. They came for the things in the cave, but they didn't expect the Dark Heart Sword sect, the Ink Feather Yuan Hall, and the Rainbow Blood Immortal sect to be here. Moreover, the saint of this generation was also here. So, how could they have a share of the things in the cave? Oh, uncle, there are so many terrifying people here. Above the cave, little Yitong hugged Lin Tian's thigh and looked at the group of cultivators who came to this mountain. Lin Tian looked calm, without the slightest emotional fluctuation. Whooshing Crocodile opened his mouth and introduced to Lin Tian, the Dark Heart Sword sect, the Ink Feather Yuan Hall, and the Rainbow Blood Immortal sect are the third-level forces in this heaven. Their overall strength is equivalent to the Bone Clan in the 4th heaven. It used to be at the peak of Nirvana realm and had been to the 1st heaven to the 9th heaven. Therefore, it was naturally very familiar with the distribution of strength in the 6th heaven. Lin Tian nodded casually and didn't care. He glanced indifferently at the black-clothed youth of the Dark Heart Sword sect, then looked back at the cave below and stepped down. Courting death. In the distance, the black-clothed saint of the Dark Heart Sword sect's eyes suddenly turned cold. He stepped up directly, and killing intent intertwined around his body. A cold snort came from the west. The Saint of the Ink Feather Yuan Hall shook the folding fan in his hand and also stepped into the cave. Hey! In the east, the Saint of the Rainbow Blood Immortal sect sneered. His iron armor was intertwined with black light, and he also stepped into the cave. The Saint of the Dark Heart Sword sect stared at Lin Tian. His eyes were the coldest. He raised his hand and swept out hundreds of killing intent, all of which rushed towards Lin Tian. Don't block the way. The Saint of the Ink Feather Yuan Hall said indifferently, looking at Lin Tian above the cave. He waved his right hand and a large amount of killing intent attacked. The Saint of the Rainbow Blood Immortal sect was the most ferocious. He directly blasted out a killing fist light, pressing down on Lin Tian's head. Suddenly, the void rumbled and distorted inch by inch. Many rogue cultivators were shocked by the attacks of these three people. Is that person stupid? The Saint of the three sects came here and said that they would seize this place. He actually had the idea of going to the cave. Isn't he courting death? Now, he has provoked the Saint of the three sects to attack him together. He's dead. Nonsense, I guess there won't even be ashes left. Many people shook their heads. It was also at this time that the killing intent of the black-clothed youth and the other two had already arrived in front of Lin Tian. Aya, uncle, quickly dodge. Little Yitong hugged Lin Tian's thigh and shouted. She shrunk her neck and hugged Lin Tian's thigh even tighter. Lin Tian looked indifferent. Golden divine light surged around his body, and he did not move at all. Then, in the next moment, the killing intent of the three people landed on his body. In an instant, the sky was filled with divine light, completely covering the space around him. It was difficult to see through it with the naked eye, and cracks appeared in the surrounding void. He's dead. What else can he do? Those are the saints of the Dark Heart Sword sect, the Ink Feather Yuan Hall, and the Rainbow Blood Immortal Sect. How can an ordinary person block them? Speaking of which, at the beginning, why was that person standing above the cave? Isn't it simple? That person should have arrived here first. Then, the Dark Heartsword sect and the other two sects arrived. That should be the case. Many cultivators discussed softly. Aya, uncle, are we still alive? Suddenly, a crisp voice came from the divine light directly above the cave. Suddenly, all the cultivators' faces changed. This is? It's the voice of the child who was hugging that person's thigh. That child is fine. This means, that person is also fine? Many people widened their eyes. Not only these people, but the Dark Heart Saint Sun, the Ink Feather Saint Sun, and the Blood Rainbow Saint Sun also changed their expressions. Even the disciples of their sects who came with them were shocked. At this moment, they all looked at the sky above the cave. Looking at the sky above the cave, the divine light spread out. Lin Tian's body was surrounded by golden light, and he was safe and sound. Even the corner of his clothes was not damaged at all. The saints of the three sects attacked together, but they did not hurt him at all? How is this possible? All the rogue cultivators were shocked. The Dark Heart Saint Sun, the Ink Feather Saint Sun, and the Blood Rainbow Saint Sun were also shocked. Then, their faces darkened. You have some strength. The Dark Heart Saint Sun said coldly. The divine power outside his body suddenly surged, and a huge sword surrounded by black light rushed out from behind him. As the huge sword appeared, the surrounding space suddenly collapsed inch by inch. The murderous light overflowed, and it was horrifying. This is one of the four superpowers of the Dark Heartsword sect, the God-slaying Dark Sword. Many cultivators' faces changed. Little Yutong hugged Lin Tian's thigh, and her bright eyes widened. Uncle, this seems very powerful. The whooshing crocodile looked at her from the corner of his eyes. Little brat, how is this powerful? Your grandpa crocodile can crush it with a breath. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He looked at the Dark Heart Saint Sun, raised his hand, and shot out a golden light. This golden light looked very ordinary, and its speed was not fast. However, it had an unstoppable divine power. Before it even got close, it had already crushed all the divine power outside the Dark Heart Saint Sun's body, causing the huge sword behind him to shatter. Suddenly, the Dark Heartsword sect's saint's expression changed, and the indifference on his face turned into shock. Poof, the golden light rushed past. It was like the light of a heavenly tribulation, and it directly crushed him. The Underworld Heart Saint Sun exploded, and blood mist floated in the air. Instantly, all the cultivators were shocked. What? The Underworld Heart Saint Sun is dead? That man, the expressions of many cultivators changed drastically. The powerful Underworld Heart Saint Sun, who was at the ninth heaven of the connecting immortal realm, was killed by a finger. At this time, even the Saint Sun of the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect and the Saint Sun of the Ink Feather Origin Palace were shocked. Saint? No. How is this possible? The other cultivators of the Underworld Heartsword sect who came with the Underworld Heart Saint Sun were shocked, frightened, and angry. Their Saint Sun was killed in this place. Damn it. An angry disciple of the Underworld Heartsword sect could not hold back. He held up a quasi-immortal weapon and attacked Lin Tian. With a rumble, the space was distorted by the pressure. The momentum was extraordinary. Lin Tian flicked his finger, and a golden light flew past, crushing the quasi-immortal weapon and crushing the Underworld Heartsword sect disciple. At this time, the cultivators were even more shocked, and their faces changed again. That man was the junior brother of the Underworld Heart Saint Sun. He was at the second heaven of the connecting immortal realm, but it was just a flick of a finger, and this? Many cultivators were shocked. At the same time, the other cultivators of the Underworld Heartsword sect were trembling. They stared at Lin Tian, and there was only fear in their eyes. Wow. Uncle, you're so powerful. I've decided, you're my master. My master is above. Little Yutong hugged Lin Tian's thigh, and her eyes were shining like stars. After thinking for a while, it seemed that she could not salute him now, so she said, I'll salute you later. Not far away, the ink feather Saint Sun and the blood rainbow Saint Sun stared at Lin Tian, and their faces became serious. Your strength is extraordinary. May I know which sect you belong to? The ink feather Saint Sun asked in a deep voice. On the other side, the blood rainbow Saint Sun stared at Lin Tian. He was shocked by Lin Tian's strength, and did not act rashly. Lin Tian glanced at the two of them. Did you want to kill me just now? Staring at Lin Tian and hearing Lin Tian's words, the ink feather Saint narrowed his eyes. Lin Tian didn't answer his question, but instead asked such a question. Obviously, he didn't put him in his eyes at all. Sir, aren't you being a little too arrogant? Do you think you're already invincible in this world? The ink feather Saint said. Lin Tian's eyes fell on the ink feather Saint. He raised his hand and waved. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and a hurricane swept out. With a bang, the ink feather Saint was swept dozens of feet away. Holy Sun! The other disciples of Mo Yuan Hall who came with Saint Sun of Mo Yuan Hall were shocked. The ink feather Saint rolled dozens of feet away, blood gushing out of his mouth. He stared at Lin Tian in shock and fear. You! He was at the 9th heaven of fairy realm, but he couldn't even block Lin Tian's palm wind. He was seriously injured at the moment. Lin Tian stared at the ink feather Saint Sun. You tried to kill me as soon as you arrived, and you dare to say that I'm arrogant? Who's more arrogant? As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed out a golden light. The golden light was extremely fast. In an instant, it went directly between the eyebrows of the ink feather Saint Sun and shattered his sea of consciousness. Then, in the next moment, the body of the ink feather Saint Sun exploded. Blood splattered and dyed the surroundings red. Holy Sun! The other disciples of Mo Yuan Hall were horrified. The Holy Sun of their sect had been killed. In the distance, the other practitioners were also shocked, and their hearts palpitated. The Holy Sun of Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect and Mo Yuan Hall were actually, everyone was horrified. Lin Tian looked at the blood rainbow Saint Sun and said, You tried to kill me just now. Now, I'll give you a chance. Apologize, and I won't kill you. Hearing that, the blood rainbow Saint Sun's face fell. How could he apologize? He stared at Lin Tian and said coldly, You're too arrogant. Don't blame me for not reminding you. You killed the Holy Sun of Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect and his junior brother, and the Holy Sun of Mo Yuan Hall. You've already offended 2 big forces. If you attack me again, you'll offend 3 big forces at once. Lin Tian's gaze fell on the blood rainbow Saint Sun. His expression didn't change at all. Are you threatening me? It's not a threat. I'm just stating a fact. The blood rainbow Saint Sun said coldly. Lin Tian was expressionless. He didn't say anything. He raised his hand and pointed out a golden light at the blood rainbow Saint Sun. The blood rainbow Saint Sun's face changed greatly. He didn't expect Lin Tian to ignore his threat and attack him directly. Damn it. He gritted his teeth and quickly propped up a Dao soldier-grade bell to protect himself. At the same time, he retreated quickly to avoid the golden light. However, the power of the golden light was beyond his imagination. When it pressed down, it sealed the void around him completely. He couldn't move after taking a step back. He stared at Lin Tian with fear in his eyes. Stop. I'm warning you. Poof, the golden divine light crushed the precious bell, interrupting his next words. Then, with a pu sound, it shattered into pieces. Holy Sun! The other disciples of the Blood Rainbow Immortal sect were shocked and trembled. After the Holy Sun of Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect and the Holy Sun of Mo Yuan Hall, their Holy Sun was also killed. At the same time, the other disciples were even more frightened. At this time, they couldn't utter a single word. Only little Yitong's eyes were full of light. He hugged Lin Tian's thigh tightly like a porcelain doll. His little face was full of worship. He raised his head and looked at Lin Tian. Master, you're so powerful. Whooshing Crocodile looked at him and said, Little brat, I already said that I won't accept you as my disciple. Why are you calling me master? Yes, master. Little Yitong had a firm expression. Together with his crisp voice, he looked quite cute. Whooshing Crocodile couldn't help but roll his eyes. He didn't want to bother with this little guy anymore. Lin Tian didn't care. He looked at the other disciples of the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect, Mou Yuan Hall, and Blood Rainbow Immortal sect with a calm and indifferent expression. This made the disciples of these three sects tremble. Many of them couldn't help but retreat. They were afraid that Lin Tian would kill them. What do you want? A disciple of the Blood Rainbow Immortal sect opened his mouth and couldn't help but tremble. He was really scared by Lin Tian's strength. Lin Tian's gaze fell on the disciples of the three sections. He only gave them a casual glance before retracting his gaze. He stood in the air above the cave. His 5 fingers moved at the same time, interweaving strands of soul light. He spent 2 hours to engrave a complete 7th rank Immortal Thunder Killing Formation, a corner of the Eternal Killing Formation, as well as 3 Great Sealing Formations that isolated aura. If you don't want to die, don't come near here, he said to the cultivators around him. He and Wuxing Crocodile were going to refine the 6 origin veins in the cave. Naturally, they couldn't be disturbed by outsiders. At this time, he engraved a Immortal Thunder Killing Formation and a corner of the Eternal Killing Formation. It was enough to set his mind at ease. Even if a Wuxin expert came, he could completely block them. At the same time, the 3 Great Sealing Formations he engraved could cover everything in the cave. He wasn't afraid of exposing anything. After this, he no longer cared about the people nearby. He broke through the spiritual energy light mist at the edge of the cave and entered the cave. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing him disappear into the cave, the cultivators in this place suddenly felt their bodies relax a little, as if a 10,000 gene boulder had been removed from their shoulders. However, these people's eyes were still filled with shock. They looked at the places where the Dark Heart Sword sect's Holy Sun, the Ink Feather Yuan Hall's Holy Sun, and the Blood Rainbow Immortal sect's Holy Sun had exploded. They felt a chill in their hearts. The Dark Heart Sword sect's Holy Sun, the Ink Feather Yuan Hall's Holy Sun, and the Blood Rainbow Immortal sect's Holy Sun were all killed. They were all killed with just 1 finger. How dare he be so bold? He actually killed the Holy Sun of the Dark Heart Sword sect, the Ink Feather Yuan Hall's Holy Sun, and the Blood Rainbow Immortal sect's Holy Sun. Isn't he afraid that these 3 sects will take revenge and hunt him down? Moreover, his strength is too terrifying. He looks like he's in his 20s. I don't think I've heard of such a person in the same generation. All the cultivators' hearts trembled. At this time, looking in the direction of the cave, many of the cultivators' hearts palpitated. Among them, some of them actually wanted to rush into the cave to search for treasures. However, when they thought of Lin Tian's terrifying strength and what Lin Tian had said before entering the cave, none of them dared to move. What a joke! How could an ordinary person dare to provoke someone who could kill an expert of the 9th heaven of the connecting immortal realm with just 1 finger? The cultivators of the Dark Heart Sword sect, the Ink Feather Yuan Hall's Holy Sun, and the Blood Rainbow Immortal sect's Holy Sun were all terrified. At this time, they all retreated in a direction. Their Holy Sun had been killed, and they had to return to report to their respective elders and masters. In the blink of an eye, the cultivators of the 3 sects had left this place far away. In the mountain, the edge of the cave was hazy with light and fog, blocking everyone's vision. Even divine sense could not see through it. At this time, Lin Tian arrived at the bottom of the cave. The space below wasn't big and was very narrow. Clearly, it had just formed after the origin vein spirit chi surged out. When he arrived at the bottom of the cave, the dragon patterns on the soles of his feet flickered and spread out in all directions. Soon, some of the soil below broke open, revealing the 6 origin veins in his vision. At a glance, the 6 Genesis veins truly resembled 6 true dragons. Scales had already grown in some places, completely formed from the interweaving of spirit energy. Yitong's large eyes sparkled as she stared at the 6 Genesis veins. She lifted her little head to look at Lin Tian like a curious baby as she asked in a crisp voice, "Master, what are these things? They don't look like real dragons." Lin Tian glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. "Don't call me master." The little girl immediately shook her head like a rattledrum. "Master is master. Master, don't abandon me." Lin Tian, this unlucky child, At this time, he used the dragon patterns to make the 6 origin veins truly manifest. The spirit chi in this space was extremely dense, as if a spirit chi ocean had formed. It was incomparably astonishing. I really didn't expect there to be 6 complete origin veins intertwined in this place. This is really a huge gain. After refining them, Lord Crocodile can probably directly advance by 2 small stages. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up. Lin Tian's eyes also lit up. Looking at the 6 origin veins, he said to little Yi Tong, "You stay here and don't move." Little Yi Tong was very intelligent, but she had yet to truly embark on the path of cultivation, and was unable to endure the boundless spirit energy within the Genesis vein. If she accidentally wandered around and ended up barging into the Genesis vein, she could very well end up in trouble. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, little Yi Tong nodded repeatedly, a serious look on his face as he said in a clear voice, "Don't worry, master, I will be very obedient. I won't move, not even a little." Lin Tian. A 5-year-old boy with such a serious expression really made him feel a little ashamed. He gave little Yi Tong a few more words of advice before turning back to the 6 Genesis veins and walking towards them. Whooshing Crocodile let out an excited howl as it flapped its wings and entered. The moment they entered, both man and crocodile felt extremely comfortable, the pores on their bodies opening. The combination of 6 Genesis veins is indeed extraordinary. Whooshing Crocodile bared its teeth, its eyes filled with excitement. Lin Tian ignored it. After entering, he immediately sat down on a spot and began to circulate the Sun Heart Sutra, frantically absorbing the essence of the surrounding Genesis veins. Whooshing Crocodile howled as it began to circulate the Ancient Beast Race Sutra, causing the essence of the Genesis veins to rush towards it. For a time, the essence of the 6 Genesis veins began to boil like waves in the ocean. Bzz, golden light intertwined on the surface of Lin Tian's body as the surging Genesis vein essence entered his body, quickly nourishing every inch of his flesh and blood, including his organs. The aura from his body immediately began to rise little by little as the golden light gradually grew stronger. "Ya!" A soft voice suddenly sounded in his body. Beside his life essence, the little fellow in the divine egg woke up. It was very happy when it sensed the powerful essence of the Genesis veins. The runes on the surface of the egg lit up as it began to absorb the surrounding Genesis vein essence alongside Lin Tian. For a time, even more Genesis vein essence surged towards Lin Tian, drowning him. Lin Tian was naturally able to sense all of this. He chuckled to himself and focused his mind, tempering his body with the spirit chi of the source vein. At the same time, he began to comprehend his own great Tao. Strands of Tao law began to intertwine. He absorbed the powerful Genesis vein essence to cover himself, tempering his body while comprehending the great Tao. His aura grew stronger and stronger, and the great Tao law intertwining from his body grew stronger and stronger. 18 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The golden divine light and great Tao radiance around Lin Tian's body had reached its peak. Next, a dazzling light shone from between his brows as astonishing spirit energy intertwined. In the next moment, a powerful force rushed out of his body with a boom. The great Tao light around his body grew even stronger, and the golden divine light became much purer. 7 layers of the great Tao. He opened his eyes, and a ray of light flashed across them. The essence of the 6 Genesis veins was too rich. In just 18 hours, he had forcibly broken through to the 7th layer of the great Tao with the help of the extremely rich Genesis vein essence. At this time, he felt his physical body grow a little stronger, and his blood and chi become more vigorous. The divine power in his body was like the rolling yellow river, and the great Tao law was more powerful. "Master, master." In front, Yi Tong saw Lin Tian open his eyes and immediately waved at Lin Tian, blinking her big bright eyes. Lin Tian saw that Yi Tong was still standing in the same place without moving. He thought that this little girl was indeed quite obedient, and nodded at her before closing his eyes again. At this time, there was still half of the essence of the 6 Genesis veins left. He was prepared to consolidate his cultivation at the 7th layer of the great Tao. Afterwards, if there was still essence left, he could continue to cultivate. He closed his eyes slightly and circulated the Heart Sutra of Sun even faster. Bzz, for a time, the golden light around his body danced like golden flames, and the brilliance of the great Tao law became even stronger. Soon, another 2 hours passed, and he had completely consolidated his cultivation at the 7th layer of the Great Tao. During this process, he also carefully observed the divine egg beside his life essence. He found that the divine egg still showed no signs of cracking, which surprised him a little. How much essence does the little guy inside need to absorb to break out of the shell? He muttered to himself. He calculated that the little guy in the divine egg had absorbed a lot of heaven and earth spirit chi, but the shell of the divine egg still showed no signs of cracking. This surprised him. Just from this point alone, it could be seen that the little guy inside was really extraordinary. I really don't know where this little guy came from. He muttered to himself. At this time, there was still a lot of essence left in the surrounding Genesis vein. He paused, shook his head, and continued to cultivate. Outside the cave, many of the unaffiliated cultivators had not left. They were still surrounding the cave, staring at it. That person has been down there for 20 hours, but I can't sense any aura at all. I really don't know what kind of treasure is down there. A cultivator said. A group of cultivators stared at the cave, their eyes shining brightly. Since 20 hours have passed, shouldn't we try to go down and take a look? Someone whispered. As soon as this was said, many cultivators were moved. The light in their eyes became even brighter, but they soon shook their heads. Forget it, that person is too scary. Moreover, that person said before that if we don't want to die, don't go near the cave. If we rashly rush over and anger that person, then, a young cultivator spoke. Although he did not finish his sentence, the people here understood what he wanted to say. Many people nodded in agreement. After all, more than 20 hours ago, they had all seen with their own eyes how terrifying Lin Tian was. At this time, they really did not dare to risk their lives to go near the cave. Forget it, let's leave. Yeah. This place has nothing to do with us. Many people shook their heads. Many cultivators turned around and walked into the distance. Boom, at this moment, an extremely strong fluctuation of divine power suddenly surged in the distant sky. Vaguely, there were great Tao laws intertwined within it. As far as the eye could see, silhouettes could be seen flashing from the east, west, and south. There were over 10 silhouettes in each position, and all of them were Grand Tao experts. The fluctuations of Tao laws outside their bodies were simply too obvious, causing all the cultivators here to be shocked. Some of the cultivators who were about to leave could not help but stop in their tracks. It's the people from Dark Heart Sword Sect, Ink Feather Origin Hall, and Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect. The saints of these 3 great sects were killed. The disciples of these 3 great sects who came here previously rushed back to their respective sections. At this time, the great Tao realm experts from their respective sects were attracted. All the cultivators were moved. Rumble. The void rumbled. In the next moment, the people in the 3 positions in the distant sky all rushed to this place. 3 great Tao experts from Dark Heart Sword Sect came. So did Ink Feather Origin Hall. 3 great Tao experts from Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect also came. They are all elders of their respective sects. It seems like, the weakest one is at the 2nd heaven of the Great Tao. These cultivators were shocked. Many cultivators retreated. At this moment, they knew very well why the great Tao experts of these 3 great sects came. The saints of their sects were killed, so these people were naturally here to kill. The elders of the 3 great sects rushed here. Their eyes were filled with anger and killing intent as they stared directly at the cave. Elder. That person went into the cave. A disciple of Dark Heart Sword Sect pointed at the cave and said hatefully. At the same time, the disciples of Ink Feather Origin Hall and Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect also spoke and pointed at the cave. These disciples had come here with the saints of their respective sections. They had seen Lin Tian enter the cave with their own eyes. At this moment, 3 great Tao realm elders from each of the 3 great sects came. Their faces were filled with shocking killing intent. That thief, did he come out? A great Tao realm elder from Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect looked at the group of cultivators in the distance and asked. His eyes were filled with killing intent. This gaze caused the group of cultivators in the distance to palpitate. They quickly shook their heads and said no. Bastard. The great Tao Realm Elder from Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect shifted his gaze back to the cave. The killing intent in his eyes became even stronger. Go down and capture him. Skin him alive and light him up. Damn it. The great Tao Realm Elders from Dark Heart Sword Sect and Ink Feather Origin Hall were furious. Among them, one of the elders from Dark Heart Sword Sect was the first to rush toward the cave. I'll make you regret being born into this world. This person's eyes were slightly red. As he stepped toward the cave, he raised his hand and slashed out a destructive sword energy toward the cave. With a clang, the destructive sword energy landed near the cave in the blink of an eye, causing the cultivators in the area to tremble. They were shocked by the power of the sword energy. A cultivator whispered, "This is a great Tao expert. A casual slash has such power. Although that person is powerful, he shouldn't be able to block it." Boom. At this moment, the void near the cave trembled, directly interrupting the cultivator's words. As far as the eye could see, as the destructive sword energy slashed out by the great Tao Realm Elder from Dark Heart Sword Sect approached the cave, lines of formation runes appeared in the void near the cave. Each line was like a huge dragon, emitting an extremely terrifying killing intent. They immediately crushed the destructive sword energy slashed out by the great Tao Realm Elder from Dark Heart Sword Sect. At the same time, the dense formation runes shook slightly. Killing light and lightning flashed together, following the direction of the sword energy slashing toward the great Tao Realm Elder from Dark Heart Sword Sect. Instantly, everyone's expression changed. They were shocked by this scene. The great Tao Realm Elder from Dark Heart Sword Sect who slashed out the sword energy felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately felt a great threat and quickly retreated. However, the lightning and killing light that rushed toward him were too fast. The speed was extremely shocking. He couldn't dodge at all. He was directly struck, and his sturdy Tao body exploded in the void. Elder. The expressions of the disciples from Dark Heart Sword Sect changed drastically. The expressions of the other two Sword Sect elders also changed drastically. At the same time, the few great Tao Realm Elders and disciples from Ink Feather Origin Hall and Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect were also shocked. Ah! A furious roar sounded. The great Tao Realm Elder from Dark Heart Sword Sect who had been slashed into pieces roared. He used his spirit to wrap the pieces of flesh and bones and moved dozens of feet away. He reassembled his body with difficulty. His face became much paler, and the anger in his eyes became even more intense. Of course, there was also a trace of unconcealable fear among them. Not far away, a group of rogue cultivators was also shocked. There's a killing formation here? These cultivators stared at the killing runes near the cave and couldn't help but be shocked. Then, among them, a cultivator suddenly thought of something and said in a trembling voice, "That person, before entering the cave, seemed to have drawn something in the void near the cave. That was actually drawing a killing formation? That person is also a powerful array manipulator?" Many cultivators' hearts palpitated. Almost at the same time, Lin Tian, who was cultivating in the Genesis vein below the cave, suddenly opened his eyes. Two faint rays of light flashed across them. He had drawn an immortal thunder killing formation and a corner of the eternal killing formation in the void near the cave. Now that someone was approaching and attacking, the killing formation was activated. Naturally, he could sense it. P.S. Today's second update will be around 9 p.m. Also, I've been releasing a lot of updates recently, so the update time has been a little unstable recently. Sorry about that. Dragon will adjust well these few days and then fix the update time every day. When the time comes, I'll tell everyone in the article. Oh, I'll try to finish it before next Saturday. Sitting cross-legged in the source vein, Lin Tian sensed the fluctuation of the killing runes on the cave. A faint light intertwined in his eyes, but he didn't care. His expression didn't change at all. Through the fluctuations of the array pattern he had carved on the cave, he could clearly feel that the cultivation level of the person who had activated the array was not higher than the fifth heaven of the Great Path. Such a level of strength was no different from an ant in front of the immortal thunder killing array and a corner of the eternal killing array that he had carved. It would not affect his cultivation in the slightest. At the same time, he could roughly guess who was the one who activated the formation. It was definitely related to the holy princes from the three great sects that he had killed before. It was someone from those three great sections. Master, what's wrong with you? Yitong sat in the same spot. Seeing Lin Tian open his eyes, she asked crisply, blinking her big bright eyes. This was because Lin Tian had not only engraved the immortal lightning killing formation and a corner of the eternal killing formation, but he had also engraved 3 sealing formations. Therefore, the vibrations from above could not be transmitted to below, and the little fellow and the 5-element crocodile could not feel it. Lin Tian glanced at Yitong. It was already difficult for him to correct the word master from the little one, but he really couldn't do so. It's nothing, he replied. After saying that, he closed his eyes again and circulated the Heart Sutra of Sun even faster. The golden light intertwining around his body also became stronger. For a moment, the spirit chi in the surrounding source veins surged towards him like a rolling ocean. Above the cave, strands of runes intertwined like true dragons. Killing intent filled the air, shocking everyone. This killing formation is not simple. The expressions of the elders from the Dark Heartsword sect, Ink Feather Origin Hall, and Blood Rainbow Immortal sect all froze. They were all great Dao realm experts. At this time, they naturally felt the terror of the killing formation near the cave. This was especially so for the expert from the Dark Heartsword sect who had just been chopped into pieces. He was the clearest about this. When the lightning and killing light attacked, it was as if it had suppressed everything around it. He couldn't even dodge, and his body was crushed in the blink of an eye. Let's attack together and break the killing formation here. A Grand Dao Elder of the Crimson Rainbow Immortal sect said coldly. I agree. We have 9 great Dao masters here. If we work together, we can definitely destroy it easily. At that time, we will definitely make that bastard wish he was dead. The great Dao Realm Elder from the Dark Heartsword sect was the first to nod his head. Previously, he had suffered a great loss under the killing array. At this moment, his heart was filled with resentment and anger. He naturally agreed with the suggestion of the Blood Rainbow Immortal sect elder. Alright. The 3 great Dao Realm elders of the Mo Yuan Hall nodded. Instantly, the great Dao Realm experts from the 3 great sects attacked at the same time. Dao light danced in the air as divine abilities surged, causing the surrounding space to distort inch by inch. This also caused the hearts of the nearby cultivators to tremble as they involuntarily retreated. Break! All 9 of them roared at the same time, unleashing their respective divine abilities and secret techniques towards the killing runes hovering in the air above the cave. Instantly, the 2 collided and exploded with heavenly light. The eyes of the elder from the Dark Heartsword sect who had been chopped into pieces were filled with anger and malice. He stared ahead, and his killing intent towards Lin Tian, who he had never seen before, was shockingly dense. In a moment, this old man will definitely let you, this bastard, have a taste. Boom, above the cave, the immortal thunder killing runes and eternal killing runes vibrated together, erupting with a terrifying killing aura. In an instant, they interrupted what the elder was about to say and directly crushed the divine abilities and secret techniques that the 9 of them had unleashed together. Then, the immortal thunder killing runes and eternal killing runes vibrated again, and the killing light rippled towards the 9 of them. All 9 of them turned pale with fright. They never expected that the divine ability and secret technique that the 9 of them had launched together would actually be crushed in an instant. Moreover, there was a dense wave of murderous light that pressed towards them from the opposite direction. Retreat! Someone couldn't help but shout. Immediately, the 9 of them retreated rapidly. However, the killing aura from the complete immortal thunder killing runes and a corner of the eternal killing runes was not something that ordinary people could dodge. None of the 9 of them managed to dodge safely. All of them were swept by the killing light rippling over like ripples and shattered. Elder! The expressions of the disciples from the 3 great sects changed at the same time. At the same time, the group of cultivators in the distance felt even more chills in their hearts. They felt their scalps go numb from the might of the killing array above the cave. Damn it! The 9 great path cultivators who had been blown up were both shocked and furious. They used their spiritual souls to wrap around the remnants of their flesh and blood as they retreated. When they reassembled their physical bodies in the distance, they once again looked at the killing markings in the air above the cave. Fear and horror appeared in their eyes. Especially the person from the Dark Heartsword sect whose physical body had been shattered at the beginning. He was the most shocked and furious. He had thought that the 9 great Dao powerhouses could easily shatter the killing array above the cave when they attacked together. He had not expected the outcome to be like this. The killing array here is far more terrifying than we imagined. According to the discussion of the surrounding cultivators, it seems to have been carved by the evil creature before it entered the cave. From this, it seems that the evil creature may be a very powerful array manipulator, said a great Dao realm elder from the Ink Feather Yuan Hall with a gloomy face. We may not be able to break the killing array here. We will guard the surroundings for the time being. When the evil creature walks out of the range of the killing array, we will work together to suppress it. Hearing that, the others nodded. When the time comes, don't give it any chance to carve the array. When it walks out of the range of the killing array, seal it with the lightning, said an elder from the Dark Heartsword sect. Below the cave, Lin Tian cultivated silently. The golden light on the surface of his body became thicker and thicker, and the light of the great Tao became stronger and stronger. Very quickly, another 10 hours passed. At this time, the essence of the 6 source veins in this place was completely exhausted. Lin Tian opened his eyes again. For a moment, 2 golden rays of light flashed from his eyes before disappearing. Middle stage 7th heaven. He muttered to himself with a slight smile on his face. After refining the 6 source veins here, his cultivation had directly advanced. From the early stage 6th heaven to the middle stage 7th heaven in less than 2 days. This was a huge gain. Grandpa Crocodile has directly advanced by 2 small steps. Awesome! Whooshing Crocodile's howl sounded at the right time. It had advanced from the 4th heaven to the 6th heaven of the Great Tao. The gain was equally amazing. Lin Tian glanced at it, but said nothing. He walked out of the 6 withered source veins. Master! Little Yitong called out happily. Her big eyes blinked, but she didn't move. She still sat in the original position because Lin Tian told her not to move casually before cultivating. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. This little guy, except for calling him master, was quite obedient. He came to little Yitong's side and rubbed her head. Okay, you can move now. Let's go up. Oh. Little Yitong immediately stood up, stretched out her 2 chubby little hands, and hugged Lin Tian's thigh again. I'm ready, master. You can fly up. Lin Tian blushed with shame. In fact, he could use his divine power to drag the little guy and fly. There was no need for the little guy to hug him. However, he didn't say anything and allowed the little guy to hug his thigh. His body slowly rose into the air, heading toward the cave ceiling. Whooshing Crocodile naturally followed beside him. In the blink of an eye, the 2 people and the crocodile passed through the spiritual fog at the edge of the cave and reappeared in the outside world. Immediately, all the cultivators here were shocked. They're out! Someone couldn't help but shout. At the same time, 9 shocking killing intents intertwined. The great Dao realm elders of the 3 great sects, the Dark Heartsword sect, the Ink Feather Origin Hall, and the Blood Rainbow Immortal sect, all looked at Lin Tian. The killing intent in their eyes was not concealed at all. Elders, it's him. Yes, it's him who killed our holy son. Elders, kill him. At the same time, the other ordinary disciples of the 3 great sects who came over shouted. Their faces were filled with killing intent and anger. In the sky above the cave, Lin Tian glanced at these people who were shouting. Then, he glanced at the 9 great Dao realm cultivators who had locked onto him with killing intent. Without thinking, he knew that these 9 people were the experts of the 3 great sections. They were invited by the ordinary disciples of the 3 great sects at the beginning. They were here because of the death of the holy son of their respective lineages. Previously, he had sensed that the killing formation outside the cave had been activated. Naturally, it was related to these 9 great Dao realm experts. Brat, they are here to seek revenge. Whooshing Crocodile clicked his tongue and said. Lin Tian didn't pay attention to him. He destroyed the immortal thunder killing formation, eternal killing formation, and sealing formation here and walked into the distance. He didn't care about these 9 people at all and didn't bother with them. Whoosh, 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 the sound of air being torn apart rang out. The 9 great Tao realm elders of the 3 great sects moved immediately. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Lin Tian. Don't give him any chance to activate the formation. Seal the surroundings. Suppress him. The 9 of them didn't hesitate. They charged forward and attacked immediately. They all executed their great mystical abilities and directly sealed the surrounding space. Kill the beast from the demon race and that little bastard beside him. Leave him alive for now. The great Tao realm elder from the Dark Heartsword sect, whose physical body had been shattered by the killing formation near the cave twice, stared at Lin Tian. The killing intent in his eyes was very terrifying. He was filled with anger, resentment, and viciousness. He killed the saints of our 3 great sects and used the killing formation to damage our physical bodies. We must skin him alive and refine his soul so that he can never reincarnate. As he spoke, this person was the first to make a move. He directly activated his great mystical ability and enveloped Lin Tian, whooshing crocodile, and little Yutong within it. At the same time, the other 8 people also made a move. Their gazes were cold, and their mystical abilities and secret techniques pressed down on the 2 people and the crocodile. Instantly, the surrounding space rumbled. The light of the 9 people's mystical abilities and secret techniques fell down like the Milky Way. 9 great Tao realm experts are attacking together. That person seems to have destroyed the killing formation near the cave by himself. Can this be blocked? It's too difficult. Although he is very powerful, right now, 9 great Tao realm experts are attacking together. This place caused the hearts of the cultivators to tremble. When 9 great Tao realm experts attacked together, the might was too terrifying. In the eyes of some ordinary cultivators, it was simply like a god was unleashing heavenly punishment. Boom, the space rumbled. The 9 people's mystical abilities and killing lights all landed in front of the 2 people and the crocodile, pressing down uniformly. Facing this, Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. Golden divine light surged out, circling around his body and shaking gently. Instantly, chi-chi-chi sounds rang out. The mystical abilities and secret techniques of the 9 great Tao realm experts were all shattered. He was expressionless. His gaze landed on the elder of the Dark Heartsword sect who called whooshing crocodile a monster and Yutong a bastard child. He directly raised his hand and formed a huge golden palm imprint, slamming down like a huge hand that could split open the sky. The expression of the Dark Heartsword sect's elder changed drastically. Facing the huge golden palm imprint that was pressing down, he felt as if the scythe of the Grim Reaper was slashing toward him. His back instantly turned cold, and his eyes were filled with horror. Stop. PFFF. A genius remembers love in 1 second? We provide you with interesting novels to read. The blood mist floated in the air, causing everyone's expression to change. Elder. The disciples of the Dark Heartsword sect were shocked. The other 2 elders of the Dark Heartsword sect also had a drastic change in expression. That's a great Tao realm expert. He was actually killed with a single slap. How is this possible? In the distance, a group of itinerant cultivators stared at Lin Tian in shock. A great Tao realm expert was actually killed with a single strike. What kind of combat strength was this? I've never heard of such a person among the young experts of this generation. Someone's heart trembled. At this moment, the other 8 great Tao realm experts who surrounded Lin Tian were all trembling in fear. They didn't expect Lin Tian, who was standing in front of them, to be so powerful that he could kill a great Tao realm expert with a single slap. Who are you? Which lineage are you from? An elder-level expert from the Dark Heartsword sect stared at Lin Tian. His voice was low as he clenched his fists. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. At the same time, there was also a strong killing intent. Lin Tian had killed their saint and his junior brother. Now, he had killed one of their great Tao realm elders. How could he not have killing intent towards Lin Tian? At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Tian apart. However, he was shocked by Lin Tian's powerful strength and didn't dare to step forward. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at this person. Without saying anything, he directly raised his hand and slashed a beam of sword light at this person. With a clang, the sword light was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of this person and pressed down like a sacred sword. Pooh! this elder of the dark Heart Sword sect didn't even have time to dodge and was directly crushed into pieces. At the same time, the light of his spirit was also destroyed by this sword. His body and spirit were destroyed on the spot. For a moment, everyone's expression changed again. Another great Dao realm expert. Yet another strike, someone shuddered. The expressions of the other 7 great Dao realm experts who had surrounded Lin Tianyi completely changed. After having one of their great Dao realm experts killed by Lin Tianyi consecutively, the 7 of them were truly disappointed. The 7 of them couldn't help but retreat. Some of them had cold sweat on their foreheads, and the killing intent in their eyes had turned into fear. Lin Tian's gaze fell on these 7 people, his expression indifferent. Back then, when he was still in the 6th heaven of the Great Path, he was able to defeat the chaotic physique of the 9th heaven of the Great Path. Now, his cultivation had improved again, from the 6th heaven of the Great Path to the middle of the 7th heaven of the Great Path. In this realm of the Great Path, no one was his match. Even if a cultivator who was half a step into the enlightened realm came, they would not be able to withstand more than a few moves from him. He did not take these people seriously at all. Moreover, when he came out of the cave, he already sensed that they were staring at him with killing intent. He also knew that they were from the 3 great sections. However, at that time, he didn't pay attention to them. As long as they didn't attack, he wouldn't care. Then, these few people had charged over, imprisoned the void, and wanted to kill him. Hence, he naturally wouldn't be merciful. He raised his right hand calmly, and there was a surge of golden divine light. 7 soaring heaven sword glows appeared and enveloped the 7 people at the same time. There wasn't any terrifying pressure, but the 7 people in front of him changed their expressions immediately. They could feel the threat of death at the first instant. An elder-level expert from Mo Yuan Hall spoke and said in a trembling voice, "Friend, please be merciful. Everything is good." Clang, the sword chime was ear-piercing and it interrupted the person's words. 7 soaring heaven sword glows flew past at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they landed on the heads of the 7 people and pressed down mercilessly. Puff. 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 7 clouds of blood mist exploded at the same time, dyeing the void red. The 7 people's divine souls couldn't even escape and they were annihilated by the soaring heaven sword glows. In an instant, the entire place became deathly silent. Everyone was completely stunned, unable to utter a single word. 7 great virtue realm experts were killed by someone with a raise of his hand. It felt like he was cutting grass. In the distance, the ordinary disciples of the 3 great sects were all terrified and they couldn't help but tremble. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the ordinary disciples of the 3 great sections. Love go little say W, chew instantly, the ordinary disciples of the 3 great sects trembled violently and they couldn't help but retreat. At this moment, when they met Lin Tian's gaze, they felt as though they were being stared at by a devil. Their hearts almost jumped out of their chests. Lin Tian looked at the disciples of the 3 great sects and didn't say anything in the end. He retracted his gaze and walked away. He and Wuxing Crocodile had completely refined the 6 origin veins here. There was no need for them to stay. In the blink of an eye, he brought little Yitong and Wuxing Crocodile far away and disappeared from everyone's sight. Only then did the cultivators here let out a sigh of relief. Some of them wiped the cold sweat on their foreheads. This person is simply, too terrifying. 9 great Dao realm experts. To think that all of them were killed in the blink of an eye. What level of battle prowess is this? Is he in the enlightenment realm? He doesn't look like an old antique with a youthful appearance. He's just a young cultivator of this generation. But this kind of strength, even the divine sons and divine daughters of the top forces are far from comparable to him, right? The cultivators looked at Lin Tian's back as he left, their hearts palpitating. The disciples of Dark Heart Swordsmanship Sect, Ink Feather Yuan Hall and Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect couldn't utter a single word. They stared at the direction where Lin Tian had left in fear and they couldn't stop trembling. After leaving the cave, Lin Tian stepped on the void and quickly walked far away from the mountain. Master, you're really amazing. You're like an immortal. Little Yutong hugged Lin Tian's thigh and blinked her big eyes. Her eyes were sparkling like stars. Lin Tian glanced at her and didn't say anything. Not long after, he descended from the void. Little Yutong immediately let go of Lin Tian's thigh and walked by herself, following beside Lin Tian like a porcelain doll. "Master, where are we going?" the little girl asked. "I'm sending you home." Lin Tian Dao. He walked forward and saw a few cultivators in front of him. He went up and politely asked about the Cultivation family with the surname Yi in this heaven region. Soon, he got the answer. There was only one Cultivation family with the surname Yi in this heaven region. It was considered a fourth-level force in this heaven region. It was located in the north of this heaven region. The strongest person in the family was at the half-step enlightenment realm. "Master, I want to follow you. I don't want to go home." Little Yutong looked up at Lin Tian. "If you disappear, your parents will be worried." Lin Tian Dao. The little girl quieted down immediately. Although she was young, because she wasn't the child of an ordinary family, she knew a lot of things. Naturally, she understood Lin Tian's words. I'll listen to Master," the little girl said crisply. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. He rubbed the little girl's head and walked towards the Yi family in the north. At this time, he wasn't too far away from the Yi family, so he didn't fly. He just walked, looking at the forest and the white clouds. It was also a kind of meditation. Not long after, he walked into a small forest. The vegetation in the forest was dense, and the spiritual energy was not ordinary. There were many mountain fruits. Little Yutong stared at the surroundings, her big eyes shining brightly. She scampered off into the distance. Not long after, she ran back with a few mountain fruits in her hands. She passed them to Lin Tian. "Master, have some fruits." Lin Tianwei smiled and didn't stand on ceremony. She took one and took a bite. It was slightly sweet in the mouth. It was just some ordinary fruit. Little Yutong was suddenly happy. She also grabbed one and ate it. The air in this small forest was very fresh. Lin Tian looked at the simple vegetation around him. His eyes were very calm. His breath was completely absorbed, as if he had turned into the most ordinary of mortals. He walked forward on foot. "Master, the sun is strong here. Let's go this way. It's cooler here." Yutong followed beside. When she saw Lin Tian walk under the hot sun, she quickly pulled Lin Tian to a shady place. Lin Tian chuckled and let the little girl pull him to a shady place. Then, he continued to walk forward. "Master, are you tired? Let me massage your legs for you." "Master, there are more fruits over there. I'll go pick a few more for you. They're very sweet." "Master, are you thirsty? There's a mountain spring over there. Wait for me, I'll go get some water for you." Along the way, little Yutong followed beside him. Sometimes, she would ask Lin Tian if he was tired. Sometimes, she would pick some mountain fruits for Lin Tian. Sometimes, she would use her chubby hands to hold the cool spring water in front of Lin Tian. Instead, her clothes were dirty, and there were some black marks on her chubby little face. But even so, the little girl's eyes were still very bright. Whooshing crocodile flapped its wings and followed beside them. At this time, it couldn't help but say to Lin Tian, "Boy, why don't you accept him? You know a lot of ancient cultivation scriptures and secret techniques. It's not bad to find a disciple to inherit some of them. Moreover, this little brat has the yang eye, and can be said to be an immortal seedling that is hard to find even in 10,000 years. With such a disciple, the ancient scriptures, divine abilities, and secret techniques that you passed down will definitely shine brightly on him in the future." Lin Tian paused for a moment when he heard the five-element crocodile speak, and then he looked at little Yutong who was by his side. In fact, he didn't want to accept a disciple just because Whooshing crocodile's words moved him. It was more because little Yutong was very obedient. Little Yutong saw Lin Tian looking at her, and her little face suddenly became hopeful. "Master, please accept me. I'll be very obedient." Lin Tian was silent. He looked at little Yutong, who was looking at him expectantly. After a while, he nodded. "Okay. He revealed a faint smile and said to little Yitong. Along the way, the little girl was very lively, obedient, and well-behaved. She picked fruits for him for a while, and then pulled him to a shady place because she was afraid he would be exposed to the scorching sun. Then, she asked him if he was tired and wanted to massage his legs. Then, she went to fetch spring water for him to drink. He was more or less moved. Moreover, the little girl had the yang eye. Her big eyes were bright and pure. Just as Wuxing Crocodile said, she was a rare immortal seedling. It was really good to have such a disciple. Some of the great figures in the ancient times couldn't find one even if they wanted to. P.S. Today's second update will be around 8 p.m. Seeing Lin Tian nod in agreement, little Yitong became very happy. He immediately jumped up and ran in circles around Lin Tian. After a few circles, he seemed to have remembered something. He ran in front of Lin Tian and knelt down. "Greetings, master." The little guy was more knowledgeable and knew that he had to salute. At this time, his expression was very serious. However, he was still young and his cheeks were tender. When he was serious, his chubby little face looked quite cute. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. He rubbed the little guy's head and pulled him up. The little guy chuckled and grabbed Lin Tian's trousers. Then he raised his little head and looked at Wuxing Crocodile. After a pause, he called out crisply, "Hello, Uncle Crocodile." The little guy remembered that Wuxing Crocodile had spoken up for him just now. "Io, you're not a pet anymore?" Wuxing Crocodile bared his teeth. Little Yitong's little face suddenly turned slightly red. He was a little embarrassed. However, he was still a child. His face turned red for only a moment. Soon, he smiled again. "Okay, let's go. We'll find a hidden place." Lin Tian Dao. With little Yitong in tow, he continued to walk in the direction of the Yi clan. Not long after, they found a cave and entered it. The mountain cave wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. It was about 10 square meters. After Lin Tian entered, he directly took out a medicine cauldron from his stone ring. "Master, what are you doing?" Little Yitong asked. "I'm refining pills for you." Lin Tian Dao. Little Yitong was only 5 years old. He was still young. If he really started cultivating at this age, it wouldn't be very suitable. After all, the meridians and bones of a 5-year-old child's body were too tender to withstand cultivation. Even if there were ordinary treasures of heaven and earth to nourish the body, the effect was still very limited. This was because a child's body had a poor ability to absorb the spiritual power of heaven and earth. Even if there were experts of the older generation helping to sort it out, the effect wouldn't be ideal. Of course, the experts of the older generation referred to those below the nirvana realm. If there were experts above the nirvana realm or even emperor-level experts helping to sort out the flesh and meridians and bones, it would be a different story. If there were experts above the nirvana realm helping to sort out the flesh and meridians and bones, even if there were no treasures of heaven and earth, it would have a miraculous effect. A 3-year-old child could directly embark on the path of cultivation without any difficulty. Lin Tian hadn't reached the nirvana realm yet, so he didn't have the powerful divine power of experts of that level. However, he had the master apothecary's pharmacopoeia. There was a kind of bowdan called body-shaping and bone-shedding pill. It was a 6th grade peak bowdan. It was difficult to refine, but it had a miraculous effect when used to improve the physique of young children. It could integrate into the child's flesh and meridians and refine the child's flesh and meridians and bones on its own. It could achieve the same effect as an expert above the nirvana realm helping to sort out the flesh and meridians and bones. During the year he spent in the first heaven, his alchemy skills had reached the 6th grade level, which was enough for him to refine this kind of bowdan. He asked little Yitong to stay by his side. Light flashed in his right hand as he took out precious materials one after another and placed them into the cauldron. He adjusted the alchemy fire with his divine power, causing the materials to slowly melt and extract their essence. Buzz, the golden divine light outside his body flickered and became stronger, causing the alchemy fire in the cauldron to become stronger as well. He didn't want to take in a disciple because he was afraid of trouble. However, since he had taken her in, he would do his best to let his disciple walk on the perfect starting line. He controlled the alchemy fire and refined the bowdan again and again. He didn't stop until 10 hours had passed. At this time, the alchemy fire was extinguished, and a thumb-sized baodan floated in the cauldron. Circles of light mist intertwined around the pill, and a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out. Little Yutong stood to the side, his big eyes blinking as he stared curiously at the baodan. "It's so beautiful." Lin Tian chuckled. With a wave of his hand, he took out the body-shaping and bone-shedding pill and handed it to little Yutong. "Open your mouth and swallow it," he said. Little Yutong's eyes sparkled. "Master, is this really for me?" "Of course it's real. Why would I lie to you?" Lin Tian scolded jokingly. Little Yutong immediately became happier. He hurriedly nodded, opened his mouth, and swallowed the body-shaping and bone-shedding pill in Lin Tian's hand. "Sit down. Your body will be very itchy later, and it will hurt a little. Don't move around." Lin Tian ondao. Little Yutong hurriedly sat down, and his little face quickly turned red. The baodan had begun to take effect, causing his young body to tremble slightly, as if he was in great pain. However, the little guy was very obedient to Lin Tian's words. Despite the pain and itchiness all over his body, he still clenched his teeth and sat on the ground motionlessly, even though sweat was already dripping down his forehead. Lin Tian saw the scene and smiled slightly. At the same time, he nodded in his heart, very satisfied with the little guy's temperament. In the blink of an eye, a full hour passed. At this time, little Yutong's tightly clenched teeth finally relaxed. A layer of black sticky substance appeared on the surface of his body, emitting a faint stench. This gave the little guy a fright, but he was still calm. He sniffled and looked up at Lin Tian. "It's okay. This is the impurities in your body. They've been expelled now," Lin Tian said with a smile. He raised his hand, and golden divine power gushed out, enveloping the little fellow and removing all the black sticky substance from the little fellow's body. At the same time, he used his divine power to create a water source to wash the little fellow's body and clothes. Immediately, the little guy became bright again. His little face became even paler, and there was a faint light intertwining on the surface of his body. The little guy clapped his hands, clenched his paws, blinked, then stood up and jumped up. His already bright eyes became even brighter. He actually ran to the side of the cave and lifted up a large rock that was close to 100 kilograms. This shocked the whooshing crocodile. One must know that for a 5-year-old child, a rock that was close to 100 kilograms was almost as heavy as a star. But now, the 5-year-old little Yutong was actually able to lift such a heavy rock. "The effects of your baodan are really amazing." It looked at Lin Tian ondao. Lin Tian nodded and said with a smile, "Of course. After all, it's something from the medicine encyclopedia. It was created by one of the 9 people." "That's true." The whooshing crocodile nodded. Which of the 9 great celestial lords wasn't an earth-shattering person? The medicine lord was one of the 9 great celestial lords. The pill formula that he created naturally had divine power that far surpassed that of an ordinary baodan. With a bang, little Yutong threw down the large rock that he had lifted up and ran back to Lin Tian's side. He looked up at Lin Tian and said happily, Master, I feel that my strength has increased by a lot." Lin Tian smiled and said again, telling little Yutong to stand still. Then, a ray of divine light floated out from between his eyebrows and quickly entered little Yutong's forehead. The little guy was immediately enveloped by a faint divine light. At this time, he sent the Sun Heart Sutra into little Yutong's mind. At the same time, he helped little Yutong circulate it for the first time so that his body could memorize this ancient scripture. Because the little guy had the yang eye, among all the ancient scriptures that he knew, the Sun Heart Sutra was undoubtedly the most suitable for the little guy. At this time, he used his divine power to help the little guy circulate the Sun Heart Sutra temporarily. This caused the little guy's essence, energy, and spirit to begin to rise bit by bit. After more than an hour, he finally stopped. "Oh, the 3rd layer of body refinement." At the side, the whooshing crocodile muttered. Lin Tian used the body reshaping and bone-shedding pill to reconstruct the little guy's flesh and bones, allowing the little guy to perfectly step onto the path of cultivation. Then, he passed down the Sun Heart Sutra to help the little guy circulate and cultivate, allowing the little guy to directly reach the third layer of body refinement. Little Yitong blinked his large eyes. He felt that his body was more relaxed and he felt that he had more strength. He excitedly said to Lin Tiandao, Master, I feel that I'm different. Also, there's something moving in my head. Lin Tian nodded, this is the Sun Heart Sutra. As he spoke, he looked at little Yitong. His expression became much more serious, even a little strict, as he instructed, remember, you are not allowed to mention this cultivation technique to anyone, not even your parents. You are not allowed to reveal a single word of this cultivation technique. Understand? The Sun Heart Sutra was a supreme ancient cultivation technique created by the Solar Celestial Venerable. It was too precious, its value far surpassing that of the primal chaos heavenly treasure. If it was leaked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Looking at Lin Tian's serious face, little Yitong shrunk her neck. Then, she repeatedly nodded, and said, Yitong will not tell anyone, not even father or mother. Lin Tianyi smiled. After nodding, he rubbed the little guy's head again. Let's go, I'll send you home. He said to little Yitong, for now, Master will only teach you the technique and not other arts. Once you have cultivated to a certain level, Master will personally look for you and teach you the divine arts that you can use in battle. He put away the medicinal cauldron and brought the little guy out of the cave. They walked along the northern direction at a steady pace. He had always been walking, looking at the white clouds, the mountains, the vegetation, and the rivers. It could be considered as cultivating his state of mind. Just like that, 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, he brought little Yitong to a huge mansion. As far as the eye could see, there were many pavilions and pavilions in the mansion. There was an extraordinary spiritual qi intertwined within, and the plaque in front of the main entrance was engraved with the word Yi. Master, that's my home. Little Yitong pointed ahead and said. Lin Tian nodded and pulled little Yitong towards the Yi family in front. The Yi family had an extraordinary aura, but at this time, the mansion was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. From time to time, anxious people would rush out, as if they were urgently searching for something. Lin Tianji could roughly deduce some things at a glance. The Yi family must be looking for little Yitong. Judging from the situation, the little guy's status in the Yi family was definitely not ordinary. His parents must be direct members of the Yi family, and they must be of high status in the family. Let's go. He pulled little Yitong and walked at a steady pace. Soon, they arrived at the Yi family's main entrance. A few disciples of the Yi family who were guarding the entrance were about to step forward to inquire, but in the next moment, their expressions changed. They saw Lin Tian pulling little Yitong along. Young master? One of the disciples of the Yi family exclaimed. Seeing that Lin Tian was holding little Yitong's hand, the Yi family disciples guarding the entrance were overjoyed. Little master, you're finally back. Master Yi Qing and Master Qin Lin are both worried sick. One of the Yi family disciples said. Lin Tian was holding little Yitong's hand. Hearing this, he could roughly guess who the Yi Qing and Qin Lin were. They were little Yitong's father and mother respectively. Sure enough, little Yitong's eyes lit up a little at this time. She subconsciously muttered, Daddy, Mommy. The few Yi family disciples who were guarding the gate nodded. Then, their gazes suddenly landed on Lin Tian. Little master, this is? One of them asked. Seeing that Lin Tian was holding little Yitong's hand, they naturally couldn't help but ask this question. Little Yitong hurriedly nodded and happily introduced, This is my master. Saying so, the little guy blinked his eyes and looked at the Yi family disciples guarding the entrance, asking, Can I bring my master in now? The Yi family disciples were originally looking at Lin Tian suspiciously, but when they heard little Yitong's words, they immediately reacted. The missing little master had returned, but they were still asking questions outside the door. Little master, please come in. You don't need to ask for our permission. I'll go and report to little master that you're back. A Yi clan disciple said with a smile. Obviously, he was quite fond of the little fellow. After he finished speaking, he hurriedly ran into the Yi clan. At the same time, he shouted at the top of his lungs, Young Master Yitong is back. Instantly, many people in the Yi clan residence were moved. Master, shall we go in? Little Yi Tong looked up at Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded and pulled little Yi Tong into the Yi family. The Yi family disciples didn't stop them. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian entered the Yi clan. As far as the eye could see, the Yi clan was filled with pavilions. There were also quite a number of wondrous stones and immortal plants. Strands of spiritual light interweaved, causing the Yi clan to appear extraordinary. Tonger! A voice mixed with worry, eagerness, and joy sounded. A woman ran out from the Yi family. The woman's face was delicate and pretty, and her bearing was very dignified. Next to her was a slender middle-aged man. He also had a look of eagerness, but not as strong as the woman's. Tonger! A man and a woman walked out. When she saw Lin Tian pulling little Yi Tong, the woman ran over even faster. Lin Tian released little Yi Tong at the right time, and the little fellow ran over. Mother! It's good that you're back, the woman hurriedly said. The man also followed beside them with a gentle and doting smile on his face. An old servant followed behind the man and woman, but his cultivation wasn't bad. At this time, he also let out a sigh of relief. Little young master, where did you go? You made Lord Yi Qing and Lord Qin Lin worried sick. Little Yi Tong was a bit embarrassed. Sorry, Uncle Hu. I went out to play and got lost. Saying this, the little guy blinked his eyes and looked at Qin Lin and Yi Qing. He whispered, Sorry, mother. Sorry, father. Don't worry, it's good that you're back. Qin Lin patted the little guy's back. She loved her child very much, so how could she blame him at a time like this? At this time, many people in the Yi family had also gathered. The heavy atmosphere in the Yi family disappeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian knew that the man was Yi Tong, and the woman was Qin Lin. They were Yi Tong's parents. At the same time, through the discussion of the old servant beside Yi Qing and Qin Lin and the normal disciples of the Yi family, he figured out Yi Qing's identity. He was actually the younger brother of the current head of the Yi family, and was ranked second in the direct line of descent of the Yi family. Little young master, don't run off again in the future. You worried us to death. That's right. Many normal disciples of the Yi family came over with smiles on their faces. They all liked the little guy very much. Lin Tian looked at little Yi Tong with a smile. It seemed like the little guy was still very popular in the Yi family. But, thinking about it, although the little guy was very naughty, he was also very cute, and knew how to respect people. For example, before, even though he was the young master of the Yi family, when he wanted to enter the Yi family's main gate, he would first ask the disciples if he could enter. He was also very polite to the disciples. So, how could he not be liked? Little Yi Tong was a bit embarrassed at this time, but then she immediately remembered something and ran away from Qin Lin to Lin Tian's side. She pulled Lin Tian over and happily introduced him to Qin Lin and Yi Tong. Mom, Dad, this is Yi Tong's master. Master? Yi Qing and Qin Lin looked at Lin Tian, both were a bit surprised. At the same time, the other Yi family disciples all looked at Lin Tian. They were also a bit confused. Their young master had disappeared for so many days, yet he brought back a master? Master? Where did this master come from? Could it be that just anyone can be the master of a disciple of the Yi family? At this time, an indifferent female voice sounded. Not far away, a beautiful middle-aged woman walked by. She wore a gold hairpin and had a cold expression. Behind her was an 11 or 12-year-old boy. He wore a purple robe and had a very cold expression. The Yi family disciples all looked over, and many of them hurriedly bowed. Because this middle-aged woman was the wife of the head of the Yi family, and also had other special identities, so they didn't dare to slight her. Hello, big sister. Qin Lin greeted with a smile. The middle-aged woman replied indifferently with an and then she glanced at Lin Tian before she said to Qin Lin, Second sister, take care of your child. The status of a direct descendant of my Yi clan can be considered to be extraordinary, so don't allow him to be deceived into becoming a disciple of some dubious person and then use the name of my Yi clan to throw his weight around and even do some shady things. That wouldn't be good. Qin Lin forced a smile and said to the middle-aged woman, Big sister, you must be joking. As she spoke, Qin Lin looked at Lin Tian, and then said to the middle-aged woman, "From what I can see, this little brother doesn't seem like such a person. Although he is young, his temperament is extraordinary, so he should be very powerful. He definitely isn't a swindler. Big sister, you worry too much." Little Yitong also spoke at this time, and said to the middle-aged woman, "Auntie, don't speak ill of Master. Master is very powerful. Many people can't beat Master." As she spoke, little Yitong's big eyes lit up. Clearly, she was recalling the scene of Lin Tian easily defeating many powerful people. Then, the little girl seemed to have thought of something, and her big eyes lit up even more. She said, "Also, Master said that I have the Yang Eye. It's a very, very powerful eye." "What? Yang Eye?" Hearing this, everyone in the Yi family changed expressions. Many people stared straight at little Yi Tong. Yang Eye, that was the legendary divine eye. Yi Qing and Qin Lin hurriedly looked at Lin Tian. "Little brother, may I ask if what our son said is true?" Lin Tian had a good impression of Qin Lin and her husband, especially Qin Lin, and nodded slightly at them. This immediately made the Yi family even more shocked. This young master really has the Yang Eye? That's the legendary divine eye. It has great power. Many of the Yi family disciples were shocked. In the distance, the middle-aged woman snorted, "Yang Eye? Do you think that kind of divine eye can be obtained so easily? Even if it is, how can ordinary people see through it?" She stared at Lin Tian and said, "I think this is most likely a swindler." Next to Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile was a little unhappy. "Oh my god, you ugly woman, are you looking for trouble?" The middle-aged woman's face suddenly darkened. She turned her head and looked in the direction of the voice. After seeing that it was Wuxing Crocodile, her face became even darker. She said in a cold voice, "A demon actually dares to step into the Yi family so casually and humiliate me. Where is the dignity of the Yi family?" As she spoke, her voice became a little louder, "Men, throw him out." Hearing this, Wuxing Crocodile was even more upset. "Damn you, are you really looking for trouble? Do you believe that Lord Crocodile will send you flying in the sky with one claw?" At the same time, Yitong was also a little anxious. She looked at the middle-aged woman and said, "Auntie, don't be like this. Uncle Crocodile is a good person. A demon is a demon. What do you know about being a good person?" The middle-aged woman reprimanded. Wuxing Crocodile immediately gritted his teeth. A five-colored light flashed behind him, and a faint demon aura intertwined. "Forget it." Lin Tian spoke at this time. He saw that Wuxing Crocodile wanted to make a move, so he stopped it. After all, this was little Yitong's home. It was not good to cause trouble here. After that, he looked at little Yitong who was beside him and rubbed the little fellow's head. He smiled and said, "Little fellow, I'm leaving. Cultivate well. When you become stronger, Master will personally come and look for you." "Master, don't go. My house is very big. Can you stay at my house?" Little Yitong heard that Lin Tian was going to leave, and her face was full of reluctance. Yi Qing and Qin Lin also came forward to persuade Lin Tian to stay. They were very polite and invited him to rest in the Yi family. He could even stay for a long time. "No need, I still have something to do." Lin Tian shook his head. He only wanted to send the little one back. He did not want to have anything to do with the other members of the Yi family, so he politely rejected Yi Qing and Qin Lin's good intentions. Then, he looked at little Yi Tong, said goodbye to little Yi Tong again, and walked out of the Yi family without looking back. Little Yi Tong ran to the Yi family door and shouted at Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile who had already walked out of the Yi family, "Master, Uncle Crocodile, Yi Tong will definitely cultivate well. When I become stronger in the future, I will go out and find you." The little one's voice was crisp and clear. Even if she was shouting, it was still the same. There was a hint of childishness in her voice, and it was very cute. Lin Tian waved his hand with his back facing the little one, then walked away. "Little one, work hard to cultivate your Yang Eye to Deshang," Wuxing Crocodile said to the little one, then followed Lin Tianyi into the distance. Inside the Yi family, Yi Qing and Qin Lin watched Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile leave, then their eyes fell on little Yi Tong again. Their eyes were intertwined with light. Although I think what the little brother said is true, we still have to ask the ancestor to come out and see if Tonga really has the yang eye. This is a big matter. Yi Qing said in a deep voice, his eyes full of excitement. Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile left the Yi family and quickly crossed dozens of miles. They could no longer see the Yi family's land. Lin Tian was still the same as before, walking in the old forest and mountains, cultivating his mind. He looked at the mountains, the water, the clouds, and the grass. The breath on his body became more and more peaceful, more and more like a mortal. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. On this day, a man and a crocodile climbed over a few mountains and crossed a few large rivers. Suddenly, a vast wasteland appeared in front of them. It was full of withered shrubs. Deeper in the wasteland, there were large stones that looked like tombstones. Wisps of black mist lingered around those large stones, giving people a gloomy feeling. Desolate God Mausoleum. Wuxing Crocodile couldn't help but stare and grit his teeth. Damn, unknowingly, how did we come to this broken place? P.S. Second update is around 8 p.m. Lin Tian was also looking at the wasteland ahead. Listening to Wuxing Crocodile's words, he couldn't help but repeat, Desolate God Mausoleum. He looked at the wasteland. Wisps of black mist floated in the air. Even the sky was shrouded in a layer of haze. This is a demonic land in the sixth heaven. Rumor has it that it's the cemetery of the gods. I don't know how long it has existed. It's very evil. Many powerhouses in the Enlightenment realm have died here. Even Nirvana realm powerhouses have been buried here. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. Even Nirvana realm powerhouses have been buried here? From the sound of it, this place was indeed very dangerous. The cemetery of the gods. He whispered to himself, squinting slightly as he stared at the desolate god mausoleum. Looking from a distance, the large stones inside sank into the soil. They really looked like tombstones, making the wasteland look quite like a cemetery. Seeing Lin Tian's expression, Wuxing Crocodile immediately opened his mouth and said, Kid, Grandpa Crocodile will say it first. Don't run inside. It's very dangerous. Lin Tian glanced at it. I didn't say I was going to, Buzz. Suddenly, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness moved slightly. Strands of 7-colored divine light intertwined and swayed in his sea of consciousness, pointing straight to the desolate god mausoleum. Lin Tian's body suddenly trembled slightly. His eyes immediately intertwined with light as he stared straight into the depths of the desolate god mausoleum. At this time, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness trembled, and the 7-colored divine light pointed to the desolate god mausoleum. This situation was too familiar. There are sword soul fragments in the desolate god mausoleum. It's really fate to come here randomly. Now, I have to go in even if I don't want to. He said to himself. With that said, he looked at Wuxing Crocodile and saw Wuxing Crocodile's eyes widen, staring straight at him. Kid, don't court death. Even if you kill me, Grandpa Crocodile will not go in and suffer. Wuxing Crocodile said directly. Lin Tian, isn't it just a small demonic land? What's the big deal? We've even broken through the Extremine Temple, why would we be afraid of a mere desolate god mausoleum? He said. Pfft. Wuxing Crocodile scolded, what do you mean by even Extremine Temple? What kind of breakthrough is that? If it wasn't for that strange sarcophagus suddenly flying in and breaking a hole in the heavenly palace of death, you probably wouldn't even be a speck of dust now. Lin Tian, he glanced at Wuxing Crocodile, then looked at the desolate god mausoleum in front of him and said, in short, I want to go in. There is something I need inside. There was no doubt that there was a sword soul fragment in the panicked divine mausoleum. Since he had discovered it, he naturally had to go in and retrieve it. After he finished speaking, he directly stepped into the desolate god mausoleum. If you're scared, wait for me outside. He said to Wuxing Crocodile. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward and directly stepped into the desolate god mausoleum. Seeing this scene, Wuxing Crocodile immediately scolded, what the F***ck am I scared of? It cursed, but in the end, it still flapped its 5-colored wings and followed Lin Tian in. At this time, Lin Tian had already walked more than 100 feet into the desolate god mausoleum. Seeing that Whooshing Crocodile had followed him, he couldn't help but laugh. "You're laughing at me?" Whooshing Crocodile cursed. Lin Tian rolled his eyes. "You're already in. What are you cursing for?" He said, "Since ancient times, misfortune and fortune have been intertwined. This area is very dangerous, but at the same time, it must be accompanied by many opportunities. You have to think positively. Who knows, you might accidentally dig out a complete divine vein or find a complete divine medicine." Whooshing Crocodile naturally knew that Lin Tian was deliberately painting a big picture for it. It immediately said in a bad mood, "Get lost." Lin Tian rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. He walked along the wasteland full of bushes and walked into the depths of the desolate god mausoleum. Walking in the desolate god mausoleum, the ground was black, the air was a little humid, and the ground was full of black gravel. Soon, he had walked a few hundred feet deep. He suddenly felt that the temperature in the air had become much colder. Whoosh! A black tornado appeared, rolling from the front of the desolate god mausoleum. It brought with it strands of black mist, causing a black sand to suddenly roll up in this space, causing the air to become even colder. Faintly, there was a whimpering sound echoing in the black tornado, which was very scary. "Damn, I just came in and I already encountered something dirty." Whooshing Crocodile stared at the black tornado and cursed. "It's just a few small monsters. What are you afraid of?" Lin Tian was speechless. As he spoke, he flicked his finger. A few golden divine lights flew out and entered the black tornado in front of him. Suddenly, the black tornado was shattered. At the same time, ear-piercing screams came out from it. A few evil creatures covered in green beast fur rolled on the ground. They twitched a few times and then stopped moving. It was obvious that they were completely dead and couldn't move anymore. Lin Tian casually glanced at them. His pace did not change. He stepped on the black ground and continued to walk into the depths of the desolate god mausoleum. "Kid, the path we came from is gone." The five elements crocodile suddenly opened his mouth and stared behind him. Lin Tian turned around. They had only walked a few hundred feet, but when he looked back, all he saw was a vast expanse of red land. He couldn't see the end of it. He stared at it for a dozen breaths. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet spread. With a gentle shake, the red land disappeared, and the scene of the path they came from appeared again. He could clearly see a large mountain outside the desolate god mausoleum with lush vegetation. It's a kind of domain formed by the fluctuations of the earth veins. It causes visual errors or illusions. "It's not a big deal," he said. As his cultivation grew stronger, his control of the dragon burial scripture became more proficient. He could easily break this kind of earth veins domain. Whooshing Crocodile looked at this scene and curled his lips. What a useful ancient scripture. Lin Tian smiled, turned around, and continued to walk deeper. He slowed down because this was a forbidden area. He couldn't be too careless in the process of going deeper. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour passed. At this time, he and Whooshing Crocodile walked further. There were more tombstone-like rocks around them. "Kid, Lord Crocodile will tell you first. Don't think that these rocks just look like tombstones. Many of them have real evil corpses under them. They won't decay. If they rush out, it will be fun," Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tianwei was slightly moved. "There are corpses under these rocks?" Whooshing Crocodile squinted at him. "This is called the desolate god mausoleum. Since it has the word mausoleum, there will naturally be corpses." As it spoke, it stared at the tombstone-like rocks around it and said, "When Lord Crocodile had just entered the Enlightenment realm, I came here and saw a few corpses step out from under the rocks. Each of them was like Nirvana ghost sage. They tore apart an old man at the third sky of Enlightenment realm and swallowed him alive. Not even his bones were left." Lin Tian opened his mouth and looked at the tombstone-like rocks around him again. He suddenly felt a little strange. "Those corpses you were talking about, were they deliberately buried here back then? And these tombstone-like rocks, could it be that they were originally tombstones, but they were not engraved with inscriptions?" He was a little surprised. "You are not the first person to say so. Predecessors have thought so for a long time, but it's just a guess." No one can say for sure because this place has existed for too long. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian frowned, but he didn't think too much about it. He shook his head and continued to walk deeper into the mausoleum. At this time, he was more cautious than before. He operated the dragon burial scripture. With every step, dragon patterns spread out from the soles of his feet. They quickly sank into the ground to explore the surrounding terrain. Very quickly, a quarter of an hour had passed, and he and the 5 Elements alligator had walked very far away. The number of stone tablets in the surroundings had increased, and the air had become even colder. Even the black mist floating in the air had increased by a lot. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard. It was a little harsh in this silent, desolate god mausoleum. Lin Tian stopped immediately. His eyes flashed with a golden light as he looked at the tombstones around him. Whooshing Crocodile naturally heard this crisp sound. Like Lin Tian, he looked at the tombstones around him. Then, in the next moment, the tombstones suddenly shook. The ground also shook as if an earthquake had happened. Black chi emerged from the ground, causing the space to become even colder in the blink of an eye. Damn it, we can't be so unlucky, right? Are all the old corpses under the tombstones going to jump out at this time? Whooshing Crocodile's heart skipped a beat. The golden light in Lin Tian's eyes became even stronger. It's obvious. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground started to tremble even more violently. The steel started to sway, and more death chi rushed out from the ground. Then, the steel started to collapse one after another, and corpses started to stand up one after another. Woo! For a moment, the black wind howled angrily. A human and a demon were surrounded by densely packed corpses in the blink of an eye. The clothes on these corpses had not completely decayed. They were very ancient, and the death aura they emitted was very terrifying. It was as if they wanted to drown everything. They directly pounced on Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile. There were at least 100 of them. Why did so many of them appear at once? Damn it! Whooshing Crocodile cursed. He did not hold back at all. He directly propped up the Great 5 Elements art and swept it towards the ancient corpses. Its Great 5 Elements art was very powerful. After using it with its current cultivation, it was enough to easily kill a powerhouse in the 9th heaven of the Great Path. However, when it landed on these ancient corpses, it sputtered out sparks of light. Lin Tian was a little shocked. Of course, although he was shocked, he did not just stand by and watch. At this time, he also made his move. He used the divination divine art to evolve many magical powers. Like a destructive flood, he flooded the ancient corpses. At the same time, he slashed down a dense towering heaven sword aura. However, the result surprised him again. The magical powers and towering heaven sword aura that he activated with the divination divine art were very terrifying. However, like Whooshing Crocodile's Great 5 Elements art, it was difficult to cause any substantial damage to these ancient corpses. Woo! The death aura surged. More tombstones fell, and more ancient corpses rushed up. In the blink of an eye, they gathered into a corpse tide. There were even strange corpses with wings that flew into the sky and pounced on the human and crocodile from the sky. Densely packed ancient corpses crawled out, and there were even some old corpses with wings that leaped into the air and pounced over. Every ancient corpse was extremely terrifying, which truly moved Lin Tian. This scene was truly a little terrifying. Damn it! This is really too much. Whooshing Crocodile cursed. Stop howling. Lin Tian ondao. His expression was solemn, but there was no fear on his face. He directly propped up the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory, and the divine aura was immediately vast and mighty, causing the ancient corpses that were charging forward to stop. However, this was only for a moment. In the next moment, the ancient corpses pounced over again, and the aura of death pressed down on the human and crocodile like a huge wave. Lin Tian's mind moved, and the reincarnation diagram instantly enlarged and spiraled majestically. At the same time, he did not dare to be careless. He also propped up the Great Path Order and merged it with the reincarnation diagram above his head, forming the reincarnation diagram of the Great Path. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely tyrannical divine aura surged, as if it could split the heavens and earth apart, and send a large number of ancient corpses flying. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened. Brat, what exactly is this diagram? It's so valiant? Each time it saw Lin Tian's reincarnation diagram, it would be shocked. This was especially so after Lin Tian fused with the laws of the Great Tao. Stop talking, let's go. Lin Tian said in a low voice. At this time, he was already using all his strength to open up a path with the Great Tao reincarnation diagram. He forcefully opened up a path in the horde of corpses, grabbed the 5 elements crocodile's tail, stepped on the 5th layer of Yin and Yang Lai, and directly stepped out of the horde of corpses. Roar, the corpses roared, and the mist of death rolled and shook the sky. As far as the eye could see, the sky was completely covered by the black fog. It was as if the Milky Way of death was pressing down. The sky was completely invisible, causing Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile to feel their scalps go numb. Not daring to hesitate, Lin Tian used the Great Tao reincarnation diagram to support himself and shook away the few winged ancient corpses that pounced over. He and the Whooshing Crocodile rushed forward at lightning speed, and only after several dozen breaths did they manage to shake off the horde of corpses. Motherf ***, what a pain. Lord Crocodile's reputation was almost devoured by a group of old corpses. Whooshing Crocodile cursed. Lin Tian glanced at it but didn't say anything. At this moment, he was already very far away from the place he was at earlier. He had entered a deeper part of the desolate god mausoleum. Looking around, there were still stone tablets scattered around. Moreover, there were some dead trees on the ground, and the air seemed even colder. At this time, staring at these stone tablets again, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel his scalp go cold. The ancient corpses that crawled out from under the stone tablets just now were too terrifying. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet spread and intertwined around him. His pace forward became slower, and his expression was cautious. The air in the desolate god mausoleum was cold, and the space was very dim. Lin Tian walked in front, and the dragon patterns spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, he and the Whooshing Crocodile had crossed a great distance again. Around them, there were more dead trees. The branches were scarlet red as if they were dyed with blood. It looked a little horrifying. Next to these dead trees, there were several stone tablets, and they were taller than the ones outside. Lin Tian moved forward cautiously. Not long after, 9 bloodwood coffins suddenly appeared in front of him. They were leaning against 9 withered old trees. It was hard to tell how long they had existed. The lid of one of the coffins was even a little damaged. There was a thick black fog rolling inside, and it was difficult to see through it with divine sense. Kid, be careful. There must be a big guy in these 9 coffins. Whooshing Crocodile whispered. Lin Tian naturally understood this point. He nodded secretly, and his pace became slower. His footsteps were silent as he walked forward. Soon, he was about to walk past the area where the 9 coffins were located. However, at this moment, his expression suddenly changed. He tilted his head and looked at the position of one of the coffins. Under the old wood behind the coffin, blacking mist interweaved, and there were strands of special light flickering within it. It was actually a stone sword, and its body was covered with dense runes and seals. It emitted an extremely powerful aura of slaughter. Looking at the stone sword, Lin Tian suddenly stopped moving forward. His eyes flashed with a bright light. Kid, why did you stop? Whooshing Crocodile asked in a low voice. Seeing Lin Tian staring at something, he tilted his head and looked over. Then, his expression changed, and his eyes were filled with excitement. A natural divine weapon. It's definitely a high-grade divine weapon. Heaven and earth were the most mysterious. Nothing could suppress heaven and earth. It could nurture all kinds of things like spirit veins, divine medicines, treasure plants, weapons, and so on. At this time, the stone sword under the dead tree was naturally nurtured. The patterns on it were extremely extraordinary. They were natural marks, far surpassing ordinary marks. They possessed extremely shocking divine power. Kid, bring it over. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up. Lin Tian nodded. Naturally, Whooshing Crocodile didn't need to say more. This was a naturally nurtured high-grade divine weapon stone sword. Its value was unimaginable. He stared at the stone sword and approached it carefully. Soon, he was within a few feet of the divine weapon stone sword. Clang, suddenly, the stone sword vibrated by itself. Streaks of black sword light surged out. Lin Tian was shocked. He felt a great threat and hurriedly dodged. He stepped on the yin and yang row to avoid the black sword light. Ka! Behind him, wherever the black sword light passed, the space collapsed inch by inch. Spatial turbulence poured out. It was extremely terrifying. This caused him to be shocked. This was only a sword ray that was casually vibrated by the stone sword, yet it actually possessed such power. Just how strong was its true power? It was probably enough to be called a king below the divine weapon. At this time, he stared at the stone sword under the old tree. The light in his eyes grew brighter. He propped up the reincarnation diagram. At the same time, he activated the weapon control technique and stepped toward the stone sword even more carefully. Clang, the stone sword vibrated again, and more sword light rushed out. Lin Tian blocked with the reincarnation diagram and used the weapon control technique to interfere with the stone sword. After a while, he finally got close to the stone sword. The golden divine light in his right hand was extremely dazzling. He grabbed the hilt of the stone sword. The stone sword vibrated violently as if it had its own consciousness. It resisted Lin Tian, and an even more shocking sword will rippled out. For a moment, Lin Tianji felt a piercing pain in his hand that was holding the sword hilt. It was as if it would shatter in the next moment. He gritted his teeth and activated the Heart Sutra of Sun even faster. The golden divine light in his right hand became even more dazzling, enveloping the entire stone sword. Immediately after, he activated the weapon controlling technique to its limits. After more than 20 breaths, the stone sword finally calmed down. It no longer resisted and trembled as he pulled it out of the ground inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, he pulled out the entire stone sword. The sword was 5 inches long, and it was covered with all kinds of mysterious natural marks. It had an extremely shocking murderous aura, as if it had killed tens of thousands of creatures. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. At this moment, he was holding the stone sword. He could clearly feel its power. There were not many weapons below the sacred weapon level that could compare to it. This made him somewhat excited. He took a deep breath. He did not dare to test the sword in this place. He carefully retreated. After all, there were 9 terrifying blood-red coffins in this place. His footsteps were gentle, and there was no sound when he landed. Ka! At this moment, a crisp sound was heard. It was extremely ear-piercing in this silent space. Lin Tian and the whooshing crocodile were both shocked. They looked towards the source of the sound. They saw the blood-red coffin beside the old tree where the stone sword was pulled out. A corner of the coffin lid was broken, and a terrifying aura of death surged out. In the blink of an eye, it interweaved in every corner of the space, causing the man and the crocodile to feel a chill all over their bodies. Ka! Ka! Crack! The crisp sound was heard continuously. Cracks continuously appeared on the lid of the blood-red coffin, spreading out like a spider web. In the next moment, with a boom, the lid of the blood-colored coffin directly exploded. The black fog inside churned like a black hole. 2 blood-colored ghost eyes appeared from within, as if they could devour everything. It was bloody and terrifying. Facing this pair of blood-red ghost eyes, Lin Tian and the whooshing crocodile both trembled. They immediately felt a great threat. It's as if it woke up because the stone sword was pulled out. The whooshing crocodile cursed. Lin Tian quickly retreated. Stepping on the yin yang ho, he arrived in front of the whooshing crocodile in an instant. Boom, inside the broken blood-red coffin, the aura of death erupted like a volcano. An ancient corpse that was at least 10 feet tall stepped out. The clothes on its body were even more ancient than the ancient corpses they had encountered before. It truly looked like a dead ancient god. When the ancient corpse stepped out of the blood-red coffin, it immediately stared at Lin Tian and the whooshing crocodile. Its pair of ghost eyes became even more blood-red. It let out a low roar like a wild beast. With a vast and mighty aura of death, it directly pounced toward them. For a moment, wherever it passed, the space was shaken until it was distorted. Damn it, this dead thing is really scary. The whooshing crocodile cursed. Lin Tian was also moved, but he was not afraid. He directly waved the stone sword that he had just obtained and displayed the Heaven Ascending Sword manual, slashing out a sword light that reached the sky. Clang, an ear-piercing sword sound rang out. The sword light was vast and mighty, shattering the vast sky. In the blink of an eye, it forced the tall ancient corpse to the front and steadily landed on its body. With a bang, the ancient corpse was slashed more than 10 feet away. Its abdomen was split open, and black blood floated in the air. The whooshing crocodile's eyes suddenly brightened. He stared at the stone sword in Lin Tian's hand and said, as expected of a divine weapon nurtured by heaven and earth. It actually sent such an ancient corpse flying with a single sword. It is indeed terrifying. Lin Tian stared at the stone sword in his hand. His eyes were also shining. This divine sword was stronger than he had expected. Roar! In the distance, the ancient corpse that was swept away stood up and opened its mouth to roar. The aura of death rolled out. Immediately, the sword wound on its abdomen was actually healing by itself. In the blink of an eye, it was restored to its original state. This scene shocked both Lin Tian and the whooshing crocodile. They both revealed a shocked expression. A corpse can heal itself by itself? The whooshing crocodile's eyes widened. P.S. Second watch at around 9 p.m. Ordinary ancient corpses were unable to heal themselves unless they had a certain level of intelligence. The ancient corpse in front of them clearly did not have any intelligence, but it could heal itself. It could be said to be very frightening, causing Lin Tian and whooshing crocodile's heart to palpitate. Roar! The ancient corpse roared, its eyes blood-red. With a ruthless roar, it once again rushed towards the human and beast. Its speed was much faster. Lin Tian made his move. He activated the stone sword in his hand that was interwoven with natural Dao patterns, and once again slashed out a resplendent heaven-piercing sword aura. With a clang, this heaven-piercing sword aura was more than 3 zhang long. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the ancient corpse, and once again sent it flying. Black blood filled the sky as it fiercely crashed into the distance. It settled. The 5-bear crocodile stared. Lin Tian frowned, no. Almost at the same time as his words fell, the ancient corpse stood up again. At the same time, the wounds on its body were rapidly healing. In just the blink of an eye, its wounds were completely healed. It once again pounced towards Lin Tian and whooshing crocodile. Clang! Lin Tian shook the high-grade divine artifact stone sword in his hand. With one slash, sword rays filled the sky, and densely fell on the ancient corpse. It cut open the sky full of black blood, and once again sent it flying. It was almost cut into pieces. However, the outcome surprised him. This ancient corpse's self-healing ability was very shocking. The destructive sword wounds caused by his high-grade divine artifact stone sword actually healed by itself very quickly. Damn, this natural divine artifact is so domineering, but it still can't kill this thing. If an ordinary Wuxian cultivator came, they would definitely be killed. Whooshing crocodile bared its teeth, and said, however, luckily, only one jumped out, so it's not a big problem. If all the things in the 9 coffins jumped out, then it would be troublesome. Boom! As soon as its words fell, the ancient corpse roared again. Death aura rolled out, interweaving into layers and layers of yin fog, causing the other 8 blood-colored coffins in this place to suddenly tremble, making cracking sounds. In the next moment, dense cracks appeared on the 8 blood-colored coffins' lids. They were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they exploded. The terrifying yin aura rushed out as if it was from hell. 8 ancient corpses stepped out of the 8 blood-colored coffins one after another. Crow's beak! Lin Tian cursed. He waved the stone sword, and slashed out 81 heaven-piercing sword. Then, he grabbed whooshing crocodile's tail, and turned around to leave. The stone sword in his hand was extremely powerful and tyrannical. However, his own cultivation was limited after all. He could deal with one of these ancient corpses, but if 9 of them came at him together, then he definitely wouldn't be able to block them. At this moment, he chose to avoid the battle. Behind him, the 9 ancient corpses roared together. Death aura rolled out, and they completely shattered Lin Tian's 81 heaven-piercing sword. Then, the 9 ancient corpses stared at Lin Tian and whooshing crocodile, and rushed over together. Outside their bodies, there was an astonishing blacking fog. Wherever they passed, even the space was distorted inch by inch. Whooshing Crocodile looked back, and suddenly felt a chill down his spine. "Brat, run faster, they're catching up." Lin Tian tilted his head and looked back. The 9 ancient corpses were like 9 death gods from hell. Their bodies were surrounded by fog, and their blood-colored pupils were extremely horrifying. He cursed in a low voice, and propped up the Great Tao reincarnation diagram. He directly threw it behind him to attack the 9 ancient corpses. At the same time, he directly stepped on the 5th layer of the yin-yang avatar. Like a golden lightning, his speed instantly increased by a lot. Whoosh! He grabbed the whooshing crocodile, and as he moved, there was a burst of sonic booms, and he threw the 9 ancient corpses far away. "Maintain the speed, and continue to charge," Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian didn't say anything, and used the 5th layer of the yin-yang avatar to the extreme. After another half an hour, he finally stopped. The 9 ancient corpses behind him were already nowhere to be seen, and they were completely shaken off. At this time, he arrived at a dark forest. The trees were not tall, and the jet-black plants looked like they were soaked in blood and then dried. It looked somewhat horrifying. "Damn, I'm really about to reach the depths of the desolate god mausoleum." Whooshing Crocodile clenched its teeth. It was obviously very familiar with the desolate god mausoleum. Lin Tian didn't say anything, and followed the direction of the divine sword in his sea of consciousness, and continued to walk forward. He walked into the dark forest, and the surroundings were very quiet. Only his footsteps echoed in the air. Chi! Suddenly, the ground next to his feet broke open, and dozens of ghost claws stretched out. Their flesh was decaying, and there were even yellow bone claws that grabbed his right leg. There were ghost claws that grabbed his calf. Lin Tian lowered his head to look, and the dragon patterns on the soles of his feet suddenly expanded. It exploded into a sky full of dragon light, and the dozens of ghost claws were all shattered. He didn't really care about these ghost claws, and his footsteps didn't stop at all, and he continued to walk forward. In the blink of an eye, another half an hour passed. At this time, he walked out of the dark forest, and walked to a flat land. There was suddenly a bloody mist floating in the air, and occasionally, there would be a woo-woo sound, as if someone was crying. Lin Tian stopped his steps, and his eyes revealed a bit of seriousness. "Brat, why did you suddenly stop?" Whooshing Crocodile asked. "I walked into a dangerous place." Lin Tian ondao. Almost at the same time his words fell, the bloody mist in the air suddenly became thicker, and then it started to boil, as if a sea of blood was rolling. Chi! 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 As the bloody mist rolled, the space was annihilated inch by inch, and the ground also started to shake. The scene was terrifying. "What's going on?" The 5 elements crocodile was startled. Previously, it didn't feel anything from the blood-colored mist in the air, but now, it felt a chill run down its spine. The blood-colored mist had become terrifying, and it had trapped it and Lin Tian. Xianxia, a terrifying dangerous place," Lin Tian said in a deep voice. "Dangerous place?" Whooshing Crocodile stared. "How dangerous is it?" Lin Tian's face turned serious, and he glanced at Whooshing Crocodile. "Even an ordinary half-step into Nirvana expert would die if they enter." Whooshing Crocodile almost couldn't help but slap him. "Then aren't we finished?" "What's the rush? We won't die. Ordinary half-step into Nirvana experts won't be able to survive, but it doesn't mean that I won't be able to." Lin Tian ondao. As he spoke, his right leg shook lightly, and suddenly, dense dragon patterns intertwined, forming a dragon pattern chain, and enveloped him and Whooshing Crocodile. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes suddenly lit up. "I suddenly forgot, you control the dragon burial scripture." It was also at this time, as its words fell, the bloody mist in the surroundings became even more turbulent, and with a rumbling sound, it directly pressed towards it and Lin Tian, and in the blink of an eye, it collided with the dragon patterns. Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile both trembled fiercely, and felt as if a divine weapon-level heavy hammer had smashed on their bodies. Whooshing Crocodile couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Just now, if it wasn't for Lin Tian's dragon patterns protecting their bodies, they would have been submerged by the bloody mist, and ordinary 7th layer Wuxian experts would have died instantly. Just follow beside me, don't move around. Lin Tian said. The dragon patterns around him intertwined to protect his body, and the dragon patterns on the soles of his feet spread, and he began to walk forward. At the same time, he began to form seals with both hands, and also branded dragon patterns in the void, forcibly dissipating and thinning the bloody mist that had become thicker. Boom, the space trembled, and the bloody mist that was dissipated by him roared as if it had its own consciousness, and once again gathered towards the middle, and became more turbulent, shattering pieces of the void, and even a black earth vein-killing light rushed up from the ground. Lin Tian's expression was slightly solemn, but he was very calm. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet, his body, and the void all shone brightly, forming a dragon pattern array, forcibly shattering the bloody mist, collapsing the earth vein-killing light, and laying out a dragon pattern path. Let's go, he said. He wrapped whooshing crocodile with the light of the dragon patterns and golden divine power, and the fifth layer of yin and yang roar shook, and in the blink of an eye, he walked to the end of this dragon pattern path, and his expression became relaxed. We're out. Whooshing crocodile asked. Look back. Lin Tian said casually, and lifted his leg to walk forward. Whooshing crocodile looked back suspiciously, and suddenly its monster body trembled, and it couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. At this time, as far as the eye could see, there was a huge blood-red sphere behind it, like a blood bag, enveloping the space of about 100 feet in radius. The surrounding void would occasionally emit a sizzling sound, and it was forcibly annihilated. What the hell is this? It cursed, but also knew that at this time, they had already walked out of the danger zone, and hurriedly followed Lin Tian. It was also at this time that Lin Tian, who was in front of them, stopped, and more stone tablets appeared in front of them, and each of them seemed to have a soul, as if there was a terrifying evil spirit residing in them. Go around, he said. There were too many stone tablets here, and there seemed to be terrifying ancient corpses under them. If they all ran out together later, he and Whooshing Crocodile would be directly drowned. He and Whooshing Crocodile took a big detour, and he tried his best to conceal his aura, and walked forward like a withered tree. After an entire hour, they finally circled around the large patch of stone tablets. After walking for a distance of 1,000 feet, there was a continuous chain of mountains in front of them. Moreover, every mountain was very tall, as if they were about to rush into the starry sky. We've really walked into the depths, Whooshing Crocodile said in a deep voice. Lin Tian looked in front of him. Between the tall mountains, black fog rolled and churned. Even the sky was covered by black clouds. At this time, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness trembled again, and a ray of 7-colored light swayed out, pointing directly at a mountain in front of him, causing his eyes to shine. The sixth sword soul fragment was in front of him. He took a deep breath, and his footsteps were steady and powerful, and he stepped towards the mountain in the sea of consciousness where the 7-colored light was pointing. Boom! At this time, an extremely terrifying fluctuation rushed out, and between the mountains, a headless horseman stepped out, holding a rusty battle spear. His whole body was covered in black battle armor, and there was even blood that had not yet coagulated on it. Shemale. As the headless horseman stepped out, a weak wave of divine consciousness was transmitted, and it exploded in Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile's ears like thunder. Ordinary ancient corpses were unable to heal themselves unless they had a certain level of intelligence. The ancient corpse in front of them clearly did not have any intelligence, but it could heal itself. It could be said to be very terrifying, causing Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile to feel their hearts palpitate. Roar! The ancient corpse roared, its eyes blood-red. With a ruthless roar, it once again rushed towards the human and beast. Its speed was much faster. Lin Tian made his move. He activated the stone sword in his hand that was interwoven with natural Tao patterns, and once again slashed out a resplendent towering heaven sword aura. With a clang, this towering heaven sword aura was more than 3 zhang long. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the ancient corpse, and once again sent it flying. Black blood filled the sky as it fiercely smashed into the distance. It's done. The 5-bear crocodile stared. Lin Tian frowned, no. Almost at the same time as his words fell, the ancient corpse stood up again. At the same time, the wounds on its body were rapidly healing. In the blink of an eye, its injuries were completely healed. It once again pounced towards Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile. Clang! Lin Tian shook the high-grade divine artifact stone sword in his hand, and with one slash, sword rays filled the sky. They densely fell on the ancient corpse's body, cutting open the sky full of black blood. Once again, it was sent flying, and it was almost cut into pieces. However, the outcome surprised him. This ancient corpse's self-healing ability was very shocking. The destructive sword. Wounds caused by his high-grade divine artifact stone sword actually healed by itself very quickly. Motherf ****, this innate divine sword is so tyrannical, but it still can't chop this thing to death. If an ordinary Wuxian cultivator came, they would definitely be killed. The 5 elements crocodile bared its teeth and said, however, fortunately, only one jumped out, so it's not a big problem. If all 9 things jumped out, then it would be troublesome. Boom! As soon as its words fell, the ancient corpse roared again. The aura of death rolled out, interweaving into layers of fog, causing the other 8 blood-colored coffins in this place to suddenly tremble, making cracking sounds. In the next moment, dense cracks appeared on the 8 blood-colored coffins. They were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they exploded. The terrifying energy seemed to rush out from hell, and the 8 ancient corpses stepped out of the 8 blood-colored coffins one after another. Jinx! Lin Tian cursed. He waved the stone sword and slashed out 81 towering heaven sword auras. Then, he grabbed the Wuxing crocodile's tail and turned to leave. The stone sword in his hand was extremely powerful and tyrannical. However, his own cultivation was limited after all. He could only deal with one of these ancient corpses, but if all 9 of them attacked together, then he definitely wouldn't be able to block them. At this moment, he directly chose to avoid the battle. Roar! Behind him, the 9 ancient corpses roared in unison, and the aura of death surged, shattering the 81 towering heaven swords Lin Tian had slashed out. Then, the 9 ancient corpses stared at Lin Tian and the Wuxing crocodile and rushed over. Their bodies were intertwined with a shocking black energy. Wherever they passed, even the space was distorted inch by inch. The Wuxing crocodile took a glance behind, and immediately felt a chill down his spine. Brat, run faster, they're catching up. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked behind. The 9 ancient corpses were like 9 death gods from hell. Their bodies were surrounded by energy, and their blood-colored pupils were extremely terrifying. He cursed in a low voice and propped up the Great Tao reincarnation diagram. He directly threw it behind him to attack the 9 ancient corpses. At the same time, he directly stepped on the 5th layer of the yin-yang avatar. Like a streak of golden lightning, his speed instantly increased by a lot. Whoosh! He grabbed the Wuxing crocodile, and as he moved, it brought about a burst of sonic booms. He forcefully threw the 9 ancient corpses far away. Just maintain this speed, and continue to charge. The Wuxing crocodile said. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He used the 5th layer of the yin-yang avatar to the extreme, and only stopped after a quarter of an hour had passed. The 9 ancient corpses behind him had already completely disappeared, and he had completely shaken them off. At this time, he arrived at a dark forest. The trees inside were not tall, and the jet-black plants looked like they had been soaked in blood and then dried. It looked somewhat horrifying. Damn, I'm really about to reach the depths of the desolate god mausoleum. The Wuxing crocodile gritted its teeth. It was obviously very familiar with the desolate god mausoleum. Lin Tian didn't say anything, and followed the direction that the divine sword in his sea of consciousness pointed at, and continued to walk forward. He walked into the dark forest, and the surroundings seemed to be very quiet. Only the sound of his footsteps echoed in the air. Chi! Suddenly, the ground beside his feet broke open, and dozens of ghost claws stretched out. Their flesh was decaying, and there were even withered yellow bone claws. They all aimed at his right leg, and there were ghost claws that grabbed his calf. Lin Tian lowered his head to look, and the dragon patterns on the soles of his feet suddenly expanded. It exploded into a sky full of dragon light, and all of the ghost claws were shattered. Regarding these ghost claws, he didn't really care about them. His footsteps didn't stop at all, and he continued to walk forward. In the blink of an eye, another quarter of an hour had passed. At this time, he walked out of the dark forest, and walked to a flat land. Suddenly, there was a bloody mist floating in the air, and occasionally, there would be a woo-woo sound, as if someone was crying. Lin Tian stopped his steps, and his eyes revealed a bit of seriousness. "Brat, why did you suddenly stop?" the whooshing crocodile asked. "I walked into a dangerous place." Lin Tian ondao. Almost at the same time as his words fell, the bloody mist in the air suddenly became thicker, and then it started to boil, as if a sea of blood was rolling. Chi! 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 Along with this bloody mist rolling, the space was annihilated inch by inch, and the ground also started to shake. The scene was horrifying. "What's going on?" The whooshing crocodile was shocked. Previously, it didn't feel anything about the bloody mist in the air, but now, it felt a chill down its spine. This bloody mist had become terrifying, and it had trapped Lin Tian in it. Xianxia, a terrifying dangerous place. Lin Tian said in a deep voice. "Dangerous place?" Whooshing crocodile stared. "How dangerous is it?" Lin Tian's expression slightly froze, and he glanced at it. "Even if an ordinary half-step to nirvana expert enters this place, there is no chance of survival." The whooshing crocodile almost couldn't help but give him a slap. "Then aren't we done for?" "What's the rush? We won't die. Ordinary half-step to nirvana experts won't be able to survive, but that doesn't mean that I won't be able to." Lin Tian ondao. As he spoke, his right leg lightly shook, and immediately, dense dragon patterns interweaved, forming a chain of dragon patterns, and enveloped him and the whooshing crocodile. The whooshing crocodile's eyes suddenly lit up. "I suddenly forgot, you brat control the dragon burial scripture." It was also at this time, as its words fell, the surrounding bloody mist became even more turbulent, and with a rumbling sound, it directly pressed towards it and Lin Tian, and in the blink of an eye, it collided with the dragon patterns. Lin Tian and the whooshing crocodile both trembled fiercely, and only felt as if a divine weapon-level heavy hammer had ruthlessly smashed on their bodies. The whooshing crocodile couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Just now, if it wasn't for Lin Tian's dragon patterns protecting his body, being submerged by that bloody mist, an ordinary 7th sky of Wuxian expert would probably have died instantly. "Just follow beside me, don't move randomly," Lin Tian said. The dragon patterns on his body interweaved to protect his body, and the dragon patterns on the soles of his feet spread, and he began to walk forward. At the same time, he began to form seals with both hands, and also imprinted dragon patterns in the void, forcibly scattering and thinning the thicker bloody mist. Boom, the space trembled. The blood mist he dispersed seemed to have a mind of its own as it rumbled and gathered in the center again. This time, it became even more turbulent, shattering pieces of the void. There were even pitch-black earth veins that rushed up from the ground. Lin Tian's expression was slightly solemn, but he was very calm. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet, beside him, and in the void all shone brightly, forming a dragon pattern array, forcibly shattering the bloody mist, collapsing the earth vein-killing light, and laying out a dragon pattern path. "Go," he said. He wrapped the whooshing crocodile with the light of the dragon patterns and golden divine power, and the 5th layer of the yin and yang liang flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he walked to the end of this dragon pattern path, and his expression became relaxed. "You walked out?" the whooshing crocodile asked. "Look back," Lin Tian said casually, and lifted his leg to walk forward. The whooshing crocodile looked back suspiciously, and suddenly its monster body trembled, and it couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. At this time, as far as the eye could see, there was a huge blood-red sphere behind it, like a blood bag, enveloping the space of about 100 feet in radius, and the surrounding void emitted a sizzling sound from time to time, being annihilated. "What the hell is this?" It cursed, but also knew that at this time, they had walked out of the danger zone, and hurriedly followed Lin Tian. It was also at this time that Lin Tian, who was in front of them, stopped, and more stone tablets appeared in front of them, and each of them seemed to have a soul, as if there was a terrifying evil spirit residing in them. "Go around," he said. So there were too many stone tablets here, and there seemed to be terrifying ancient corpses under them. If they ran out together later, he and the whooshing crocodile would be directly drowned. He and the whooshing crocodile took a big detour, and tried their best to conceal their aura, and walked forward like a dead tree. After an entire hour, they finally circled around the large patch of stone tablets. After walking for a distance of 1,000 feet, there was a continuous chain of mountains in front of them. Moreover, every mountain was very tall, as if they were about to rush into the starry sky. "We have really walked into the depths," the whooshing crocodile said in a deep voice. Lin Tian looked ahead, and between the tall mountains, black fog rolled, and the sky was covered by black clouds. At this time, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness trembled again, and a ray of 7-colored light swayed out, pointing directly at the mountain in front of him, causing his eyes to shine. The sixth sword soul fragment was in front of him. He took a deep breath, and his footsteps were steady and powerful, and he stepped towards the mountain in the sea of consciousness where the 7-colored light was pointing. Boom! At this moment, an extremely terrifying wave rushed out. In the mountains, a headless horseman stepped out, holding a rusty spear. His whole body was covered in black armor, and there was even blood on it that had yet to coagulate. Shemale. As the headless horseman stepped out, a weak wave of divine consciousness was transmitted, and it exploded in the ears of Lin Tian and the whooshing crocodile like thunder. Please read the latest update. Hit in hand, please wait for a moment, please remember. Lin Tian and whooshing crocodile were both stunned. In the desolate god mausoleum, which was filled with the aura of death, a headless horseman stepped out at this moment and actually sent out a wave of divine sense. This was truly terrifying, and it caused them to tremble. Transvestite. The headless horseman sent out another wave of divine sense. The spear in his hand suddenly pointed straight at Lin Tian and whooshing crocodile as he stepped forward. As he moved, the rolling mist of death around him rolled like the sea. It was as if a spring filled with the aura of death had erupted, causing the heavens to tremble. Lin Tian and whooshing crocodile's expressions changed at the same time. This kind of power was too terrifying. Retreat. Lin Tian Ondao. He and whooshing crocodile did not hesitate at all. They both retreated at lightning speed, directly increasing their speed to the limit. However, the headless horseman's aura was too strong. The black mist around him surged, almost sealing off the sky. He arrived in front of them with a single step. Bang! Bang! Just the aura of the headless horseman was enough to send Lin Tian and whooshing crocodile flying at the same time. They both spat out mouthfuls of blood and felt as if all the bones in their bodies were about to fall apart. Damn it, why did we summon such a great monster? Whooshing crocodile cursed. Lin Tian's expression was also serious. This headless horseman was too terrifying. He estimated that even if whooshing crocodile was at his peak state, he might not be able to stop the headless horseman. Boom! The mist of death rolled as the headless horseman stepped forward again. This time, the spear in his hand moved. It was like a spear that could destroy the world. The tip of the spear had not really come close, but a peerless murderous aura burst forth. It shocked Lin Tian and whooshing crocodile, causing them to tremble at the same time. They both felt the threat of death. Without any hesitation, the man and crocodile retreated again, and each of them supported a powerful magical secret technique to protect themselves. However, the outcome was beyond their imagination. This headless horseman was too terrifying. Wherever the tip of the spear went, it destroyed everything. The powerful magical powers they used were instantly shattered into pieces. Moreover, after this, an extremely terrifying force spread through the void and spread over, causing them to fly horizontally once again. They both coughed out a mouthful of blood. Kid, you've gone too far. Whooshing crocodile cursed. Lin Tian's expression was grave as well. He had never imagined that such a terrifying existence would be drawn out. Boom! In front of them, the fog of death was even stronger. As the headless horseman moved, the whole world seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. In the blink of an eye, the headless horseman appeared in front of the man and the crocodile once again. This time, the tyrannical aura around his body directly confined the space in all directions. The headless horseman waved the spear in his hand down mechanically. With a crisp sound, the surrounding void was annihilated inch by inch. It could not withstand the power of the spear at all. Lin Tian and whooshing crocodile's faces changed drastically. They could not withstand such an attack. Buzz! At this moment, in Lin Tian's sea of consciousness, the mysterious iron sword moved slightly. Rings of rainbow divine light intertwined and spread out through his sea of consciousness to his body. It was like the light of the world's origin. In front, the headless horseman's spear stopped in midair. The fog of death rolled around its body. It stood firmly in the void. Then, it put away the spear and retreated. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the depths of the mountains. Lin Tian was shocked. Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. However, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Tian looked at the rainbow divine light outside his body and secretly rejoiced. At the same time, his eyes were intertwined. If the divine sword in his sea of consciousness had not overflowed with the rainbow divine light, he and Whooshing Crocodile would have been in trouble. Whooshing Crocodile also stared at the rainbow divine light outside his body. Its eyes were wide open. It's that kind of rainbow divine light again. Kid, the treasure weapon in your body is really amazing. It's just overflowing light, and it actually made the great evil retreat in fear. It suddenly cursed again. Damn it, let that broken thing return my cultivation to me. When it first met Lin Tian, it saw the divine sword rush out of Lin Tian's body. Moreover, its power was forcibly absorbed by the divine sword. That was why its cultivation fell from the Nirvana peak. Lin Tian glanced at it. Didn't I already tell you that I can't control it? When it appears and when it overflows the light, it's basically entirely up to it. If I could control it on my own, I wouldn't have needed the barbarian tribe to accompany me when I destroyed the Zerg. I would have just slashed it. Whooshing Crocodile, F*CKU. Although it knew this and even forgot that Lin Tian had such a terrifying treasure weapon in his body for a long time, it was still very unhappy at this time. Lin Tian Wei rolled his eyes slightly and ignored Whooshing Crocodile. At this time, he silently sensed that the divine sword in his sea of consciousness was flashing and did not stop. It made the rainbow divine light outside his body continue. There was no sign of it disappearing. He couldn't help but secretly praise it. With this kind of divine light intertwined outside his body, he was really not afraid of anyone below the Emperor realm. In this desolate god mausoleum, he could go wherever he wanted. He raised his head and stared at the group of Wu Mountain in front of him. He stared at the mountain in front of him. Let's go, he said to Whooshing Crocodile and directly walked over there. Now, with the rainbow divine light overflowing from the divine sword to protect his body, he had to seize the opportunity to retrieve the sword's soul fragment there. You still want to go deeper? Whooshing Crocodile glared and said angrily. Don't worry, there won't be a problem. Lin Tian Andao. He didn't stay for long and walked at the front. His speed also increased a little. One step would cover more than 300 meters. Whooshing Crocodile gritted its teeth but still followed in the end. A man and a crocodile walked in the depths of the mountains. The air was cold, and there were many piles of dried bones scattered on the ground. It seemed to be because of the rainbow divine light intertwining outside Lin Tian's body. After they entered the mountains, it was very smooth. They didn't encounter any evil fog or ancient corpses. It was as if they were walking on a flat grassland. This thing is really, Whooshing Crocodile stared at the rainbow divine light outside Lin Tian's body. Naturally, it knew that the reason why they could enter the mountains so smoothly at this time was all because of this light. Its eyes were filled with surprise and curiosity, but it didn't say anything. After a moment, it looked away. Here, the mountains were dead silent. Lin Tian walked in the front, and Whooshing Crocodile followed beside him. They slowly walked deeper into the mountains. Just like that, 15 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. During this 15 minutes, Lin Tian's footsteps were not hindered at all. The divine sword in his sea of consciousness trembled again at this time. It pointed straight ahead, causing the rainbow divine light outside his body to become thicker. A bright light flashed in his eyes, and his speed increased again. Soon, he had covered a distance of more than 7,000 feet. At this time, he stopped. A fist-sized rainbow divine light floated in front of him. It swayed slightly and shone brightly. Found it. He clenched his fist. The sixth sword soul fragment. He was right. Next to him, Whooshing Crocodile opened its eyes wide. It stared at the rainbow divine light in front of it, and then at the rainbow divine light outside Lin Tian's body. It clearly felt the same aura. "Kid, what you're looking for is this thing." It stared at Lin Tian with a face full of surprise. "What is this?" "It's exactly the same as the rainbow divine light outside your body. Even its aura is the same." Lin Tian didn't say anything. He just let Wuxing Crocodile wait here, and he walked forward. In front of him, the fist-sized rainbow divine light floated quietly in the air, like a child in a deep sleep. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. He walked quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared next to the rainbow divine light. Almost at the moment he arrived next to it, the fist-sized rainbow divine light seemed to have sensed him. It shook slightly, as if it had woken up from a deep sleep. The rainbow divine light emitted suddenly became stronger. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a strange light. He was a little excited. After a pause, he stretched out his right hand toward the rainbow divine light in front of him. Buzz! As he stretched out his hand, the fist-sized rainbow divine light jumped. Suddenly, strands of rainbow divine light intertwined. It intertwined with the rainbow divine light outside Lin Tian's body in the blink of an eye, and slowly floated toward Lin Tian. The rainbow divine light floated to Lin Tian's side, and just like before, it revolved around him. It was like a child who had been away from home for a long time and saw his blood kin. Then, in the next moment, the rainbow divine light flashed and went directly into his right hand. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to the side of the divine sword in his sea of consciousness and merged with it. Suddenly, the divine sword shook, and strands of rainbow divine light intertwined, drowning the divine sword in it. Boom! Then, the rainbow divine light outside Lin Tian's body became thicker, and an extremely strong aura spread out. Not far away, the Wuxing Crocodile's eyes widened even more. Boom! In front of him an even stronger aura intertwined, and the rainbow divine light became even stronger, directly illuminating the surroundings. Lin Tian was in the middle of it. He did not move at all, and his eyes were slightly closed. At this moment, as the rainbow divine light entered his body, strands of rainbow divine light fell into his body, intertwining with astonishing spiritual energy and Tao light, quickly surging to every corner of his body. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath until his essence, energy, and spirit reached the peak state. Then, he activated the Sun Heart Sutra and began to refine the rainbow divine light in his body. Buzz! For a moment, the rainbow divine light on the surface of his body flickered, and golden light intertwined. His aura and Tao Law were both becoming stronger. He stood quietly on the spot, not moving at all. He activated the Sun Heart Sutra faster, causing the aura on his body to become stronger and stronger. The Tao Law also became denser and denser. Just like that, 9 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the rainbow divine light and the golden light outside his body intertwined together, and his aura and Tao Law became even stronger. Then, in the next moment, a majestic force spread out from his body, and a strong hurricane rolled out outside his body. It did not calm down until dozens of breaths had passed. It was also at this moment that he slowly opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light flashed in his eyes. 8 Heavens of the Great Tao. P.S. The second update today will be around 8 p.m. Faint light intertwined outside his body. Lin Tian's eyes also had a glimmer of light. He took a deep breath and exhaled. At this time, he had obtained the 6th Sword Soul Fragment. His cultivation had entered the 8th heaven of the Great Path. He felt that his physical body, divine sense, and Great Path precepts had made great progress compared to before. He took another deep breath and scanned the bottom of his sea of consciousness. He saw that the divine sword had already calmed down. Only the 7-colored divine light on the sword's body was still lingering. The patterns on the sword's surface had become clearer and brighter. Buzz! Suddenly, the divine sword shook again. Strands of 7-colored light rippled out, causing Lin Tian's sea of consciousness to tremble slightly. At this moment, the 7-colored light rippled out from the divine sword. It transformed into pictures that intertwined in his sea of consciousness. Vaguely, there were 5 huge ancient peaks. The 5 ancient peaks surrounded each other like 5 immortal emperors. Lin Tian was suddenly moved. However, in the next moment, the picture disappeared directly. The divine sword in his sea of consciousness did not move at all. Lin Tian frowned slightly. He stood in place, but his divine sense was looking straight at the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. Boy, are you done? Whooshing Crocodile's voice came. At this time, the light outside Lin Tian's body had completely dissipated. Seeing that Lin Tian seemed to be standing there in a daze, it could not help but call out to him. Lin Tian came back to his senses and nodded slightly. At this time, the sixth sword soul fragment had completely integrated into the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. The divine sword had also completely calmed down. Only the picture that the divine sword had shown at the end caught his attention. He turned and took a step forward. In one step, he stepped in front of Whooshing Crocodile. Let me ask you something. As he spoke, he imprinted the picture of the 5 ancient peaks that the divine sword had shown at the end with his divine sense. He asked Whooshing Crocodile, do you know where this is? The mysterious iron sword in his sea of consciousness had an extraordinary origin and was extremely shocking. Therefore, he was naturally very concerned about the image that was displayed by the divine sword. At the same time, Whooshing Crocodile is very familiar with the 10 heavens. He has been to the 1st heavens to the 9th heavens. He believes that Whooshing Crocodile should know the location of these 5 ancient peaks. Whooshing Crocodile looked suspiciously at Lin Tian's spiritual imprint and said, 5 Immortals Peak. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. You know this place? Of course I know. The 5 immortal peaks are composed of 5 towering peaks in the 6th heaven. Whooshing Crocodile said, then suddenly looked at Lin Tian with some doubts. Kid, you seem to have just arrived in the 6th heaven. How can you display the spiritual imprint of the 5 immortals peaks so clearly? I have seen it described in some historical books. The light in Lin Tian's eyes became stronger. Whooshing Crocodile really knows the location of the 5 ancient peaks. Moreover, these 5 ancient peaks are actually in the 6th heaven. He took a deep breath and didn't answer Whooshing Crocodile's question. Instead, he asked, is there anything special about the 5 immortals peak? Whooshing Crocodile looked at Lin Tian suspiciously again. It didn't know why Lin Tian suddenly asked about the 5 immortals peak. However, it didn't think much and said, it's nothing special. It's just very tall and has an immortal essence. If I have to say something special, it's that the 5 major forces of this heaven hold a competition for the younger generation there every year. It continued. These 5 major forces are Coiling Dragon Holy Gate, Green Mark Immortal Pavilion, Mysterious Wind and Fire Island, Heijia Immortal Sect, and the Limitless Divine Sect you know. They all belong to the 2nd level forces of this heaven. Limitless Divine Sect. Lin Tianwei narrowed his eyes slightly. When they were still in the 5th heaven, the members of this sect wantonly captured the natives of the 5th heaven and forced them to work in the mines, killing many of them. In order to save those natives, they had a big conflict with this sect. He shook his head and didn't care about this. Apart from these, there is really nothing special. He asked. Whooshing Crocodile shook its head. There is nothing else. Lin Tianwei frowned slightly. It doesn't sound like a forbidden place, nor is it a divine place. It's just an ordinary place. There should be something special about it. He said to himself. The divine sword drew the picture of the 5 immortal peak, so he believed that it must be extraordinary. While talking to himself, he beckoned Whooshing Crocodile to walk out of the divine mausoleum. At the same time, he told Whooshing Crocodile to go to the 5 immortal peak. What are you going there for? Whooshing Crocodile was puzzled. The 5 immortal peak is not a special place, and it seems that there is no value in going there. Let's go and have a look. Lin Tianwei said casually. Whooshing Crocodile's expression was a little strange, but it didn't ask much. After all, the 5 immortal peak is not a place of great evil. It has nothing to worry about. It's not a big deal to go there. Immediately, a man and a crocodile walked out of the desolate god mausoleum. Along the way, the man and the crocodile were very fast. It didn't take long for them to walk out of the mausoleum. At this time, in the process of walking out, the man and the crocodile avoided many dangerous places. They barely walked out of the desolate god mausoleum and reappeared in the outside world. Damn it, I went in and suffered a lot. Whooshing Crocodile cursed. You didn't lose anything. What are you afraid of? Lin Tianwei was speechless. He said, let's go. Lead the way to the 5 Immortal Peak. Here, go straight southeast. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tianwei nodded. Without hesitation, he directly stepped in the direction Whooshing Crocodile pointed. His speed was extremely fast. After crossing numerous mountains and rivers, he finally arrived at the 5 Immortals Peak after 2 days. As far as the eye could see, the old trees in front of them were like a sea of trees. And in this sea of trees, the 5 ancient peaks were so obvious, with white clouds lingering around their peaks. It was as if they really pierced into the firmament, causing people to be intimidated at first sight. It is indeed very tall. Lin Tianwei couldn't help but say. He stood in the void and looked at the 5 ancient peaks. After a pause, he walked straight down and came to one of the ancient peaks. At this time, there were many disciples around this ancient peak. Many of them were discussing in low voices. The grand competition of the 5 great sects is about to start. I wonder who are the experts this year. It is said that Xianxia of the Sunluo divine sect is about to enter the great Dao realm. Many experts of the older generation are no match for him. I reckon that Xianxia will be the champion of this grand competition. I don't think so. Wenshu of the Green Mark Immortal Pavilion is at the half-step Great Dao realm. It is said that some ordinary experts of the Great Dao realm are no match for him. Soon, he will be officially appointed as the Saint Prince of the Green Mark Immortal Pavilion. I think Wenshu has the highest chance of winning the championship. Sun Yoha of the Black Wind Flame Island has also entered the half-step Great Dao realm. He is definitely not weaker than Wenshu and Xianxia. Don't forget about Gu Yongmu of the Hegemon Immortal sect. He is also at the half-step Great Dao realm. Moreover, it is said that he has been secretly appointed as the Saint Prince of the Hegemon Immortal sect. His strength is almost unmatched in the same generation. Fu Tuhong of the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate is also not to be underestimated. Her strength is extremely terrifying. It is said that she is about to enter the Great Dao realm. In that case, the grand competition this time will fall on the heads of these 5 people. There is no need for the others to compete. How can there be no need? The 5 of them are very strong. The others in the same generation might not be a match for them. However, the others can compete with those in the same generation. This is also very meaningful. Many disciples discussed in low voices. Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile arrived near the ancient peak. When they heard the discussions of these people, they appeared very calm. They didn't seem to care much about it. At this moment, he was walking around the ancient peak. He raised his head and looked at the peak. After a while, he shook his head. He didn't sense anything. There was nothing special about this place. Are you looking for something here? Whooshing Crocodile was curious when he saw Lin Tian's expression. Lin Tian nodded his head. He glanced at the ancient peak one last time before moving on to the next ancient peak. There were 5 ancient peaks in this place. The distance between each ancient peak was extremely large. He walked from one ancient peak to the next. Along the way, he carefully explored the surroundings. It took him half an hour to reach the second ancient peak. He walked around the ancient peak and used the dragon burial scripture to explore the mountain. At the same time, he observed the reaction of the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. After that, in an hour's time, he finished exploring the second ancient peak. He didn't find anything special, and the divine sword in his sea of consciousness didn't have the slightest reaction, indicating that this was only a very tall mountain peak. Next one. He muttered to himself. He walked forward slowly. With every step, dragon marks spread out from the bottom of his feet. They quickly sank into the ground and spread out in all directions. You are really looking for something. There is something you are looking for here. Whooshing Crocodile couldn't help but ask. Lin Tianyi smiled. Maybe there is. The divine sword in his sea of consciousness couldn't show the scene of the 5 immortal peaks for no reason. There must be a special meaning. Therefore, he firmly believed that there must be something extraordinary in this place. He walked more slowly. It wasn't until more than an hour later that he reached the 3rd ancient peak. more dragon marks spread out from the bottom of his feet. At the same time, his divine sense became more active as he scanned the ancient peak again and again. In next to no time, he'd stopped at the third ancient peak for an entire hour. During this entire process, he'd even flown up into midair and circled around the ancient peak a few times, and he'd seen every single inch of the mountain wall. Unfortunately, he still didn't obtain any material gains. Next one. He spoke. Soon, he came to the fourth ancient peak in this place. He slowed down even more. His sea of consciousness shone brightly as he searched every corner of this ancient peak. However, after more than an hour, the result was the same as the previous 3 ancient peaks. There was nothing. This is the last one. He looked to the front. At this time, many cultivators had gathered near the 5 ancient peaks. They were all here to watch the grand competition of the younger generation of the 5 major forces, including the Sanluo divine sect, which was going to be held later. It was very noisy here. Lin Tian didn't care about it. His expression was calm. Soon, he arrived at the 5th ancient peak. Just like before, after arriving here, he activated the dragon burial scripture. At the same time, his sea of consciousness shone brightly as he scanned the surroundings with his powerful divine sense. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed. Did you find anything good? Whooshing Crocodile saw that Lin Tian didn't find anything and laughed unkindly. Lin Tian glanced at it and couldn't be bothered to respond. He glanced at the 5 ancient peaks and frowned as he muttered to himself, "Strange, could it be that I misunderstood? There is nothing special here." Buzz, suddenly, his muttering was interrupted. The divine sword in his sea of consciousness vibrated slightly. Strands of 7-colored light intertwined and pointed at the bottom of the ancient peak in front of him. P.S. Tomorrow's update will be around 7 p.m. and 10 p.m. Fu Tuhong was tall and had a cold smile on his face. He stared at Lin Tian with a frivolous attitude, as if he was staring at a toy. Lin Tian swept a glance at this person. His expression was calm, and he didn't bother with him. He just stood on the spot quietly, and the dragon patterns at the bottom of his feet became stronger. Strand by strand, they sank into the ground, and headed towards the fist-sized jade stone in the depths of the ancient peak. At the side, the 5 elements crocodile couldn't help but laugh out loud. "TSK TSK TSK, kid, you become the target of the competition." Lin Tian couldn't be bothered with it, and he focused his attention on the bottom of the ancient peak. At this moment, the dragon patterns at the bottom of his feet had already broken through the 6,000 zheng of soil layer, and they were about to reach the jade stone. At this moment, he had to be even more careful in controlling the dragon patterns to prevent the jade stone from being damaged. The eyes of the young disciples of the 5 great sects lit up when they heard Fu Tuhong's words. "I agree with senior brother Fu." A disciple of the Coiling Dragon's Sacred Gate said. "I agree as well." "Me too." "I agree." "That's good. Not only can we punish that bold thief, but we can also fully display the strength of the 5 senior brothers." The outstanding disciples of the other 4 great sects also spoke up. At this moment, all the disciples of the 5 great sects stared at Lin Tian with a cold smile, and then looked at the other 4 young men in the crowd. The 4 young men were separated from each other by a certain distance. One of them was dressed in black, and his expression was cold. He was Xianxia of the Sanluo divine sect. The second person was tall and slender, and his expression was indifferent. He was Wenshu of the Azure Mark Immortal Pavilion. The third young man was dressed in purple, and he was Sun Yoha of the Mystic Wind Fire Island. The fourth person had one hand behind his back. He was Gu Yangmu of the Hejiao Immortal Sect. The 4 of them had naturally heard Fu Tuhong's words. At this moment, their gazes also landed on Lin Tian, and all of them were very cold. The great Dao Realm elders of the 5 great sects stared at Lin Tian, and then they exchanged glances. They could not help but nod. "In that case, let's do it this way," one of the elders said. Then, the 5 of them each nodded to the strongest among the younger generation of their sections. Their meaning was very clear. They were going to compete according to Fu Tuhong's idea. Fu Tuhong immediately laughed wildly, and he appeared even more domineering. He glanced at Lin Tian, and then looked at Sun Yoha and the other 3 in the crowd. His battle intent was very strong. Are we really going to use that person as the target of the competition, and use his life to decide who is number one among the five? That's too cruel. Outside the 5 ancient peaks, all the cultivators stared at this place. Many people could not help but gasp. This is bad. We can't even die happily now. Some cultivators looked at Lin Tian and could not help but shake their heads. Lin Tian was naturally aware of everything in the surroundings, but he did not care at all. At this time, the dragon patterns under his feet interweaved, and he finally broke through the layer of earth and arrived at the side of the jade stone under the ancient peak. He took a step back, and there was a fist-sized hole under his feet. He calmed down the circulation of the dragon burial scripture, and with a shake of his right hand, he grabbed a fist-sized jade stone from below. In the surroundings, many cultivators revealed surprised expressions when they saw this. He dug a stone up here. He's been standing there all this time, so he was digging a jade stone under the ancient peak. That piece of jade looks quite ordinary. Some cultivators said. These cultivators stood outside the 5 ancient peaks, and from the surface, the jade stone in Lin Tian's hand was indeed very ordinary. However, Lin Tian was shocked at this time. At this moment, holding the jade stone, he felt his body suddenly become very comfortable. The flow of divine power in his body accelerated on its own, and his spirit became stronger in the blink of an eye. Even the laws of the great path in his body involuntarily surged and became extremely boiling, as though they were about to burst into the sky. His expression changed, and he stared unblinkingly at the jade stone in his hand. Just by holding on to the jade stone, he could feel that all aspects of his body's strength had increased. Is this what you're looking for? The 5 elements crocodile was like Lin Tian. He did not care about the cultivators of the 5 sects and the rogue cultivators outside the 5 ancient peaks. At this time, he came over and stared at the jade stone in Lin Tian's hand. He paused for a moment, and his eyes suddenly flickered. He muttered, why does Uncle Crocodile remember seeing it somewhere before? Lin Tian immediately looked at him and asked, have you seen this kind of jade stone before? The 5 elements crocodile pondered and said, oh, I seem to have seen it somewhere before. It seems to be a very extraordinary thing. Uncle Crocodile, please think about it, you should be able to remember it soon. A wisp of light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. He nodded and said to the 5 elements crocodile, all right, let's find a quiet place. As he spoke, he and the 5 elements crocodile turned around and walked out of the 5 ancient peaks. At this time, he had already found the thing that the divine sword in his sea of consciousness had hinted to him. There was no need to stay here any longer. Swish, the sound of air being pierced resounded, and a tall figure blocked in front of him. It was the coiling dragon's sacred gates Fu Tu Hong. You can't escape. Fu Tu Hong's expression was arrogant as he blocked Lin Tian's path. However, he didn't even look at Lin Tian. Instead, his gaze fell on Sun Yoha and the other 3 young experts. Clearly, he didn't put Lin Tian in his eyes at all. Your head will be mine in the end. He stared at Sun Yoha and the others with a domineering battle intent. Sun Yoha of the Profound Wind Flame Island, Gu Yangmu of the Hejia Immortal Sect, O Wen Shu of the Azure Mark Immortal Pavilion, and Hao Xianhui of the Sanluo Divine Sect all had indifferent expressions on their faces. At this time, they also moved. A single step covered 100 meters, and they arrived outside of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. They looked at each other coldly and surrounded Lin Tian together with Fu Tu Hong. Immediately, powerful divine might interweaved around the bodies of the 5 of them. There were even faint ripples of laws of the Tao spreading around them. Brat, you've really become a target. The 5 elements crocodile clicked its tongue and wanted to laugh out loud. Lin Tian did not mind it. He looked at the 5 people surrounding him indifferently, back off. Don't force me to kill you. His voice was calm and not loud at all, but it caused the expressions of all the cultivators in this place to freeze. Outside the 5 ancient peaks, all the cultivators stared at Lin Tian with strange expressions. At this time, Lin Tian was surrounded by Fu Tu Hong and the other 4 young cultivators who could kill ordinary cultivators of the Great Tao. But he actually said to the 5 young cultivators, back off. Don't force me to kill you. To many cultivators, this was completely unreasonable and incomprehensible. Within the 5 ancient peaks, the elders of the 5 great sects were expressionless, while the other young cultivators could not help but laugh out loud. Back off? Don't force me to kill you? Ha 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 ha, no, this is too funny. Are you stupid? Because of extreme fear, my brain is not enough. Many young cultivators from the 5 great sects stared at Lin Tian as if they were looking at a clown, their faces full of mockery. Fu Tuhong and the other 4 surrounded Lin Tian. They did not mind Lin Tian's words at all, or rather, they directly ignored him. At this moment, the 5 only stared at each other. Their auras were already clashing in secret. Then, as their auras grew stronger and stronger, the clash between them became even more intense, causing the space around them to creak like a fragile paper window. Lines of distortion appeared, as if it would shatter at any moment. Such a scene caused the hearts of the cultivators in the area to tremble. It's just a clash of auras, and yet it's already like this. Terrifying. Among the younger generation, perhaps only the divine sons and goddesses of the top factions can suppress these 5. Outside the 5 ancient peaks, some cultivators said. Then, they looked at Lin Tian and couldn't help but shake their heads. This guy. Sigh. Why did he have to provoke the people of the 5 great sects? Now. He's dead for sure, and it'll be very tragic. Many people sighed. Boom, at this moment, 5 tyrannical divine energies soared into the sky. Fu Tuhong and the others looked at the other 4, their battle intent surging. His head is mine. Fu Tuhong laughed madly and took a step forward. Cold killing light interweaved in his hand as he grabbed at Lin Tian's head. Hao Xianhui of the Sunluo divine sect snorted coldly. He deflected his sword and strode toward Lin Tian. On the other side, Sun Yoha of the Mystic Wind Fire Island, Gu Yangmu of the Hejia Immortal Sect, and O Wenshu of the Azure Mark Immortal Pavilion also moved. Each of them used their killing light to envelop Lin Tian. Moreover, the 5 of them used their secret arts at the same time and attacked each other, preventing anyone else from getting close to Lin Tian. They also shot out rays of divine light. Boom, for a time, the space couldn't stop cracking, and dense cracks spread out in all directions like a spiderweb. Senior brother Hao of my sect will definitely take that person's head and become number 1. Senior brother son of my Mystic Wind Fire Island will be number 1. That person's head belongs to senior brother Fu Tuhong of my sect. Senior brother Gu Yangmu is the strongest. Senior brother O of my sect will definitely suppress everyone and be the first to take down that thief's head. The young disciples of the 5 great immortal sects clenched their fists as they stared at the strongest young experts of their respective sections. The elders of the 5 great immortal sects seemed to be emotionless, but in fact, their eyes were intertwined with radiance as they stared at the young geniuses of their respective sections. It was obvious that they were all waiting for their young geniuses to emerge victorious. Boom, divine energy vibrated as the 5 of them attacked Lin Tian and each other at the same time, causing the ground to tremble. While Lin Tianju was in the midst of this berserk massacre, his expression remained indifferent. You asked for it, he said. His voice was still very calm. A circle of golden light spread out like a ripple, spreading in all directions. Immediately, sizzling sounds could be heard as the secret arts unleashed by Fu Tuhong and the others were instantly crushed. They were all sent flying, coughing up mouthfuls of blood as they tumbled several dozen feet away. For a moment, the expressions of everyone present paled. How could this be? He didn't even move. He only spread out a circle of divine light, but he actually made those 5 young experts, outside the 5 ancient peaks. All the cultivators were astonished as they stared at Lin Tian in disbelief. Within the 5 ancient peaks, the young disciples of the 5 great immortal sects and the 5 elders of the great Tao realm also changed their expressions, their faces filled with shock. At the same time, the expressions of Fu Tuhong and the others changed drastically. They struggled to stand up in the distance and looked at Lin Tian in shock. At this moment, the 5 of them were completely stunned. Just now, the 5 of them attacked at the same time and didn't put Lin Tian in their eyes at all. However, Lin Tian merely stood there and shattered all their divine abilities with a wave of golden light, causing them to suffer unimaginable injuries. At this moment, they almost didn't even have the strength to move. Lin Tian's expression was still indifferent. He raised his right hand slightly and pointed his index finger at Fu Tuhong. Fu Tuhong's expression instantly changed, and his arrogant attitude was no longer there. His eyes revealed a hint of fear. "What do you want to do?" "PFFF." A beam of golden light flew out from Lin Tian's right index finger and instantly arrived in front of Fu Tuhong, crushing him into pieces. "P.S. I woke up early in the morning to write. I'm finally done now. I'm going to update it immediately. I hope everyone can enjoy reading it. Then, I'll still update it once again today. I hope the dragon can adjust as soon as possible. I'll be able to update it again by the beginning of next month at the latest. I hope everyone can forgive me for these few days. I've just returned home, and there are quite a lot of things to do. Then, I'll recommend a Xianxia novel to everyone. It was written by an old friend of the dragon. If everyone is free, go take a look and collect it. Thank you, everyone. This examination might take a long time. Therefore, Dragon wanted to take a long leave of absence. It would be around half a month. Dragon did not know what to say. Dragon felt terrible as he typed these words. After writing for so long, this was the first time the 10-directional Divine King had stopped updating. Dragon did not want to let everyone down. But now, Dragon was completely overwhelmed by fear. He could not do anything. He could not even eat. He felt like he would collapse at any moment. I hope everyone can give Dragon some time. I hope that Dragon is fine. Everyone, please wait for Dragon to come back. I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm typing. Please wait for a moment. The jade stone flickered with a faint radiance. It was only the size of a fist, but it was crystal clear, as if it was a perfect piece of art. Lin Tian held the jade stone and felt his essence, qi, and great Tao laws in his body jump violently. Think quickly, he said to the 5 elements crocodile. The 5 elements crocodile curled its lips. What's the rush? It's not like I'm rushing to reincarnate. Although it said that, it was seriously staring at the jade stone in Lin Tian's hand as it carefully thought about it. Lin Tian looked at it and did not say anything else to disturb it. He waited quietly. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes passed. At this moment, the 5 elements crocodile stared at the jade stone in Lin Tian's hand. Its eyes gradually widened, and its body trembled slightly. Seeing its reaction, Lin Tian knew that it must have thought of something. He asked, "Do you know what this is?" The 5 elements crocodile nodded. Its body was still trembling slightly, and its eyes were filled with shock. This seems to be Qi. Qi Lux Celestial Stone. It said with a trembling voice. Lin Tian frowned. Qi Lux Celestial Stone? He had been in the cultivation world for many years, and he knew many things. However, this was the first time he had heard of something like a Qi Lux Celestial Stone. The 5 elements crocodile stared at the jade stone in Lin Tian's hand, and its eyes were filled with shock. It took a few deep breaths before it could calm down. You understand the word luck, don't you? It said to Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded. He naturally knew about luck. This sort of thing was the most illusory, and it generally referred to fate. It existed in the heavens and the earth, and it was something that living beings were unable to grasp. No matter if it was ordinary mortals, mortal empires, cultivators, or inheritances of sacred grounds, all of them cared about luck extremely, and it was even to the extent of reverence. Because this thing had a great impact on any living being, mortal empires, inheritances of sacred grounds, or even a large world. A simple example would be if a person's luck was extremely good, then it was possible for a person to pick up a divine weapon or a great treasure while casually walking through the mountains. However, if one's luck was extremely bad, then it was possible for that person to be struck by lightning as soon as he went out. This was luck. This thing was truly too important to all things in the world. Even though it couldn't be seen or touched, it was extremely important. The 5-element crocodile nodded, and it stared at the fist-sized jade stone in Lin Tian's hand before taking another deep breath, and then it said, "This karmic immortal stone is a material immortal stone condensed from luck." Lin Tian's hand trembled when he heard this, and he almost dropped the jade stone in his hand. What did you say? He glared at the five-element crocodile as he spoke. Earlier, when he heard the five-element crocodile mention the words karmic immortal stone, and when he heard the five-element crocodile ask about something like luck, he guessed that this jade stone might be related to luck. But never had he imagined that the relationship would be so great, and it was actually a material immortal stone condensed from luck. Luck. That thing was illusory and couldn't be touched. Even emperor rank experts couldn't sense or capture it. But now, he was holding a material immortal stone condensed from luck. Are you sure? He stared at the five-element crocodile. It wasn't that he didn't believe the five-element crocodile, but the five-element crocodile's words were too unbelievable. Luck. Such a thing could actually condense into a material form? This? The five-element crocodile was already calmer at this time. Hearing Lin Tian's question, he hesitated for a moment. This thing, Uncle Crocodile only saw it in a secular world's unofficial history. At that time, because it involved luck, I looked at it a few more times. I remember it clearly. The description in the book is exactly the same as the jade in your hand. But whether it's the real thing or not, this is hard to say. Lin Tian frowned and muttered to himself, secular world's unofficial history? Although the unofficial history of the secular world was occasionally true, most of it was fabricated by some storytellers. At this time, listening to the five-element crocodile's words, he was even more doubtful. Was this thing really a material immortal stone condensed from luck? He stared at the jade in his hand, a little doubtful. But soon, his frown deepened. At this time, looking at the fist-sized jade, he thought that this jade was something that the divine sword in his sea of consciousness sensed and had a great reaction, which was enough to show that it was extraordinary. Perhaps it really was an immortal stone condensed from luck. For a moment, he felt a little conflicted. He paused, looked at the five-element crocodile, and asked again, in that unofficial history, did it say anything about the immortal stone of luck? The five-element crocodile nodded. Of course. It was said to be able to become immortal and become an immortal. In fact, it should be able to improve the strength of living creatures in all aspects. In addition, wearing it can increase one's lifespan by several times, and one can live for a very long time. In the future, one's luck will also become extremely. Suddenly, the jade in Lin Tian's hand shone brightly, and it was so dazzling that it interrupted the five-element crocodile's words. Then, the jade turned into light, and with a swoosh, it disappeared into Lin Tian's palm and entered his body. Instantly, Lin Tian and the five-element crocodile were shocked. F***CK. Brat, you absorbed it just like that? You haven't figured it out yet. Aren't you afraid that your body will explode after absorbing it? The five-element crocodile's eyes widened. Naturally, Lin Tian was also surprised. However, when he heard the words explode from the five-element crocodile, he still had an impulse to beat it up. I didn't absorb it. It went in by itself. As soon as he finished speaking, the divine power, blood chi, and rule of law in his body boiled. There was even divine light that spread out from his body. It was dazzling. Then, in the next moment, with a loud rumble, a blazing golden divine light burst out with him as the center. It soared into the sky and instantly penetrated into the sky. Bang, a great force spread out with him as the center. It threw the five-element crocodile dozens of feet away. At this moment, the space within a radius of dozens of feet was completely enveloped by the golden divine light. There was a shocking divine power that interweaved and tumbled like the waves on the ocean. The five-element crocodile steadied his body far away. He stared at the scene and his eyes widened. This rumble, the divine power rolled and gusts of hurricanes appeared outside Lin Tian's body. They spread out like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Moreover, at the same time, golden divine lotuses appeared in the space beside him. Every single golden lotus was interwoven with a divine aura, as if they were real lotuses. It was an extremely shocking scene. Lin Tian was in the midst of the golden lotuses. At this moment, even he was shocked. The divine power, vital energy, and laws of the great path in his body seemed to have turned into wild horses that had broken free of their reins. They were completely out of his control and began to boil on their own. He could not even move his body at this moment. He could only grit his teeth and forcefully use a strand of his consciousness to look inside his body. Then he saw that the fist-sized jade had appeared next to his origin of life. At this moment, it was glowing, and as the light continued to shine, the fist-sized jade actually began to shrink. This is? He was shocked. The jade stone was actually melting and decomposing in his body. The jade stone trembled slightly and floated next to his origin of life. Gradually, the light became more intense. The next moment, the jade stone trembled and shattered. It turned into a pure light source and completely fused with his origin of life. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian was shocked again. Because to any living being, the origin of life was the most important. But now, after this jade stone was decomposed, it fused with his origin of life. This made him a little worried. But even so, he could not do anything at this moment. Other than using a strand of his consciousness to see inside and outside of his body, he could not do anything else. Divine power, blood qi, great path rules, and others were all out of his control. "Kid, how are you?" The five elements crocodile called from afar. Lin Tian could not move his body. He could only use his eyes to signal that he was fine for now. It was also at this moment that his path body trembled. Majestic power surged out of his body like a volcano that had erupted. He did not have the time to reply to the five elements crocodile. His consciousness looked into his body again. He saw that the origin of life was emitting an extremely dazzling light at this moment. It was actually beating like a heart. Every beat caused his path body to tremble slightly. With every beat, an extremely powerful force surged out and flew to various parts of his body. For a moment, the divine power in his body flowed even faster. His essence, qi, and spirit rose at a very fast speed. Moreover, at this moment, he could move. Although his divine power, blood qi, and great path rules were still boiling and expanding, he could control them. His expression changed slightly. Without hesitation, he immediately activated the Heart Sutra of Sunday. At the same time, he began to adjust his path. Buzz, as he activated the Heart Sutra of Sun, the golden divine light outside his body became even more intense and powerful. The speed at which his essence, qi, and spirit rose also became even faster. In the short span of a few dozen breaths, his cultivation had increased by a large margin, and it was still increasing at an alarming rate. This caused the five elements crocodile, who was not far away, to be shocked. Its eyes widened even more. Based on this situation, is he going to directly rush to the 9 heavens of the Great Path? It hasn't been long since he entered the 8 heavens of the Great Path. It stared at Lin Tian in shock. Then, its body trembled. That piece of jade, is it really the deity stone of fortune that was recorded in the unofficial history book? Seeing Lin Tian's essence, qi, spirit, and the speed at which his cultivation increased, even an old monster like the crocodile was shocked. Buzz, in front of him, the divine light outside Lin Tian's body surged like golden waves. The scene was extremely shocking. Lin Tian was in this divine light, and the Heart Sutra of Sun circulated even faster, causing the golden divine light outside his body to become even thicker. At the same time, he looked inside his body. The source of his life suddenly became even more resplendent and much stronger. Waves of divine light overflowed, turning into waves of majestic power that surged into every corner of his body. And as this majestic power surged into every part of his body, he used the Heart Sutra of Sun to fully refine it. His essence, qi, spirit, and other parts began to strengthen even faster, and his cultivation rose steadily. That piece of jade, is it really formed by the condensation of fate? He was shocked. Genius 1 Second Remember Online, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Lin Tian was moved. At this moment, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness began to tremble, shaking out strands of 7-colored light. It pointed directly at the underground of the 5th ancient peak in front of him, causing his eyes to flash with 2 bright lights. The divine sword overflowed with light and pointed to the underground of this ancient peak. In that case, there must be something extraordinary below. He looked at the bottom of this ancient peak with a serious expression. He directly circulated the dragon burial scripture to the limit. Dense dragon patterns appeared under his feet and crazily surged into the underground world. In the blink of an eye, the dragon patterns sank more than 300 meters into the bottom of the ancient peak. They continued to follow the direction pointed by the seven-colored light in his sea of consciousness and continued to go deeper into the underground of this ancient peak. "Kid, I found something." Whooshing Crocodile looked at Lin Tian's expression and revealed a surprised expression. Lin Tian didn't say anything and just nodded. Seeing him nod, Whooshing Crocodile couldn't help but stare. "There's something good here." Lin Tian was very quiet. He circulated the dragon burial scripture even more attentively. More dragon patterns appeared under his feet and spread all the way to the bottom of the ancient peak in front of him, exploring in all directions. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths had passed. The dragon patterns that surged out from the soles of his feet had already probed more than 700 meters into the bottom of this ancient peak. It was also at this moment that a strange light suddenly appeared in his eyes. He discovered a fist-sized jade with the dragon patterns. This piece of jade did not have any shocking aura, only a faint light lingering around it. It was not enough to attract his attention, but at this time, the light from the divine sword in his sea of consciousness was pointing straight at this piece of jade. This, he was slightly surprised. The divine sword in his sea of consciousness showed the scene of the Five Immortals' Peak. At this moment, it vibrated again and emitted a seven-colored light. It was actually because of such a fist-sized jade. This really surprised him. "Forget it, I'll dig it out first." He paused and thought to himself. The divine sword in his sea of consciousness was extraordinary. Since the seven-colored light from the divine sword was pointing to this jade, he believed that this jade was definitely not an ordinary item. He slightly took a deep breath. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet intertwined and condensed into a dragon pattern sword. In a situation where no one could see, the sword cut through the layers of soil under the soles of his feet and went straight to the fist-sized jade at the bottom of the ancient peak. He was prepared to cut a path to take the jade out after cutting through the layers of soil. At this moment, the dozen young men walked over from afar. And the speed at which the dragon pattern sword cut through the layers of soil under his feet became faster. Seeing that Lin Tian did not respond, the faces of the dozen young men turned cold. It was especially so for the person who had spoken. A cold light flashed in his eyes. "Did you not hear what I said?" the person said coldly. Lin Tian glanced at the person and looked at Whooshing Crocodile. The five immortal peaks belong to the five great sects of the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate. They don't belong to them. The five elemental alligator glanced at the group of youths and nonchalantly said, "How should I put this? The five great sects hold a competition for the younger generation here every year. Before the competition starts, they will ask the cultivators here to leave the five ancient peaks in order to create a spacious venue for the competition. Regarding this, ordinary cultivators naturally wouldn't dare to say anything. After all, the strength of these five great sects is extremely powerful. They are the second-level great powers of this heaven domain. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to provoke these five behemoths." "Enough." Lin Tian interrupted Whooshing Crocodile. "You only need to say the first three words." After he finished speaking, he continued to cut through the layers of soil with his dragon pattern sword. He only paid attention to the jade stone at the bottom of the ancient peak and ignored the dozen young men. This place did not belong to the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate, and there was no need for him to give it to them. Whooshing Crocodile obviously knew what Lin Tian was thinking and pursed his lips. The faces of the dozen or so youths who had arrived here all darkened, and their gazes became even colder. "I'll say it one more time. Leave, no, get out of here immediately. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." The person who had spoken first said again. He was a disciple of the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate. "What's there to say? Just throw him out." A young man in yellow robes said. He was from the profound Gale Flame Island. Moreover, this person wasn't just saying it. He directly raised his hand and slapped Lin Tian's face. Punches and slaps are the best way to deal with people who don't know what's good for them. This person was a powerful cultivator at the peak of the Zephyr realm. The profound Gale Flame Island he came from was one of the five great sects in the heavenly region, along with the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate, Limitless Divine Sect, and Green Mark Immortal Pavilion. They were only weaker than the few peak forces in the heavenly region. Thinking that Lin Tian was an ordinary cultivator, he immediately attacked him. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at this person indifferently. Instantly, the young man in yellow robes trembled. His right hand stopped, and he couldn't stop trembling. You. At this time, facing Lin Tian's indifferent gaze, the young man in yellow robes couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. It was as if he was facing the god of death. Lin Tian looked at the young man in yellow robes. Punches and slaps are the best way to deal with people who don't know what's good for them. This is very reasonable. As soon as he finished speaking, a slap resounded out, and the yellow-clothed young man was directly blasted flying. He left behind a string of blood in the air as he directly rolled out of the 5 ancient peaks, and he let out a shrill cry of pain while a clear imprint of 5 fingers appeared on his face. This scream wasn't weak, and it immediately shocked many cultivators near the 5 ancient peaks. These cultivators were all outside the 5 ancient peaks at this time, and they all looked in the direction of this place. It seems to be a young disciple from the profound Gale Flame Island. His cultivation is very strong. How did he get injured? There, the young disciples of the 5 great sects are surrounding a young cultivator. Could it be that person who attacked? These cultivators were all surprised. At the same time, the expressions of the other 10 young men from the 5 great sects who came here to ask Lin Tian to leave changed. They didn't see Lin Tian attack just now, but they were very clear that the young man in yellow robes was definitely injured by Lin Tian. This made them both shocked and angry. They were shocked because Lin Tian attacked the young man in yellow robes, but they didn't even see how Lin Tian attacked. They were angry because they were disciples of the 2nd-level great sects in this heaven region. Many cultivators in this heaven region would be afraid of them, but now, Lin Tian dared to attack them like this. You dare to attack someone from the profound Gale Flame Island? One of the 10 young men spoke. Obviously, he was the same as the one who was sent flying by Lin Tian, from the profound Gale Flame Island. Our 5 great sects are holding a competition this time. How dare you provoke us like this? You don't know what's good for you. You're courting death. The 10 people all shouted with a stern expression. Lin Tian glanced at these people, and his expression was still indifferent. Noisy. As soon as he finished speaking, his right leg shook slightly, and the dragon patterns on the soles of his feet spread, turning into a majestic force that swept towards the 10 young men. In an instant, the 10 young men were all sent flying, and all of them coughed up blood. They screamed and rolled outside the 5 ancient peaks. Most of them directly fainted. Immediately, many cultivators outside the 5 immortal peaks were shocked. They stared at Lin Tian, and their expressions changed. It seems that the young man in yellow robes from the profound Gale Flame Island at the beginning was really injured by him, and he was sent flying outside the 5 ancient peaks. The young disciples of the 5 great sects are going to hold a competition here. It's said that each great sect sent an elder of the great Tao realm. Now, he actually dares to attack the disciples of the 5 great sects here. Isn't he courting death? These cultivators were shocked. At the same time, the other cultivators in the 5 immortal peaks looked over. They were the members of the 5 great immortal sects, including the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate and the other 4 great immortal sections. Most of them were from the younger generation, but there were also 5 experts from the older generation. All of them were in the Grand Tao realm. They were the elders of the 5 great immortal sects who were here to preside over the competition. Damn it, that person, how dare he attack the people of the 5 great sects? The young disciples of the 5 great sects glared at Lin Tian, and a cold expression appeared on their faces. The 5 experts of the older generation from the 5 great sects naturally stared at Lin Tian. Their expressions were cold, and they stepped forward. Among them, the elder of the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate raised his hand and grabbed one of his disciples who was sent flying by Lin Tian. He directly scanned the disciple's sea of consciousness with his divine sense. In the blink of an eye, he understood everything. His gaze turned colder as he stared at Lin Tian. Our 5 great sects are holding a competition of the younger generation here. Not only did you not retreat, you actually dared to attack. Someone. Hearing the elder of the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate's words, the faces of the elders from the other 4 great sects sank. At the same time, the majority of the young disciples from the 5 great sects were furious, and many of them had killing intent in their eyes. Our 5 great sects hold a competition here every year, and no one has ever dared to not retreat to the outer regions of the 5 ancient peaks. Not only did he not retreat, he even attacked our people. This is behavior, he deserves to die. Elder, cripple him. Many young disciples from the 5 great sects shouted. Lin Tiantan glanced at them coldly, and he couldn't be bothered with them. The dragon marks on the soles of his feet surged, and he broke the ground even faster. Looking at Lin Tiantan's attitude, the faces of the elders from the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate and the other 4 great sects turned even darker. Killing intent surged out of their bodies. The elder of the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate snorted coldly, and he raised his hand. Killing intent intertwined as he slammed it towards Lin Tian. Elder, wait a moment. Right at this moment, a cold sneer sounded, and a tall man walked out. His gaze was somewhat oppressive, and the blood qi around him was extremely dense. It caused the space around him to distort, and many people's faces changed. That's Fu Tuhong from the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate. What a powerful aura. Just her aura alone is enough to affect the surrounding space, causing it to distort. Many cultivators felt their hearts tremble. Moreover, even the 4 great Virtue Realm elders from profound Firestorm Island, Sanluo Divine Sect, Green Mark Immortal Pavilion, and Hegemen Immortal Sect could not help but be shocked by Fu Tuhong's aura. Even great Virtue Realm existences like them were shocked. The elder of the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate looked at Fu Tuhong, and there was a smile on his face. Tuhong, what's the matter? Fu Tuhong was a rare genius of the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate. She had reached the half-step Grand Dao realm at such a young age, and her name had already spread throughout the 6th heaven. Her future achievements were limitless. Looking at Fu Tuhong, the elder's face was naturally filled with smiles. Fu Tuhong seemed a little arrogant, and she sneered at Lin Tian. Everyone thinks that I'm on par with the profound Firestorm Island Sun Yoha, Hegemen Immortal Sects Gu Yongmu, Green Mark Immortal Pavilions O Wen Shu, and the limitless divine sects Hao Xianhui. Since the 4 of them are here, why don't we make a bet with this person? The 5 of us will attack together, and we'll see who gets the first place. This competition is simple, fair, and direct. P.S. I've made everyone worried recently. I sincerely thank everyone for their concern for Long. Thank you, Long is back. Long has just returned to Sichuan, and there are many things to do. This chapter is a little late. Please forgive me. Also, tomorrow's update should be around 9 p.m. Fu Tuhong had a tall stature, and a cold sneer hung on his face as he stared at Lin Tian frivolously. It was as if he was staring at a toy. Lin Tian merely swept a glance at this person. His expression was indifferent, and he did not bother with him. He merely stood quietly on the spot, and the dragon marks on the soles of his feet grew stronger. Strands of dragon marks entered the ground and headed for the fist-sized jade stone in the depths of the ancient peak. At the side, the whooshing crocodile couldn't help but laugh out loud. Tisk, TSK, 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 kid, you become the target of the competition. Lin Tian couldn't be bothered with the whooshing crocodile, and his attention was focused on the bottom of the ancient peak. At this time, the dragon marks on the soles of his feet had already broken through the 600 zhang layer of soil. They were about to reach the jade stone. At this time, he had to be more careful in controlling the dragon marks to prevent any damage to the jade stone. In the surroundings, the young disciples of the 5 great sects listened to Fu Tuhong's words, and many of their eyes lit up. I agree with senior brother Fu. A disciple of the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate said. I agree as well. Me too. Agree. That's good. Not only can we punish that bold thief, but we can also display the strength of our 5 senior brothers. Outstanding disciples of the other 4 great sects also spoke. At this time, all the disciples of the 5 great sects stared at Lin Tian with a cold smile on their faces. They then looked at the other 4 young men in the crowd. These 4 young men were separated by a certain distance. One of them was clad in black, and his expression was cold. He was the Sanluo Divine Cult's Hao Xianhui. The second young man had a slender body and an indifferent expression. He was the Green Mark Immortal Pavilion's O Wen Shu. The third young man was clad in purple, and he was the Black Wind Flame Island's Sun Yoha. The fourth young man had one hand behind his back, and he was the first Immortal Sect's Gu Yongmu. The four of them naturally heard Fu Tu-hong's words, and at this time, their gazes landed on Lin Tian. Their expressions were cold. The five great sect's Grand Dao Realm elders stared at Lin Tian, and they exchanged glances with each other. They couldn't help but nod their heads. "Then, let's do it this way," one of the elders said. Then, the five of them nodded to the strongest of the younger generation in their respective sections. It was obvious that they would compete according to Fu Tu-hong's idea. Fu Tu-hong laughed maniacally, appearing even more domineering. She glanced at Lin Tianyi, then at Sun Yoha and the other three in the crowd. Her battle intent was extremely strong. Are we really going to use that person as the target of the competition? We'll use his life to determine who will be number one out of the five. Isn't Madame too cruel? Outside the five ancient peaks, all the cultivators were staring at this place. Many of them couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Oh no, now I can't even die a quick death. Some cultivators looked at Lin Tian and couldn't help but shake their heads. Lin Tian was naturally aware of everything around him, but he didn't care in the slightest. At this time, the dragon patterns on the soles of his feet interweaved, and he finally broke through the soil layer and arrived beside the jade stone at the bottom of the ancient peak. He took a step back, and there was a fist-sized hole under his feet. He slowed down the circulation of the dragon burial scripture. With a wave of his right hand, he grabbed a fist-sized jade stone from below. Around him, many cultivators were surprised when they saw the scene. He dug up a stone. He's been standing there all this time. So he was digging up a jade stone at the bottom of the ancient peak. That jade stone looks quite ordinary, some cultivators said. These cultivators stood outside the five ancient peaks. On the surface, the jade stone in Lin Tian's hand was indeed very ordinary. However, Lin Tian was surprised at this time. At this time, he held the jade stone and felt his body suddenly become very comfortable. The divine power in his body automatically flowed faster, and his essence, energy, and spirit also became stronger in the blink of an eye. Even the great Tao Law in his body involuntarily surged and became extremely boiling, as if it was about to erupt into the sky. He was directly moved, and he stared at the jade stone in his hand without blinking. Just holding this jade stone, he felt that his strength in all aspects was enhanced. This is what you're looking for. Wuxing Crocodile, like Lin Tianyi, didn't care about the cultivators of the five major sects and the group of individual cultivators outside the five ancient peaks at all. At this time, he came over and stared at the jade stone in Lin Tian's hand. After a pause, his eyes suddenly flickered a little. He muttered, "Why does Lord Crocodile remember seeing it somewhere?" Lin Tian suddenly looked at him and asked, "Have you seen this jade stone?" Wuxing Crocodile pondered and said, "Well, I seem to have seen it somewhere. It seems to be a very extraordinary thing. Let Lord Crocodile think about it. I should be able to remember it soon." Lin Tian's eyes flashed a ray of light. He nodded and said to Wuxing Crocodile, "Okay, let's find a quiet place." With that said, he and Wuxing Crocodile turned around and walked out of the five ancient peaks. At this time, he had found what the divine sword in his sea of consciousness indicated, so there was no need to stay here anymore. Whoosh, there was a sound of breaking through the air, and a tall figure blocked in front of him. It was Fu Tu-hong of the Coiling Dragon Holy Sect. "You can't escape." Fu Tu-hong looked arrogant and blocked Lin Tian, but he didn't look at Lin Tian at all. Instead, his eyes fell on Sun Yoha and the other four young experts not far away. Obviously, he didn't put Lin Tian in his eyes at all. "Your head will be mine in the end." He looked at Sun Yoha and the other three with a threatening fighting spirit. Sun Yoha of the Xianfeng Fire Island, Gu Yangmu of the Heijia Immortal Sect, O Wenshu of the Green Mark Immortal Pavilion, and Hao Xianhui of the Sunluo Immortal Sect. These four people all looked indifferent. At this time, they also moved. With one step, they covered a distance of 100 feet. In an instant, they came to the periphery of Lin Tian. They looked at each other coldly. Together with Fu Tu-hong, they surrounded Lin Tian in the center. Suddenly, tyrannical divine power intertwined outside the five people's bodies. There was even a faint fluctuation of Tao Law permeating the air. "Kid, you've really become a target." Wuxing Crocodile clicked its tongue and wanted to laugh. Lin Tian didn't care about it. He glanced indifferently at the 5 people surrounding him. Back off. Don't force me to kill you. His voice was calm and not loud at all, but it made all the cultivators in this place stunned. Him? Outside the 5 peaks, all the cultivators stared at Lin Tian with a strange expression. At this time, Lin Tian was surrounded by Fu Tu-hong and the other 4 young experts who could kill ordinary Grand Dao cultivators. However, he actually told them to back off. Don't force me to kill you. This was completely ridiculous and incomprehensible in the eyes of many cultivators. Inside the 5 peaks, the elders of the 5 great sects were expressionless while the other young cultivators couldn't help but laugh. Back off. Don't force me to kill you. Ha ha ha, no, this is too funny. Are you stupid? Because of extreme fear, your brain can't work anymore. Many young cultivators stared at Lin Tian as if they were looking at a clown. Their faces were full of mockery. Fu Tu-hong and the other 4 surrounded Lin Tian. They didn't care about Lin Tian's words at all, or it could be said that they directly ignored him. At this moment, the 5 of them were just staring at each other. The auras outside their bodies were already secretly clashing with each other. Then, as the auras outside their bodies grew stronger and stronger, the clash between their auras became even more intense, causing the void to creak like a fragile paper window. Distortions appeared as if it would shatter in the next moment. Such a scene made the hearts of all the cultivators in this place tremble. It's just a collision of auras, and it's already like this. This is terrifying. Among the younger generation, I reckon that only the divine sons and daughters of the top forces can suppress these 5 people. Outside the 5 ancient peaks, a cultivator said. Then, these cultivators looked at Lin Tian and couldn't help but shake their heads. Sigh. Why did he have to provoke the people of the 5 great immortal sects? Now, he's dead, and it will be very tragic. Many people sighed. Boom, at this time, 5 powerful divine powers shot up into the sky. Fu Tu-hong and the others looked at the other 4 people, their battle intent soaring wildly. His head is mine. Fu Tu-hong laughed wildly and took a step forward. Cold killing lights intertwined in his big hand, and he directly grabbed Lin Tian's head. Hao Xianhui of the Sunluo immortal sect snorted coldly and swung his sword away, striding towards Lin Tian. On the other side, Sun Yoha of the Black Gale Immortal Island, Gu Yangmu of the Black Gale Immortal Sect, and O Wenshu of the Green Mark Immortal Pavilion also moved. Each of them shrouded Lin Tian with killing lights. At the same time, the 5 of them also used their divine powers and secret techniques at the same time, attacking each other to prevent anyone other than themselves from getting close to Lin Tian. Shocking divine lights shot out one after another. Boom, for a time, the space couldn't stop cracking. Dense cracks spread out in all directions like a spider web. Senior brother Hao of my sect will definitely take that person's head and become the number 1. Humph, senior brother son of my Black Gale Immortal Island is the number 1. That person's head belongs to senior brother Fu Tu-hong of my sect. Senior brother Gu Yangmu is the strongest. Senior brother O of my pavilion will definitely suppress everyone and be the first to take that bastard's head. The young disciples of the 5 great immortal sects looked forward and stared at the strongest young experts of their respective sections. Each of them clenched their fists. The elders of the 5 great immortal sects who came here didn't seem to have any emotional fluctuations, but in fact, their eyes were intertwined with sharp lights. They stared at the young geniuses of their respective sects, clearly hoping that their own young geniuses would win. Boom, divine energy vibrated. The 5 of them attacked Lin Tian while attacking each other, causing the ground to tremble. Lin Tian's expression remained indifferent as he stood in the middle of this violent killing divine flow. You asked for it, he said. His voice was still very calm. A circle of golden light spread out like a ripple, spreading out in all directions. Instantly, a sizzling sound rang out. The divine abilities and secret techniques of Fu Tu-hong and the other 4 were all crushed in an instant. They were all sent flying, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood as they rolled several hundred feet away in a sorry state. In an instant, everyone in this place turned pale. How can this be? He didn't even move. He only spread out a circle of divine light, but he actually made those 5 young experts, outside the 5 ancient peaks, all the cultivators were shocked. They stared at Lin Tian in disbelief. Within the 5 ancient peaks, the young disciples of the 5 great immortal sects and the 5 great Tao realm elders also changed their expressions. Their faces were full of shock. At the same time, the expressions of Fu Tuhong and the other 4 changed drastically. They struggled to stand up in a sorry state and looked at Lin Tian with some shock. At this moment, the 5 of them were completely stunned. Just now, the 5 of them attacked at the same time. They did not take Lin Tian seriously at all. However, Lin Tian was different. With just a golden light, he shattered all their divine abilities and caused them to suffer unimaginable injuries. At this moment, they almost did not even have the strength to move. Lin Tian's expression was still indifferent. He raised his right hand slightly and pointed his index finger at Fu Tuhong. Fu Tuhong's expression changed instantly. Her arrogant attitude was no longer there. There was a hint of fear in her eyes. "What do you want to do?" Poof, a golden light flew out from Lin Tian's right index finger. It instantly arrived in front of Fu Tuhong and crushed her. P.S. I woke up early in the morning to write my story. Now that I'm finally done, I'll update it immediately. I hope everyone will enjoy reading it. Also, it's still 1 update today. I'll adjust myself as soon as possible and resume 2 updates a day by the beginning of next month at the latest. I hope everyone can forgive me for these few days. I've just returned home and have a lot of things to do. Next, I'd like to recommend a Xianxia novel, Heaven's Rule. It was written by a fellow villager of the dragons. If you have time, go take a look and add it to your collection. Thank you. Fu Tuhong's body exploded, and blood splattered in the air, dyeing the ground red. Everyone was shocked. Fu Tuhong is dead? Many cultivators stared at the spot where Fu Tuhong's body exploded, then turned to look at Lin Tian. In an instant, their expressions changed. The powerful Fu Tuhong, who was at the half-step Grand Tao realm, could kill ordinary early-stage Grand Tao realm experts. However, he was killed with a single finger. At this time, Sun Yoha and the other 4 young experts were stunned by the scene. Even their elders were astonished. Senior brother Fu. Senior brother was at the half-step Grand Tao realm. How could he be killed by that bastard? How is this possible? The group of Coiling Dragon Holy Gate's young disciples who had arrived were both shocked and enraged. The strongest young disciple of their faction, the person who was destined to become their holy prince, was actually killed in this place. Moreover, it was killed with a single finger. Bastard! Damn it! The Grand Tao realm elder's eyes turned red, and his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. With a rumbling sound, this person directly stepped out and charged towards Lin Tian. His tyrannical divine power shattered a large part of the void. An elder from the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate actually made a move. He's at the 4th heavenly Tao realm. Outside the 5 ancient peaks, many cultivators were shocked. Boom! Divine energy rippled as the elder from the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate pressed down on Lin Tian. He stretched out his hand, and endless killing intent filled the air. Elder, kill him. Kill this bastard and take revenge for senior brother Fu. Kill, kill, kill. The group of young disciples from the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate glared at Lin Tian with hatred. It was as if they wanted to eat Lin Tian alive. Boom! The elder from the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate pressed down on Lin Tian. The killing intent in his hand became even more terrifying, and the wind howled. Damn it! Damn it! That person roared furiously. A genius that was hard to come by in several thousand years had already reached the half-step Grand Tao realm at such a young age. His future achievements were limitless, and he could push the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate to greater heights. To the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate, Huang Xiaolong was extremely important. But now, such a genius who was so important to the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate was killed just like that. Die. This person glared at Lin Tian with bloodshot eyes. He slapped down the assassins who were covering the entire area with killing intent, and was about to go mad with hatred. With rumbling sounds, the crazy winds became even more unbridled, sweeping in all directions. Lin Tian stood in place and glanced at this person indifferently. He flicked his finger and a golden sword light shot out. With a loud clang, the golden sword light pierced through the air, shattering all the killing lights. Before everyone's shocked gazes, the golden sword light pierced through the coiling dragon Holy Gate's Grand Tao Elder's forehead. The Grand Tao Elder's head exploded, and even his soul was annihilated. In an instant, everyone's expressions changed again. There were even some people who couldn't help but tremble. A Grand Tao Realm Elder of the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate actually, it was just a flick of the finger, and that's an expert of the Great Tao Realm. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. This Elder of the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate was an expert of the fourth Heavenly Tao Realm. He was incomparably powerful, but such a powerful Elder was killed with a flick of the finger, just like Fu Tu Hong. How strong was Huang Xiaolong's battle power? At this time, even the elders of the other four superpowers who had come to the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate were shocked. The group of young disciples of the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate trembled in fear. At this time, they stared at Lin Tian with fear in their eyes. You killed senior brother Fu Tu Hong, and also our elder. Sect chief will not let you go. You will also die. Our Coiling Dragon Holy Gate won't let this matter rest. The young disciples of the same faction who had come to the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate were trembling in fear. While saying these words, they couldn't help retreating backwards. The whooshing crocodile swept a glance over these people and shook its head. Idiots, even at this time, you still dare to make such threats. Almost as soon as the whooshing crocodile finished speaking, the sound of swords rang in the air. Lin Tian didn't even look at these young disciples of the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate. With a wave of his hand, dense golden sword chi flew towards the group of young disciples like a meteor shower. In an instant, the group of young disciples of the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate who had come to the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate trembled violently. The fear in their eyes increased by more than 10 times. No! These people screamed in fear and tried to escape, but it was a pity that they couldn't escape. Pooh! 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 Blood mist exploded one after another, dyeing the void red. In the blink of an eye, all the young disciples of the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate who had come to the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate had been killed. In an instant, all the cultivators present trembled violently. This, all dead. These cultivators were horrified. The young disciples of the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate who could come to the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate were all outstanding people, and they were all future pillars of the Holy Gate. But now, all of them were killed in the blink of an eye. The Coiling Dragon Holy Gate will go crazy. Someone said in a trembling voice. The people from the Green Mark Immortal Pavilion and the other four superpowers were shocked, and even the four Grand Tao Elders were no exception. At this time, these people stared at Lin Tian, and all of them felt uneasy. Especially Sun Youhe, Gu Yangmu, O Wenshu, and Hao Xianhui, they couldn't help but tremble. Earlier, the four of them had surrounded Lin Tian with Fu Tu Hong, completely ignoring Lin Tian. They didn't put Lin Tian in their eyes at all, and only thought of Lin Tian as a tool. They just wanted to take Lin Tian's head to see who was the strongest. Who would have thought that the Lin Tian they were besieging would be so terrifying? He could actually kill Grand Tao experts with a wave of his hand. It was also at this time that Lin Tian stood in the middle of the battlefield, and he tilted his head to look at Sun Youhe, Gu Yangmu, O Wenshu, and Hao Xianhui. Competing with other people's lives, you think you're strong, but in reality, you're a mess. He said indifferently. As soon as his words fell, 4 rays of golden sword light appeared around him. Instantly, Sun Youhe and the other 3 trembled violently, and all of them revealed a look of fear. At the same time, the expressions of the 4 superpowers elders changed, and they all rushed over. Stop! One of them cried out. Clang, the sound of swords rang out again. Beside Lin Tian, 4 rays of golden sword light slashed out in a straight line, arriving in front of Sun Youhe and the other 3 in the blink of an eye. Puff, 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 blood splattered everywhere. Sun Youhe and the other 3 didn't even have time to dodge before they were all crushed into a bloody mist. Instantly, the expressions of all the cultivators in this place changed again, and many of them couldn't help but tremble. Sun Youhe, Gu Yangmu, O Wenshu, and Hao Xianhui, they were all killed. This? Someone trembled. Ah! The great Tao realm elders of the four superpowers, including the profound Wind Flame Island, roared furiously. The strongest young geniuses of their respective factions were actually killed in front of their eyes. They were extremely furious, and for a moment, they actually forgot the scene of Lin Tianxia dying to that great Tao realm elder of the coiling dragon Holy Gate. They pounced toward Lin Tian like crazy, and 4 rays of killing light pressed down violently. Golden light appeared around Lin Tian's body, spreading out like water ripples, and all 4 of them were sent flying while coughing up blood. Pung, pung, pung. The 4 of them rolled in the distance, and they only stood up after a long while. The killing intent and madness in their eyes had decreased by more than half, and it was replaced by intense fear. They stared at Lin Tian, and at this time, they started to tremble. They didn't dare to shout, and they didn't dare to charge forward. Lin Tian's gaze was indifferent, and he swept a glance toward the 4 of them. The 5 Immortals' Peak belongs to you? I'm only standing here to look for something, and you want to forcibly expel me, make a move on me, and let the disciples of your sects decide who gets first place based on who gets my head first. You're treating me as a tool for the disciples of your sects to compete. Do you really think that the world already belongs to you? He raised his right hand, and 4 rays of sword light appeared, ringing loudly. If those few strongest young geniuses of your sects deserve to die, then you people, who let those few people compete in this way, deserve to die even more. The elders of the 4 great sects, including the profound Wind Flame Island, trembled at the same time. Their expressions changed greatly. Stop, clang. The sound of the sword was ear-piercing, and it directly suppressed everything. Lin Tianyi waved his hand, and 4 rays of sword light cut across the sky like 4 flashes of lightning, enveloping the elders of the 4 superpowers. In an instant, 4 mists of blood exploded, and the 4 of them were all crushed. Even their divine sense was annihilated. Instantly, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was completely stunned, unable to utter a single word. 4 great Tao realm experts, all of whom were at the 4th heaven of the great Tao realm, were actually killed by someone with a raise of his hand. Elders? No, how could this be? This is impossible. In the distance, the young disciples of the 4 superpowers were all terrified. At this moment, they could not help but tremble. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the young disciples of the 4 superpowers. Immediately, the young disciples of the 4 superpowers trembled violently again, and the fear in their eyes became even stronger. You. No, don't kill us, these cultivators retreated, trembling nonstop. Some of them even wet their pants, emitting a foul smell. Damn it, disgusting. Wuxing Crocodile cursed. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He glanced at these people and turned his head away. Let's go, he said to Wuxing Crocodile. As soon as he finished speaking, he rose into the air and stepped on the void. Soon, he and Wuxing Crocodile stepped out of the range of the 5 Immortals' Peak and walked further away, gradually disappearing from everyone's sight. Near the 5 Immortals' Peak, a group of cultivators looked in the direction where Lin Tian left. Although they could no longer see Lin Tian's figure, their eyes were still filled with intense shock and horror. This person, who is he? When did such a terrifying person appear in the younger generation? I've never heard of him before. He killed a 4th heaven of the great Tao realm expert with a raise of his hand. Many cultivators were horrified. The young disciples of Xianxia Flame Island and the other immortal sects were even more terrified. Their 5 major immortal sects were holding a grand competition of the younger generation here, but now, the strongest experts of the younger generation of their respective immortal sects were all killed. It was equivalent to their generation being killed, and each of them lost a great Tao realm elder. Such a loss was too great. These young disciples' faces were all pale. They retreated, trembling, toward their respective immortal sections. They had to report this matter to the masters of their respective immortal sects as soon as possible. Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile left the range of the 5 Immortals' Peak. Although their steps were gentle, their speed was very fast. At this time, they had already walked far away. They landed on a mountain and found a quiet place. Lin Tian spread his hands and took out the fist-sized jade stone that he dug out from under the 5 Immortals' Peak. Dots of light intertwined, causing the divine power in his body to flow faster again. The great Tao Law also began to boil. Think carefully about what this is, he said to Wuxing Crocodile. The jade shone with a faint light. It was only the size of a fist, but it was crystal clear, as if it was a perfect piece of art. As Lin Tian held the jade stone, he felt his essence, energy, and great Tao laws violently pulsating. Think quickly, he said to the Wuxing Crocodile. The Wuxing Crocodile curled its lips. What's the hurry? It's not like you're rushing to reincarnate. Although that was what it said, it still seriously stared at the jade stone in Lin Tian's hand and carefully thought about it. Lin Tian looked at it and did not disturb it. He waited quietly. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had passed. At this time, the Wuxing Crocodile stared at the jade in Lin Tian's hand. Its eyes gradually widened, and its demon body trembled. Seeing its reaction, Lin Tian knew that it must have thought of something. He asked, "Do you know what this is?" The Wuxing Crocodile nodded. Its demon body was still trembling, and its eyes were full of shock. This seems to be, Qi. Stone of Fortune, it said with a trembling voice. Lin Tian frowned. Stone of Fortune? He had been in the cultivation world for many years and knew many things. However, this was the first time he had heard of something like the Stone of Fortune. The Wuxing Crocodile stared at the jade in Lin Tian's hand. Its eyes were full of shock. It took a few deep breaths to calm down. You know the word fortune, right? It said to Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded. He naturally knew about fortune. This kind of thing was the most illusory and generally referred to fate. It existed between heaven and earth and was something that living beings could not capture. Whether it was ordinary mortals, mortal empires, cultivators, or the inheritors of holy lands, they were all extremely concerned about fortune. They were even in awe of it. This was because it had a great impact on any living being, mortal empires, inheritors of holy lands, and even a great world. To give a simple example, if a person's luck was extremely good, he could pick up a saint weapon while casually walking in the mountains. But if his luck was extremely bad, then he could be struck by lightning as soon as he stepped out of the door. This was luck. This thing had too much to do with all things. Even though it couldn't be seen or touched, it was extremely important. Wuxing Crocodile nodded. He stared at the fist-sized jade stone in Lin Tian's hand and took a deep breath before he said, "This immortal stone of destiny is a real immortal stone formed by destiny." When Lin Tian heard this, his hand trembled and he almost dropped the jade stone in his hand. What did you say? He glared at Wuxing Crocodile. Previously, when he heard Wuxing Crocodile mention the 4 words immortal stone of fate, and when he heard Wuxing Crocodile ask him about fate, he guessed that this jade stone might have something to do with fate. However, he never thought that the relationship would be so great that it was actually an immortal stone condensed from fate. What luck! That thing was illusory and untouchable. Even emperor-level experts couldn't perceive and capture it. But now, what he was holding in his hand was an immortal stone condensed from fate. Are you sure? He stared at Wuxing Crocodile. It wasn't that he didn't believe Wuxing Crocodile, but Wuxing Crocodile's words were too unbelievable. Fate, such a thing can actually condense into a substance? This? Wuxing Crocodile was already calmer at this time. After listening to Lin Tian's question, he hesitated for a while. This thing, Grandpa Crocodile only saw it in an unofficial history of the mortal world. At that time, because it involved fate, I took a few more glances and remembered it more clearly. The description is exactly the same as the jade stone in your hand, but whether it is the same or not, this is hard to say. Lin Tian frowned and muttered to himself, unofficial history of the mortal world? Although the unofficial history of the mortal world was occasionally true, most of them were fabricated by some storytellers. At this time, when he heard the 5 elements crocodile say this, he became even more suspicious. Was this thing really a substantial immortal stone condensed from destiny? He stared at the jade stone in his hand with some doubts, but soon, his frown deepened. At this time, looking at this fist-sized jade stone, he thought again. This jade stone was something that the divine sword in the sea of consciousness sensed. It had a big reaction, which was enough to show that it was extraordinary. Perhaps it was really an immortal stone condensed from fate. For a moment, he felt a little conflicted. He paused, looked at Whooshing Crocodile, and asked again, in that unofficial history, did it mention the function of the immortal stone of fate? Whooshing Crocodile nodded. Of course, it is said to be able to turn mortals into immortals. In fact, it should mean that it can improve the strength of living creatures in all aspects. In addition, wearing it can multiply one's lifespan several times. One can live for a long time, and in the future, one's luck will also become extremely. Buzz. Suddenly, the jade stone in Lin Tian's hand shone brightly. It was dazzling, and it interrupted Whooshing Crocodile's next words. Then, the jade stone turned into light, and with a whoosh, it entered Lin Tian's palm and directly entered Lin Tian's body. Immediately, Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile were shocked. F***CK. Brat, you absorbed it just like that? You haven't really figured it out yet. Aren't you afraid of exploding and dying after absorbing it? Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened. Lin Tian was naturally shocked as well, but when he heard Whooshing Crocodile say exploding and dying, he still had the urge to beat it up. I didn't absorb it. It went in by itself. Buzz. Just as he finished speaking, the divine power, blood energy, and great Tao precepts in his body all boiled up. Outside his body, a dazzling divine light spread out. Then, in the next moment, there was a loud boom. With him as the center, a blazing golden divine light burst out. It directly shot into the sky and penetrated into the firmament in an instant. Bang! A strong force spread out with him as the center, forcefully flipping Whooshing Crocodile and throwing it hundreds of feet away. At this time, the space within a radius of hundreds of feet was completely covered by this golden divine light. An astonishing divine power intertwined, rolling like the raging waves of a vast ocean. Whooshing Crocodile stabilized its monster body in the distance. Looking at this scene, its eyes widened. This, boom. Divine power surged. Hurricane after hurricane rippled out from Lin Tian's body, spreading in all directions like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Moreover, at the same time, numerous golden divine lotuses appeared in the space beside him. Every single golden divine lotus was intertwined with a divine aura, as if they were real lotuses. The scene was exceptionally shocking. Lin Tian was in the middle of these golden lotuses. At this time even he was shocked. The divine power, blood energy, and great Tao precepts in his body seemed to have turned into wild horses that had broken free of their reins. They were completely out of his control and began to boil on their own. At this time, he could not even move his body. He could only grit his teeth and force a trace of his divine sense to look into his body. Then, he saw that the fist-sized jade stone appeared beside his life origin. At this moment, it was emitting traces of light. As this light continued, the fist-sized jade stone gradually became smaller. This is? He was shocked. This jade stone was actually melting and disintegrating in his body. Buzz. The jade stone trembled slightly and floated beside his life origin. Gradually, the light became more intense. Then, in the next moment, the jade stone trembled and shattered, turning into a pure light source that completely integrated into his life origin. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian was shocked again because to any living creature, life origin was the most important. But now, this jade stone had actually disintegrated and integrated into his life origin. This made him somewhat worried. But even so, he could not do anything at this moment. Other than being able to force a trace of his divine sense to look inside and outside his body, he could not do anything else. Divine power, blood energy, and great Tao precepts were all completely out of his control. Boy, how are you? Whooshing Crocodile called out from afar. Lin Tian could not move his body. He could only force his eyes to indicate that he was fine for the time being. It was also at this moment that his Taoist body trembled, and a majestic force surged up from within his body like a volcanic eruption. He did not have the time to reply to Whooshing Crocodile. His divine sense looked inside his body again and saw that his life origin was emitting an incomparably dazzling light at this moment. It was actually beating like a heart. Every beat caused his Taoist body to tremble slightly, and every time it beat, an extremely strong force would surge out and fly to all parts of his body. For a moment, the divine power in his body flowed even faster, and his essence, energy, and spirit rose at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, it was also at this moment that he could move. Although his divine power, blood energy, and great Tao precepts were still boiling and expanding, he could control them. He was slightly moved. Without hesitation, he immediately activated the Sun Heart Sutra and began to adjust his path at the same time. Buzz. As he activated the Sun Heart Sutra, the golden divine light outside his body became even more blazing and powerful, and the speed at which his essence, energy, and spirit rose also became faster. In the short span of a few breaths, his cultivation level increased greatly, and it was still continuing. It continued to rise at an astonishing speed. This caused Wuxing Crocodile, who was not far away, to be shocked. Its eyes widened even more. According to this situation, is he going to directly rush to the 9 heavens of the Great Tao? He just entered the 8 heavens of the Great Tao not long ago. It stared at Lin Tian in shock, and then its body trembled again. That piece of jade, is it really the Stone of Destiny? Recorded in that unofficial history book? Seeing Lin Tian's essence, energy, spirit, and cultivation level increase at this moment, even an old monster like it was shocked. Buzz. In front of Lin Tian, divine light surged outside his body like waves of golden waves. The scene was extremely shocking. Lin Tian was in this divine light, and the Sun Heart Sutra activated even faster, causing the golden divine light outside his body to become even more intense. At the same time, he looked inside his body. His life origin suddenly became brighter and stronger. There were pieces of divine light overflowing, turning into waves of majestic energy that surged into every corner of his body. As this majestic energy surged into every part of his body and was fully refined by his Sun Heart Sutra, his essence, energy, and spirit began to grow stronger at an even faster speed, and his cultivation level rose steadily. That piece of jade, is it really the essence of destiny? He was shocked. A genius remembers love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Lin Tian was really a little surprised. After the jade stone broke down and entered his life essence, its effect was too great. It was much more amazing than the life crystal back then. They could not be compared. With his current cultivation of the 8th heaven of the Great Path, this jade stone could actually make his life essence continue to strengthen. His essence, chi, spirit, and cultivation were all rising rapidly. Such a piece of jade stone had such amazing effects. He faintly believed that this might really be a real celestial stone condensed from illusory fate. Buzz, his body trembled slightly. After the jade stone merged with his life essence, it became even brighter. At this time, majestic power overflowed again, quickly pouring into every corner of his body, causing the golden divine light outside his body to become thicker and thicker. Even his hair was dyed with a layer of golden brilliance. His entire body seemed to be cast from gold, and his aura was astonishing. And with this vast and mighty divine light, his cultivation rose even faster. His powerful blood chi almost penetrated the firmament. This brat, in the distance, Wuxing Crocodile was dumbfounded. Lin Tian's essence, chi, spirit, and cultivation were rising too quickly. At this time, Lin Tian was in the middle of the dazzling golden divine light. In the void beside him, golden lotuses swayed, sacred and auspicious, making him seem unapproachable. It was as if a celestial king had reappeared in the world. He stood there and slowly put away the shock in his heart. He forced himself to calm down and operated the Sun Heart Sutra. He seriously refined the power of the jade stone that overflowed from his life essence, causing his strength in all aspects to increase rapidly. Buzz, he stood in the mountain with his eyes slightly closed. The golden light outside his body intertwined, and then a faint light of the way flickered. This light of the way was very peaceful at first, but in the blink of an eye, it became thicker, as if a sea of the way was turning. This? Lin Tian had just calmed down, but now he was shocked again. At this moment, with the Sun Heart Sutra refining the power of the jade stone that overflowed from the origin of life, his great Tao suddenly began to boil rapidly, like a volcano that had been dormant for a long time erupting. The situation was horrifying. Such a situation had never occurred before. Even when he comprehended the Tao insight of the Emperor, it was far from comparable to this. The boiling degree of the laws of the Grand Tao had far exceeded his imagination and control. As the laws of the great path boiled like this, the Tao power in his body began to expand. A terrifying force surged out, directly shattering a large space around him. Even the ground beneath his feet cracked, quickly spreading in all directions. In the distance, the whooshing crocodile flapped its wings and retreated. The shock in its eyes became even stronger. At this moment, Lin Tian's power of the great Tao had swelled to a frightening level. In just a short moment, it had already doubled in size. This shocked the whooshing crocodile to no end. Boom! In this space, a violent wind swept through, and the Tao light rolled like waves, almost drowning all directions. Lin Tian felt all of this and was shocked. He felt as if his body was about to burst from the rapidly expanding laws of the great Tao. He didn't dare to slack off at all and hurriedly devoted 90% of his energy to his own laws of the great Tao. He began to integrate himself into his own laws of the great Tao, seriously regulating his breathing, sorting out and comprehending. As he seriously regulated his breathing, the laws of the great Tao in his body gradually calmed down. However, they were still expanding and growing at an astonishing speed. It was as if he was a cultivator who had consumed the forbidden Baodan to increase his strength. He circulated the Sun Heart Sutra over and over again, silently regulating his breathing and sorting out his laws of the great Tao. The Tao light outside his body became stronger and stronger, and the laws of the great Tao in his body became purer and purer. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. At this time, although the Tao light outside his body was still boiling, it was much calmer than before. It was also at this time that his life source trembled slightly, and his sea of consciousness was in turmoil, causing his divine sense to suddenly appear in a hazy and boundless world. This world was still the same world that he used to comprehend his own laws of the great Tao. In this world, there were beautiful rivers and majestic mountains. Strands of Tao light flickered, giving people a feeling of vastness. It's here again. He softly muttered to himself. His divine sense stood in this world, and he knew that this world did not really exist. It was just a kind of Tao realm that his laws of the great Tao had evolved, so he was not surprised. Moreover, his divine sense had entered this world several times already, so he was not unfamiliar with this world at all. At this time, in this world, he thought about the jade stone that had fused into his life source. He was already completely sure that the jade stone was the stone of destiny that Whooshing Crocodile had mentioned in the unofficial history book. It was only beneficial to him. He pondered for a moment. After he was truly sure of this, he was first slightly shocked, but then he gradually calmed down. After all, he had been shocked for a long time. He shook his head slightly and began to look at this world. This was a world that had evolved from his laws of the great Tao. He had to seriously gaze at this world and comprehend his own laws of the great Tao. Using his divine sense to gaze at this world and carefully perceive everything in this world, he was comprehending his own laws of the great Tao. He silently looked at this world and only felt that this world had become even vaster, vast and boundless. He resided in this world, and just like in the past, he watched the sun rise and set, watched the plants wither and grow again. The only difference was that when he came here this time, his perception of these scenes was clearly much clearer, and it was like a dark cloud had been pushed aside. There is the principle of the cycle of all things, but more importantly, it seems that all things always have the opportunity to be born, and will never fall and wither. He softly muttered to himself. He looked at these scenes, and his understanding of them was much clearer than before, but he still did not know what laws of the great Tao were. And regarding this, after being puzzled several times, he was very calm and did not care at this time. His divine sense interweaved in this space, condensing into his figure, looking at the mountains, looking at the rivers, looking at everything. The sun rose and set, and the 4 seasons alternated. At the bottom of a mountain, he saw a white rabbit slowly jump down from a large yellow rock. Then, almost in the next moment, the yellow rock collapsed together with the ground below, and a bottomless black hole appeared. The white rabbit was safe and sound, and did not even look back as it slowly walked into the distance. He walked through an old forest and saw a mountain deer drinking by a river. After a while, the mountain deer slowly left. The calm river suddenly boiled, and the mountain torrents erupted. In an instant, everything on both sides of the river was submerged. He passed by a large mountain, and there was an eagle's nest in the mountain. The moment the eagle flapped its wings and left the nest to look for food, the entire mountain collapsed, crushing the nest into pieces, leaving only the eagle flapping its wings in the sky. This is fate? Fate? Looking at these scenes, Lin Tian was moved. The moment the white rabbit stepped over the rock sank with the ground, and the bottom of the black hole could not be seen. The moment the mountain deer turned around to drink, the mountain flood erupted, drowning everything. The moment the eagle left the nest, the mountain collapsed, crushing the eagle's nest. It was just a casual and simple movement, yet they had brushed shoulders with death. He couldn't help but be moved by this. This was definitely luck. My Dao was affected by that piece of jade? He was puzzled and puzzled. He pondered, but it was difficult for him to understand. In the end, he could only shake his head and silently stare at this world as usual. His divine sense was in this world, and in the following time, he continuously saw similar scenes, reflecting and comprehending them one by one. Then, in this world, the light of the Tao became more sparkling, and there were even Tao rainbows that appeared in many places. Buzz, at the same time, in reality, the golden divine light outside his body became more resplendent, and the light of the great Tao became more intense. In this way, time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. On this day, the golden divine light and the divine light of the great Tao outside Lin Tian's body became extremely intense. Then, the space between his eyebrows also shone brightly, and there was an astonishing surge of divine power that quickly calmed down. In the next moment, he opened his eyes, and the light of the Tao intertwined in his eyes, crystal clear and hazy, like a great river of divine light. The 9 levels of the great Tao, he said to himself. For 2 months, he stood motionless in the mountains, silently refining the power of the jade stone that had integrated into his body. He cultivated the Sun Heart Sutra and comprehended his own Tao. At this moment, he broke through again and stepped into the 9 levels of the great Tao. At this time, he used his divine sense to look inside his body. The jade stone had been completely refined, and his life origin had also calmed down. It was brighter and more resplendent than 2 months ago, and it had completed another great sublimation and become even stronger. He gently clenched his hands, and suddenly there was a burst of sound like beans being fried. There was a faint light of the Tao intertwining on the surface of his body, and it was twice as strong as 2 months ago. There was an astonishing divine power of the great Tao permeating the air, and it was very frightening. At the same time, he clearly felt that his blood and qi had risen a lot, and his physique had become stronger. His divine sense had become more powerful, and the divine power in his body was rolling like a golden ocean, as if there would never be a time when it would be exhausted. Good. His eyes were intertwined with a bright light, and he was a little excited. At this time, his strength in all aspects had risen greatly, and he was much, much stronger than 2 months ago. Boy, how is it? In the distance, Wuxing Crocodile saw Lin Tian open his eyes and move, and immediately shouted at Lin Tian. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at Wuxing Crocodile in the distance, and said, "Everything is good, very good." With a smile on his face, he walked towards Wuxing Crocodile. However, in the next moment, his whole body trembled violently, and his sea of consciousness suddenly shook greatly. A shocking image suddenly appeared, and his divine sense seemed to have been pulled out of his body in an instant, and he came to a vast battlefield in the starry sky. In this battlefield, he saw huge stars exploding one after another, and black holes appearing horizontally. A blood-soaked figure charged in the starry sky, and his aura was strong enough to swallow mountains and rivers. He went against a pair of huge eyes and shattered a large part of the starry sky with one punch. Ah! The blood-soaked figure roared angrily, and the Tao of heaven and earth boiled. The starry sky collapsed, and everything around him was destroyed. In the end, only that pair of huge eyes were left, deep and boundless, and cold and emotionless. The image collapsed here, and Lin Tian's powerful body couldn't help but tremble violently, and he coughed up a mouthful of essence blood on the spot. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Lin Tian coughed up blood. His body trembled violently, and his face turned pale. Just now, the scene that suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness was too terrifying. It appeared out of nowhere like a dream, but it was so real. He actually saw people fighting in the starry sky, and they actually shattered stars with a raise of their hands. What level of combat power was that? In this world, could anyone fight in the starry sky? And that pair of huge eyes. Thinking of those eyes, his body trembled involuntarily, and a trace of fear rose instinctively. Just what kind of creature could have such huge pupils? The stars in the starry sky were like dust in front of it. Just a pair of eyes, and it almost occupied the entire universe. What's going on? What is that? His body couldn't help but tremble slightly. With a whoosh, the whooshing crocodile stepped over from afar. Its expression changed slightly as it stared at Lin Tiandao. Kid, what's wrong with you? Did you get a Dao injury because of a mistake in your enlightenment? Just a moment ago, it saw that Lin Tian was fine, and his aura was very strong. But suddenly, it saw Lin Tian coughing up blood. This change was too sudden, and it moved it. I'm fine. Lin Tiandao. At this time, his mind was filled with the scene that he saw in his mind. It was too terrifying, and it terrified him. Hearing his words and seeing his shocked expression, the whooshing crocodile couldn't help but be suspicious. You really didn't get a Dao injury? Then why did you suddenly vomit blood? Also, what do you mean by that blank and shocked expression of yours? Lin Tian thought about the scene that he saw in his mind, and his heart palpitated. But he could naturally hear the whooshing crocodile's words, and he could sense everything around him. He shook his head and said the same two words, I'm fine. As he spoke, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, took a deep breath, and used the Sun Heart Sutra to force himself to calm down. Even so, there was still unconcealable shock in the depths of his eyes, and he couldn't help but frown deeply. He just stood there, thinking about the scene that suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness. After dozens of breaths, he still had no clue. He didn't understand why such a terrifying scene suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness. He couldn't figure it out at all. Love go little say Natuchu, let's leave this place first. He said to whooshing crocodile. As he walked out of the mountain, he couldn't help but think about that starry sky scene. Whooshing crocodile curled its lips, flapped its 5-colored wings, and followed. You brat, you must be hiding something. As it spoke, it didn't ask any more questions, because after scanning Lin Tianyi, it clearly felt that there was a great change in Lin Tian. He's reached the 9 heavens of the Great Path? It stared at Lin Tian with a shocked expression. It felt that Lin Tian's aura was much stronger than it was 2 months ago. Lin Tian nodded. Yes, I'm close to the middle of the 9 heavens of the Great Path. It's all thanks to that immortal stone. He said to whooshing crocodile, the unofficial history you read should be correct. That should be something substantial condensed from fate. The reason he was able to be so sure was because of the most crucial proof. After he refined and absorbed the jade, he'd seen numerous scenes that were related to karmic luck and fate when he comprehended the laws of the Grand Tao within him. At this time, when he said this, his mind was still recalling the scene of the starry sky battlefield that he saw in his sea of consciousness. However, he had calmed down a lot, and the shock in his eyes had almost disappeared. It's really something condensed from fate. This is really, whooshing crocodile murmured. At first, although it said that the jade stone was the immortal stone of fate and told Lin Tian the contents of the unofficial history it had read, it wasn't very sure. However, at this moment, after Lin Tian refined that jade stone, he said with certainty that the jade stone was a substantial condensed from fate. This made it feel waves of surprise. It looked at Lin Tian and asked curiously, boy, after refining it, other than cultivation, what other changes did you experience? The value of a substantial immortal stone condensed from fate was immeasurable. Even a flawless heavenly treasure couldn't compare to it. Now that Lin Tian had refined such a piece of immortal stone of fate, it naturally wanted to know its specific effects. This was because on the surface, it only sensed that Lin Tian's cultivation had increased by a small level. It wasn't very clear about the rest. My cultivation has increased by a small level, my life origin has been refined again, and my soul has improved by leaps and bounds. Most importantly, my great path nomological laws have more than doubled in strength. In addition, my physique, divine sense, blood qi, and so on have also improved greatly. Lin Tian Andao. The 5-element crocodile's eyes instantly opened wide when he heard this. The changes to his physique, divine sense, and vital energy weren't bad, but the most shocking thing was that after refining the rock of karmic luck, Lin Tian's life quintessence had actually improved once more after he refined the life crystal, and his soul had improved by leaps and bounds. Moreover, the laws of the Grand Tao had become more than 2 times stronger. This was too shocking. Before Lin Tian refined the immortal stone of fate, he was at the 8th level of the Great Path. At this level of cultivation, his life origin had improved again, his soul had improved by leaps and bounds, and his Great Path nomological laws had more than doubled in strength. Just thinking about this kind of improvement was a little scary. It felt that even a half-step emperor would be shocked if they heard it. If this is really the case, then you can definitely kill a first-level enlightenment cultivator easily now. It was a little shocked. Lin Tian's combat strength was originally extremely strong. Now that such a big change had occurred, the increase in his combat strength would naturally be very terrifying. Lin Tian nodded. Yes. He was clearer than anyone about his own changes. Now, he could clearly feel the majestic battle power flowing in his body. He could easily kill a cultivator in the first layer of Enlightenment Realm. He could also kill a cultivator in the second layer of Enlightenment Realm with a little effort. Even if he faced a cultivator in the third layer of Enlightenment Realm, he would not be defeated if he used all his strength. Whooshing Crocodile stared and gritted its teeth. Damn pervert. His luck is really good. He can actually find the immortal stone condensed by fate. As it spoke, it suddenly had a face full of doubts and asked Lin Tian Ondao, speaking of which, how did you know that there was such a immortal stone of fate hidden under the 5 Immortals Peak after a trip to the desolate God Mausoleum? Thinking about this at this time, it really felt a little strange. I suddenly thought of it. Lin Tian said casually. Whooshing Crocodile gritted its teeth. Obviously, it was very dissatisfied with this answer, but it did not continue to ask. Next time, I will also find an immortal stone of fate. It gritted its teeth. Lin Tian did not say anything and walked out of the mountain. His mind was still thinking about the scene of the starry sky battlefield that suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness. From time to time, he would frown. This was really because the blood-soaked figure and the pair of huge eyes were too shocking. They actually fought in the starry sky universe, making it difficult for him to forget in a short period of time. Soon, several hours passed. At this time, he and Whooshing Crocodile had already left the mountain far away and were walking casually along a main road. There were many people coming and going around the main road, and there were many cultivators. Naturally, some people noticed them, and their faces immediately changed. It's that man. Some cultivators stared at Lin Tian and were shocked. Along with this exclamation, many cultivators in the vicinity immediately looked over. Then, when they saw Lin Tian, all of their faces changed. Many of them even hurriedly retreated to the sides of the main road, looking at Lin Tian with a fearful expression. 2 months ago, Lin Tian had destroyed the grand competition of the younger generation of the 5 great immortal sects, including the Coiling Dragon Sacred Sect. He had also killed the strongest young experts of the 5 great immortal sects and the great Tao realm elders who went to the grand competition. This news had spread, and many cultivators already knew about it. At this moment, when they saw Lin Tian, they were naturally afraid. All of them avoided Lin Tian as if he was the god of death. Brat Lin, no matter where you go, you really make people afraid. You're like a demon leader. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian ignored it. His mind was thinking about the blood-soaked figure and the pair of huge eyes as he walked forward. As for the reactions of the cultivators here, he naturally guessed that it was related to the matter of him killing the strongest young experts of the 5 great immortal sects and the great Tao realm elders of the 5 great immortal sects 2 months ago on the 5 immortal peaks. He did not care about this and continued to walk away with Whooshing Crocodile. When they were far away, the cultivators around the main road finally heaved a sigh of relief. It's really that man. 2 months ago, he destroyed the grand competition of the younger generation of the 5 great immortal sects, including the Coiling Dragon Sacred Sect. He killed the strongest young experts of the 5 great immortal sects and the 5 great Tao realm elders who went to the grand competition. He's a ferocious man. That's not all. It said that before that, the Saint Princes of the Dark Heartsword sect, Ink Feather Origin Hall, and Blood Rainbow Immortal sect, which are slightly weaker than the 5 great immortal sects, were also killed by this man. The 9 great Tao realm elders of these 3 sects joined forces to kill this man, but they were no match for him. In the end, they were all killed. What? There's such a thing? Of course. There is. It's true. He looks like a young man in his 20s. How can he be so terrifying? Many cultivators discussed in shock. The 5 great immortal sects have been chasing after him for the past 2 months, especially the Coiling Dragon Sacred Sect. Almost all of the outstanding young disciples of the Coiling Dragon Sacred Sect were killed, and they suffered heavy losses. It said that an 8th Heavenly Tao Realm expert jumped out, but unfortunately, they couldn't find this person. Now that he has appeared, the 5 great immortal sects will probably kill him soon. Someone murmured. Don't forget, there are still the Dark Heartsword sect and the other 2 sects. The cultivator who mentioned that Lin Tian had killed the holy sons of the Dark Heartsword sect, the Ink Feather Yuan Hall, and the Blood Rainbow Immortal sect said, these 3 sects have also sent experts to hunt him down, but there has been no result. Now that he has appeared, he will probably kill his way over soon. Hearing this, the crowd of cultivators trembled slightly. Many of them looked in the direction Lin Tian had left, and they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. He was just one person, but he had to face the merciless pursuit of 8 sects at the same time. Just thinking about this made them feel cold all over, as if they had fallen into a bottomless snow abyss. At this time, Lin Tian had already walked far away. Although he could still hear the discussions of these cultivators due to his powerful cultivation, he didn't care, and his pace didn't change. Now, he didn't have a special place to go, so he gradually stopped thinking about the blood-soaked figure and the huge pair of eyes. Instead, he prepared to look at feng shui again and cultivate his state of mind. Because he had just entered the 8th Heavenly Tao Realm, and then entered the 9th Heavenly Tao Realm, his cultivation had improved too quickly. In order to maintain the stability of his Taoist foundation, he had to cultivate his state of mind. Moreover, the cultivation of the state of mind was also very important to a cultivator, sometimes even more important than cultivation. He walked into the distance, walking on the main road, crossing the mountains and forests, looking at the mountains and rivers, looking at the flowers, insects, and birds. Soon, 3 days had passed, and the aura on his body had become much calmer, giving people a very ethereal feeling. On this day, when he walked out of a large mountain and was about to enter an old forest, dozens of powerful waves of divine power suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Dozens of people rushed over. Their bodies were surrounded by waves of Tao Law, and they carried bone-piercing killing intent. Kid, the people who are looking for trouble with you are here. Whooshing Crocodile clicked his tongue. Dozens of figures rushed over from afar. Every single one of them had dense waves of the great Tao intertwined around their bodies. In almost an instant, they had arrived before Lin Tian and surrounded him. Every single one of them had bone-piercing killing intent on their faces. Lin Tian stared coldly at these people. Just from their auras, he could feel that these people belonged to the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate and the other 4 great sections. Move aside, don't block the way. He appeared very calm. He knew why these people were here, but he couldn't care less about them. There were a total of 21 people surrounding him, and each of them was a powerful existence in the Great Tao Realm. Among them, there were 5 people from the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate, 4 from the Myriad Divine Cult, 4 from the Profound Wind Flame Island, 4 from the Green Mark Immortal Pavilion, and 4 from the Hexa Immortal Sect. These people had rushed over to surround Lin Tian, and they were already filled with killing intent. When they saw how calm Lin Tian was when they charged over, and he even said move aside, don't block the way to them, their killing intent intensified. They clenched their fists, and it was as if they wanted to eat Lin Tian alive. Beast! One of the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate's great Tao Realm experts roared. His cultivation was at the 5th Heavenly Tao Realm, and he directly made his move. Like a torrent of destruction, he appeared in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye, and a dragon claw made a grab at Lin Tian's head. This kind of speed was shocking, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to react in time. But to Lin Tian, it was nothing. He merely raised his hand and grabbed the person's wrist. The coiling dragon Holy Gates expert was shocked and angered at the same time. Little beast, you, bang. Lin Tian was expressionless as he calmly raised his leg and kicked the person's abdomen, sending him flying more than 100 zhang away. Seeing this scene, the other 20 people's faces turned serious. However, in the next moment, the killing intent on their bodies became even denser. Almost at the same time, the great Dao realm expert from the coiling dragon Holy Gate who was sent flying burst out with even more shocking divine might, and he rushed back from 100 zhang away. Damn thing. Staring at Lin Tian, the man clenched his fists, his face livid. He was in the fifth heaven of the great Dao, but just now, he had been sent flying by Lin Tian with a single kick. This caused a sliver of humiliation to rise up in his fury, and his gaze became incredibly vicious. Lin Tian tilted his head to look. With a wave of his hand, a beam of golden sword light appeared and sliced through the air. Pooh! The coiling dragon Holy Gate's disciple was pierced through the abdomen, and half of his body exploded into pieces. It was a ghastly sight. Ah! This person let out a great roar and quickly condensed a physical body. He immediately became even more shocked and angry, feeling even more humiliated. Beside him, the others were shocked. Before they had chased after him, they had already known that Lin Tian's battle strength was extremely strong, and he could kill great Dao realm experts. However, seeing the coiling dragon Holy Gate's disciple suffer defeat twice in a row by Lin Tian, they couldn't help but feel shocked. After all, the coiling dragon Holy Gate's disciple was in the fifth heaven of the great Dao realm. He was much stronger than the 5 great Dao realm experts who had gone to the 5 immortal peaks to participate in the youth competition. However, the shock on these people's faces only lasted for an instant. In the next moment, killing intent surged from their bodies once again. Another expert from the coiling dragon Holy Gate walked out. It was an old man in embroidered robes. His face was full of wrinkles, but the blood chi he exuded was terrifying. Bastard, you will die today. This person was in the 6th heaven of the great Dao realm, and his killing intent surged, shaking the void. Moreover, the other people's killing intent was also extremely strong and piercing. More than 10 waves of divine might surged out in an instant, creating violent hurricanes in this area. In the blink of an eye, a large part of the void collapsed. Lin Tian stood in the middle of these 20 people's encirclement. From beginning to end, his expression was calm, and there was no change in his expression. In the next moment, he shifted his gaze slightly, looking towards the southeast. Almost at the same time, more than 10 waves of divine might appeared from the southeast. 12 figures rushed over at high speed, and Dao law fluctuations intertwined around their bodies. When they arrived, they immediately fixed their eyes on Lin Tian. Every one of them was filled with shocking killing intent. The 20 people from the 5 great immortal sects glanced at each other, and their murderous gazes landed on Lin Tian. Once again. Dark Heart Sword Sect, Ink Feather Origin Hall, Rainbow Blood Immortal Sect. Brat Lin, including the 21 people from the 5 great immortal sects, there are a total of 33 great Dao realm experts coming to kill you. TSK, this lineup is not small. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian appeared very calm. In the face of 33 great Dao realm cultivators, there was still no change in his expression. Looking at these 33 people, he said indifferently, I'll say it one more time. All of you, get out of my way. Don't block my way. His voice was still calm and not loud, but it made the 33 people's expressions turn even colder, and their killing intent soared. Arrogant thief. No need to talk nonsense with him. Just attack and kill him. Kill. Crush him to death. We can't kill him easily. We have to extract his soul and torture him. Dozens of people's expressions were vicious. Boom, in the blink of an eye, dozens of people attacked together, slashing out rays of killing light. It was terrifying, especially the coiling dragon Holy Gate's 5th firmament great Dao realm expert who attacked Lin Tian. The killing light around his body was the most intense. He directly propped up a destructive divine power, pressing down on Lin Tian with the momentum to annihilate all things. Clearly, he wanted to kill Lin Tian as quickly as possible. For a moment, violent auras intertwined, shaking all directions. Crack! 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 Crisp sounds rang out. Faced with the prowess of 33 great Dao realm experts attacking together, the void space here couldn't withstand it and directly collapsed. Cracks extended out in all directions like spiderwebs, and the scene was exceptionally terrifying. Lin Tian was in the middle of it all. Facing such violent killing intent, his expression remained calm, and there was no change in his expression. He didn't say anything. Raising his hand, he casually slashed out a golden sword light. In an instant, along with a series of crackling noises, the 30 or so great Dao cultivators' attacks were all crushed to pieces. How is this possible? Dozens of people's expressions changed. The coiling dragon Holy Gate's fifth firmament great Dao realm expert gritted his teeth and shouted, "Everyone, use more strength. He's only one person." He glared at Lin Tian, and his killing intent surged. He propped up an even more powerful divine power, and his gaze was incomparably vicious. No matter how strong he is, it's impossible for him to stop so many of us. His ending can only be, clang, a sword chime resounded, and it was extremely ear-piercing. It directly suppressed this person's words. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. With a wave of his hand, a resplendent sword light slashed out. As if it had transcended space, it arrived in front of the coiling dragon Holy Gate's fifth firmament great Dao realm expert and slashed down. The coiling dragon Holy Gate's fifth firmament great Dao realm expert immediately felt a great threat. His expression changed, and he quickly retreated. However, the golden sword light was too fast. Moreover, it had sealed off the surroundings. There was no way for him to escape. No. Stop. Puff. A mist of blood exploded, and the fifth firmament great Dao realm expert from the coiling dragon Holy Gate was crushed into pieces. Even his soul was destroyed. In an instant, the other 32 people's expressions changed. At this moment, Lin Tian had actually killed one of them so easily in the encirclement of several dozen of them. Such battle prowess made them involuntarily tremble. "I'll give you one last chance. Get out of the way and don't block my path. Don't make a move against me, or I won't mind killing all of you." Lin Tian spoke at this time. His face was expressionless. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward, preparing to leave this place and continue cultivating. The 32 great Dao realm experts stared at Lin Tian. There was a trace of fear in their eyes, but the killing intent in their eyes grew stronger. "Do you really think you're invincible?" An eighth firmament great Dao realm expert from the coiling dragon Holy Gate snorted. He raised a high-grade Dao weapon, and his killing intent was intimidating. "Everyone, let's attack together. If we don't kill him today, what will happen to our sex face? He must die." The other 3 great Dao realm experts from the coiling dragon Holy Gate shouted. As soon as they finished speaking, they charged towards Lin Xianxia. The other great Dao realm experts were filled with killing intent. In a split second of hesitation, some of them charged out. "Kill!" A person from the Sanluo divine sect let out a low roar. He raised a high-grade Dao weapon and used it to unleash an extremely violent killing divine ability. Then, the others followed one after another, and each of them displayed powerful secret arts. Boom! In the blink of an eye, dense killing intent enveloped the surroundings, shattering pieces of space. This kind of power was somewhat terrifying, causing the birds and beasts in the nearby mountains and forests to tremble in fear. At the same time, some of the cultivators far away also sensed this fluctuation, and all of them were shocked. "This is? Far away, what's happening? It seems like someone is fighting. What powerful fluctuations? There seems to be the aura of great Dao intertwining, and there's more than one. Let's go and take a look. Let's go." Soon, some people rushed towards Lin Tian's location. Not long after, some cultivators rushed to Lin Tian's location. When they saw the scene of dozens of great Dao realm experts from the 8 great sects surrounding Lin Tian, they were shocked. It's that person. 2 months ago, the person who killed the strongest experts of the younger generation from the 5 great sections. The people around him, these people, they seem to be. They are the experts from the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate, Azura Divine Cult, Green Mark Immortal Pavilion, Enigmatic Wind Flame Island, and Jiao Immortal Sect. Also, Ink Feather Origin Hall, Blood Blast Immortal Sect, and Dark Heartsword sect, there are also experts here. This? More than 30 people, all of them are in the Great Tao realm. The cultivators who rushed to the scene were shocked. Boom! Divine arts surged in front of them, and endless killing intent filled the air. More than 30 Great Tao realm experts attacked together, and the power was extremely terrifying. Pieces of the void collapsed, and pieces of the ground were shattered. Lin Tian was in the middle of it all, and he appeared very calm. With just a casual step, those dense killing intent couldn't get close to him. Azure Great Plate. Coiling Dragon Ultimate Kill. Immortal Slaying Divine Tower. The 3 cultivators of the 6th firmament of the Great Path all charged towards Lin Tian and unleashed their strongest divine techniques and precepts of the Great Path. Their might was truly astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they interweaved into a destructive sea of divine light that enveloped all directions. Crack! 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 Immediately, the void collapsed. The terrifying power made the crowd of cultivators who had just rushed over from afar palpitate. Lin Tian stood in the middle of this destructive divine light, but there was no change in his emotions. His face was expressionless. I've given you chances time and time again. Unfortunately, you insist on courting death. His voice was indifferent. As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand shook. Golden divine light spread out and shattered the destructive divine light in front of him. Then, he attacked again. With a wave of his hand, 3 towering sword lights pierced through the air with the power to slay immortals. They mercilessly fell on the 3 people who had rushed towards him. Instantly, the 3 Great Tao cultivators' expressions changed. At the same time, they felt the threat of death. Their backs instantly turned cold, and they quickly retreated. However, the 3 towering sword lights that Lin Tian slashed out were too fast. In the blink of an eye, they fell on the 3 people. Puff! 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 The 3 mists of blood directly exploded. These 3 people were unable to block or evade. They were instantly pulverized by the 3 streaks of sword light. Even their spirits cracked and shattered in the air. They were completely annihilated. Those were 3/6 heavens of the Great Tao cultivators. They were actually killed in an instant. How is this possible? Not far away, the crowd of cultivators was aghast. The 3/6 heavens of the Great Tao cultivators were all killed in an instant. The rest of the people from the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate and the other forces who had chased here were also shocked. Once again, they were shocked by Lin Tian's tyrannical combat strength. With a raise of his hand, he shattered the divine arts and laws of the 3/6 heavens of the Great Tao cultivators. Then, he easily buried all 3 of them. This kind of combat strength shocked everyone. Even the 8th heavens of the Great Tao cultivator from the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate was no exception. For a moment, these people only felt a chill run down their spines. The dense killing lights that were attacking Lin Tian couldn't help but stagnate. Clang! An ear-piercing sword whistle resounded in all directions. At that moment, Lin Tian took the initiative to move. Streaks of golden sword light appeared around his body. Every one of them was intertwined with a terrifying power. It was as if they could cut down the stars in the universe. Since you want to die so much, I'll fulfill your wishes. There was no expression on his face. With a thought, a large amount of sword light spread out in all directions with him as the center. So. The sword light that he slashed out cut through the space at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the remaining dozens of people. For a moment, the sharp sword intent was vast and mighty, causing these people from the 8 major forces to be shocked. Everyone roared and supported their powerful divine abilities and secret techniques to protect themselves. At the same time, they used various footwork to quickly dodge these sword lights. However, the towering sword light that Lin Tian slashed out with the 9 heavens of the Great Tao was not something that ordinary divine abilities and secret techniques could block. How could it be so easy to dodge? In just the blink of an eye, the divine abilities and secret techniques that the group of people supported were all crushed. Most of them were sent flying. Among them, 8 people even exploded on the spot, their bodies and souls shattering together. Such a scene could be said to be somewhat terrifying. It caused all the spectators in the distance to tremble and tremble. This is just a casual slash of sword light, but it actually destroyed everyone's divine abilities and secret techniques. With just one strike, he killed another 8 great Dao cultivators. Everyone was shocked. Someone stared at Lin Tian. His eyes couldn't help but twitch violently. Even his lips were trembling. With a trembling voice, he said, just how terrifying is he? He looks like a young man in his 20s. He doesn't look like some old antique. How can he have such battle prowess? This. At this time, looking at Lin Tian, all the cultivators present were stunned. Many of them felt their hearts turn cold, and they couldn't help but tremble violently. The survivors from the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate and the other forces were shocked and furious. In just an instant, all 8 of them had lost a great Dao realm expert. D*MN beast. D*MN it. D*MN it. D*MN it. Combine our strength, don't split up. Combine our strength and kill him. We must kill him. If we don't kill him, where will our sex face go? Everyone roared. Kill. The 8th heavens of the great Dao realm expert from the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate charged at the forefront. Kill. 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 Originally, there were 33 people chasing after Huang Xiaolong. However, in just a short while, there were only 21 people left. Their respective forces had suffered great losses, and these 21 people were incomparably furious. At this time, these 20-plus people roared in unison. Divine abilities, secret arts, and grand Daos pressed down on Lin Tian as if they didn't care about the cost. The killing intent was terrifying. With a crack, the void shattered, and the ground sank by 3 feet. Cracks spread rapidly in all directions. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He raised his right hand slightly and pressed down gently. Chi. A crisp sound rang out as all the divine abilities, secret arts, and great Dao laws that were pressing down on him were all shattered. In an instant, everyone's expression changed again. How is this possible? Dozens of experts were shocked. They had activated their divine abilities and grand Daos, and the combined power could easily kill an 8th heavens of the great Dao realm expert. However, in front of Lin Tian, they were so weak. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. His raised right hand trembled, and a large expanse of golden light appeared, turning into rays of sword light that swept out in all directions. In an instant, 3 of the remaining 21 experts suffered. They were directly crushed by the sword light. Their physical bodies and spiritual souls dissipated together, completely vanishing. I gave you a chance to live, but you refused it and insisted on stepping on the road to death. Then, don't blame me for being ruthless. His voice was indifferent. Golden light intertwined beside him. He just stood quietly in place, sweeping his gaze over the last 18 people from the 8 major forces. At this time, the 18 people who survived were all experts. The lowest cultivation was at the peak of the 5th heavens of the great Dao realm. Their combined power was very strong, but he didn't take them seriously at all. It should be known that he was now at the 9th heavens of the great Dao realm. His life origin, grand Daos, and spiritual soul had all been enhanced by leaps and bounds. Even if a cultivator at the early stage of Wuzhen came, he could kill him effortlessly. These people were really weak in his eyes. Clang. The sound of swords clanged. Beside him, rays of golden sword aura appeared, and each sword was intertwined with unparalleled killing power. Little brother. Little brother. Suddenly, an urgent and aged voice rang out. An old man staggered out from the crowd. His cultivation wasn't bad, and he quickly ran toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian tilted his head to look. He was slightly moved, and the golden light around him slowly disappeared. It's you. He looked at the old man who ran over and was slightly surprised. He remembered that this old man was an old servant of the Yi family. When he sent Yi Tong back, he saw this old man once. The other party seemed to be surnamed Hu. At that time, he heard Yi Tong call this old man Uncle Hu. On the side, the Wuxing crocodile also looked at this old servant surnamed Hu with a strange expression. He didn't understand why the other party ran here. Old servant who ran over from afar. His face was much older than 2 months ago. In the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Lin Tian and tightly grabbed Lin Tian's sleeve, like a drowning person grabbing onto a life-saving straw. "Little brother, I finally found you. I couldn't find anyone to help me. I beg you, quickly go and save the young master. Save the young master." Lin Tian knew that the young master, that old servant who was talking about, was Yi Tong. His face suddenly changed. "What happened to Yi Tong?" he asked. The Wuxing crocodile also couldn't help but ask, what happened to that little brat? Old servant who grabbed Lin Tian's sleeve, his old body couldn't help but tremble. 2 months ago, not long after you sent the young master back, Lord Yiqing and Lord Qin Lin were suddenly killed outside. After that, in the Yi family, the young master. Old servant who trembled even more, and tears flowed down his face. The young master's eyes were dug out by someone. Now, almost, Lin Tiandao's body shook, and so did the Wuxing crocodiles. At the same time, their faces changed greatly. "What did you say?" the Wuxing crocodile shouted. Lin Tian grabbed old servant whose collar. At this time, he didn't have the time to think about how disrespectful his action was to the old servant. Only coldness filled his face. "Tell me clearly, what happened?" He had just accepted the number one disciple, who possessed the sun god's divine eye. Now, his eyes were dug out? Good chance. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. The Coiling Dragon Holy Gate's 8th Heavenly Layer Grand Dao Realm experts rushed out. "Kill!" the others roared. At this time, they noticed that Lin Tian was completely distracted. Together, they brought out their strongest battle strength. For a moment, the 18 immortal divine abilities and the Grand Dao laws truly fused together, transforming into a destructive torrent that pressed down. It caused the large space to collapse from a great distance, causing the cultivators in the distance to tremble and be greatly shocked. Some of the weaker cultivators were even affected by this violent divine might and were directly blasted more than 1,000 feet away. Die. Being distracted in battle can take your life at any time. Little bastard, let's see how arrogant you can be. The 18 people's gazes were vicious. At this time, the 18 of them had completely merged their killing divine arts and Grand Dao laws. The power that erupted was enough to kill a 9th heavenly layer Grand Dao realm expert in an instant. At this moment, they merged together and pushed the unparalleled killing power that came from the fusion towards Lin Tian. Killing light enveloped the space within 100 zhang. Scram! Lin Tian didn't even turn his head. The reincarnation diagram flew out, and like a bolt of lightning, it flew behind him and suppressed everything in an instant. Pooh! 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 The bloody mist intertwined in the air. Everyone around was stunned and aghast. 18 great Dao experts were actually, defeated in one strike. Everyone stared at Lin Tian. At this moment, they all felt an indescribable fear. Some of them could not help but tremble. Even old servant who was stunned. His expression froze. He never expected Lin Tian to be so terrifying. Only Lin Tian himself had a gloomy expression. He stared at old servant who in front of him and said coldly, "Tell me what happened." Who dug out Yi Tong's eyes? The number one disciple he had just accepted not long ago actually had her sun god eyes dug out. One could imagine how angry he was. Old servant who came back to his senses. His aged body trembled again. Li Wanfu must be Li Wanfu. Lord Yiqing and Lord Qin Lin were just killed, and she invited her senior brother. Her senior brother is the leader of a large sect. Previously, he came to the Yi family and young master. At this point, old servant who could not continue. His body trembled even more violently. Tears streamed down his face, and the hatred in his eyes became even more intense. Lin Tian had been to the Yi family once. He knew who Li Wanfu was. She was the wife of this generation's head of the Yi family. He had seen her before. Back then, she had even mocked him and Wuxing crocodile. Now that he heard this person again, his eyes were filled with coldness. It's that ugly woman. Wuxing crocodile's eyes were filled with killing intent. Old servant who trembled and grabbed Lin Tian tightly. Hurry up and save young master. Young master can't hold on much longer. Lin Tian's face was gloomy. Golden divine light surged around his body and enveloped old servant Hu. He instantly disappeared from his spot. Like a golden bolt of lightning, he rushed in the direction of the Yi family and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Such speed shocked all the surrounding cultivators. Everyone could not help but tremble violently. Whooshing crocodile's expression was not good either. With a flap of its 5-colored wings, it turned into a 5-colored bolt of lightning and flew away in an instant. In the blink of an eye, only the crowd of spectating cultivators who had rushed over from afar remained. They stared in the direction in which Lin Tian left, then stared in the direction in which Whooshing crocodile flapped its wings and left. One by one, they trembled, unable to hold back their shock. That crocodile demon beside him is actually so powerful. That speed, that speed. Some people were horrified. Lin Tian took old servant Hu and left at an extremely fast speed. The scenery on both sides flew backwards rapidly, as if time and space were disturbed. Whooshing crocodile flapped its multicolored wings. It was not slow and steadily followed behind. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. A huge mansion appeared in front of them. As far as the eye could see, there were many pavilions and large pavilions in the mansion. Extraordinary spiritual energy interweaved within them. The plaque in front of the main entrance was engraved with a large Yi character. At this moment, the main entrance of the Yi family was tightly shut. It was very quiet inside the Yi family. There were more than 10 people guarding the main entrance. Lin Tian appeared outside the Yi family with old servant Hu. His expression was gloomy as he walked directly into the Yi family. Who is it? Stop right there. Outside the main entrance, more than 10 people stepped forward and frowned to stop him. Lin Tian's footsteps did not change. A huge force spread out and sent the 10 people who came forward flying with a bang. Then, the main entrance of the Yi family could not withstand this force and directly collapsed. Even the Yi family mansion on both sides of the main entrance collapsed. For a moment, all the cultivators in the Yi family were shocked. Many people rushed out. What's going on? What happened? Someone shouted. Then, in the next moment, the group of Yi family disciples who rushed out stared ahead and saw Lin Tian. Among them, some of the Yi family disciples saw Lin Tian send Yitong back to the clan more than 2 months ago. When they saw him again, they could not help but be stunned. It's him. Some of the Yi family disciples who knew Lin Tian trembled and immediately froze on the spot. At this moment, how could they not know why Lin Tian was here? It was because many people in the Yi family already knew that Yitong's eyes had been dug out. Of course, there were also many Yi family disciples who did not know Lin Tian. At this moment, they all rushed forward. However, they soon saw old servant Hu behind Lin Tian and could not help but stop in their tracks. A slightly stronger Yi family disciple stared at old servant Hu and shouted, "Hu Luo, why are you with him? What's going on?" At this moment, old servant Hu was only worried about Yitong. His face was full of anxiety and he did not have the time to care about these Yi family disciples. He pointed at a loft in the Yi family and said anxiously to Lin Tian Dao, "Young master is in that loft over there. Quick, let's hurry over. Young master's eyes have been dug out. Young master's breathing is getting worse and worse. He's about to die." Lin Tian's face was gloomy. He immediately walked in the direction old servant Hu pointed. Whooshing crocodile followed beside him and flapped its wings to catch up. The Yi family's main entrance had been destroyed. Originally, the disciples of the Yi family had cold expressions on their faces. However, when they heard old servant Hu's words, they could vaguely tell that Lin Tian was related to Yitong. They seemed to have come because of Yitong's eyes being dug out. Their eyes flickered and they did not do anything else for a while. This was because even though Yitong was the young master of the Yi family, she was very polite and respectful to everyone. She was very well liked by the ordinary Yi family disciples. At this time, when they heard about Yitong, these ordinary Yi family disciples naturally froze. Lin Tian did not stop them. Under old servant Hu's lead, they quickly arrived in front of one of the Yi family's lofts. They directly opened the door and walked in. Young master, old servant has found your master and is here to save you." You will be fine. Old servant who quickly rushed to the side of a jade bed in the loft. His aged body trembled and tears flowed down his face. Master, master. A weak voice came from the bed. Lin Tianyi strode to the side of the jade bed. He saw little Yutong curled up into a ball on the jade bed. Her originally chubby body had lost a lot of weight. At this moment, she was shivering on the bed. Her small face was pale and her eyes were wrapped in a layer of white gauze. He could vaguely see traces of blood. She looked sickly, as if she would die at any moment. Instantly, his powerful Dao body could not help but violently tremble. 2 months ago, the little girl was still mischievous and cute. She was chubby and her big eyes were bright. But now, she was curled up in the corner of the bed miserably. Wuxing Crocodile naturally saw all of this. Its expression immediately became very ugly. Damn it. It could not help but angrily shout. On the jade bed, little Yutong heard the familiar voice of Wuxing Crocodile. Her already thin body trembled violently. Uncle Crocodile, Uncle Crocodile. The little girl trembled. Her childish voice was weak. She tried to stand up and called out, Master, Master. The little girl was very cute. She knew how to respect people and was also very smart. When she heard the familiar voice of Wuxing Crocodile, she knew that Wuxing Crocodile was here. She also knew that Lin Tian must be here too. Lin Tian quickly reached out and supported the little girl's trembling body. Strands of golden divine light gushed out and enveloped the little girl. Master is here. When little Yutong heard Lin Tian's voice, she trembled even more violently. Her little hand grabbed the air. After a few breaths, she finally grabbed onto Lin Tian's sleeve. She was like a child who had been away from home for a long time and finally saw her only family. Her voice was choked with sobs. Master, father, and mother are both gone. The little girl was crying. But because her eyes had been dug out, blood flowed out of her pupils. Instantly, the white gauze wrapped around her eyes was dyed red. I can't see. The little girl's face was pale. She looked pitiful. Her small hand, which had lost a lot of weight, clutched Lin Tian tightly. She could not stop trembling. Lin Tiandao's body trembled slightly. His nose was a little sore. His first disciple, his only disciple, was still healthy 2 months ago. She was shouting that she would go out and find him when her cultivation was strong. But now, she was in such a pitiful state. The golden divine light on his body became even more intense. He directly activated the nirvana of the sun to nourish the little girl's body. Don't be afraid. Master is here. He activated the nirvana of the sun and used the light of this divine technique to envelop the little girl. He tried his best to comfort the little girl with a gentle voice. Master will take back what belongs to you in one piece. Beside him, old servant who clenched his hands and said hatefully, after Lord Yiqing and Lord Qin Lin were killed, Li Wanfu's senior brother came. Her senior brother is the leader of a large sect. Because little young master accidentally bumped into him, he dug out little young master's eyes. Now, one of little young master's divine eyes was connected to Li Wanfu's son, Yi Huasheng. The other eye was brought back to the sect her senior brother was in. Speaking up to hear, old servant who trembled. Looking at the incomparably weak little Yutong, tears flowed continuously. Little young master, little young master. He was a servant of the Yi family. But normally, little Yutong, as the little young master of the Yi family, had a revered status. She was very respectful to him and called him Uncle Hu. Now, little Yutong was treated like this. How could he not hate her? Damn, it can't be wrong. It's definitely that bitch Li Wanfu who planned all of this. The little guy's parents must have also been killed by her outside. She wants to steal the little guy's divine eyes. Wuxing Crocodile was furious and full of killing intent. That bitch. Lin Tian's face was gloomy. He used the golden divine light to envelop little Yutong and stop the blood from flowing out of her eyes. At the same time, he continuously nourished her body. He picked up the little girl from the bed. You carry her, he said to Wuxing Crocodile. Wuxing Crocodile once said that carrying people would damage its dignity. Back then, it was not even willing to carry Lin Tian because of the side effects of consuming the forbidden baodan. But this time it did not refuse. Its demonic body directly expanded a little. It personally used gentle demonic power to receive little Yitong onto its back. Little Yitong, hold on tight. As it spoke, it also used its demonic power to stabilize little Yitong. Now, since the little guy called it Uncle Crocodile, it naturally had to protect the little guy. Lin Tian looked lovingly at little Yitong on whooshing Crocodile's back. Then, he turned around and walked out with a gloomy face. In an instant, a cold killing intent enveloped the entire Yi family. Lin Tian walked out of the pavilion. His killing intent was shocking. With every step he took, the pavilions of the Yi family would shake violently, and cracks would appear. The disciples of the Yi family were all shocked, and many of them couldn't help but tremble. Lin Tian's face was gloomy. He used his powerful divine sense to scan the area. He already knew where Li Wanfu and her young son Yi Huaxing were, so he didn't need anyone to lead the way. Soon, under the trembling eyes of the disciples of the Yi family, he arrived in front of a large courtyard in the depths of the Yi family. With his powerful divine sense, he found that Li Wanfu and her young son Yi Huaxing were in this courtyard. Who are you? In front of the courtyard, dozens of outstanding disciples of the Yi family were seriously guarding. Every one of them had powerful cultivation. When they saw someone coming, they immediately stepped forward. Their expressions were cold, and the long spears in their hands flickered with cold light. Lin Tian didn't say a word, and his footsteps didn't stop at all. A powerful force surged forward like a hurricane. Bang! 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 The dozens of disciples of the Yi family who were guarding outside the courtyard all vomited blood and were sent flying. They all screamed and couldn't get up for a long time. Lin Tian stepped forward. The main entrance of the courtyard was immediately shattered by the majestic aura around his body. The walls on both sides also collapsed, and sand and dust filled the air. He stepped into the courtyard and immediately saw a beautiful middle-aged woman and a 12-year-old boy. It was Li Wanfu and her young son Yi Huaxing. He had seen them before. At the same time, there was a middle-aged man with extraordinary cultivation and vitality. It was obvious that he was Li Wanfu's husband, the current head of the Yi family. It's you? Li Wanfu saw Lin Tian, and then quickly saw the whooshing crocodile carrying little Yitong behind Lin Tian. She was slightly moved. Beside her, the 12-year-old Yi Huaxing wore a purple robe. His expression was cold as he looked at little Yitong on the whooshing crocodile's back. The corners of his mouth curled up in a sneer and ridicule. His right eye was crystal clear, clearly different from his left eye. Vicious woman. Behind Lin Tian, when old servant who saw Li Wanfu, a look of hatred appeared on his face as he clenched his fists tightly. Li Wanfu's face immediately turned cold. She stared at old Hu and said, "Dog slave, how dare you? How dare you call me that?" At the same time, the head of the Yi family stepped forward with a cold expression. He stared at old servant Hu and said, "Hu Luo, you are too presumptuous. Who do you think you are? How dare you call Wanfu that?" As he spoke, he shifted his gaze and saw Yitong on the back of the whooshing crocodile. Then, his gaze landed on Lin Tian, who was at the front of the group. Also, who are these two people? Did you bring them into the Yi family? Why did you bring Yitong out of the attic? What do you want to do? Bang! Lin Tian's face was gloomy. A violent force radiated from his body and landed on the patriarch of the Yi clan, directly interrupting what he was about to say. With a bang, the patriarch of the Yi clan was knocked dozens of meters away, leaving behind a trail of blood and a miserable cry. 12-year-old Yi Huaxing was shocked. Father! Li Wanfu's expression changed when she saw her husband being sent flying by Lin Tian. As the head of the Yi family, her husband's cultivation was at the half-step Great Dao realm. But now, he was sent flying by Lin Tian so easily. This shocked her. However, in the next moment, her expression turned cold again. Although Lin Tian was powerful, this was the Yi family. In the Yi family, she had no reason to fear Lin Tian. She stared at Lin Tian and said coldly, "You are so big, slap." A loud slap sounded. Lin Tian made his move and sent Li Wanfu flying through the air. Her teeth mixed with blood fell out. "Mother!" Yi Huaxing shouted again. Lin Tian's face darkened as he stared at Yi Tong's right eye. That eye clearly belonged to Yi Tong's sun eye. It was Yi Tong's God's eye, his disciple's eye. But now, it had been dug out and attached to someone else's body. He stared at Yi Tong and stepped forward to take back the God's eye that belonged to Yi Tong. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, there was the sound of something breaking through the air. 9 slightly old figures appeared in the courtyard and blocked Lin Tian's path. Shockingly, these 9 people were the supreme elders of the Yi clan of this generation. All of their cultivations were at the Grand Dao realm, and they obviously resided at the side of this courtyard. At this moment, these 9 people blocked Lin Tian's path. When they saw the whooshing crocodile carrying the blind little Yi Tong behind Lin Tian and old servant Hu, they couldn't help but frown. One of them looked at old servant Hu, frowned, and asked in a deep voice, "Hu Luo, you brought them here. What's going on?" Old servant Hu clasped his hands. "This is little young master's master." As he spoke, old servant Hu looked at Li Wanfu, who was sent flying by Lin Tian, with a face full of hatred. "Little young master's God's eye has been taken away. We can't just let it go. Although it was her senior brother who did it, it must have something to do with her. It must be her fault. We must seek justice for little young master." The 9 grand supreme elders of the Yi family were all moved. They all looked at Lin Tian. Previously, they had heard that Yi Tong had a master, but they had never seen him with their own eyes. Now that they saw him, they were slightly shocked. They all knew why Lin Tian was here. For a moment, the 9 people frowned even more, but then they all shook their heads and sighed. Little Tong offended the True Moon Celestial Sect's headmaster and caused his eyes to be gouged out. We're also heartbroken, but there's nothing we can do. The True Moon Celestial Sect is too powerful. It's not something our Yi family can afford to offend. Little Tong is too careless. One of them spoke. He looked at Li Wanfu and Yi Huaxing and said, "This has nothing to do with Wanfu." Moreover, it was thanks to Wanfu that the True Moon Celestial Sect's headmaster left a God's eye to our Yi family. This was all because of his junior sister Wanfu. Otherwise, our Yi family wouldn't even be able to keep a single God's eye. We might even be in trouble. Whooshing Crocodile heard this and immediately laughed angrily. He coldly said, "His True Moon Celestial Sect's headmaster's junior sister is married to your Yi family. It can be considered a bit close to your Yi family. Why would he gouge out little Tot's eyes just because he accidentally bumped into him? You old bastards, have you lived for so many years in vain? Can't you figure out such a suspicious thing?" The 9 people of the Yi family heard Whooshing Crocodile call them old things. Their faces sank, but then they sighed again. "You don't know this, but the True Moon Celestial Sect's headmaster is very powerful. He's not any weaker than the masters of the top forces in this heaven domain. However, his personality is very strange and he doesn't care about reason. He only cares about his junior sister. Although his junior sister is married to our Yi family isn't worthy of his attention at all." One of the 9 people shook his head helplessly. The others couldn't help but clench their fists. Clearly, they were very dissatisfied with the True Moon Celestial Sect's headmaster and even hated him. Even so, they couldn't do anything because the True Moon Celestial Sect was too powerful. The Yi family couldn't afford to offend them. After this person finished speaking, the 9 great elders of the Yi family no longer cared about Whooshing Crocodile. The leading great elder looked at Lin Tiandao and said, "Since you came for Little Tong, then we won't pursue the matter of hurting our Yi family's disciples and destroying our Yi family's pavilion. Put Little Tong down and go back to where you came from." "No." A sharp voice sounded. In the distance, Li Wanfu, who was slapped away by Lin Tiandao, stood up. There was a clear handprint on her face. She stared viciously at Lin Tiandao and said, "He dared to slap me. We can't let him go. Kill him. And that crocodile demon and Hu Luo's dog slave. Kill them all. Don't leave anyone alive." The 9 members of the Yi clan looked troubled. Among them, the Taishang elder looked at Li Wanfu and said, "Wanfu, let's forget about this. After all, he's Little Tong's teacher. He came for Little Tong. Now, our Yi clan hasn't suffered any major losses, and you aren't injured either. Let him go. As for Hu Luo, I'll expel him from the Yi clan." Impossible. Li Wanfu stared viciously at Lin Tiandao and the others and said in a sharp voice, "We must kill them. 9 great elders, he broke into our Yi family, destroyed our Yi family's pavilion, injured our disciples, injured my father, and even injured my mother. If we let him go like this, what will happen to our Yi family's reputation?" Yi Huaxing spoke at this time. He was only 12 years old, but he had a precocious aura. He stared coldly at Lin Tiandao. His right eye flashed with divine light. The 9 grand elders of the Yi clan furrowed their brows even more deeply, and the difficult expression on their faces became even more intense. "Why aren't you attacking?" Seeing that the 9 great elders of the Yi family didn't attack Lin Tiandao directly, Li Wanfu screamed even louder, "Don't forget that Yi Tong offended my senior brother. If I wasn't in the Yi family, your Yi family would have been in trouble. There wouldn't be a single divine eye left in the family. Everyone would have been taken away. This is all because of me. Right now, I'm being bullied in the Yi family. If you let the culprit go, I'll immediately take Huaxing back to the True Moon Immortal sect. If I don't return to the Yi family, your Yi family won't even be able to keep a single divine eye." The 9 great elders of the Yi family were all shocked. Yi Tong's divine eye had been dug out. The Yi family had already suffered a great loss. If Li Wanfu really took Yi Huaxing away, then the Yi family would really lose a single divine eye. This loss was too great. It was the same as cutting off the hope of the Yi family in the future. They couldn't bear this loss. Moreover, if Li Wanfu really took Yi Huaxing back to the True Moon Immortal sect, with her senior brother's strange personality, the Yi family might suffer because of this. In an instant, the 9 great elders of the Yi family's expressions all became ugly. They couldn't help but clench their fists. Li Wanfu stared at the 9 and screamed, "Why aren't you?" Slap. A loud slap sounded. Lin Tian made his move and slapped Li Wanfu away again. She rolled a few feet away and crashed into a stone pillar. She let out a shrill cry. Then, he made his move again. He pulled Li Wanfu in front of him and grabbed her by the neck. His expression was gloomy and his eyes were as cold as swords. "Wanfu. Mother!" The head of the Yi family and Yi Huaxing couldn't help but scream. At the same time, the 9 great elders of the Yi family also hurriedly said, "Little brother, please have mercy. Let her go. Let go of your mother." Wuxing Crocodile said coldly. Lin Tian grabbed Li Wanfu's neck. His tyrannical divine sense surged and the yin-yang lotus sea appeared. It directly entered Li Wanfu's sea of consciousness. As she screamed, he forcefully pulled out the divine sense engravings. Instantly, the divine sense engravings appeared in the void and revealed a secret room. Li Wanfu and her son, Yi Huaxing, were in the room. Voices came from the divine sense engravings. "Mother, Yi Tong really has the sun eye? Our ancestors' judgment was correct? It is true. I didn't expect that little bastard to have such a pair of divine eyes. Sun eye." In the divine sense engravings, the 12-year-old Yi Huaxing clasped his hands together with an envious and jealous expression. His eyes were filled with longing. "If only I had the sun eye too. With my powerful talent and the sun eye, I will definitely be able to stand at the top of the heaven region and become an emperor. Billions of creatures will have to kneel before me." Images appeared one after another, and voices could be heard from the images. Suddenly, the expressions of the 9 elders of the Yi family changed. The head of the Yi family also trembled, and his expression changed drastically. Clearly, he was unaware of this matter. "Wanfu, you. So it was you, UB*TCH. The Wuxing Crocodile was furious. "Vicious woman." Old servant whose face was full of hatred, and his eyes were red. Li Wanfu's face turned pale. On the other side, the 12-year-old Li Huaxing also trembled. "It's not like that. This is fake. It's fake. He's wrongly accusing me." "Ah!" Li Wanfu screamed, but in the next moment, she screamed again. Lin Tian's expression was gloomy, and he acted again. He used the yin-yang lotus sea to pull out more divine sense imprints from Li Wanfu's sea of consciousness, and displayed them in the void. This time, the image showed a mountain, and Li Wanfu was standing with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was wearing a golden robe and a purple crown. His gaze was somewhat sinister, and a voice could be heard from the image. Junior sister, are you sure it's really the divine Sun Eye? Of course I'm sure. The ancestors of the Yi family used a special secret technique to investigate it. It's definitely the legendary divine Sun Eye. Senior brother, this is an immortal opportunity. If we can get the divine Sun Eye, our descendants will have a more glorious future. Divine Sun Eye. Heh, very good. Very good. Senior brother, that little bastard's parents are not weak. If we want to get the divine Sun Eye, we have to make a good plan first. In the divine sense imprint, Li Wanfu's gaze was sinister. Junior sister thinks that we have to get rid of that little bastard's parents first. Of course. Didn't you say that the two of them would leave the family to handle some matters? At that time, I'll send them on their way. In the same divine sense imprint, the middle-aged man sneered. After that, you can invite me to the Yi family as a guest. At that time, I'll create a small accident and make that young kid offend me. Then, I'll have a reason to take his eyes. With the strength of the True Moon sect and my cultivation, the little Yi family won't dare to say anything. After that, I'll leave a divine Sun Eye to his Yi family and give it to nephew Huasheng. The Yi family will be grateful to you. Senior brother. A sinister voice came out from the divine sense engraving, mixed with a sneer, and intertwined in every corner of the Yi clan courtyard. Suddenly, the air seemed to have frozen. Li Wanfu. The Yi family's grand elder's eyes widened in anger, and his Dao body began to tremble like a mad lion. Elder senior brother. Bitch. How could the Yi family marry such a sinister woman like you? The Yi family's grand elders were so angry that their eyes turned red. They originally thought that little Yi Tong had accidentally offended the True Moon sect leader and had her divine Sun Eye gouged out. They thought that it was because of Li Wanfu that the Yi family managed to keep the divine Sun Eye. Therefore, they were grateful to Li Wanfu. But they didn't expect that this was all part of Li Wanfu's plan. She killed Yi Tong and Qin Lin, then cruelly took Yi Tong's divine Sun Eye. You. The 9 people stared at Li Wanfu with hatred. The Yi family's master trembled and stared at Li Wanfu. He couldn't say a word at this time. Little Yi Tong was on the back of the whooshing crocodile. Her eyes were gouged out and she couldn't see anything, but she could hear. At this time, her small body also trembled and she sobbed, Auntie. How could you do this? Father and mother respected you so much. Yi Tong also respected you. Why did you kill father and mother? The little girl cried. Her voice was very weak and she was very sad. Fresh blood flowed out of her eyes and dyed the white bandage around her red. You still call her auntie? You bitch. The whooshing crocodile was furious. He suppressed his anger and released a gentle demonic power to cover the little girl. He stopped the bleeding and at the same time, treated the little girl's weak body. Sinister woman. You will die a horrible death. You will die a horrible death. Old servant who stared at Li Wanfu and his eyes were about to pop out. He was a servant of the Yi family, but Yi Qing and Qin Lin never saw him as a servant. Little Yi Tong was also very respectful to him. Sometimes, he even felt that little Yi Tong was like his grandson. He loved little Yi Tong very much. Now that Li Wanfu plotted to kill Yi Tong and Qin Lin and gouged out Yi Tong's sun god's eye, he wanted to eat Li Wanfu alive. Li Wanfu's face turned pale. The truth had been exposed, and she couldn't help but tremble slightly. However, her expression soon turned ferocious again. She screamed, Yes, I did it. So what? She stared at Yi Tong with a cruel gaze. Why does this little bastard have the legendary Sun Eye? Why? He doesn't deserve it. Only my son is worthy of this divine eye. You. The 9 elders of the Yi family became even more furious. They were so angry that their bodies started to tremble. Lin Tian's face was gloomy. Choking Li Wanfu's neck, he directly raised his hand and punched her in the stomach. Pooh. Ah. Li Wanfu let out a shrill scream. Her stomach was directly punched through by Lin Tian's fist. Blood flowed out uncontrollably. At this time, the fierceness on her face disappeared and was replaced by pain and fear. She struggled madly. Wanfu. Mother. The Yi family's master and the 12-year-old Li Huaxing both changed their expressions. The Yi family's master staggered forward and looked at Lin Tian with pleading eyes. "Little brother, please be merciful and let Wanfu go this time, please." Bang! Lin Tian released a powerful force from his body and directly sent the Yi family's master flying. Blood splattered all over the sky. He turned his head again and stared at Li Wanfu. The sword in his right hand spat out and mercilessly pierced through her left eye. "Ah! My eye!" Li Wanfu let out a shrill scream and struggled even more violently in Lin Tian's hand. Blood flowed out of her left eye and dyed half of her face red. For a moment, the 9 elders of the Yi family trembled. Lin Tian stared coldly at Li Wanfu. "Gouge out my disciple's eyes. You should also have a taste of losing your eyes." The sword in his right hand was still spitting out. He attacked again and mercilessly pierced through Li Wanfu's last eye. "Ah!" Li Wanfu screamed and her voice became even more shrill. "Eyes! My eyes!" Li Wanfu screamed. Her entire face was dyed red with blood. She looked like a malicious spirit. Lin Tian's face was emotionless and even a little cruel. He attacked again and grabbed Li Wanfu's right arm. He twisted it and tore her right hand off. Blood splattered all over the sky. "Ah!" Li Wanfu screamed. Her eyes were pierced through and her neck was grabbed by Lin Tian. She could only kick her legs in pain. "Save me! Save me!" Lin Tian attacked again. The sword in his right hand slashed through and chopped off Li Wanfu's left hand. It was thrown far away. "Ah!" Li Wanfu let out an even more shrill scream. She was covered in blood and looked like a vengeful spirit that had crawled out of hell. Lin Tian's face was cold. He released his grip on Li Wanfu's neck and kicked her dozens of feet away. Li Wanfu rolled far away. She was covered in blood and stained the ground red. Her body twitched slightly. Her blood-stained face was full of fear and despair. "My eyes. My hand." Such a scene was somewhat frightening and cruel. Even the 9 grand elders of the Yi clan, who had lived for many years, revealed fear in their eyes at this moment. Their bodies could not help but tremble. "Wanfu." The head of the Yi family struggled to stand up and ran towards Li Wanfu. Clang! 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 It was also at this moment that the ear-piercing sound of a sword rang out. In the sky, the dense golden sword slashed down like rain and drowned Li Wanfu. Blood and dust splattered all over the sky. When the dust settled, there was a large crater. Li Wanfu had completely disappeared, leaving behind only some flesh and blood in the crater. Lin Tian's golden sword rain had cut her into pieces. Immediately, the head of the Yi family's face changed. The 12-year-old Yi Huaxing trembled violently. The 9 elders of the Yi family also changed their expressions. Li Wanfu was dead. Dead. She's finally dead. This vicious woman is finally dead. She deserved to die. She deserved to die. Old servant who clenched his fists. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes were cold. That F*King B******. We let her off too easily. We should let her live a life worse than death. Lin Tian's face was cold. At this moment, he stared at Li Huaxing and stepped forward. Yi Tong's sun eye had been attached to Li Huaxing's body. He wanted to take it back. When the 9 grand elders of the Yi family saw Lin Tian walking towards Li Huaxing at this moment, they were all shocked. In an instant, all of them moved and blocked in front of Yi Huaxing. "Little brother, what are you doing?" The leader of the elders said. "I'm taking back what belongs to Yi Tong." Lin Tian's voice was cold. Hearing this, the expressions of the 9 supreme elders of the Yi clan changed a little. "Little brother, you mustn't. This sun eye has already fused with Huaxing's body. If you take it out now, it will greatly damage the divine eye. With little Tong's current condition, he can no longer nourish the divine eye. Even if you take it back, it will be useless. It will be destroyed for no reason. Although this is very unfair to little Tong, the Yi family only has one divine eye left. We can't let it be damaged. Little brother, please be magnanimous and let Huaxing go. Let this divine eye remain in Huaxing's body. As for little Tong, we will do our best to compensate him. Don't worry. The 9 elders of the Yi family were very anxious. Lin Tian's face was cold. He only said one word, scram. With a boom, a majestic force rippled out from his body. It was like a raging wave that swept across all directions. Bang! 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 The 9 elders of the Yi family were sent flying, each of them coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. Even if something that belongs to my disciple is destroyed, it still belongs to my disciple. No one else has the right to possess it. His voice was bone-chilling. However, although he said that, he was absolutely confident that he could return Yutong's sun eye intact. This was because he had the medicine encyclopedia of the Master Apothecary, one of the 9 heavenly sovereigns. With this flawless alchemy encyclopedia and his current cultivation level, he could guarantee that the sun eye would not be damaged at all. Lin Tian's aura was very cold and somewhat oppressive. He walked towards Li Huaxing, causing Li Huaxing to involuntarily tremble. This damned brat is also not a good person. He even participated in this. Once we retrieve the divine eye, kill him. Wuxing Crocodile said coldly. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as ice. He stepped forward step by step. Light intertwined in his right hand as he activated a divine technique from the medicine cannon. At the same time, dragon patterns appeared. Young man, stop. Suddenly, an aged voice rang out. An old man in a black robe appeared in the courtyard. His blood energy was shockingly dense. Old ancestor. The 9 grand elders of the Yi family were shocked by Lin Tian's strength. Just his aura alone was enough to repel the 9 of them. At this time, when they saw the old ancestor of their bloodline appear, they couldn't help but cry out in unison. At the same time, they also let out a sigh of relief. Old ancestor. The patriarch of the Yi family also called out. The Yi family's old ancestor was dressed in a black robe. He swept his gaze over the courtyard. He glanced at Li Huaxing, then looked at little Yutong on Wuxing Crocodile's back. Finally, his gaze fell on Lin Tian again. He sighed. This old man already knows what happened here. The main culprit is Li Wanfu. Since you've already killed her, then you should stop. If you take the divine eye from Huaxing's body again, it will really cause the divine eye to be damaged or even destroyed. My Yi family can't bear this. Lin Tian stared at the Yi family's old ancestor. Your Yi family can't bear this? His gaze was cold, and his words were icy. Your Yi family can't bear this, but my disciple should bear this kind of pain? You deserve to have your eyes dug out and live in darkness? The ancestor of the Yi family sighed and took a deep breath. He looked at Yutong on the back of the Wuxing Crocodile and said, I know that this is very cruel and unfair to little Tong, but in order to protect the divine eye and for the future prosperity of the Yi family, I can only let little Tong down. He looked at Lin Tian and said, Young man, please stop. In the end, this is a matter of the Yi family. Lin Tian's face turned even colder, and a violent aura suddenly burst out of his body. Boom, golden. Divine light surged around his body. For a moment, a gale swept through, causing the entire Yi family to shake. At the same time, with him as the epicenter, the surface of the Yi family continued to crumble. Cracks spread out like a spiderweb. In an instant, everyone's countenance changed. The 9 great Dao Realm Grand Elders from the Yi family felt a chill run down their spines. Even someone as powerful as the Yi family's old ancestor, who was half a step into the Enlightenment realm, had a drastic change in expression at this moment. At this moment, the pressure that Lin Tian emitted was too terrifying. It was as if a primordial ferocious beast had awoken from its slumber. That kind of peerless pressure made everyone's hearts palpitate. It was as if the Grim Reaper from hell had grabbed their necks. Ka! 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 The terrifying divine might was vast and mighty. Golden divine light trembled, and the ancient buildings near the Yi family continuously cracked open. You have something to do with the Yi family? Lin Tian's voice was bone-chilling. The divine eye that belonged to Yutong was dug out and connected to someone else. You people surrounded and protected the person who received the divine eye of Yutong and gave her an independent courtyard. Dozens of outstanding disciples of the Yi family stood guard outside the courtyard, and the 9 grand elders personally stayed near the courtyard to guard it. Meanwhile, little Yutong, who had her divine eye dug out, was placed in an ice-cold loft by you people. Other than a loyal servant, no one else cared about her. This is what your Yi family has done. He stared at the old ancestor, his eyes filled with killing intent. Do you believe that I won't directly destroy your Yi family? Boom, outside his body, the golden divine light surged even more, causing the Yi family to shake even more violently. It was as if the entire place would collapse at any moment. The Yi family's old ancestor's expression changed again. At this time, the aura outside Lin Tian's body became even more terrifying. Even the old ancestor, who was half a step away from enlightenment, felt his heart palpitate. The 9 supreme elders of the Yi clan were even more astounded. No matter what, they had never imagined that Yi Tong's master would actually be so terrifying. At this moment, they were on the verge of being unable to stand properly under such imposing aura. Old ancestor. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Behind the Yi family's old ancestor, the 12-year-old Li Huaxing stared at Lin Tian and spoke with a sinister expression. He said coldly, "Old ancestor, I saw his cultivation clearly. He's at the 9th heaven of the great Tao. His cultivation isn't as high as yours, but his aura is more powerful. Godly rays intertwined in his right eye, giving off an illusory feeling. My right eye can see through many things, it can help the grand ancestor disintegrate his aura and skills, including divine arts and secret arts. Grand ancestor, let's kill him together. Let's kill him and avenge my mother." The Yi family's old ancestor and the 9 grand elders of the Yi family all looked at Li Huaxing and his right eye. Then, they were all shocked. They could clearly see divine light surging in his right eye. This child has already fused with this divine eye to perfection. He can use this divine eye now? One of the Yi family's grand elders couldn't help but ask. Even the Yi family's old ancestor was shocked. He stared at Yi Huaxing's right eye and felt a shocking divine power converging within it. At this time, he even felt as if he had become transparent under this eye. It was as if everything about him had been seen through. Staring at Yi Huaxing's right eye, he fell into deep thought. Then, he looked at Lin Tian and said, "Young man, since things have already come to this, you should stop and leave. This is my Yi family's matter. I don't want to mess things up any further. I won't pursue the matter of you barging into my Yi family." He looked at Yi Tong, who was on Wuxing Crocodile's back, and said, "As for little Tong, don't worry. I will find another eye for him later. In the future, I won't let him suffer any more grievances." Wuxing Crocodile was instantly enraged. His demonic energy surged, and his killing intent was revealed. "Find your mother. Do you want to die, old thing?" Lin Tian's eyes were cold. At this time, he had become somewhat heartless. He stared coldly at the Yi family's old ancestor. Behind the Yi family's old ancestor, the light in Yi Huaxing's right eye intertwined. Suddenly, he shouted, "Old ancestor, be careful. He's making his move. He's coming straight at you." Whoosh. The sound of something breaking rang out. Lin Tian's figure instantly appeared in front of the Yi family's old ancestor. His eyes were emotionless. The Yi family's old ancestor trembled violently. He was shocked by Lin Tian's speed. He didn't see how Lin Tian moved at all. Even with Yi Huaxing's Eye of the Sun's warning, he still couldn't react in time. His expression changed greatly. "You want to, clang." The sound of the sword was ear-piercing, shattering the large space. In the blink of an eye, dozens of bloody holes appeared in the Yi family's old ancestor's chest. His internal organs were completely penetrated. Then, with a bang, he was flung several hundred meters away by a powerful force. Dazzling blood splattered all over the sky. Old ancestor. The 9 grand elders of the Yi family were terrified. They were the strongest of their generation in the Yi family. They were at the half-step enlightenment realm. However, at this moment, with Li Huaxing's divine Eye of the Sun's warning, they couldn't even block Lin Tian's attack. In fact, the 9 of them couldn't even see Lin Tian's movements. They didn't even see Lin Tian make a move at all. How is this possible? How can he be so strong when he's at the 9th heaven of the great Tao? It shouldn't be. The 9 of them were terrified. At this moment, Lin Tian's strength made them terrified. It gave birth to a real sense of fear. Lin Tian's eyes were emotionless. Killing intent intertwined around his body as he stepped toward Yi Huaxing. Yi Huaxing trembled. His eyes were also filled with fear. Although he had the divine eye of the sun and could see many things clearly, he could even see Lin Tian's movements. However, his cultivation was too weak. He couldn't do anything when facing Lin Tian. "You, don't come over. Don't come over." He trembled when he saw Lin Tian walking toward him. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Before he even got close to Li Huaxing, a strong force swept out and landed heavily on Li Huaxing's body. Suddenly, Li Huaxing was sent flying. He crashed into a stone pillar in the distance with a bang. The clear sound of bones cracking could be heard. Blood kept gushing out of his mouth as he let out an ear-piercing scream. He struggled for a long time but couldn't stand up. "Huaxing!" The 9 supreme elders of the Yi family changed their expressions. They all rushed out and stood in front of Lin Tian. "Little brother, please stop. If this goes on, our Yi family won't be able to keep a single divine eye. Stop it." The leader of the supreme elders shouted. "Get lost," Lin Tian said. His voice was emotionless. Golden sword light swept out in all directions. Puff. 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 Blood splattered everywhere. The 9 supreme elders of the Yi family were sent flying hundreds of feet away like the ancestors of the Yi family. They all coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. The auras they exuded had all weakened. His gaze was cold, icy, and cruel. He closed in on Yi Huaxing step by step. With every step, the ground beneath his feet would crumble. The shocking killing intent seemed to want to crush everything. In the blink of an eye, he stepped in front of Yi Huaxing, who had been sent flying by him. Yi Huaxing trembled. He stared at Lin Tian, who had appeared in front of him. Divine light surged in his right eye. He was incomparably terrified. "Little brother, please have mercy on him." At this time, the head of the Yi family staggered over from afar. He stood in front of Yi Huaxing, his body trembling. He looked at Lin Tian with a pleading expression. "I beg you, little brother. You've already killed Wanfu. You've avenged Yi Tong. Just let Huaxing go. He's already had his eyes replaced once. If you take away his sun eye now, he'll only have one eye left. Even if you find another eye, it'll be very difficult to replace it. He's still only a child. If he loses one eye, what will he do in the future? I beg you, just let him go. I beg you." His sun eye? Lin Tian's killing intent surged. "This is Yi Tong's divine eye. When did it become Yi Huaxing's sun eye?" He stared at the patriarch of the Yi family with a bone-chilling gaze. "And you, the husband is responsible for his wife's misdeeds, and the father's fault for not teaching his son well. Your wife and son colluded to dig out Yi Tong's divine eye, and now, you still dare to stand before me and beg for mercy." His killing intent surged. He raised his right hand and the silver Tao diagram of the 4 divisions appeared. It directly enveloped the head of the Yi family. "You're also guilty." His voice was cruel. Lin Tian was truly furious. It had been a long time since he had been this angry. The first disciple that he had just taken in was still chubby 2 months ago. She picked fruits for him, massaged his legs, and fetched water for him. She was lively and adorable. But now, 2 months later, her divine eye had been taken away. Her chubby body was frail and sickly, and she looked as if she would die at any moment. Meanwhile, the people of the Yi family had placed the little fellow, whose divine eye had been taken away, in an ice-cold loft by herself. They had surrounded and protected the person who had taken the little fellow's divine eye. Now, even though these people knew the truth, they were all trying to stop him from taking back the divine eye that belonged to Yi Tong. Every one of them claimed that it was Yi Huaxing's sun eye. The fury in his chest was like a raging sea. "Get out of my way." A powerful force rushed out of his body and pushed the Yi family's patriarch away. Then, he grabbed Yi Huaxing with his left hand. Yi Huaxing trembled. Divine light intertwined in his right eye. His face was full of fear. No, don't take my eye out." Lin Tian's expression was cold. Divine light intertwined in his right hand. The pharmacopoeia's divine art manifested. Dragon patterns also appeared. Little brother, stop. The Yi family's patriarch rushed back from afar. His injured body had already been healed. At the same time, the 9 grand elders of the Yi family had also recovered from their injuries. They all ran back. Little brother, you can't. You'll damage the divine eye. The Yi family only has one son eye left. Little brother, please be merciful. This will really damage the divine eye. The 9 grand elders of the Yi family cried out. They all ran towards Lin Tian together with the Yi family's patriarch. Boom, Lin Tian grabbed Yi Huaxing with his left hand. The aura around his body became even more violent. A destructive wave spread out. Clang, 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 an ear-piercing sword hum reverberated through the air as thousands of sword gleams shot out from within his body, circling around him like war generals. Every single one of them gave off a shockwave that could annihilate all living things. Every single one of them was so terrifying that it caused the Yi family's ancestor and the 9 grand elders to stop in their tracks as they trembled involuntarily. Don't force me to kill you. His voice was cold. Berserk auras intertwined around his body, creating gusts of hurricanes. At the same time, an extremely cold killing intent also spread out, causing the half-step enlightenment stage Yi family ancestor to tremble violently as fear surfaced in his eyes. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as she stared at Yi Huaxing. The light in her right hand intertwined, and the dragon patterns wrapped around Yi Tong's eye of the sun. Yi Huaxing trembled even more intensely. His 12-year-old face was completely covered with fear. No, don't, pooh. Ah. Lin Tian used the divine arts of the medicine cannon and the dragon patterns to retrieve Yi Tong's eye of the sun from Yi Huaxing's body. Blood splashed everywhere, and Yi Huaxing screamed miserably. More than half of his face was dyed red. Lin Tianyi waved his hand and threw Yi Huaxing away. Then, he took out a jade container from the stone ring. The container was filled with a transparent liquid. It was the pool water he obtained from the soul-absorbing pool in the 4th heaven. This pool water contained the fragments of the great Tao. It was a rare treasure that could even heal Tao injuries. At this moment, he wanted to use it to temporarily nourish Yi Tong's eye of the sun. This precious immortal liquid was the most suitable for nourishing the eye of the sun. At the same time, he also cast more than a dozen divine arts of the medicine cannon on the eye of the sun, and surrounded it with dragon patterns to ensure that the eye of the sun would remain intact. He carefully placed the eye of the sun in the immortal liquid, then sealed the mouth of the container with dragon patterns again. Only then did he carefully put it away. For now, he only retrieved one of little Yi Tong's eyes of the sun. He can't reconnect it for the time being. He needs to find both eyes of the sun and heal little Yi Tong's body to a certain extent. Only then can he use the medicine cannon's divine arts and other divine arts to reconnect the eye of the sun. Putting away the jade container, he stared at Yi Huaxing again. Kill him. This son of a bitch is also involved in this, he is one of the culprits. Wuxing Crocodile said coldly. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He raised his right hand, and the sword lights around him roared, all aimed at Yi Huaxing. Yi Huaxing only had one eye left. At this time, he screamed. Seeing Lin Tian staring at him again, he was extremely frightened. Little brother, don't. Don't. The Yi clan's patriarch staggered as he ran over. His entire person seemed to have weakened a lot. He once again blocked in front of Yi Huaxing, and just like before, his face was filled with a pleading expression. Do a good deed, do a good deed. Don't kill him, just let him go. He's really just an ignorant child, I beg you. Lin Tian stared at the head of the Yi family, his eyes full of anger. Ignorant child? Look at the divine sense imprint I pulled out from Li Wanfu's Sea of Consciousness. How is he an ignorant child? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the one who gave Li Wanfu the idea of stealing Yi Tong's eye of the sun. Previously, when I brought little Yi Tong to this courtyard, he stared at the blind Yi Tong with a cold and mocking smile. Do you think I didn't see it? He's so dark and vicious, and you're telling me that he's just an ignorant child? His voice was full of anger. Kill him. Wuxing Crocodile spoke again. The originally lively and adorable little Yi Tong's parents were killed, and his divine eye was cruelly taken away. Now, he was sickly and lived in the darkness. Whether it was Lin Tian or little Yi Tong, they were both incomparably furious. Lin Tian stared at Yi Huaxing again. The Ling Tian killing sword around his body hummed loudly, each one terrifying. No. Don't, little brother. Please let Huaxing go. I'm willing to die for him. I beg you. I beg you. The head of the Yi family begged. He knelt in front of Lin Tian and kowtowed repeatedly. Lin Tian's chest was full of anger and his killing intent was boundless. However, when he saw the head of the Yi family begging, the head of the Yi family kneeling in front of him, and the head of the Yi family willing to give up his life for his son, he was more or less moved. The killing sword by his side vibrated and did not fall. Little brother, you, just let Huaxing live. He's only 12 years old. The patriarch of the Yi family spoke up. The 9 grand elders of the Yi family also spoke up, begging Lin Tian to let Yi Huaxing go. Master, don't kill little brother. Little Yi Tong's weak voice came from behind. The little guy was very sensible and kind. Although he couldn't see, he could hear and catch many things with great difficulty. Wuxing Crocodile was furious. However, at this time, because the little girl had spoken up, it did not say anything. Lin Tian looked at little Yi Tong behind him, then looked at the Yi clan patriarch who was kneeling in front of him and kowtowing incessantly. Flames of fury intertwined in his eyes. After a long while, the killing swords around him finally dispersed one by one. He stared at the head of the Yi family. I've crippled your cultivation. Just take it that you've taken the blame for your son. He raised his head again and looked at Yi Huaxing, who was standing behind the head of the Yi family. I won't kill him. However, I'm going to deprive him of his ability to cultivate. He raised his hand. With a buzz, the silver Dao diagram of the 4 divisions appeared and quickly entered Yi Huaxing's body. Amidst Yi Huaxing's screams, a corner of the seal on his life source was shattered. At the same time, Yi Huaxing's current cultivation base was crippled, so he would never be able to step onto the path of cultivation again. He could only live out the rest of his life as a mortal. The head of the Yi family trembled. Tears fell from his eyes as he kowtowed to Lin Tian. Thank you, little brother. Thank you. He knew very well that Lin Tian was already doing him a great favor by not killing Yi Huaxing and depriving him of his ability to cultivate. Lin Tian did not say anything else. He turned around and walked over to little Yi Tong, who was being carried by Wuxing Crocodile. Master. Although little Yi Tong could no longer see, she could sense that Lin Tian was beside her. Her little hand grabbed at the air, and only after a while did she manage to touch Lin Tian's sleeve. Lin Tian gazed at the little fellow tenderly and gently rubbed her head. Be good. Once Master retrieves your other divine eye and stabilizes your body, I'll reconnect your divine eye. Then, you'll be able to see again. He spoke gently. The little fellow nodded obediently as she sat on Wuxing Crocodile's back. Lin Tian rubbed the little fellow's head again, then nodded at Wuxing Crocodile and walked out of the Yi family. Little brother, where are you taking little Tong? In the courtyard, the Yi family's patriarch couldn't help but ask. Lin Tian stopped in his tracks. His voice was cold. From now on, he has nothing to do with the Yi family. His name is Yi Tong, and he's just my disciple, Lin Tian. The Yi family's patriarch and the others trembled violently when they heard this. They wanted to say something, but they couldn't find the words. Let's go. Lin Tian said to Wuxing Crocodile. Then, they walked out of the Yi family together. Old servant who glanced at the Yi family's patriarch and the others. He didn't stay behind. He followed behind Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile and walked out as well. Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile walked through the Yi family. Little Yi Tong sat on Wuxing Crocodile's back. Her eyes were covered by a white bandage. The bandage was stained with blood. As they walked out of the Yi family, they passed by many Yi family disciples. When they saw little Yi Tong wrapped in white bandage, many of the Yi family disciples didn't look too happy. Young master. These ordinary disciples of the Yi family were very fond of little Yi Tong. At this moment, some of them were muttering to themselves. They wanted to go up to her, but in the end, they didn't. Their expressions were gloomy as they watched from afar. Lin Tianyi didn't say a word. He walked out of the Yi family with Wuxing Crocodile carrying little Yi Tong. They quickly left the Yi family's perimeter. Old servant who followed behind them. Not long after, the group reached a fork in the road. There were many plants near the fork, and the air was very fresh. Lin Tian looked at old servant Hu and said, "Elder, let's part ways for now. Little Yitong will follow me from now on. I will take good care of her." Old servant Hu listened to Lin Tian and nodded. He had seen Lin Tian's power and terror with his own eyes. Even a half-step enlightened Yi family ancestor could not block one move from Lin Tian. Now that little Yitong was with Lin Tian, he could rest assured without any worries. He looked at little Yitong, then looked at Lin Tian. He paused and asked, "Little young master's other eye?" Lin Tian's power was terrifying, but little Yitong's other eye was with the powerful True Moon Immortal sect. Before they parted ways, he really wanted to know if he could get his other eye back. "No one can keep what belongs to my disciple," Lin Tianandao said. His voice was indifferent and carried a strong sense of confidence. It was also mixed with a cold-killing intent. Old servant Hu trembled, then nodded heavily. He looked at little Yitong and said, "Little young master, I will leave now. In the future, your master will take good care of you. No matter where you are, I will always pray for you." Little Yitong couldn't see. Her little hand was grasping in the air. Old servant Hu quickly walked over and held little Yitong's hand. "Uncle Hu, you have to be well," the little guy said. With Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile continuously using their divine power and demon power to heal the little guy's body, the little guy's spirit was much better now. He was no longer as weak as before. Old servant Hu's eyes were filled with tears. He nodded and stepped back. He looked at Lin Tian and said, "Little brother, I will leave little young master to you in the future." Lin Tian did not say anything. He nodded silently. Old servant Hu thanked him and stepped back a few feet. He bowed in Lin Tian's direction and looked at little Yitong reluctantly. Then he turned and left. "He will not return to the Yi family," Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian was very clear about this. His cultivation is not weak. He is strong enough to travel the world alone. With that, he rubbed little Yitong's head tenderly and said to Wuxing Crocodile, "Let's go to the True Moon Immortal sect." The little guy's other eye was taken to the True Moon Immortal sect. He would not waste any time and wanted to get the divine eye back. Wuxing Crocodile nodded. He was very familiar with this heaven domain. He immediately carried little Yitong and headed northwest. The True Moon Immortal sect, Dark Heartsword sect, and Mo Yuan Palace are on par with the three sections. They belong to the third level of power in this heaven domain. For generations, there are around 6 Wuxun level cultivators in each generation. The strongest has never exceeded the second sky of Wuxun level. They are at the top of the third level in this heaven domain. It said. Lin Tian nodded and followed Wuxing Crocodile. They stepped on the void and headed northwest of this heaven domain. Wuxing Crocodile used his beast power to protect little Yitong. The man and crocodile were very fast. Soon, they appeared in front of a big mountain. As far as the eye could see, the mountain was extremely tall, and it was surrounded by strands of white mist. There was a crimson rock path that extended all the way to the peak of the mountain. All sorts of immortal plants stood tall and straight on it, and one could faintly see numerous magnificent and tall palaces. The True Moon Immortal sect is up there, Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian's eyes were a bit cold. He let Wuxing Crocodile follow behind him and walked straight to the crimson rock path. The path to the top of the True Moon Immortal sect was not steep, but it was very long. There were more than 10 disciples guarding the path. They were all very energetic. The weakest was at the 9th heavenly layer of the Sea of Consciousness realm. The leader was at the Zephyr realm. Lin Tian walked forward. The True Moon Immortal sect disciples guarding outside immediately frowned and looked over. "Where did you come from? Don't you know this is the True Moon Immortal sect? How dare you come so close? Do you want to die?" The leader said coldly. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He walked forward step by step. These ordinary disciples of the True Moon Immortal sect were not in his eyes at all. Still not stopping? Courting death. Take him down. The true moon immortal sect disciples guarding here became serious. They all held their spears and pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He didn't even look at these people. The divine might in his body spread out and turned into a ripple. The dozen or so people were sent flying while coughing up blood. None of them could stand up again. He didn't change his pace. He walked up the crimson rock path step by step. With each step, the crimson rock path of the true moon immortal sect would shatter, destroyed by his murderous intent and aura. Who dares to break into the true moon immortal sect? Stop. Along the crimson rock path, there were many powerful disciples of the true moon immortal sect. When they saw Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile carrying little Yutong coming from outside the sect, their eyes turned cold. They immediately attacked and shot out rays of murderous intent. However, these rays were too weak for Lin Tian right now. Lin Tian didn't move at all. These rays of murderous intent crumbled outside of his body, unable to withstand his powerful aura. At the same time, this aura began to spread outwards, turning into an invisible force. It pushed away all the true moon immortal sect disciples along the way. They all coughed up blood and couldn't get up for a long time. In the blink of an eye, he was in front and Wuxing Crocodile was behind him. They had truly entered the true moon immortal sect. At this time, inside the true moon immortal sect, there were many tall immortal plants flowing with light. Many tall palaces shone with immortal splendor. An immortal aura intertwined in the air. The spirit energy in the air was very dense. Whoosh! 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 Lin Tian's arrival naturally alarmed some of the true experts of the true moon immortal sect. At this time, more than 10 half-step Dao realm deacons rushed out with powerful immortal weapons in their hands. How dare you barge into the true moon immortal sect like this? Take him down. No need, kill him on the spot. At this time, many disciples of the true moon immortal sect rushed out and surrounded Lin Tian. Their expressions were cold. Someone actually dared to swagger into their sect like this. Take his head. A powerful deacon said coldly. Immediately, these deacons attacked mercilessly, all aiming for Lin Tian's vitals. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Get out of my way. Boom. With him as the center, a violent aura surged out, and an invisible force swept out in all directions like raging waves. Bang! 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 The dozens of deacons of the true moon immortal sect who were charging at him were all blown away by the force, coughing up blood. For a moment, the other disciples of the true moon immortal sect trembled. These deacons are all half-step Dao realm cultivators, but they're defeated with just their aura. How is this possible? The disciples of the true moon immortal sect were shocked. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. His powerful spirit sense enveloped the entire true moon celestial sect. In the next moment, he looked towards the east of the true moon celestial sect and walked down. That's where the hierarch is. He seems to be teaching the young hierarch personally. We can't let this bastard disturb him. Many disciples of the true moon immortal sect were shocked and attacked together. Instantly, beams of powerful killing light intertwined. All the disciples of the true moon immortal sect attacked together. There were more than 100 powerful techniques, all of which pressed toward Lin Tian, shattering a large area of space. Lin Tian didn't dodge. His eyes were cold. Only the golden light around him surged and spread out with him as the center. Whoosh! 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 The techniques of the true moon immortal sect disciples were all crushed. Then, they were all sent flying by the divine light. The sound of bones breaking, blood coughing, and screams resounded throughout the entire true moon immortal sect. In fact, this was Lin Tian being merciful. Even though he was filled with killing intent because the true moon immortal sect's leader had dug out Yutong's eyes, he would not casually kill an ordinary true moon immortal sect's disciple. Otherwise, when he walked up from the foot of the true moon immortal sect's mountain, this sect would already be filled with corpses. Not a single person who saw him survived. He stared at the east of the sect with cold eyes. A killing sword rushed out of his body and slashed forward. Clang! For a moment, the piercing sound of the sword resounded. The pavilions in front were all destroyed. A huge sword mark appeared on the ground, and a straight path to the east appeared. Immediately, the surrounding disciples of the True Moon Immortal sect trembled in fear. Someone trembled and couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. He was stunned by Lin Tian's peerless sword. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He walked 100 meters in one step. Golden sword light surrounded his body. Wherever he went, he killed all the disciples of the True Moon Immortal sect. Soon, he appeared in a pagoda tree forest. There was a young man in a black shirt and a middle-aged man in a golden robe. The young man in the black shirt was about 20 years old. He was full of vitality and his left eye was crystal clear. The middle-aged man was wearing a purple crown. His eyes were gloomy and majestic. He was teaching the young man in the black shirt how to adapt to his left eye. Damn it, I found it. Whooshing Crocodile stared at the young man in the black shirt and then at the middle-aged man in the golden robe. His eyes were full of coldness. When he was still in the Yi family, Lin Tian pulled out many spiritual imprints from Li Wanfu's Sea of Consciousness. Among them was the appearance of the True Moon Immortal sect's leader who dug out little Yi Tong's eyes. It was the middle-aged man in the golden robe in front of him. At this time, the young man in the black shirt next to the middle-aged man was obviously this person's son. His left eye contained divine light, which was obviously different from his right eye. It was little Yi Tong's other son eye. The True Moon Immortal sect's leader and the young man in the black shirt also noticed that Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile had entered this place. They both looked over. Then, the True Moon Immortal sect's leader stared at little Yi Tong on Whooshing Crocodile's back. His gloomy eyes showed some surprise. "Young eye brat, it's you? How?" Swoosh. With a cracking sound, Lin Tian's figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of the True Moon Immortal sect's leader. The True Moon Immortal sect's leader's expression changed. "You." He was half a step away from the enlightenment realm, and his cultivation was very strong. However, at this time, he was shocked by Lin Tian's speed. He didn't see how Lin Tian moved at all. Clang! The sound of a sword was ear-piercing. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He grabbed the right arm of the True Moon Immortal sect's leader with his left hand. The sword light in his right hand shot out and pierced through the right eye of the True Moon Immortal sect's leader. Blood splashed in the air. The True Moon's leader screamed and struggled violently in Lin Tian's hands. However, he couldn't break free no matter how hard he tried. Lin Tian's left hand was stuck in his body like a holy weapon. His struggle was useless. "Father!" The young man in black was shocked and angry. At the same time, the elders of the True Moon Immortal sect were informed that an enemy had broken in. They all rushed here. There were more than 10 of them, and they were all in the Grand Path realm. They were all shocked when they saw this scene. Their powerful leader, who was half a step into the enlightenment realm, was suppressed by a young cultivator who had broken into their sect. One of his eyes was pierced through. "Ah!" The True Moon's leader screamed. Blood dyed half of his face red. "Who are you?" He screamed and roared. Half of his blood-stained face was filled with ruthlessness and viciousness. Monstrous divine power erupted from his body. Blood-red light shot up into the sky and turned into a beam of light. He tried to break free from Lin Tian's hands. Lin Tian's left hand grabbed the True Moon's leader's left arm. He pressed down hard, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. "Gouge out my disciple's eyes. Who do you think I am?" His voice was cold. At the same time, he clenched his right hand into a fist and smashed it into the True Moon's leader's abdomen. The True Moon's leader's body was immediately penetrated. Moreover, a terrifying fist energy turned into a killing light and penetrated his body, bringing out a large amount of blood. The True Moon's leader screamed. The blood-red divine power that emerged from his body was immediately annihilated. He was shocked, angry, and frightened. "You're that little bastard's master." Clang! The sound of a sword was ear-piercing. The golden sword light in Lin Tian's right hand pierced mercilessly into the last eye of the True Moon's leader. "Ah!" The True Moon's leader screamed. Both of his eyes were destroyed by Lin Tian. Blood dyed his entire face red. Moreover, what made him panic and fear the most was that he was at the half-step enlightenment stage. Even if his body was shattered until only a drop of blood was left, he could still reform it. However, at this time, Lin Tian had destroyed his eyes and he was unable to reform them, completely losing his sight. What did you do? He said in fear. Father! The black-clothed young man shouted. At the same time, the True Moon Immortal cult's great Dao realm elders were furious. How dare you, thief! How dare you! Someone roared. For a time, swoosh 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 sounds kept on ringing out as over 10 great Dao realm elders moved simultaneously, charging out toward Lin Tian. Now, their sect leader was being held captive by Lin Tian in their own sect. How could they remain indifferent? Lin Tian tilted his head and glanced at the dozen or so people rushing over. His gaze was as cold as a sword. Boom, outside his body, golden divine light boiled, and a violent aura surged out. Shocking murderous intent intertwined and turned into a shocking hurricane that swept out. It immediately caused the dozen or so great path cultivators who were charging forward to tremble violently. At this moment, over 10 great Dao realm experts stopped in their tracks. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. They were shocked by the violent aura and violent killing intent that Lin Tian emitted. It was as if they were facing an unparalleled killing god. Lin Tian stared at these people with a bone-chilling gaze. I'll kill whoever comes forward. For a time, the dozen or so great Dao realm experts trembled again. When they met Lin Tian's icy gaze, all of them felt as if their hearts were being grabbed by someone and would be crushed at any moment. Some of them even broke out in cold sweat involuntarily. Lin Tian tilted his head, and his gaze landed on True Moon's sect leader again. His gaze was very cruel. In terms of methods, I have plenty of them. I won't let you die so easily. You can slowly experience all the pain in the world. His voice was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his right hand slightly. Elixir flames intertwined, turning into an ancient seal that fiercely imprinted itself on True Moon's sect leader's chest. Instantly, True Moon's sect leader trembled violently, and he directly let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ah! You! Ah! What did you do to me? Ah! True Moon's sect leader howled miserably, his limbs struggling frantically. Such a scene caused the dozen or so great Dao realm elders in this place to tremble. Their sect leader was at the half-step enlightened realm, yet at this moment, he was actually letting out such a shrill scream. It was as if he was suffering from monarch-level torture. They all wanted to rush forward, but they really didn't dare. This was because the aura that Lin Tian exuded was too frightening. Ah! You did. Stop. Ah! Let go of me. True Moon's sect leader screamed miserably. Lin Tian's gaze was ice-cold. He had planted a forbidden ancient technique from the medicine encyclopedia on True Moon's sect leader. It was called the Heart-Devouring Remnant Seal. It used divine power to form a special elixir flame seal. After it was planted into a living being's body, it could slowly burn the living being's flesh and blood. The process was incredibly painful, as if there were thousands of poisonous insects and ants tearing at the flesh. However, the most frightening thing was that this process was also extremely slow. If it was not disturbed, it would take several years to completely burn a person's flesh and blood. In other words, if the caster of this technique didn't take the initiative to undo this technique, and the person who was planted with this technique didn't have the ability to shatter this technique and didn't commit suicide, then the person who was planted with this technique would have to endure the pain of thousands of poisonous insects and ants tearing at their flesh and blood for several years to come. Only when their flesh and blood were completely burned away would they be truly freed from this pain. It could be said that this technique was extremely cruel. As a result, even though this technique wasn't very powerful, it was still listed as a forbidden ancient technique by the medicine encyclopedia by the Master of Medicine. At this moment, Lin Tian's left hand was suppressing the True Moon sect leader. He had suppressed the other party's laws of the Great Path so that he couldn't heal his wounds, and his divine power couldn't flow freely either. It was even more impossible for him to commit suicide right before his eyes. He could only passively endure the heart-devouring pain brought about by this ancient technique. Ah! The True Moon sect leader screamed miserably as he struggled madly. Lin Tian's gaze was emotionless. Light flickered between his brows, and the lotus sea in his sea of consciousness swayed. Afterwards, a lotus sword that was an inch long shot out and quickly entered the True Moon sect leader's sea of consciousness. It found the other party's soul in an instant, and directly slashed down with the lotus sword. With a hiss, he used the lotus sword to directly slice apart a portion of the soul. It was roughly 1/10,000th of the soul. Ah! Immediately, the True Moon sect leader screamed even more miserably. This was because the soul was one of the most important existences for cultivators. The pain of having one's soul damaged was unimaginable. Your divine soul can still withstand 9,999 slashes like this. Let's take it slow. Lin Tian's voice was ice cold. This was the first disciple he had just taken in not too long ago. He was extremely sensible, kind, filial, and obedient. He was occasionally mischievous, but he was also lively and cute. However, this True Moon sect leader killed his parents and cruelly gouged out his divine eyes. Now, there was white gauze wrapped around his eyeless pupils. At the same time, he had to endure the pain of losing his parents and the light. This little fella was only 5 years old. A child who was only 5 years old actually had to endure this kind of pain. He stared at the True Moon sect leader, his expression extremely cruel. The lotus sword that entered the other party's sea of consciousness hacked down again, cutting apart a small portion of the other party's soul. Ah! The True Moon sect leader screamed even more miserably. Right now, he was enduring the pain of his flesh being burned, while enduring the pain of his soul being slowly hacked apart. His 4 limbs struggled even more intensely, and blood continuously flowed out from his shattered eyes. No, stop, I was wrong. You, please, let me go, His eyes were shattered, his flesh was burning, and his soul was slowly being hacked apart. He couldn't bear it anymore, and he started to beg for mercy. Not far away, the dozen or so Dao Realm elders of the True Moon Immortal sect shuddered violently. The sect leader of this generation of their sect had astonishing talent. His cultivation level was at the half-step enlightenment realm, and he wasn't any weaker than the masters of those top-notch forces. He could be said to be the most powerful sect leader of the True Moon Immortal sect in history. Right now, in their own sect, he was actually begging for mercy from a young cultivator. Let you go? Lin Tian stared at the True Moon sect leader. Sure. He waved his right hand, and a Dao diagram of the 4 symbols that was about an inch in diameter appeared. He directly sent it into the other party's body. In an instant, it arrived near the other party's life essence and directly covered it, forcefully destroying a corner of his life essence. Ah! The True Moon sect leader coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. There was even saliva dripping from his mouth. He looked extremely miserable. To a cultivator, life essence and soul were the most important things. Needless to say, the pain of having a corner of one's life essence crushed was naturally unbearable. Even an emperor-level cultivator wouldn't be able to endure it. Sect leader. The dozen or so great Dao Realm elders couldn't help but call out. However, none of them dared to step forward. Their sect leader was a half-step enlightenment realm cultivator. At this moment, he was already in such a miserable state in Lin Tian's hands. He didn't have the ability to resist at all. If they rushed forward, what could they do? They would probably be killed in the blink of an eye. What did the sect leader do? This. What kind of person did he offend? Inform the Grand Elders. The Grand Elders and the Grand Elder seemed to have entered seclusion a few days ago. If we disturb them now, how can we care about so much now? Hurry! The dozen or so great Dao Realm elders were both shocked and terrified. Immediately, someone left. He quickly rushed out of this place and ran into the depths of the True Moon Immortal sect. Clearly, he was going to ask the Grand Elders of this branch to come out of seclusion. Lin Tian saw all of this clearly, but he didn't care at all. He only stared coldly at the True Moon sect leader. He used his left hand to suppress the True Moon sect leader. The sword radiance in his right hand shot out again, directly piercing through the True Moon sect leader's legs, creating dozens of transparent bloody holes. Ah! The True Moon sect leader screamed miserably. At this moment, his entire body was drenched in blood. He was so miserable that he didn't even look human anymore. Stop. Ah! Let me go. Let me go. Ah! The headmaster of the True Moon Celestial Sect screamed and begged for mercy. His voice was shrill, and he looked miserable. The dozen or so cultivators of the great path of the True Moon Celestial Sect who had rushed here were all shocked. Their powerful headmaster couldn't even fight back against a young man who had barged into their sect. Ah! The headmaster of the True Moon Celestial Sect howled. His whole body was drenched in blood. Lin Tian's eyes were cruel. He attacked again. The lotus sword cut off a part of the headmaster's spirit, and the four symbols Tao diagram destroyed a part of his life source. Ah! The headmaster of the True Moon Celestial Sect screamed even more shrilly. At this moment, he looked more like a ghost than a ghost. Yes, that's it. Let this bastard suffer a fate worse than death. Whooshing Crocodile said coldly. At this moment, violent footsteps came from outside the Huai Tree Forest. Many disciples of the True Moon Celestial Sect ran over. Then, everyone saw the miserable state of the headmaster of the True Moon Celestial Sect. They were all shocked. This is, headmaster, he was, this, the disciples of the True Moon Celestial Sect were all shocked. An outsider had barged into their sect and injured their headmaster in such a miserable state. This was a great shock to their visual nerves. Why didn't the elders do anything? Were they shocked by that person? Someone shuddered. Ah! With a blood-curdling scream, the True Moon's headmaster was covered in blood. At this moment, his soul was being sliced apart inch by Lin Tian's lotus sword. His life essence was being annihilated bit by the Tao diagram of the four symbols. His flesh and blood were burning under the heart-devouring seal, enduring inhuman pain every second. Even though his cultivation was at the half-step enlightenment realm, he couldn't endure it anymore. Father, father! The son of the headmaster of the True Moon Celestial Sect was anxious, but he didn't dare to step forward at this moment. Lin Tian's aura was too terrifying. His killing intent intertwined. He was like a peerless demon from hell. Lin Tian's eyes were emotionless. He stared at the headmaster of the True Moon Celestial Sect. The sword light in his right hand flickered. He attacked again, slashing at the headmaster's arms. Puff! Puff! Blood splattered. The headmaster of the True Moon Celestial Sect's arms exploded. And pieces of bones and flesh. The headmaster of the True Moon Celestial Sect was. Continue. Lin Tian's voice was emotionless. With a single thought, the lotus sword that had entered his opponent's knowledge once again shattered a portion of his opponent's divine soul. At the same time, the Tao diagram of the four symbols instantly crushed a portion of his opponent's life source. Moreover, the heart-devouring seal he had cast on True Moon's body was burning his flesh, blood, and internal organs. True Moon's headmaster screamed in agony. This scene made the disciples of the True Moon Immortal Sect tremble in fear. Boom! At this moment, several powerful auras rushed out from the depths of the True Moon Celestial Sect. 5 figures stepped out, and each of them had extremely terrifying ripples intertwined around them. They arrived here in the blink of an eye, all of them at the first sky of enlightenment. For a moment, the True Moon Immortal family's dozen great Tao experts, the black-clothed youth, and the group of ordinary disciples all revealed looks of joy. Grand Supreme Elders! The black-clothed youth shouted, Grand Supreme Elders, please save my father. At the same time, the dozen great Tao realm experts and the group of ordinary disciples also spoke, asking the 5 Grand Supreme Elders to save their father. The 5 Grand Supreme Elders of the True Moon Celestial Sect were originally in seclusion. When they received the report that an expert had barged into the sect and captured the headmaster, they immediately came out of seclusion and came here. At this moment, they directly saw the headmaster of True Moon in Lin Tian's hands. Their faces turned cold. Elders, please save me. True Moon's headmaster spoke. His voice was already hoarse. He's the teacher of that Yang child from the Yi family. He's here to steal the divine sun eye from our sect. The 5 Grand Supreme Elders of the True Moon Celestial Sect were all moved. They stared at Lin Tian with a slightly surprised expression. However, their expressions immediately became even colder, and killing intent was revealed. That Yi family child you mentioned actually has a teacher, one of them said, staring coldly at Lin Tian. I didn't expect that right after we joined forces to perfectly connect Jiwen's Eye of the Sun and enter seclusion, the other party's teacher would actually come knocking on our door. Clearly, the Jiwen this person was talking about was the young son of the True Moon Celestial Sect's headmaster, that black-robed youth. It's good that he's come. Let's kill him now to prevent any potential uncertainties in the future. Another person spoke. Save Xiao first, then kill him. Another person said. The Xiao he spoke of was obviously the headmaster of True Moon Celestial Sect. As soon as he finished speaking, this person directly made a move. His large hand pressed down, filled with the laws of the Great Tao, grabbing toward Lin Tian's head. Boom, this person was one of the Grand Supreme Elders of the True Moon Celestial Sect. His cultivation was at the Wuzhen realm. It was just a casual move, but its might was peerlessly terrifying. The surrounding space was completely sealed in the blink of an eye. Headmaster is fine. He'll be saved soon. At this place, the dozen or so Great Tao realm experts and the group of ordinary disciples of this sect all let out a sigh of relief. They were secretly amazed at the might of their own sect's Grand Supreme Elder. A casual move was actually so powerful. Moreover, at the same time, these people also heard many other things from the words of these Grand Supreme Elders and their own sect's headmaster. Lord Headmaster seized that person's disciple's eyes. Madame Xianxia. This is true. Many people stared at Lin Tian, their faces full of astonishment. Lord Headmaster, for our True Moon Celestial Sect, for our young sect master, he retrieved a legendary divine Eye of the Sun. Some people were shocked. Boom, divine might surged. At this time, the Grand Supreme Elder of the True Moon Celestial Sect who made a move had already pressed down on Lin Tian's head with his large hand. Lin Tian's left hand was suppressing the headmaster of True Moon Celestial Sect. At this time, he tilted his head and stared at the Grand Supreme Elder of the True Moon Celestial Sect who made a move. At the same time, he also stared at the other 4 Grand Supreme Elders of this sect. His gaze was cold and overflowing with killing intent. You old things know that your own sect's headmaster is doing evil, but instead of stopping and punishing him, you condone it. Now, you want to kill me? His voice was bone-chilling. Boom, an even more terrifying aura rushed out of his body. His left hand was suppressing the headmaster of True Moon Celestial Sect, while his right hand directly swung the Primal Chaos Emperor fist. Instantly, a mighty fist that could destroy all things in the world shot out a blinding light beam. With a crack, the space in front of him shattered. The power of the Primal Chaos Emperor fist crushed everything, directly shattering everything. The expression of the Grand Supreme Elder of the True Moon Celestial Sect changed greatly. His large hand was directly annihilated by the power of the Primal Chaos Emperor fist. Moreover, the power of the Primal Chaos Emperor fist did not stop there. It continued to press forward without slowing down, making it impossible for him to dodge. No, this is, poof, along with a terrified cry, a mist of blood exploded. The Grand Supreme Elder of the True Moon Celestial Sect was directly crushed by the Primal Chaos Emperor fist's light beam. His divine soul was also shattered by the Primal Chaos Emperor fist's light beam. Immediately, everyone's expression changed. Grand Supreme Elder. This, how can this be? The disciples of the True Moon Celestial Sect and the dozen or so elders of the Great Tao realm were all shocked. A Grand Supreme Elder of their sect, who was at the Enlightenment realm, was actually killed by a single punch. Not only these people, but even the other 4 Grand Supreme Elders were trembling. All of their expressions changed drastically. How can this be? One of them cried out involuntarily. The cold expression that he had when he walked out at the beginning instantly disappeared without a trace. Lin Tian stared at the 4 people and the headmaster of True Moon Celestial Sect in front of him. The aura on his body skyrocketed again, like a raging wave. Today, I want the True Moon Celestial Sect to be erased from this world forever. He said coldly. His left hand was suppressing the headmaster of True Moon Celestial Sect. At this moment, he suddenly exerted force, and a towering sword light instantly erupted from his palm, directly destroying the headmaster of True Moon Celestial Sect. Blood burned a large area of the ground. Father. Xiao. Headmaster. In this place, the black-robed young man, the 4 Grand Supreme Elders, the group of ordinary disciples, and the great Tao realm cultivators all trembled violently. Then, in the next moment, an ear-piercing sword sound rang out, causing these people to tremble again. Clang, 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 dense sword light rushed out of Lin Tian's body and enveloped the entire True Moon celestial sect in the blink of an eye. A terrifying murderous aura spread out in every corner like a destructive sword rain, as if it could destroy everything at any time. Here, except for the son of the headmaster of True Moon celestial sect and those at the Grand Supreme Elder level and above, I'll give you a chance. Voluntarily withdraw from the True Moon celestial sect, get out of this place, and never consider yourself a disciple of the True Moon celestial sect again. Otherwise, die. His voice was cold, like rolling thunder, and instantly resounded in the sky above the True Moon celestial sect. For a moment, all the disciples of the True Moon celestial sect trembled. They were shocked by Lin Tian's aura and even more shocked by Lin Tian's words at this moment. You want us to withdraw from the True Moon celestial sect, otherwise, we will die. Someone trembled. The 4 Grand Supreme Elders of the True Moon celestial sect were both shocked and furious. At this time, an old voice came from the depths of the True Moon celestial sect. An old man in a gray robe stepped out and walked in the air step by step. How arrogant! You think you can destroy the foundation of the True Moon celestial sect? This old man's aura was much stronger than the other Grand Supreme Elders. He was at the 2nd heavenly layer of enlightenment. Ancestor! Immediately, many people shouted. The 4 Grand Supreme Elders of the True Moon celestial sect were also very respectful towards this person. Even though there was only a small gap between them, the difference in battle power was huge. Moreover, this old man was 2 or 3 generations older than the 4 Grand Supreme Elders. The True Moon ancestor was very old. He stared at Lin Tian and walked forward with his hands behind his back. A rainbow appeared under his feet, making him look like an immortal. Little brat, you want to destroy the True Moon celestial sect? I'll send you on your way right now. Lin Tian looked up and stared at this person. Without saying anything, the reincarnation diagram rushed up behind him. In an instant, a terrifying aura spread out like a hurricane, causing everyone to tremble in fear. The True Moon ancestor's expression changed. Facing Lin Tian's reincarnation diagram, he immediately felt a strong sense of death. You! Boom! Blood splashed in the air. In an instant, everyone around Huai Forest was shocked. Their expressions changed. How? Ancestor, he was actually killed in one hit. The group of True Moon disciples trembled. Their ancestor, a 2nd-level Wuxian expert, was killed in one hit. Even the 4 Grand Elders of this branch were shocked and couldn't help but tremble. Those people stared at Lin Tian. At that moment, fear was present in their eyes. Lin Tian's gaze was icy cold. He had refined a piece of the legendary stone of karmic luck, causing his cultivation to rise by a minor level and reach the 9th level of the Grand Tao. His soul, life essence, and Grand Tao laws had all improved by leaps and bounds. His current combat prowess could be said to be astounding. Under such circumstances, he used the reincarnation physique monarch domain to kill True Moon's ancestor. He raised his head and stared at the last 4 Grand Elders of this bloodline, his eyes filled with coldness. In the next moment, his feet flashed, and in an instant, he appeared in front of the 4 people and raised his golden fist. Boom, he brandished Primal Chaos Empyrean fist, and the void immediately trembled. Then, cracking sounds could be heard as it shattered. It couldn't withstand the might of his fist at all. He used this fist to envelop a Supreme Elder of True Moon Immortal Sect. The Supreme Elder's expression changed greatly. He quickly used all his abilities and Grand Tao laws to meet Lin Tian's attack. However, it was useless. Lin Tian's Emperor Fist was a supreme ancient technique created by the Primal Chaos Heavenly Sovereign. Combined with his current strength, it could be said to be able to break through hundreds of attacks. It directly crushed all the divine abilities that the True Moon Immortal Sect's Supreme Elder had unleashed. The Supreme Elder was shocked and frightened. He retreated while shouting, "Stop!" Boom, the void trembled once again as if a sacred drum had been struck. With a boom, the unparalleled power of the fist directly enveloped this person, as if a world-destroying star was pressing down on him. No. Poof, blood splattered. The Supreme Elder of True Moon Immortal Sect was blown apart by the fist. His body and soul were both destroyed. The cultivators of True Moon Immortal Sect were even more frightened. How can this be? They stared at Lin Tian, trembling in fear. Even the dozen Grand Dao Realm experts were no exception. In their bloodline, the powerful old ancestor and Grand Elder were at the Enlightenment realm, but they couldn't even block a single strike from Lin Tian. The other 3 Supreme Elders who survived were also terrified. Their hands and feet were trembling, and their backs were cold. Activate the killing formation, activate the divine weapon. One of them shouted in panic. After saying that, the 3 Supreme Elders frantically formed hand seals. The True Moon Immortal Sect was shaken. Formation runes appeared in the void, emitting a peerless killing aura. At the same time, a beam of light shot out from the depths of the True Moon Celestial Sect. It was a low-grade divine weapon treasure bell. Dao patterns intertwined all over it, emitting shocking light. Sect protecting killing formation, reserve divine weapon. The cultivators of True Moon Immortal Sect were pleasantly surprised. They all felt the terrifying power of their sect's killing formation and reserve divine weapon. Kill. 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 The 3 Supreme Elders of True Moon Immortal Sect roared. The sect-protecting killing formation surged, and 10,000 killing lights slashed toward Lin Tian. At the same time, the low-ranked divine weapon-grade bell also rumbled, emitting a resonant bell sound as it pressed down on Lin Tian. This power was not weak, and the killing power was unparalleled. The void rumbled, and many places were shattered. Lin Tian was in the middle of this, and there was no change in his expression. Clanging sounds of swords resounded around him. Dense heaven sword aura appeared, and like a rain of swords, it was also like a destructive storm, ruthlessly spreading in all directions. Crack, with a crisp sound, the True Moon Immortal Sect's divine bell cracked, and then it was directly shattered by the heaven sword aura. At the same time, the dense array runes of the True Moon Immortal Sect in the void were all destroyed in an instant, and the thousands of killing lights disappeared without a trace. The 3 Supreme Elders trembled, and the fear in their eyes intensified. The other ordinary disciples were also terrified. My sect protecting killing formation and divine weapon were destroyed so easily. Is this a dream? All the disciples of True Moon Immortal Sect were trembling in fear. Lin Tian's heaven sword aura surrounded him, and he glanced at the disciples of True Moon Immortal Sect. Why aren't you leaving? His voice was extremely cold. I'll give you 10 breaths of time. After 10 breaths, if you still don't leave, then don't blame me for being merciless and killing you along with the True Moon Immortal Sect. As soon as he finished speaking, the heaven sword aura around him let out another clanging sound, and they all rushed to the sky. There were more than 10,000 of them, and in the blink of an eye, they covered the entire True Moon Immortal Sect. The killing power was unparalleled. Instantly, all the disciples of True Moon Immortal Sect trembled, and their eyes were filled with fear. Then, 3 breaths passed in an instant. I don't want to die. I'll leave the True Moon Immortal Sect. In the Scholar Tree Forest, an ordinary disciple of True Moon Immortal Sect said in a trembling voice. He turned around and ran, madly rushing out of the True Moon Immortal Sect. With the first, there would naturally be a second, and a third. I'm still young. I don't want to die. I'll also leave the True Moon Immortal Sect. I'll also leave. I'll leave immediately. Near the Scholar Tree Forest, all the ordinary disciples of True Moon Immortal Sect ran out of the sect. Then, even the great Dao Realm experts were no exception. All of them rushed into the sky with their fastest speed, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed out of the True Moon Immortal Sect. The people near the Scholar Tree Forest had all personally witnessed Lin Tian's terrifying might. Even the True Moon Old Ancestor, who was the strongest in their faction, was killed in one strike. He killed the Grand Elder as if he was cutting grass, and then he easily destroyed their faction's sect-protecting killing formation and divine weapon. Now, he was forcing them to leave, or else he would start a massacre. How would they dare to stay? If they really stayed, they would definitely be crushed like ants, and it would be meaningless. As these disciples rushed out, the other disciples of True Moon Immortal sect were all trembling. This, even the great Tao realm elders are, if we leave, we'll leave as well. If we don't, we'll be killed. These disciples were all trembling, and all of them rushed out. These people all heard Lin Tian's voice telling them to leave the True Moon Immortal sect, and they also saw the dense killing swords above the True Moon Immortal sect. They also felt the terrifying killing intent emitted by these killing swords. At this time, when they saw so many outstanding disciples of their faction fleeing, and even the great Tao realm elders running away, how would they dare to stay? All of them trembled and quickly rushed out. You, the three Grand Elders stared at Lin Tian, and they couldn't help but tremble. They never thought that the Sun God's Eye that the True Moon Sect's sect master took back would bring about such a devastating disaster to their True Moon Immortal sect. At this moment, they even began to hate the True Moon Sect's sect master. Why didn't he carefully investigate the God's Eye child? Why didn't he find out that the God's Eye child had such a terrifying master behind him? One of the Grand Elders looked at Lin Tian, trembling, and said, "Little brother, please stop now. As long as you are willing to stop, our True Moon Immortal sect will remember your greatness." Clang! An ear-piercing sword chime interrupted this person's words. Lin Tian's eyes were emotionless. With a thought, the heaven-piercing sword in the sky directly pressed down on this person. Pfff. Blood exploded, and the Grand Elder who spoke was instantly killed in body and soul. He tilted his head and looked at the last two Grand Elders of the True Moon Immortal sect. Immediately, the two Grand Elders trembled. At this moment, they didn't say anything. They directly burst out with overflowing divine power, and then directly rushed out of the True Moon Immortal sect. This was really because Lin Tian's battle strength was too terrifying. Killing a first-layer Wuxian expert was like cutting grass. Even if they used all their strength, they couldn't resist at all. Thus, at this time, they directly chose to escape. Escaping might give them a chance to live. Lin Tian stared at the direction the two fled, his eyes cold. Clang! Clang! The sword chime reverberated, and the densely packed heaven-piercing sword pressed down, suppressing all directions. It directly cut off the two's path, completely enveloping the two within. "Little brother, please show mercy." The two shouted loudly, and at the same time, used powerful divine abilities to resist. However, Lin Tian wouldn't show mercy, and the heaven-piercing sword scripture was the supreme secret technique of the ancient celestial venerables. Its killing power was far from what ordinary divine abilities could resist. The divine abilities and secret techniques these two people used were crushed on the spot, and their bodies were exposed to the heaven-piercing sword. Pfff. Pfff. Two mists of blood exploded, and the two people directly exploded, their bodies and souls extinguished. Outside the True Moon Immortal sect, some of the True Moon Immortal sect's disciples hadn't really escaped yet. They were still carefully looking inside the True Moon Immortal sect. At this moment, seeing this scene, they immediately trembled violently, and fear enveloped every corner of their body. They didn't dare to stay in this place for a moment, and madly rushed away, afraid that Lin Tian would suddenly change his mind and destroy them. The True Moon Immortal sect was completely silent, and only the last one left, the son of the True Moon Immortal sect's leader, was left. At this moment, he was trembling non-stop, and he stared at Lin Tian in horror, and stepped back. Lin Tianji took a step forward, and instantly appeared in front of this person, and with a wave of his left hand, he pulled the person over. "No, don't gouge out my divine eyes." End of chapter 958. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.